A sharp hiss. A piercing pain tore through his nerves. Mo Yin sucked in a cold breath. The backlash of the soul's sacrifice devouring heaven array. Indeed, overbearing. The backlash of this forbidden soul art lived up to its reputation. His palm felt a strange, yet familiar soft touch. He unconsciously stroked at his fingertips, brushing over delicate textures. Wait. This feeling. Mo Yan's pupils abruptly contracted as if pierced by an invisible needle. Starseed weaver silk. Blue Star's bedsheets. He abruptly sat up and looked around. The familiar room lay out cold metal walls. Outside the window were skyscrapers piercing through gray clouds under a gray sky, and bizarre-shaped flying vehicles silently shuttling on low-altitude tracks. Blue Star. He had actually returned to Blue Star. A sense of absurdity overwhelmed him like a tide. Was everything about the Doom trial, the mountains of corpses, seas of blood and racial strife, just a fleeting dream before his death? But as soon as he closed his eyes, those images surged forth as clear as if etched into his bones. Life and death battles and dungeons, bloody feuds between guilds, the full-scale clashes between nations, and the ultimate test. The Planet 100 Races War. He clearly remembered dying on the fourth battlefield of the Planet 100 Races War, the Goo King battlefield. To delay the pursuit of the Sacred Fire Army, he had used the forbidden soul art soul sacrifice devouring heaven array. In the end, as he sacrificed himself, he remembered his soul body being pulled into the ground by a thump, thump, thump sound. He had thought it was simply death due to insufficient lifespan being deducted. How in the blink of an eye had he ended up in his own bed? Mo Yin jerked his head around, his gaze fixed on the screen of the optical computer at the center of the room. April 15th, Chiyuan 2888. It was precisely in his memory the arrival day of the Doom trial that would drag Blue Star into an endless abyss of blood and fire. Ugh! Mo Yin groaned, clutching his head tightly with both hands. It felt as if an invisible giant hammer was wildly pounding inside his skull. This was no illusion. This pain penetrating to the marrow and tearing his soul was like the cruelest evidence declaring that the hellish everything was by no means a dream. A thunderous thought exploded in his chaotic mind with unparalleled impact. Could I really have been reborn like those novel protagonists? Then do I have a chance to change Blue Star's fate, to change the outcome of the Doom trial? Mo Yin had learned in his past life that when an intelligent planet was on the verge of destruction, the cosmic will would grant it one final chance to struggle, to undergo the Doom trial. The planet would engage in a brutal competition with thousands of equally desperate planets. Only the winners who achieved a top 10 comprehensive score in the final Planet 100 Races War could plunder resources and energy from other planets to sustain their own civilization. In the Doom trial, humans could awaken various professions. But Blue Star mistakenly believed that the national war in Xinyuan world was the final test, so they fought and killed each other. When the final Planet 100 Races War officially began, Blue Star's strength was far inferior to other planets. Even within Blue Star, they schemed against each other for command authority. Idiots. A bunch of short-sighted idiots. Thinking of this, Mo Yin ground his teeth, wishing he could drag those vermin out and flog their corpses. If this incredible rebirth was truly a gift from heaven, then he must make himself stronger and do everything possible to lead Blue Star into the top 10 in the final Planet 100 Races War. Mo Yan's gaze once again turned to the window. Cold, dense skyscrapers filled every corner of his vision, like a steel forest, countless flying vehicles silently shuttling on the gray low-altitude tracks. The entire city, as far as the eye could see, could not find a single trace of vibrant green. All space was occupied by roaring, automated factories greedily draining the planet's last resources. The air was turbid, carrying the burnt smell of metal and energy overload. Was this the root cause of Blue Star's impending doom? Endless taking until the oil ran out and the lamp went dry. Mo Yin lay back heavily on the bed of starseed weaver silk, closed his eyes, forcibly suppressed all surging emotions, and relaxed every inch of his body. He was waiting. If dawn came as expected, then the hell he had experienced would really be just a long and painful phantom dream. If, after an unknown span of time, an indescribable terrifying pressure that seemed to originate from the very essence of the universe descended without warning. It did not act upon the physical plane, but directly pierced the soul. Every Blue Star human, no matter where they were, felt at that same moment. In the depths of their being, a pair of cold, vast, emotionless eyes completely scanned them from the inside out. Mo Yin abruptly opened his eyes. So, it wasn't a dream, he whispered silently, his nails digging deep into his palms. Then a majestic voice that resounded across the starry sky echoed throughout the entire Blue Star like a celestial decree. Blue Star qualified for the final judgment, entry granted. The moment the voice fell, heaven and earth seemed to press the pause button. All Blue Star humans aged between 14 and 50, regardless of what they were doing, suddenly felt their bodies become light, pulled and dragged by an irresistible, mysterious force into a mysterious space-time. Mo Yin opened his eyes, and before him was still that man in a neat suit with a warm smile, exactly as in his past life memories. Hello, Blue Star human, welcome to the world of final judgment. The suited man elegantly tugged at his bow tie, his smile gentle. I am your exclusive guide. Next, I will unveil the veil of this supreme cosmic competition for you. He seemed slightly surprised by Mo Yan's overly calm reaction, but did not probe further, continuing in that calm, yet unquestionable tone. Final judgment is the last desperate arena for dying planets. Only by passing the ultimate cruel trial can your race continue the spark of survival. You will be collectively dropped into the Shunyuan world. By killing wild monsters and completing tasks, you gain experience and level up. It is the foundation of survival. Each country is assigned to a different imperial territory, and the available professions also differ. Your Longwo belongs to the Tianxian Empire. The available initial professions are as follows. The guide raised his hand, and a light screen unfolded before Mo Yin, listing 12 profession icons and names. You show heavy armor, tower, shield, team, bulwark. By being proficient in all kinds of weapons, can later specialize in one path. Quanta trade blood for blood, unmatched in ferocity. Yeshing skulk and high blade of the dark night. Shinsheshu pinnacle of archery, pursue souls across 1,000 li. Fengshe communicate with heaven and earth elements, control long-range destructive power. Ziyushi talisman, water and prayers, cure diseases and exorcise evil, guardian of life. Wuju voodoo, curses weaken and control nightmare of enemies. Lingren zither sc drum flute, music bewitches heart's core of team buffs. Gancharin communicate with the underworld, drive away plagues, command the dead. Jixiashi master craftsman of Maha's school, control mechanical puppets, bronze beasts. Tonglingshi communicate with mountain spirits, water monsters, demons, immortals, summon or invite gods to possess. Mo Yan's gaze lingered on Fengshe. This was exactly the path he had chosen in his past life. Experience, skills, and understanding of this profession were his greatest advantages at this moment. But he still interrupted, saying, Guide, may I ask if there are any hidden professions to choose? The guide shook his head, his smile unchanged. The initial selection is all basic professions. But after entering the Shunyuan world, countless branching paths and hidden inheritances can be obtained through opportunities depending on one's encounters and exploration. Character attributes are divided into 5 major dimensions: constitution, strength, intelligence, spirit, and agility. Constitution affects HP and physical defense. Strength determines physical attack power. Intelligence determines spell attack power. Spirit affects mana and spell defense. Agility affects movement speed and attack frequency. Each level up, all 5 attributes increase by 1 point, and you gain an additional 5 free attribute points. This mechanism is similar to Blue Star virtual games. The Shunyuan world has 5 class advancements. After the 5th advancement, there is still a broader realm that you must explore on your own. The guide paused meaningfully. All right, make your choice. Fengshe, Mo Yin said without hesitation. Please name your character. Ichai Yin. The guide tapped his fingertip in the void, and a brand new light screen condensed before Mo Yin. Ichai Yin, rank 0, a lifespan 60 years, Oi race, human race, level 1 profession, Fengshe, constitution, 3 points, growth star, rating 2. 5 stars, effects, HP and physical defense. Strength, 3 points, growth star, rating 2 stars, effects, physical attack power, intelligence, 3 points, growth star, rating 5 stars, effects, spell attack power, spirit, 3 points, growth star, rating 4. 5 stars, effects, mana and spell defense. Agility, 3 points, growth star, rating 3 stars, affects movement speed and attack frequency, HP 75, constitution, X, 10x growth star, rating mana, 135, spirit X, 10x growth star, rating physical attack power, 7 strength X1, 2x growth star, rating physical defense, 4 constitution, X0, 5x growth star, rating spell attack power, 18 intelligence, X1, 2x growth star, rating spell defense, 7 spirit X0, 5x growth star, rating speed, 2 agility, X0, 2x growth star, rating Mo Yin glanced over the panel. The values were exactly the same as in his past life. The guide explained at the right moment. The initial 5 attributes are all 3 points. But pay close attention to the lifespan attribute. Each person initially has 60 years of lifespan. Each time you die, besides dropping 1 level, 1/10 of your total lifespan will be permanently deducted. If lifespan reaches 0, the guide's voice carried a hint of cold, murderous intent. Then complete annihilation, no chance of resurrection. Of course, there are also opportunities in the Shunyuan world to increase lifespan, which you must seek on your own. He adjusted his bow tie and asked with a smile, Do you have any questions? Hearing, lifespan exhausted, no resurrection, Mo Yan's heart tightened sharply. The bizarre experience of turning into a soul body in his past life instantly surfaced. A tentative thought arose, may I ask, after lifespan is exhausted, is there a possibility of restart like in some game settings? Restart once. The guide seemed to hear the most ridiculous joke, suddenly bursting into undisguised laughter. Huh? You don't really think this is just a game, do you? This is a cosmic level life and death duel. Death is the eternal end. Even gods cannot interfere with reincarnation. His laughter was full of mockery towards the ignorant. Gods These two words exploded like thunder in Mo Yan's mind. The scattered rumors about gods from his past life instantly connected. Could it be his rebirth related to this? Just as Mo Yan was about to continue questioning the truth about the gods, boom. Deep within his brow, an extremely subtle, bone-chilling black light flashed without warning. At the same time, a thought filled with endless warning exploded directly in his mind. Mo Yan trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Who? The guide's laughter on the opposite side stopped abruptly. His warm smile instantly froze, and his eyes burst with terrifying sharp light. An invisible force capable of freezing time and space instantly locked onto Mo Yan's brow. The guide exclaimed in surprise, pointing a finger into the void. Mo Yan felt a sharp pain in his brow, and a beam of light was forcibly drawn out. When the light dissipated, a broken black heart hovered in midair. What is this? For the first time, the guide lost his composure, his voice filled with incredulous shock. It actually contains a trace of divine essence. Though incomplete, he stared fixedly at the black heart, his eyes shifting unpredictably, filled with exploration, greed, and a barely detectable wariness. He fell into a brief silence, as if thinking rapidly. Mo Yan was even more horrified. When did this thing hide in his brow? Before he could figure it out, a tangible, bone-freezing, murderous intent suddenly descended. Just a sliver leaking from the guide made Mo Yan feel as if he had been thrown into a tenth of sandier ice, cave, his blood freezing his soul, issuing a mournful cry of unbearable burden. He was like an ant gripped by an invisible giant hand, unable to move even a finger, the shadow of death never so clear. Just as his consciousness was about to be crushed by the boundless, murderous intent. Stop. That voice of the cosmic will that had announced the judgment descended roaring like a thunderbolt, splitting heaven and earth, bursting with supreme authority. Do you intend to violate the iron law of final judgment? Poof. The terrifying, murderous intent pressing on Mo Yan vanished instantly. He was like a drowning man rescued, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his entire body. Murdering a trial participant. Shall be executed. The voice of the cosmic will was cold and merciless, pronouncing the death sentence. My lord, spare me. The guide's composure completely collapsed, turning into boundless fear. He knelt heavily on the void, frantically kowtowing and begging. This subordinate was wrong. I absolutely did not intend it. Spare me, my lord. I beg you. Before his words finished, poof. No warning, no process. The guide, who was frantically begging a second ago, along with the space around him, was erased like a pencil mark, instantly turning into nothingness. Mo Yan's pupils dilated to the extreme, his mind blank. The scene before him completely overturned his past life memories. Black heart guide erased. None of this happened in his past life. The voice of the cosmic will sounded again, still indifferent, yet seemingly carrying an indescribable nuance. Blue star human, due to the guide's negligence, compensation is hereby granted to help you activate this item and advance the heart of the death god. As the voice fell, the floating black heart suddenly lit up. It was not a warm light, but a deep, dark gray radiance that devoured all light. When the light receded inside, the heart flowed a strange, hazy gray substance, neither mist nor water, emitting a heart-stopping aura, as if it could end all things. This entity, called Heart of the Death God, slowly floated towards the position of Mo Yan's heart and merged into it without any obstruction. Ugh! An indescribable, primordial, vast power, as if from the dawn of chaos, instantly exploded from Mo Yan's heart, sweeping through his entire body. This power was violent, icy, yet carried a trace of supreme divinity. His body was as if thrown into a furnace, then instantly frozen, every cell screaming. Darkness before his eyes, his consciousness completely sank into boundless darkness. After an unknown time, seemingly as long as a century, Mo Yan struggled to open his eyes in a state of weakness. The voice of the cosmic will sounded one last time with an unmistakable finality. Compensation complete. Your journey begins. Take care of yourself. Before Mo Yan could react, a gentle yet irresistible force wrapped around him and hurled him out of this mysterious guiding space. Mo Yan did not know that as he entered the Xinyuan world, some ancient and mysterious existences suddenly opened their eyes. They seemed to sense something, their gazes piercing through the endless cosmos towards this final judgment, and some of them transmitted messages through thought. When Mo Yan was cast into the novice village, the square was already packed with a crowd of terrified souls. The air buzzed with a cacophony of anxious chatter and voices calling out for companions. An intangible tension permeated the atmosphere, as if everyone was struggling to adapt to this sudden new world. Mo Yan took a deep breath, recalling everything that had transpired in that special space. He had almost failed to even set foot in the novice village before being obliterated by that guide. Rebirth. Could it be connected to that black heart? He forcefully suppressed his churning emotions. The mysterious voice had called it the heart of death. Mo Yan immediately opened his character interface. A fleeting mist of smoke, rank 0, a lifespan 60 years. Race human. Special talent Death God's Physique rank 0, reduces physical and magical damage taken by 10. Level 1. Class Sorcerer. Vitality 13 points, 310 growth star rating 5 stars. Strength 13 points, 310 growth star rating 5 stars. Intelligence 13 points, 310 growth star rating 8 stars. Spirit 13 points, 310 growth star rating 8 stars. Agility 13 points, 310 growth star rating 5 stars. Health points 650 Vitality x 10x growth star rating. Mana points 1040 Spirit x 10x growth star rating. Physical attack 78 Strength x 1. 2x growth star rating. Physical defense 33 Vitality x 0. 5x growth star rating. Magical attack 125 Intelligence x 1. 2x growth star rating. Magical defense 52 Spirit x 0. 5x growth star rating. Speed 13 Agility x 0. 2x growth star rating. The attribute panel had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Not only had he acquired the powerful special talent Death God's Physique, but he also had an additional 50 base attributes out of thin air. More terrifyingly, his total growth star rating had soared from the original 17 stars to 31 stars, nearly doubling. His current magical attack power was comparable to a level 4 sorcerer who had allocated all points to intelligence. What is the origin of this heart? Mo Yan's mind was shaken. He immediately searched his character interface's special item inventory and indeed found its information heart of death damaged, all attributes, 10 hidden class death god, class change item soulbound, cannot be dropped. Effect 1 burial object when killing wild monsters and bosses there is a chance to obtain special items. Effect 2 undead sacrifice, there is a chance to draw power from the corpses of slain monsters and natives, gaining random attribute points. Effect 3 cannot be activated without completing first class change. After seeing the nearly heaven-defying effects of the Heart of Death, Mo Yan took a deep breath and with utmost reverence deeply bowed 3 times towards the sky. That mysterious person's life-saving and recreating grace was worthy of this gesture. Composing himself, Mo Yan finally had the leisure to observe his surroundings. It was still the novice village of his past life, Qingfeng Village. At this moment, some had already accepted reality and started forming parties to attack the low-level wild monsters outside the village or were searching for NPCs to accept quests. But many more still stood rooted to the spot in confusion, their faces etched with fear and bewilderment. At this moment, the leader of the giant guild Dragon Clan from the era of virtual reality online games, Dragon Clan Golden Dragon, spoke up on the Dragon Kingdom regional channel, soothing the restless crowd fellow countrymen. I am Golden Dragon of the Dragon Clan. Please remain calm. The Dragon Clan will form teams in each novice village as soon as possible to provide assistance for everyone. Later you can look for teams with the Dragon Clan prefix in your respective novice villages. His words acted like a tranquilizer. The channel was soon flooded with messages asking how to join the Dragon Clan. Immediately afterwards, several other major guilds like Great Tang Pride and Immortal Alliance also spoke up, declaring their willingness to shelter the unaffiliated. Mo Yan saw Golden Dragon take the lead and nodded slightly. In his past life, he had also joined the Dragon Clan, eventually becoming an elite team leader. He knew that the Dragon Clan's backing was the Dragon Kingdom's military, a crucial force of the military in the virtual world. In the future interracial war of the planets, the Dragon Clan would be a mainstay for the Dragon Kingdom. But in this life, Mo Yan did not plan to join again. Where there are people, there are conflicts. After the Dragon Clan gained a firm foothold, non-military forces would infiltrate and vie for control. That would be a long and chaotic period of internal strife. Even if he possessed extraordinary strength once he joined, he would have to obey orders, which would undoubtedly severely slow down his crucial leveling speed. With a clear goal, Mo Yan's first step was to head straight for the sorcerer instructor's location in Qingfeng Village. The instructor Qin Shi was a small, white-bearded, kind-faced old man who was currently lying leisurely in a rocking chair reading a book. A long line was formed before him. The yellow-haired man at the front, wearing the system's novice clothes, shouted impatiently, "Hey, old man, didn't you say we could learn skills here? We've been waiting in line for ages, so teach us already." Qin Shi didn't even lift his eyelids, lazily pointing to a wooden sign erected beside him. "Go read the pros and cons of each sorcerer branch on that sign. Clearly think carefully about which path you want to take, and then come back to me." This tone, as if shooing away a dog, instantly ignited the yellow-haired man's fury. "Damn, old man. Stop the nonsense, and quickly give me a clear introduction." Before his words faded, poof, a small dirt ball struck the yellow-haired man's chest without warning. 59. Stumbling back several steps, both shocked and angry, he yelled, You dare to attack?" Qin Shi slowly rose from his rocking chair, ambled over to the yellow-haired man, his eyes carrying undisguised contempt. "No strength, and no brains either. Can't even be bothered to use your own head to think and judge when it comes to a career choice that concerns your life. Kid, this isn't a child's play game. Holding on to such foolish notions, you won't be far from death." Only then did the yellow-haired man wake up with a start, remembering the terrifying death penalty. deducting 1/10 of one's total lifespan. His face turned pale, his arrogance completely vanished. Qin-Shi tapped his head with the book scroll. Understand. If you do, then scram and read the sign. Come back and line up once you've understood it. The yellow-haired man, feeling as if pardoned, slunk away to the sign. Behind him in line was a girl with a delicate face and an unusually striking figure with a doll-like face whose ID was Hanafuda Karma. Clearly frightened by the previous conflict, her voice trembled slightly. Instructor, I'm sorry. I don't really understand either. He'll go look at the sign first before coming back to learn skills. Saying this, she tried to leave the line. Hey, young lady, wait. Qin-Shi's face changed instantly, his smile as warm as a kindly grandfather next door. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. This old man doesn't eat people, you know. Anyway, the people lining up now. He glanced at the still long line behind him and said without blushing or a racing heart, aren't really that many. Come. This old man is very experienced. Let me give you a good analysis of which branch suits you best. He cleared his throat, his voice loud enough to ensure those craning their necks at the back could hear. In the Tianxian Empire, sorcerers have 4 elemental foundations: fire, water, earth, and wind. There's not much difference before the first class change. The real dividing line comes after the first class change. Apart from those rare hidden classes that one can only hope to encounter, each element has 2 branches, and each branch possesses a unique minor divine art. This divine art determines how your future path unfolds. Choose right and you'll achieve twice the result with half the effort, or choose wrong and you'll get half the result with twice the effort. Understand? Seeing everyone, especially Hanafuda Karma, nodding repeatedly, Qin-Shi stroked his beard with satisfaction and began to speak eloquently. Let's start with the fire element. Unquestionably the king of burst damage. Branch 1, Blaze Incinerator, pure violent output. Minor divine art, Fire God's Blessing, boosts all fire skill damage by a massive amount for 15 seconds, causing instant explosions. Branch 2, Karma, Fire Venerable. The single hit damage isn't as high as the Blaze Incinerator, but it excels in insidiousness. Minor divine art, Karma, Fire Seed skills and basic attacks can plant marks on enemies. Stack it to 5 layers, 10 layers, or even higher. One detonation and send him to the afterlife. Those who play this branch have dirty minds. Now for the water element. Branch 1, Life-Giving Water Spirit. This is the only one among the 8 sorcerer branches that can heal. Minor divine art, Water Flow Ring, continuous health regeneration, decent effect. The downside, can only heal oneself. Lowest burst damage, focuses on sustained attrition. Branch 2, Frost Weaver. Played well, it's a god; who played poorly, it's a liability. Minor divine art, Icy Coffin technique, freezes the target. Can't break it from the inside, can only wait for the duration to end or for someone outside to hit it. Experts use it to control enemies and save themselves with endless subtle applications. Then there's the earth element. Branch 1, Quicksand Venerable, a team support ace. Minor divine art, Flying Sand, creates a sandstorm zone, reduces enemy vision and grants allies dodge chance. Very functional. Branch 2, Earth Firmament Envoy. The king of solo farming among the 8 branches, the most popular without a doubt. Why? Can summon the Kuan Yuan Earth Giant. Can tank and deal damage, almost perfect except for being a bit slow. Finally, the wind element. Qin-Shi's voice noticeably hesitated, his brow slightly furrowed. This branch is hard to judge. Its strengths and weaknesses are both too extreme. Branch 1, Thunderclap Guard. The king of mid-range combat. Skills are as fast as lightning and deal high damage too. But the downside, the range is the shortest of all 8 branches. Distance control is its lifeline. Branch 2, Windmaster. The only sorcerer who can match the divine archer in range. Minor divine art, Wind Whisper, can increase attack range. Hanafuda Karma's eyes lit up. Instructor, then isn't the Windmaster with such long range very powerful? Qin-Shi immediately shook his head. Young lady, you're still too naive. Guess out of the 8 sorcerer branches in the Tianxian Empire, which one has the fewest people? Hanafuda Karma ventured, could it be the Windmaster? Smart. Qin-Shi patted the young girl's hand. That's the one. The Windmaster's range is long, but most of its skills are single target. Plus several are single target support skills. This makes the Windmaster's efficiency in clearing groups of monsters abysmally low. Sorcerers are often the core AoE damage dealers in a team. This shortcoming of its is too fatal, so its situation is tough. Hanafuda Karma looked thoughtful. Instructor, then which branch do you think suits me? Qin-Shi stroked his beard, his tone confident. You seem gentle-natured, suitable for a steady and reliable approach. The Earth Firmament Envoy has both offense and defense. With the Earth Giant tanking at the front, you can output safely from the back. It's the most suitable. What do you think? Thank you, Instructor. He'll choose the Earth element, then. Hanafuda Karma said gratefully. All right. Qin-Shi beamed, handing over a few items. Here are your skill books and the novice wand and robe. With a flash of light, Hanafuda Karma's novice clothes transformed into a light yellow robe. She happily thanked him and left. Qin-Shi watched her leave until she was out of sight, then furtively pulled a small notebook from his bosom and silently made a note. After hearing the introduction, the people waiting in line had a clearer idea. As expected, the Earth Element Earth Firmament Envoy had the most people choosing it. Finally, it was Mo Yan's turn. He stepped forward, his voice calm. Instructor, I wish to choose the Wind Element Sorcerer. Wind Element. Qin-Shi looked up in surprise. This was the first person today to actively choose the Wind Element. He appraised this young handsome lad and said earnestly, young man, you heard what I said clearly, right? The Wind Element is weak in numbers in the Tianxin Empire. Whether Thunderclap Guard or Wind Master, their weaknesses are obvious. I think you're quite steady and reliable, very suitable for the Earth Element. If you want to go the team route later, switching to Quicksand Venerable is also not bad. Consider it again. Qin-Shi advised earnestly. Mo Yan was secretly amused. Had he not been reborn, he might have been fooled by this old man into choosing the Earth Element. Qin-Shi's words weren't entirely false, but they were laden with too much personal recruitment agenda. Besides teaching, novice village instructors also had the task of recruiting talents for their own element. The competition among the 4 sorcerer elements was fierce. Recruiting more newcomers meant more rewards for the instructor. His earlier lesson to the yellow-haired man served to establish his authority, allowing him to subtly steer people towards the Earth Element. The Wind Element's weak area effect was a fact, but as someone who had played the Wind Master for several years in his past life, Mo Yan knew well how versatile and flexible it became in the hands of a skilled player in the later stages. Moreover, with the Heart of Death in his possession, he was destined for the hidden class Death God. His urgent task was to reach level 10 and complete the class change. When would he have time to adapt to another class? Instructor, I have made up my mind. Mo Yan's tone was firm. Seeing that Mo Yan had made his decision, Qin-Shi stopped persuading. He flipped his hand and several items appeared in his palm. Here the 4 skill books for the Wind Element Novice Talisman papers and a Taoist robe. Mo Yan took them and his novice clothes instantly transformed into a cyan long robe. At the same time, skills and equipment interfaces appeared on his character panel. Skill interface: Death Legion exclusive, summons the Death God's Legion of the Dead. The summon lasts for 1 hour, cooldown time 2 hours. Consumes 200 MP. Special activation state can only be used 3 times before the first class change. Current uses 03. Probe technique: active, detects basic information of wild monsters, natives, not exceeding 5 levels above oneself. Air cannon: active, fires an air cannon, dealing 120 magical damage. Cooldown 3 seconds, consumes 20 MP. Wind blade: active, fires a wind blade, dealing 150 magical damage. Cooldown 5 seconds, consumes 30 MP. Wind walk: active, increases own speed by 15 for 60 seconds. Cooldown 300 seconds, consumes 50 MP. Equipment interface: novice talisman paper. Description: talisman paper used by novices slightly enhances the ability to communicate with the elements of heaven and earth. Magical attack 34. Physical attack 11. Novice Taoist robe. Description: a robe that is better than nothing. Magical defense 22. Physical defense 11. Mo Yan's gaze instantly locked onto the very top of the skill list. Death Legion exclusive. A word on weapon settings for some classes: Sky Shaking Shield, 2-handed shield. Heavy Spear Guard, main hand 1-handed shield, offhand heavy spear. Gambler Dominoes Dice Shaker. The magic classes have undergone significant changes, with almost each one having a dedicated weapon type. Among them, the staff and orb are common to all magic classes. The following introduces the exclusive ones. Sorcerer Talisman Paper. Healer Fly Whisk. Evil Subduing Celestial Master Peachwood Sword. 7 Curses Curse Master Puppet. Soul Taker Mirror. Divine Mechanism Grandmaster, main weapon control console, offhand wrench. 1000 Mechanism Artificer, 1000 Mechanism Orb. Corpse King Sect Master Bronze Coin Sword Bell. Soul Summoner Bronze Coin Sword Bell. Transformed Beast King Incense. 10,000 Spirits Law Venerable Collar. Leaving Master Wayne's small room filled with the scent of parchment and magical dust, Mo Yan paused in his steps, not heading straight for the wilds outside the village, but instead slipping into the general store of Qingfeng Village. On the store's lintel, the sign reading Honest Dealings was polished to a gleaming shine, yet the owner Zhun Haowu himself seemed a bit dishonest. Clad in a coarse linen garment patched all over a bulging canvas coin purse dangling from the straw rope at his waist, he was now brandishing a feather duster locked in a struggle with the dust. Seeing Mo Yan enter, he immediately squeezed out a professional fake smile, the gap where a front tooth was missing lending his expression an indescribable comicality. Yo, the warrior from another world graces us with your presence. Our humble shop offers fine goods at fair prices, everything you need, guaranteed satisfaction. Mo Yan waved his hand and cut straight to the chase. Boss Zhun, I heard you're short-handed for deliveries. I can lend a hand. Upon hearing it was for a delivery, Zhun Hao's smile instantly faded. Oh, here for a delivery, huh? He drawled lazily, leading Mo Yan to the back of the shop and jerked his chin toward a heap of miscellaneous junk in the corner. They're just these pieces of trash. Just feel around, whatever you grab the system will naturally tell you which sucker. Ahem, esteemed customer to deliver it to. Mo Yan reached into the pile of odds and ends his fingertips touching something cold, slippery, and writhing incessantly. He gave it a firm yank. Whoa! A plant with an utterly rebellious appearance was pulled out by him. The thing bore a massive mouth lined with sharp teeth, its soft branches thrashing wildly like a fish out of water, that huge mouth poised and ready to strike. Ding! A fleeting mist accepts the general store delivery quest. Obtaining item, screamweed. Quest requirement, deliver the screamweed to the pharmacy owner, May Maobing, within 2 hours. Failure deducts 100 experience points. Friendly tip, be sure to keep it quiet or face the consequences. No sooner had the system chime faded than the screamweed, as if receiving a signal to sing, let out a wah. A piercing, ear-splitting shriek exploded instantly. The sound was like 100 cats with their tails stepped on wailing in unison. Hiss! Mo Yan's scalp tingled from the shock. To make matters worse, this noise-polluting thing instantly became the focus of the entire street. Passers-by, both Blue Star natives and locals, turned their heads, casting glances filled with sympathy, curiosity, and a warning that screamed, "Don't come near me." But having experienced many things in his past life, Mo Yan's heart had grown steadier. Holding this grass-shaped alarm, he walked toward the pharmacy. As soon as he stepped through the pharmacy's threshold, a strange odor, a mix of herbs and aged dust, rushed toward him. Immediately after, a man with a wild, explosion-like mess of hair and a stubbly beard like weeds shot out from behind the counter like a shark scenting blood. His eyes lit up, glued to the screamweed, and he rubbed his hands together, letting out a weird, hee-hee laugh. "Little darling. My sweetheart. I've finally been waiting for you. Let Uncle May give you some good loving." The screamweed, as if sensing an ultimate threat, opened its mouth wide, took a deep breath, and seemed about to unleash a devastating sonic attack. Puffed. A pestle as thick as a wrist and pulled from who knows where was thrust with lightning speed and uncanny precision into that gaping mouth. The world fell silent in an instant. May Maobing caressed the screamweed's trembling leaves with infatuation, his voice dripping with tenderness. "Be good, little darling. Uncle likes quiet little ones best." Before he finished speaking, he snatched the screamweed from Mo Yan's hands and rushed hastily into the pitch-black inner room. Ding! Congratulations on completing the delivery quest. Reward, 50 experience points, 1 bottle of May Maobing's special basic life potion. Mo Yan let out a long sigh, feeling his ears still ringing. He returned to the general store. Second time, deliver a basket of flame mushrooms rumored to be an aphrodisiac to the innkeeper. Reward, 70 experience. Third time, deliver a scroll painting said to be a master's authentic work to Zhang Xiaohua, the tofu beauty, at the east end of the village. The tasks were bizarre, the items varied and endless. Even though Mo Yan was quite familiar with Qingfeng village, it still took him nearly 2 hours to finish all 13 deliveries. Ding! Quest reward received, ancient-looking nameless book X1. Item description, someone is secretly collecting this book. Mo Yan grumbled, I recall that guy from my past life got it after just 2 or 3 runs. Looks like my luck is average. Qin Shi had finally managed to send off the last few people coming for class changes. Exhausted, he collapsed into a creaking rocking chair. No sooner had he caught his breath than his gaze, as if pulled by a magnet, locked onto a figure hurrying past the street corner. Suddenly a shadow fell over him, blocking his view. Old man Qin Shi looked up impatiently. Wasn't this that stubborn wind element kid? What is it with you again? Qin Shi said crossly. You've learned your skills, what else is there? Mo Yan, as if oblivious to the resentment in his master's eyes, magically produced the ancient book and presented it with both hands. Master, your disciple happened upon this ancient scroll. It looks like a fine thing, and I thought it best to offer it to you, the most worthy one. Qin Shi took the book with suspicion, stroked his beard, and his tone softened slightly. You youngster, do show some filial piety, a rare thing. He casually flipped open the book, glanced at the first page after the cover, and then, as if burned by a branding iron, snapped it shut with a loud smack. The old man glanced around warily, confirming no one was paying attention to this obscure corner, then whirled on Mo Yan, his gaze almost piercing through him. You little rascal. You managed to get your hands on this. Speak. What do you want? His voice was lowered to a near whisper. Mo Yan's face still wore a harmless, innocent smile. Master, you see, your disciple is only level 1. Out in the world, one needs some means of self-defense. Do you have any hidden treasures, some equipment suitable for this poor little sorcerer? Qin Shi stared at Mo Yan's sincere face, then at the scorching book in his hands. His expression flickered through a myriad of emotions, finally dissolving into a long, pained sigh. Enough. It's fate. It was never meant to stay. He fumbled inside his robe, searching for a long time before reluctantly pulling out a necklace. The necklace glowed with a faint blue light, as if carrying its owner's endless lament. This azure blue necklace has been with this old man for most of his life. It's your lucky day, you little rascal. He practically closed his eyes as he shoved the necklace into Mo Yan's hands. Azure blue necklace, silver description, a personal item of Qin Shi, the magic instructor of Qingfeng village, carrying countless memories and perhaps some unspeakable secrets. Equip level 1. Equip class sorcerer. Effect 1 magic attack 810. Effect 2 intelligence 2. Effect 3 The necklace is set with a strange blue crystal which accelerates mana recovery. Recovers 2 mana points per second after leaving combat. This was it. Though only a level 1 item, the combination of these 3 effects directly granted Mo-Yin a bonus of up to 26 points in magic attack power. More crucial was the third effect. Mo-Yin wasn't worried about soloing wild monsters, his fear was running out of mana mid-fight. This necklace's recovery effect perfectly solved the mana consumption issue for prolonged field battles during the novice phase. The Holy Origin world allows for 8 standard equipment slots: weapon, chest, armor, headgear, leg guards, boots, 2 rings, and 1 necklace. Among these accessories, rings necklaces have an abysmally low drop rate, followed by weapons and chest armor. Equipment quality from low to high is divided into plain, 1 effect bronze, 2 effects silver, 3 effects gold, 4 effects epic, ancient, legendary, immortal. Additionally, there is a mysterious special item slot for rare items with game-breaking stats or miraculous effects, but those are extremely rare and can only be encountered by chance. Mo-Yin carefully stowed the necklace away, and facing the still pained little old man Qin-Shi, who looked as if his very heart had been gouged out, bowed deeply and sincerely expressed his thanks. "Many thanks for your generous gift, master. Your disciple shall not disappoint." Having said that, he turned and left completely satisfied. Concerning this necklace, in his past life, an unlucky fellow had also obtained this same nameless ancient book. He had scoured the novice village asking every NPC, but couldn't find the collector. Until one day, he happened to notice the sorcerer instructor Qin-Shi always carrying a book around. On a whim, figuring he had nothing to lose, he approached and handed over the nameless book. The result was that old man Qin-Shi, without a word, immediately took off his own azure blue necklace and shoved it into his hands, then nervously told him to go. And don't tell anyone. Even more explosive was the leak that this book was actually a pictorial, a risque publication with illustrations. Once this news got out and people recalled Qin-Shi's little hobby of always accidentally letting his wise old eyes linger on certain feminine curves, the women of Qingfeng village were instantly enraged. From then on, the titles old lecher and pervert old Qin-Shi were firmly welded onto the head of this once respected sorcerer instructor. Having completed his preliminary preparations, Mo-Yin finally stepped out of the main gate of Qingfeng village. The village entrance was packed with people, all frantically scrambling for the level 1 wild monster, the puffy cuckoo. Every newly spawned cuckoo was instantly engulfed by dozens of attacks, vanishing into specks of light. Though safe, it was terribly inefficient. Only a handful had reached level 2. Mo-Yin did not linger for a moment. Relying on the superior attributes granted by the heart of the death god, he strode directly towards the depths of the forest. Over 20 minutes later, he arrived at the territory of the level 5 monster Thornvine Beast. It had been far too long. Mo-Yin cautiously cast a probe. First, Thornvine Beast, level 5, HP 1000, MP 200, physical attack 80, a physical defense 30, a magic attack 10, a magic defense 10, a speed 4. Skills: Vine Whip, deals 120 physical damage, costs 40 MP, cooldown 10s. Vine Entanglement, binds the target for 0.5s, dealing 70 physical damage, costs 50 MP, cooldown 10s. These Thornvine beasts stood 4 to 5 meters tall, with several slender vines drooping from their crowns, their primary weapon. Characteristics: high HP, high physical attack. Weaknesses: slow speed, extremely low magic defense. Precisely why Mo-Yin chose them. Before starting his grind, Mo-Yin decided to test that exclusive skill first, Legion of the Dead. The skill activated, and in an instant 9 thick masses of black mist materialized around him. As the mist dissipated, 9 deathly archers gripping heavy bows and radiating a chilling murderous aura stood revealed like emissaries from the underworld. Mo-Yin checked their stats: deathly archer, duration 1 hour. HP 130, 20 of summoners, HP MP 208, 20 of summoners, MP physical attack 95, 60 of summoners, magic attack, physical defense 7, 20 of summoners, physical defense, magic attack 0, magic defense 10, 20 of summoners, magic defense, speed 3, 30 of summoners, agility. Skill: armor piercing arrow, deals 120 physical attack damage, small chance to add a 10 armor break effect lasting 3 seconds, cooldown 15 seconds. With just one glance at the stats panel, Mo-Yin deeply understood this skill's terrifying potential. With his astonishing growth star rating, the future deathly archers would undoubtedly be a nightmare on the battlefield. Ready, set, showtime. Mo-Yin opened with air cannon and wind blade, precisely weaving in a normal attack between the two skills. The normal attack, carrying a talisman, split into a phantom that shot towards the target. The 3 attacks with different trajectories and speeds: wind blade, fastest; normal attack; next air cannon, slowest, struck the Thornvine Beast's weak point, its crown. Almost simultaneously, 3 vivid red numbers flashed at once: 186 by 2, weak point 49 by 2, weak point 222 by 2, weak point. Though he wasn't considered a top expert in the Dragon Kingdom in his past life, this move was quite impressive. Damage calculation: attack, defense, skill coefficient. The enraged Thornvine Beast activated its skill Vine Whip. A vine accelerated with a howl lashing towards him. Mo Yin sidestepped, slightly dodging it with ease once more. Immediately after, ground vines silently coiled towards his ankles, while several vines from above struck simultaneously, forming a pincer attack. Mo Yin precisely retreated a few steps, evading the crucial entanglement skill, and slipped through the gaps in the vine net like a fish through water. An air cannon shot from his hand, striking the weak point. 186/2. The Thornvine Beast crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to a moment of smoke for defeating Thornvine Beast above level, gaining 35 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 2, gaining 5 free attribute points. The experience from the previous 13 rounds of circuit quests plus 3 Thornvine Beasts had finally pushed Mo Yin to level 2. Just then, from the corpse of the second Thornvine Beast, a tiny black orb of light floated up. The orb drifted slowly towards Mo Yin, and upon touching his palm melted into a warm current that flowed into his body. Ding! Congratulations to a moment of smoke for triggering this soul offering effect, gaining attribute point stamina 1. An unexpected delight. Mo Yin grew increasingly curious about the origin of the heart of the death god. In his past life during the 100 Races War on the planet, he had never heard of any item that could simultaneously provide an ultra-powerful hidden class change, double drop rate, and attribute points for kills. And there would be new effects after the first class advancement. After leveling up, his attribute panel updated. A moment of smoke, lifespan 60 years, 1 day, Oi race human. Special talent, Death God's Physique, Tier 0, reduces physical magic damage by 10. Level 2, Class Sorcerer. Stamina 15, Growth 5 stars. Strength 14, Growth 5 stars. Intelligence 16, Growth 8 stars. Spirit 14, Growth 8 stars. Agility 14, Growth 5 stars. HP 750. MP 1120. Physical Attack 84/85. Physical Defense 39. Magic Attack 165168. Magic Defense 58. Speed 14. Free Attribute Points 5. Experience 52,000. Equipment: Novice Taoist Robe, Novice Talisman, Azure Necklace. After a moment's thought, Mo Yin allocated all 5 free attribute points into Intelligence. Intelligence 5. Magic Attack soared to 216. Consequently, the Deathly Archer's attack also increased to 129. Unfortunately, this time, it only dropped a little over 20 copper coins. The gentle breeze rustled through the twisted roots of the trees, whispering softly. Mo Yan's figure darted between the gnarled roots and low shrubs, moving so swiftly that only a blurred shadow was left in its wake. Behind him, 9 undead archers moved like the most loyal shadows, silently drawing their bone bows. Each twang of the bowstring was accompanied by a sharp whoosh as bone arrows pierced the air and struck the distant twisted beast. 99. A stable damage number popped up above the head of a startled twisted beast. Mo Yin didn't even look back. A flash of blue light flickered at his fingertips. Swish. 234/2. The air cannon accurately cut through the air. Following that, he twisted his wrist. Bang. 278/2. The compressed wind blade struck first. The 2 hits combined far exceeded the twisted beast's meager health, and before it could let out a mournful cry, its twisted vine body shattered into countless dry branches and leaves. Ding! Congratulations, Yikishinian achieved a level-up kill of the twisted beast, earning 32 experience points. As his level rose to level 2, the experience gained from these level 5 monsters shrank from 35 points to 32 points, but the increase in efficiency was evident. A combination of Windblade and Air Cannon could easily annihilate a full health root beast, and even the ordinary attacks from the undead archers dealt a stable damage of 99 against the twisted beast. However, a thought crept into Mo Yan's mind. He deliberately slowed his pace, trying to lure a twisted beast closer while commanding the undead archers to focus fire. Bone arrows rained down on the monster. 99, 99, 99. Damage numbers kept popping up. But the twisted beast seemed oblivious to the lethal arrows behind it. Its tumor-like vine body remained fixated on Mo Yin, wildly thrashing its roots, intent on pouncing on him. Mo Yin sidestepped the attack effortlessly, but his expression became serious. He tried again, leading another monster towards the array of archers. The result was the same. The monster ignored the nearby frantically attacking undead archers, its hatred seemingly bound to Mo Yin by invisible chains. Indeed, Mo Yin understood, filled with a hint of helplessness, like the summoned beasts of a spirit master, the hatred mechanism of wild monsters. Firmly locks onto the summoner. This meant that his perfect plan to use hate transfer OT to have his summons tank damage while he dealt damage without harm had entirely failed. The Undead Legion was ultimately just a powerful tool, not a tank capable of independently sustaining firepower. While the increase in efficiency is still quite real, Mo Yin quickly let go of his worries, his gaze sharpening as it swept towards the deeper parts of the forest. The increase in level and attributes made the pace of monster grinding faster, which was a significant advantage. At that moment, a massive shadow, overwhelming to the senses, intruded upon his vision. This was no ordinary twisted beast, but a gigantic twisted mass. The trunk, thick as an ancient tree, was covered in deep grooves and menacing tumor-like growths resembling a slumbering weathered dragon coiled upon itself. Countless emerald-green tendrils exuding an ominous aura drooped from the trunk, like living creatures swaying gently in the breeze reminiscent of numerous venomous snakes lying in wait. In the middle of the trunk, a pair of eerie green eyes suddenly opened their cold glare, locking onto Mo-Yin, while below a massive mouth filled with jagged teeth cracked open silently, revealing a dark abyss within an overwhelming desire to devour emanated from it. Forest of the Twisted Beast, Bronze BOSS, level 5 health, 2200 mana, 400 physical attack, 100 physical defense, 50 spell attack, 30 spell defense, 30 speed, 6 skills. Vine Strike, whip its tendrils to deal 130 physical damage. Cost 70 MP, cooldown 8. Bind, entangle the target with tendrils, imprisoning for once, dealing 80 physical damage. Cost 70 MP, cooldown 8. Parasitism, spread seeds, dealing 50 physical damage, while recovering half of the damage dealt within 5 seconds, every 5 seconds. Cost 70 MP, cooldown 20s. This is it. Mo-Yin's Fighting Spirit Sword. The skill cooldown had just reset, and without hesitation he initiated with a lightning combo. Blue light surged at his right fingertips. Wind Blade. A razor-sharp arc of energy tore through the air, striking the boss's thick body first. 278 by 2. The left hand followed up forcefully. Air Cannon. The highly compressed transparent air mass emitted a muffled explosion, striking the same spot where the wind blade had hit. 234 by 2. The attack sequence continued without pause. A talisman was waved, and a phantom of a talisman precisely struck for the third hit. 35 by 2. The triple combo happened almost simultaneously, exploding into a shower of energy fragments on the boss. The long health bar above its head was instantly cut down by 1098 points, as if struck by an invisible giant axe. Hiss! The Forest of the Twisted Beast emitted a piercing shriek that pierced through eardrums, and the immense pain drove it into a complete frenzy. The emerald tendrils that were previously drooping near the treetop instantly twisted and expanded as if infused with life. 5 tendrils as thick as human arms, glistening with a metallic sheen, howled through the air with a terrifying screech, bursting forth at over twice the speed of its body, like 5 bolts of green lightning lunging towards Mo-Yin, covering a vast area and sealing off all his escape routes. At the moment Mo-Yin executed his basic attack, he had already used the recoil to twist his body, pushing off the gnarled roots with his toes, and shot backward like an arrow released from a bow. Though wind control was not activated, his terrifying base speed of 14 allowed him to narrowly evade the incoming tendrils, the wind generated by their tips stinging his cheeks. Bang! Bang! The 5 tendrils slammed down at the spot he had just occupied, sending shards of rock and splintered wood flying. The ground was plowed into 5 deep trenches. Just as the boss's attack missed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 gray-white bone arrows tore through the air, emitting a mournful wail. The undead archer's armor-piercing arrow volley was finally ready. 9 bone arrows glimmering with cold light struck like precision-guided missiles, fiercely embedding themselves into the exposed body of the boss. 95. X9 total 855. The massive damage number erupted above the boss's head, causing its health bar to plummet once more. Beautiful. Mo-Yin silently praised, just as he intended to repeat his tactic, pulling back to wait for the next volley. An unexpected change occurred. Those 5 tendrils, having just missed their target and still brimming with residual force, suddenly twisted in midair. Like venomous snakes with independent consciousness, they abandoned their pursuit of the speedily retreating Mo-Yin and instead lunged with fierce intent, accompanied by a piercing sound, towards the recently completed volley of the undead archers. The nearest undead archer didn't even have time to evade. Pooh! 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 The 5 tendrils pierced through its skeletal body as if they were the sharpest javelins. 81. X5. The moment the damage numbers popped up, that undead archer burst into a cloud of dissipating black mist, completely vanishing. Worse still, one of the tendrils, after piercing its target, did not retract, but began to thrash violently in the air. Pooh! Countless fluffy, weakly glowing seeds like an exploded smoke bomb surged from the tip of the tendril, instantly covering a large area where the remaining 8 undead archers were located. Parasitism activated. 40, 40, 40. Dense numbers of damage popped up like raindrops from above the heads of the 8 archers. At the same time, a green light flickered on the Forest of the Twisted Beast. 160. Its health bar visibly rose as the damage caused by the seeds transformed into its source of life. I didn't expect this boss to have its hatred decay so quickly. In the world of Holy Origin, if the target of hatred could not be pursued, its hatred value would drop rapidly. However, each wild monster had different circumstances, especially the disparities among boss monsters. High-level bosses even had skills or mechanisms to reset their hatred. A cold light flashed in Mo Yan's eyes, and he was no longer prepared to flee. Just as the green light on the boss flickered, and the second wave of parasitism healing was about to trigger, he suddenly turned around, locking onto the boss's eerie green eyes. He flicked his fingers again. The talisman shot forth like a white lightning bolt, accurately targeting the boss's vital spot. 35/2. This strike successfully landed just before the second healing effect of parasitism activated, bringing the boss's health below a precarious 400 points. However, the green light of parasitism still arrived on schedule. 160. The boss's health bar rose slightly once more. At this moment, the remaining tendrils had already shot towards the second undead archer, seeing yet another precious summon about to be destroyed. Buzz! Just at that life or death moment, the second round of attacks from the remaining 8 undead archers finally arrived, the bowstrings resonating like the death knell. Whoosh! 8 bone arrows imbued with the chilling power of death penetrated the rain of seeds, ignoring the advancing tendrils, fiercely embedding themselves in the massive body of the forest of the twisted beast. 79. x 8 total 632. The damage numbers exploded loudly. The massive twisted vine body of the boss suddenly stiffened, and the light in its eerie green eyes extinguished in an instant. In the millisecond before the third wave of healing from parasitism activated, the last sliver of its remaining health was entirely wiped out by these 8 deadly arrows. Boom! Like a small mountain collapsing, the massive body of the forest of the twisted beast crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and dry leaves. Ding! Congratulations, Yikishinian achieved a level-up kill of the bronze boss forest of the twisted beast, earning 650 experience points. Lifespan 10 days. Congratulations to the blue star person for advancing to level 3, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, Yikishinian triggered the effect of undead sacrifice, gaining attribute point strength 2. The abundant experience not only secured Mo Yan's position at level 3, but left him with a substantial surplus in the experience bar. He looked at the prompt indicating strength 2, his eyes shining. The boss triggered undead sacrifice. Is it actually double attribute points? This level also triggered undead sacrifice twice, granting 1 stamina and 1 intelligence. Adding these 2 points of strength, he earned an extra 4 attribute points this level. The potential of this talent far exceeded expectations. Before he could savor this surprise, a grand solemn system announcement resonated throughout the entire Holy Origin world, echoing in the ears of all Blue Star people. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player in the entire server to kill a bronze boss. Your glorious feat will be announced to the whole server. Do you wish to hide your name? Note: hiding your name will forfeit any reputation rewards. I won't hide it. Mo Yan's voice was calm yet resolute. In the next moment, as if a solemn announcement descended from the heavens, it echoed in the minds of all Blue Star people. Server announcement: congratulations to Longwo's Yikishinian for achieving the first kill of the bronze boss. Reward: 100 reputation points, 5 free attribute points. Lifespan 1 year. Keep up the great work, everyone, and strive for greater heights. The announcement repeated 3 times. The entire Holy Origin world erupted into unprecedented fervor. Server channel: Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Who is this player's deputy? How could they be so fierce? Trace: I just got bitten to death by a wild wolf at the entrance of the novice village. Has someone already soloed a boss? The gap between people is larger than between humans and chickens. Agency: Wake up upstairs. The key point is soloing. He took down the boss single-handedly. What exactly is this Yikishinian about? Pride of the world, wake up. At this time, how could anyone solo a level 5 boss? It must be some shameless guild trying to create a god, but they went too far. Pure-hearted little angel big brother, do you need accessories? The kind that can heal and make cute sounds. Just a little bit of the first kill reward is fine. Dedicated black stockings, pure-hearted little angel girl, look here. Brother will take you to farm elite monsters. Think about it, it will definitely be more rewarding than having some deep communication with a big shot. Fire god Yikishinian brother. Which novice village are you in? Let's add each other as friends and level up together. A friend slot for 2. No. 3 silver coins. Emperor Jean, 3 silver. Do you look down on the first kill god? I offer 5 silver coins. As long as the god points the way. Sakura Tree Swordsman Baka. How could such glory be snatched by someone from Longwa? What a disgrace. Great Cold King Shiba Samida. Cheating, it must be cheating. Our Great Cold Republic is the strongest. The next first kill must belong to us. The 4 characters, Yikishinian, became the absolute focus of attention for billions of Blue Star players, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into a calm lake. Mo Yan's private chat channel was instantly flooded with a massive influx of friend requests, party invitations, insults, doubts, admiration, and trade messages. He remained unflustered, his thoughts flickering, instantly blocking all private messages from strangers, and the world became peaceful once more. Not hiding his name was part of his plan. An unknown person, no matter how much information they possessed, would find it hard to shift the larger scheme. He needed fame, a sufficiently loud and shocking stepping stone to open the door to the future. This first kill across the server was the first huge stone he threw into the water. Meanwhile, a beautiful person in the Steel Ridge Empire paused upon hearing this server announcement. Taking advantage of his moment of distraction, a black leopard leaped towards him, clawing at his chest. Just as the claws were about to hit a steel armor, suddenly emerged in front of the man 64. Then with a punch he knocked the black leopard back several meters, dealing 126. Following that, a red laser shot from his hand, accurately hitting the black leopard 202. Clearly the leopard was no match for the man, and soon it lay lifeless. The man did not rush to loot the equipment, but instead focused on the system announcement message, Yikashinian. I don't remember hearing much about this person in the last life. Hey, interesting. As the dust settled, Mo Yan's gaze was filled with fervent anticipation directed toward the massive and hideous corpse of the Senluo Chiojing beast. What would the first kill of the bronze boss yield? Beside the corpse of the Senluo Chiojing beast lay 2 pieces of bronze equipment, a gold coin, and an inconspicuous letter. Chasing wind cloth shoes bronze. Required level 5. Required class sorcerer. Effect 1 I physical defense 68 magical defense 810. Effect 2 agility 1. Vine armor bronze. Required level 5. Required class guardian. Effect 1 I physical defense 18 20 magical defense 1618. Effect 2 stamina 5. The sorcerer's shoes can be equipped right after reaching level 5, while he plans to hold onto the vine armor for now. Currently most players are struggling around level 3. This level 5 bronze gear is a rare commodity, but the demand will truly surge once the larger group levels up to 4 or 5, allowing prices to rise. Apocalypse Judgment has no recharge options, and everyone starts with a pitiful 1 silver coin. However, with a large guild, they will quickly gather their first pot of gold. Finally, his gaze fell upon the letter, mysterious letter, with the recipient clearly marked Captain of the Qingfeng Village Guard Haoyan. A slight smile crept across Mo Yan's lips. One of the crucial goals of this journey had been achieved. This seemingly ordinary letter is the only key to unlocking the level 5 dungeon, Shadowed Woodland, in Qingfeng Village. The monsters in the dungeon yield richer experience and higher drop rates. He allocated all 10 newly acquired free attribute points into intelligence and equipped the previously obtained worn leggings and firefly ring. His attribute panel was completely refreshed, health at 850 points comparable to a level 4 guardian magical attack power sword to 336 points. Such terrifying attributes that surpass his level filled him with confidence. With the dungeon key in hand, Mo Yan did not rush back to the village to find Haoyan. There was an even greater opportunity in Qingfeng Village waiting for him to seize. Leading his 8 undead archers, he ventured deeper into the forest. The towering ancient trees obscured the sunlight, with only sparse golden rays piercing through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The air was thick with the damp scent of decaying leaves and a faint sweet odor, with the only sounds being the subtle crunch of dry branches underfoot and the hushed whispers of the wind through the treetops. Not far ahead, a massive serpent with dark green markings came into view. It was over 3 meters long, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen in the dim light, silently gliding over the ground. England Patterned Serpent. Level 7. Health 900. Mana 300. Physical attack 100. Physical defense 30. Magical attack 90. Magical defense 30. Speed 12. Skill. Venom Spray. Sprays deadly venom causing 120 magical damage with a chance to inflict poisoning. Cost 50 MP, cooldown 8 seconds. Bind. The serpent coils around the target, immobilizing them for 0.5 seconds and dealing 100 physical damage. Cost 70 MP, cooldown 9 seconds. High attack and speed, yet with relatively low health. This is precisely the ideal leveling target for Mo Yan at this moment. A wind blade accurately tore through the air, striking the serpent's vulnerable spot. 459 by 2 critical hit. The full health England Patterned Serpent instantly fell dead. The terrifying power of his high star rating became increasingly evident. Mo Yan's magical strength was now approaching that of an ordinary level 10 sorcerer. Coupled with his precision strikes, he was able to take down a level 7 England Patterned Serpent in a single hit. With the critical hit from the wind blade, able to take down the England Patterned Serpent, a follow-up air cannon easily dispatched another one. The 8 archers firing a volley of armor-piercing arrows could instantly take down 2 more. As he passed, the England Patterned Serpents transformed into experience and white light, as if being harvested by an invisible scythe. Ding! Congratulations to a moment of smoke and clouds for defeating the England Patterned Serpent above their level and gaining 77 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 4 and gaining 5 free attribute points. With the addition of 5 intelligence points, his magical strength surpassed 393 points. Several pieces of level 5 whiteboard equipment lay scattered on the ground, but unfortunately there were none for sorcerers. Mo Yan collected them all into his backpack, preparing to return to the city to sort them out. While efficiently clearing out the serpent swarm, he steadily advanced toward the core area of the forest. After leveling up to 4, the undead sacrifice, triggered 4 times in succession. Intelligence and spirit both increased by 1, while agility rose by 2. His magical attack power ultimately settled at 403 points. This value was already close to the magical strength of a level 10 sorcerer in his previous life. His killing efficiency soared again, and the Lyn patterned serpents in this area were soon wiped out. After nearly half an hour of intense monster grinding, just as his experience bar was about to fill at level 5, Yen finally stopped. The reason was simple: the duration of the undead archers was about to end, and he had to complete his true objective before then. Following his memory, he stepped into the true nesting area of the Lyn patterned serpents. The air suddenly thickened with the pungent smell of serpents. Ahead, a deep cave yawned open like a throat leading to the underworld. Near the cave entrance, more than 10 Lyn patterned serpents patrolled vigilantly, like loyal guards. Yen knew that his target was inside the cave. He decided to clear away these obstructive guards first. However, just as he dispatched 4 of them, a chilling and intense hissing sound suddenly erupted from within the cave. Immediately after, a suffocating gust of foul air rushed towards him, and a colossal shadow suddenly surged forth from the dark cave. What appeared before him was no ordinary large serpent. It was nearly 6 meters long, its body covered in an eerie pattern of dark green and black, shimmering with phosphorescent light, in the dimness resembling a shadowy dragon from the abyss. The triangular serpent head was raised high, its pair of vertical pupils cold and lifeless, exuding a primal desire for slaughter, locking onto Yen with a fierce gaze. Lyn Serpent King, Bronze BOSS. Level 7. Health 1800. Mana 500. Physical attack 180. Physical defense 60. Magical attack 150. Magical defense 60. Speed 20. Skill. Venomous Shot. Fires a high concentration of deadly venom, dealing 160 magical damage. Cost 100 MP, cooldown 10 seconds. Dragon Tail Strike. Unleashes a devastating strike with its massive tail, dealing 160 physical damage. Cost 100 MP, cooldown 9 seconds. Wrath of the Serpent King. Summons all Lyn patterned serpents within a radius of 50 yards to attack the enemy. Hisses. As soon as the Serpent King appeared, it let out a deafening roar, its massive body moving as fast as lightning, lunging at Yen. Tisk, just a step too late, Yen lamented inwardly. The serpent guards at the cave entrance had not been cleared. The boss has summoning skills, and having too many small serpents would be quite troublesome. However, his movements did not falter. He raised his hand and unleashed an air cannon, aimed at the Serpent King's vulnerable spot. Unfortunately, the wind blade was still on cooldown. The Lyn Serpent King displayed a terrifying agility that belied its massive size, twisting its body in an uncanny manner to narrowly evade the core of the energy impact. 412. This was the first time since Yen's rebirth that he failed to hit a critical strike. With the boss's level and combat intelligence increasing, the difficulty of landing critical hits was sharply rising. Yen's current speed of 18 points made him a top performer among humans, yet he was still 2 points slower than the Serpent King. The distance of over 20 yards was rapidly closing. A foul wind rushed towards him. The massive maw, exuding a repugnant stench, lunged toward Yen's neck with lightning speed, its fangs mere inches away. In a split second, a gust of wind surged around Yen. Control wind. His speed suddenly surged by 15, narrowly brushing past the serpent's maw. Having avoided this deadly strike, Yen wasted no time and turned to sprint full speed in the intended direction. The Lyn Serpent King pursued furiously, but was astonished to find that this tiny human, under the enhancement of the wind, was actually surpassing its speed. Not only had the distance not closed, but it was also slowly widening. Hisses. The Serpent King roared in fury, its enormous mouth suddenly opening wide, shooting out 2 jets of thick black venom like a high-pressure water gun. Skill. Venomous Shot. The distance was too close to evade. 109. A tingling sensation coursed through Yen's back as his health slightly dropped. This was his first real injury since his rebirth. But at the same time he braced against the venom, he spun his body, adjusting his angle. The now-cooled wind blade and talisman were unleashed in an instant. 515 by 2 critical hit. 53 by 2. Striking the vulnerable spot with precision. The Serpent King's health visibly plummeted, directly dropping below 50. The agony forced the Lyn Serpent King to halt its pursuit. It lifted its menacing serpent head high and let out a piercing shriek. Skill. Wrath of the Serpent King. It was summoning the serpents within its territory. However, after several seconds, there was nothing but silence. Aside from the wind, there were no hisses or slithering sounds in response to the king's call. A flicker of confusion and unease crossed the cold, vertical pupils of the Serpent King. It certainly did not know that it had already fallen into Yen's trap. From the moment the Serpent King emerged from the cave, Yen had already set his strategy, feign weakness, to lure the serpent out. That seemingly chaotic escape route was precisely the area he had just thoroughly cleared, and there would be no new serpent spawns for a short time. And the undead archers did not follow him. They had been secretly commanded to clear away the remaining serpent guards at the cave entrance. Isolated and helpless, unable to match speed, and with his only ranged skill still on cooldown. In the chase, the Serpent King took several of Mo Yan's normal attacks, causing his health to continue to drop. Suddenly, the England Serpent King made an extremely unusual move. It coiled its massive body tightly layer upon layer, forming a gigantic serpent ball, deeply hiding its most vulnerable head within the core. Mo Yan's pupils constricted. Something's off. The boss would never act without purpose. This bizarre defensive posture must be brewing a more deadly transformation. He needed to settle this quickly. The air cannon had only a few seconds left on cooldown. As he remained fully alert, he frantically unleashed talismans upon the serpent's body. 53, 53, 53. The Serpent King's health rapidly dropped, leaving just over 200 points. The air cannon was about to cool down. In that instant, the coiled serpent ball trembled violently. Then, to Mo Yan's astonishment, the England Serpent King's coiled body slowly opened a gap. A pure white tiny serpent head incongruous with the massive serpent body quietly poked out from the England Serpent King's mouth. The small snake that emerged from the Serpent King's mouth was barely a meter in length, slender enough to be threaded through a finger. Its entire body was a pristine snowy white, its scales fine and compact, shimmering with a cold luster in the dappled light. It resembled a silver satin sheet, glazed with frost, exceptionally smooth, yet exuding a bone-deep penetrating chill. Its triangular head was slightly raised, its forked tongue as crimson as a poisoned dagger's tip. The faint sibilant hiss seemed to burrow directly into one's brain, carrying an indescribably sinister rhythm. The small snake that emerged from the Serpent King's mouth was barely a meter in length, slender enough to be threaded through a finger. Consumes 200 MP, cooldown 60 seconds. Death Venom. Sprays venom imbued with lethal laws, dealing 200 magic damage with a very high probability of inflicting poison, 20 magic damage per second. Cooldown 20 seconds. Aberrant Dragon Breath. A shockwave containing a thin draconic might, dealing 280 magic damage. After casting, both physical and magical attack and defense are reduced by 10. Cooldown 600 seconds. Mo Yan's heart plummeted. Damn it. He knew of the existence of aberrations, terrifying mutations in wild monsters caused by contamination from high-level bloodlines. The potential of a single aberrant monster was immeasurable. It could even lead the entire species to evolve. He had assumed this aberration would be hidden deep within the cave, never expecting it to be parasitizing within the belly of the Phosphorus Serpent King. The situation had become more than 10 times more perilous in an instant. In a flash, a bone-chilling sense of crisis stabbed into Mo Yan's nerves like a needle. Instinctively, before his conscious thought could react, he slammed his eyes shut. Buzz. The very moment his eyes closed, the cold vertical pupils of the small, white snake suddenly blazed with an eerie red light. Skill, Medusa's gaze. A heavy force instantly enveloped Mo Yan's entire body. His muscles felt as if filled with lead, and his joints emitted faint creaking sounds. It was the paralysis effect. Had his reflexes not been lightning fast, he would have been turned into an immobile stone statue. This effect was not mental control, so his racial talent couldn't immunize him. But a mere 25 speed reduction was a sliver of hope in this desperate situation. Splat. Boom. 2 attacks landed almost simultaneously. The small white snake's death venom clung like a stubborn curse, bringing with it an agony that seared the soul. Hot on its heels, the enormous tail of the Phosphorus Serpent King whipped through the air with a tearing boom, slamming viciously into Mo Yan. 317. 190. His health bar plummeted by more than half in an instant. Mo Yan was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground with less than 300 HP remaining. 1 white and 1 azure serpentine shadow like death-dealing phantoms paused for nothing as they lunged straight for Mo Yan's landing point. They intended to finish off this threat while he was still under the paralysis effect. The small white snake's speed was so great, it was merely a blur, like a bolt of white lightning crashing viciously into Mo Yan's right shoulder. 95. A searing pain shot through him, but it struck and retreated instantly, cunningly creating distance. The gaping maw of the Phosphorus Serpent King was already upon him. A foul wind blasted his face as the fong-filled mouth, filled with immense hatred, bit down hard on Mo Yan. 112. Mo Yan's HP bottomed out, 77 points. A single hit more, even the lightest touch, would be fatal. The Phosphorus Serpent King was clearly venting all the frustration of being suppressed earlier. It bit down on Mo Yan, its massive body writhing as its tail rose high once more, gathering destructive force for a second dragon's tail whip. A critical moment. Just as the colossal tail was about to crash down, a perfectly condensed air bomb detonated without warning above the fragile head of the Phosphorus Serpent King. Boom. 412. The massive serpent's body stiffened, the light in its cold vertical pupils fading rapidly. It didn't even have time for a final hiss before crashing to the ground with a thud full of unwillingness. Ding, congratulations, a fleeting smoke for defeating Phosphorus Serpent King above your level. Gained 700 EXP, 10 days of lifespan. Congratulations on reaching level 5, gained 5 free attribute points. Ding, congratulations, a fleeting smoke for triggering death sacrifice effect. Gained attribute points, Constitution 2. A warm current from leveling up instantly flooded his body, healing all wounds and returning his status to its peak. Yin sprang up like a carp, his back drenched in cold sweat. That was close. A true brush with death. When the small white snake had struck him, the paralysis effect had actually already worn off. But he only had 228 HP left. The only way to survive was to gamble. To gamble that he could lure the Serpent King close, that he could seize that fleeting opportunity and endure using the full HP from the level up. He deliberately maintained the paralyzed posture, even faking the breathing rhythm of a dying man, just to deceive this cunning Serpent King. Thankfully, he won the bet. Without hesitation, he poured all 5 free attribute points into intelligence. His character panel refreshed instantly, a fleeting smoke, lifespan 61 years, 33 days, blue race, human race, special talent, death gods, body tier 0, physical magic, damage reduction 10. Level 5 class sorcerer, HP 10, 50 MP, 1440 physical attack, 117, 119, physical defense, 56 magic attack, 45846, 1 magic defense, 78 speed, 19. Now it's a fair fight. The pure white snake seemed stunned by Yan's sudden burst and recovery. It swiftly darted among the branches, becoming an elusive white blur, trying to dodge fatal skills with its absolute speed. Yin sneered, not rushing to use his powerful skills still on cooldown. He locked onto the drifting white shadow and fired talisman after talisman with precision. 29. 29. The damage was low but deeply insulting, like the annoying bite of a mosquito. The small white snake quickly realized it was losing out this way. Could it be that this human before it couldn't use that terrifying burst skill consecutively? It paused, ceasing its dodging, and transformed into a pure white beam of death, its target Yan's left leg. Its speed was too fast. An absolute speed of 25 points surpassed even Yan's under the wind walk buff. SJR 89. A tearing pain shot through his left leg. However, in that fleeting moment when the small white snake had landed, its old force expended and new force not yet born. A pre-prepared wind blade tore through the air, appearing with pinpoint accuracy on its inevitable dodge path. 556. A screeching sound of cutting rang out as a cloud of blood exploded from the small white snake's body, its HP evaporating by a fifth in an instant. The searing pain and rage drove the small white snake into a frenzy. It abandoned dodging, becoming a mad white lightning bolt, launching a relentless barrage of attacks around Yan. 89. 89. Yan's gaze was icy cold, refusing to yield, trading blow for blow. As he swung, his talisman attacks were equally fierce. 29. 29. Blood sprayed from both sides. Air bomb cooldown finished. Boom. 445. The violent energy slammed into the small white snake, staggering it. By now its HP was below half. The threat of death drove the small white snake into its final madness. A silver inverse scale on its head suddenly stood erect, emitting a chilling cold light that made one's heart palpitate. An ancient pressure from the depths of its bloodline spread out, making the air itself seem to freeze. Ing! A strange roar burst from its belly, neither snake nor beast, but mixed with a soul-shaking, metal-piercing dragon's cry. A silver-white stream of light, like molten lava, surged from the inverse scale, instantly flowing across all its body scales. The light converged and twisted above its head, finally forming a blurry yet majestic dragon-shaped phantom. The dragon phantom roared silently, its massive maw opening wide. Boom! A visible shockwave carrying destructive energy swept out in all directions with irresistible force. Too fast, too wide, impossible to dodge. Yin could only cross his arms in front of him before being viciously slammed away by the terrifying draconic might. 433. His health bar plummeted by nearly half in an instant. It felt like his internal organs had shifted. After unleashing this earth-shattering strike, the small white snake's aura visibly wilted and the silver light flowing around it dimmed considerably. The price of a 10 reduction in both attack and defense left it looking weak. But this strike also gave it hope for a comeback. Gritting its teeth, it transformed into a white flash, once more pouncing on the equally wounded Yin with its final frenzy. At this moment, both sides' most powerful skills were on cooldown. At this critical juncture of life and death, only the most primitive, brutal hand-to-hand combat remained. 75. 38. 75. 38. Yan's HP plummeted rapidly, soon falling below the 300 mark. A cruel excitement flickered in the small white snake's vertical pupils. It gathered its last vestiges of strength into a single point, transforming into a white death ray that tore through the air, aiming straight for Yan's heart. Just as this fatal white light was about to pierce its target, now, a brilliant light burst from Yan's eyes. An air bomb and a wind blade like a death trap woven long ago appeared without warning and with pinpoint accuracy right in the path of the small white snake's charge. It was charging too fast, too fiercely to react at all. Boom. SCHRRK. 456. 569. That pure white figure representing aberration and terror stiffened in midair, all its light extinguished in an instant. Its slender body fell limply to the ground, scattering a few dead leaves. Ding, congratulations, a fleeting smoke for defeating aberrant phosphorus snake above your level. Gain 1200 EXP, 20 days of lifespan. Ding, congratulations, a fleeting smoke for triggering death sacrifice effect. Gained attribute points, intelligence 3. Mo Yin panted heavily, looking at the lifeless white serpent body on the ground, slowly letting out a mouthful of turbid air. In the end, still too inexperienced. Battle experience sometimes was more lethal than pure power. Mo Yin collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. This battle had drained his energy, from the initial diversion to luring the enemy deeper, culminating in the decisive kill of the Phantom Serpent King. Every step had stretched his nerves to the breaking point. The 10 damage reduction from Death's body had played a crucial role in this fight, otherwise Death would have claimed him instead. Fortune had finally smiled upon him. Now it was time to reap the rewards. He pushed himself up with his arms about to rise, when a sharp whistling sound tore through the air, an arrow plummeting like a meteor aimed directly at his previous position. Mo Yin rolled backward in a flash, mud splattering as he barely evaded the strike. He sprang to his feet, witnessing the arrowhead bury itself deep into the ground with a thunderous explosion, carving out a small crater and sending dirt flying. Meteor arrow. Mo Yin's eyes narrowed. A sharpshooter. Someone has their sights on me. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a burning talisman came hurtling toward him, while a needle as fine as a hair, nearly invisible in the air, silently aimed for the back of his neck. Blaze talisman. And a witch's bone-breaking nail. Mo Yin moved like the wind, twisting and sidestepping at the last possible moment, letting the two lethal attacks graze past his robes. The trajectories of the skills appeared almost sluggish in his perception. Damn it, this guy is as slippery as an eel. Among the ambushers, the sharpshooter couldn't help but curse under his breath, turning to the leader, who held a staff. Yen-Mo, this sorcerer's speed is freakish. Could he be that one misty smoke from the first kill announcement? The man known as Soul Whisper, Yen-Mo, showed no alarm. Instead, a morbid excitement blazed in his eyes. One misty smoke. Even better. He just killed that little white snake boss. No matter how strong he is, he's running on fumes. Taking him down is like snatching 2 pieces of bronze gear for free. He licked his lips, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Torturing a server-wide celebrity. What could be more thrilling than that? This world is incredible. Seeing the twisted, terrified faces of prey is 10,000 times more satisfying than any virtual game. The 5 of us, the Abyss 5 Sin Syndicate, gathering in the newbie village. It's fate. Doomsday Judgment. This is our hunting ground. The other 4 were ignited by his fervor, their breaths growing heavy. Raksha, you're fast. Keep him occupied. Bloodhand, press forward. The rest of you find an opening. Yen-Mo commanded in a hoarse voice. Shadow Raksha emerged from the grass like a phantom dagger, gleaming coldly. He initiated with a probe technique, a skill to glimpse the target's name, level, and class. The feedback came: one misty smoke, class sorcerer, level 5. It was indeed one misty smoke. Raksha's heart tightened, then drowned in a surge of even fiercer excitement. Level 5. A level disadvantage did exist. But the thought of trampling this universally admired figure underfoot, hearing his agonized screams, sent a shudder of ecstasy from the depths of his soul coursing through his body. His hunched frame trembled with excitement. He loathed those tall, handsome men with every fiber of his being. Plunging his dagger into their bodies, feeling their tremors. That was his twisted source of joy. Close the distance. Once him in melee range, a sorcerer is nothing but a lamb for slaughter. Raksha sneered, pushing his speed to the limit as he lunged at Mo Yin. Mo Yin was wondering why his opponents had halted when he saw 2 figures burst from the grass. Reacting swiftly, he cast a probe technique at the foremost attacker, Yixing. Shadow Raksha, class Nightwalker, level 4. The name instantly awakened a memory from Mo Yin's past life. The Abyss 5 Sin Syndicate. Shadow Raksha, Bloodhand, Butcher, Soul Whisper, Yen-Mo, Sky-Rending, Azura, World-Burning, Heretic, Monk. These scum who delighted in slaughtering lone players and plundering others' lifespans. Even more despicable, during the planet-wide war of the 100 races that concerned humanity's survival, they hid in the rear, preying on their own kind, until they were eventually annihilated by the Dragon Clan. His gaze swept over the 5 blood-red names above their heads. They had already taken lives. Mo Yan's eyes turned icy cold, killing intent radiating like a tangible force. Such malignant tumors, each one dead, made the world a cleaner place. In a flash, his mind analyzed the enemy's threats. The most dangerous were the control skills of the Witch, Nightwalker, and Berserker. The damage from the Sharpshooter and Sorcerer. As long as he wasn't locked down, they were nothing to fear. His plan clear, Mo Yin didn't hesitate to retreat, widening the gap between him and Raksha. He absolutely couldn't afford to be stunned by a backstab. The moment he moved, Rakshas's expression changed. Fast. Unbelievably fast. With his build of 4 strength and 1 agility and the Nightwalker's innate 5-star agility growth, how could he not catch up to a sorcerer? How is this possible? This guy's tough. He's faster than me. Ranged slows now. Rakshas roared in the party channel. The other 4 were shaken, but their coordination was instinctive. In an instant, skill lights exploded brilliantly. The sharpshooter's light and shadow barrage rained down like a storm sealing off the left flank. The witch's fortune-draining talisman cast an ominous gray glow over his head, while soul-rotting tentacles burst from the ground to ensnare his feet. The world-burning heretic monk's erupting earth geyser spewed beneath him, and flame waves swept across the right front like a wall of fire. A masterful coordination that left Mo Yin with almost no room to dodge. Either stop and let Rakshas close in, or be hit by at least 1 skill. Mo Yin didn't slow down, he chose to charge forward. He twisted his waist and sidestepped, narrowly evading the witch's talisman and tentacles, as well as the most lethal erupting earth geyser and light and shadow barrage, allowing only the edge of the scorching flame wave to lick at his calf. 46. A negligible number floated up. Ding. You have been attacked by world-burning heretic monk. You may now counterattack world-burning heretic monk and his party members without incurring sin value. The 5 names instantly turned a piercing scarlet. Yet their shock far outweighed their bloodlust. World-burning heretic monk's pupils contracted with 135 magic power. He dealt nearly 100 damage to level 5 wild monsters. Was this one Misty Smoke's magic resistance, forged from iron? And that ghostly speed? Everything about him reeked of the uncanny. Just as the 5 were gripped by uncertainty. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 8 sharper, faster whistling sounds, even more piercing than the earlier meteor arrow, shot out almost simultaneously from the shadows behind Mo Yin. They were the undead archers Mo Yin had quietly summoned. Their targets were precisely locked onto Bloodhand Butcher, Soul Whisper, Yin Mo, Sky-Rending Azura, and World-Burning Heretic Monk. The sound of spirit arrows piercing flesh was dull and eerie. 412, 504, 488, 522. For blood-red damage, numbers exploded simultaneously. Even the best-equipped, highest HP warrior Bloodhand Butcher couldn't let out a single cry. The 4 instantly turned into blinding white lights and dissipated into the air. Shadow Rakshas, still frantically chasing Mo Yin, was stunned by the sudden flood of death notifications in the party channel. Your teammate Bloodhand Butcher has been killed by 1 Misty Smoke. Your teammate Soul Whisper Yin Mo has been killed by 1 Misty Smoke. Your teammate Sky-Rending Azura has been killed by 1 Misty Smoke. Your teammate World-Burning Heretic Monk has been killed by 1 Misty Smoke. Rakshas's mind went blank. 1 Misty Smoke was clearly fleeing ahead. How could he have instantly annihilated all 4 of his teammates? Was the system glitching? He looked up in horror, only to discover that the figure that should have been escaping had already turned around and was charging straight at him. Faster than before. Fear, cold, unprecedented fear, instantly seized Rakshas's heart. The 5 of them had stumbled before, but they had never encountered such a one-sided situation. The death penalty in Doomsday Judgment was a loss of 1/10 of total lifespan. Everyone started with a total lifespan of 60 years, each death stripped away a full 6 years. No. The thought of despair had barely formed when Mo Yin's staff was already raised, a flash of green light at its tip. Wind blade. 712. A massive damage number leaped up and Rakshas felt his body go light as consciousness rapidly slipped away. In the final moment before he turned into white light, the last thing he saw was Mo Yin's eyes, utterly calm like those of someone gazing at a lifeless object. Devil. That was his final thought before his consciousness faded. Having dealt with the 5 members of the Dark Abyss 5 sins, Mo Yin looked at the scattered equipment light points where they had vanished. Under the red name's status, the death penalty was indeed severe. He quickly moved forward to collect, acquiring a total of 4 level 4 pieces of equipment and 3 level 3 pieces. Unfortunately, none of them were suitable for a Fengshur. Long before he encountered the first meteor arrow ambush, Mo Yin had already cast a spell and summoned the undead archers to the flanks concealed by the rolling dust. He originally wanted to observe for a moment longer to discern their tactics before making further plans. However, when the breath detection technique reported back the infamous names of the Dark Abyss 5 sins and Flying Shadow Rakshasa, the hesitation in his heart was instantly replaced by a chilling, killing intent. These scums see one, kill one. The only regret he felt was that the newbie protection period had not yet ended and the lifespan system had not officially activated. Otherwise, by killing these 5 red-named players, he could directly plunder half of their total lost lifespan, 6 years per person, amounting to a total of 15 years. That would be a tremendous fortune. The lifespan system and the subsequently unlocked lifespan store were Pandora's box that would only open after the newbie protection period ended. At that time, the slaughter among humans would become brutally naked, even giving rise to specialized assassination organizations. This was the bloody survival of the fittest law of the Doomsday Judgment which Yin could not change. He could only strive to become stronger. Regaining his composure, Yin walked towards the massive corpse of the ghost Phosphor Snake King. As his fingertips touched the cold snake scale system, prompts rang out in succession: obtained Venom Row Bronze, obtained Venom Scale, Hood Bronze, obtained Snake King's Gallbladder. Venom Row Bronze were level 7. Where class Functure effect 1 I physical defense 13-15 magical defense 14-18 effect 2 stamina 4. Venom Scale Hood Bronze were level 7. Where class Functure effect 1 I physical defense 1012 magical defense 1013 effect 2 spirit 3. High risk high reward. A glimmer of joy flashed in Yan's eyes. 2 pieces of level 7 bronze equipment perfectly fitting for a Functure were just the defense boost he urgently needed. As for that mutated little white snake, it had only dropped a solitary mutated snake gallbladder. However, Yin was not surprised by this. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. This mutated snake gallbladder was the core target of his journey. Returning to Qingfeng village, Yin headed straight for the best tavern in the village. On the counter, 2 clay jars sealed with mud and labeled "Drunk in the Breeze" cost him a full 20 silver coins. Fortunately, after slaying several bosses today, a few gold coins were safely resting in his bag. The monetary system in the Xinyuan world is highly stratified: 1 purple gold coin, 100 gold coins, 100. 00 silver coins, 100. 00 copper coins. Thus 20 silver coins is not a small sum. Carrying 2 bottles of valuable Drunk in the Breeze, Yin headed purposefully toward the weapon shop at the east end of the village. From a distance, he could hear the rhythmic clanging of the forge inside. As he stepped into the shop, a scorching wave of heat hit him. The furnace blazed brightly, illuminating the figure of a muscular man glistening with sweat, who was fully focused on forging a piece of glowing red iron. Yin patiently leaned against the door waiting. After a long while, the man finally stopped hammering, exhaling a heavy breath laced with the smell of iron. He sniffed the air, his eyes suddenly brightening like a hunting dog that had caught the scent of prey. This smell. Is it from the Drunk in the Breeze of the Juji Tavern? You brat, how did you know that I like this? He turned around, revealing a body of muscles like iron with curly long hair, casually falling, exuding a rough and unrestrained aura. Yin silently complained inside, how did I know? Of course it's because in my last life others had thoroughly studied your drunken habits. Yin gently placed a bottle of Drunk in the Breeze on the bar covered in hammer marks, while taking out the Snake King's gallbladder that emitted a faint fishy aroma from his bag. The weapon shop owner Hans glanced at the gallbladder, raised an eyebrow. Oh, kid, you have some knowledge. You know that this is the best complement to alcohol. Are you looking to trade for equipment? His gaze swept over Yin's novice robe, a wind-type Functure. Wait a moment. He turned and rummaged through the weapons hanging on the wall, taking out a dark floating sphere magic orb and tossing it over casually. Yin caught it, feeling a coolness. Ethereal Sphere Bronze, where level 5, where class Functure effect 1 magic attack, 24-28, physical attack 8-10, effect 2 intelligence 4. Not bad, a level 5 little gem. Yin nodded in thanks. With a flip of his wrist, he took out the second bottle of Drunk in the Breeze and the gallbladder that was a deeper color, subtly displaying a hint of dark golden patterns. Hans' indifferent gaze froze upon touching the mutated snake gallbladder. He snatched the gallbladder, bringing it close to examine, carefully, his rough fingers tracing the strange patterns on its surface. His eyes grew brighter, even carrying a hint of incredulous seriousness. Hiss! This mutated species actually contains a trace of Earth Dragon's aura. Rare. Truly damn rare. He muttered to himself, then clicked his tongue in regret. What a pity this trace of dragon's breath is too thin. If it were thicker, who knows what kind of monster it could grow into. He raised his head, and for the first time Hans looked at Yin with genuine scrutiny and appreciation. Kid, you must be from outside the world, another realm, right? I didn't expect that you outsiders could actually kill such a mutated species on your first day here. It's not just luck, you have some skill too. He took a deep breath as if making a certain decision. This thing is of great use to me. I never shortchange those I find pleasing. Ooh, just wait. Hans turned and dived into the back of the shop. After a commotion of rummaging through boxes, he emerged holding a 3-foot-long, intricately carved rosewood box. The surface of the box was as smooth as new, clearly well cared for and treasured by its owner. He lovingly caressed the box with his rough hands, a flicker of pain flashing in his eyes. This is the most proud piece of work I've done in my life so far. If it weren't for your gallbladder. So I forget it. They'll let you have it, but you better use it well and not disgrace it. With that, he solemnly opened the box. Inside the box, resting on a red silk lining, lay a staff. The staff showcased a peculiar wooden texture, warm, like jade, yet tough as iron, emanating a faint blue glow that seemed alive, pulsing slowly with a refreshing and powerful aura. Qingxian Staff Golden. Wear level 10. Wear class Functure effect 1 magic attack 100110, a physical attack 40-45, effect 2, intelligence 13, effect 3, Qingxian Shower passive. made from the life-infused core of the Qingxian tree, significantly increases the mana-gathering speed of the wielder, reducing all skill cooldowns by 10. Effect 4, Qingchuan's Fury active. Unleashes the potential of the Qingxian core, increasing spell power by 10 for 20 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. A top-tier golden equipment. Despite Mo Yin being mentally prepared, he couldn't help but choke on his breath. The attributes were among the best of level 10 equipment. 4 effects, each directly addressing the core needs of a Fengshe, high magic attack, strong intelligence, cooldown reduction, and burst enhancement. Its value far exceeded ordinary golden items. This mutated snake gallbladder could be exchanged for such a precious treasure, and the reason was simple. Mutated species are extremely special existences in the Xinyuan world. They are mutations produced when ordinary wild monsters accidentally mix in higher bloodlines like dragons, phoenixes, etc., in their lineage possessing uniqueness. Even if the wild monsters in the area respawn, it is impossible for the exact same mutated species to appear again. Thus, this task reward mediated by the mutated snake gallbladder is also unique. This was, after all, Mo Yan's greatest gain today. He remembered from the previous life forms that the person who received this task was a 100-weapon wielder who obtained a golden sword, but compared to this staff, the difference was stark. After solemnly thanking Hans, Mo Yan, clutching the precious treasure, returned to the village inn. After paying 1 silver coin, he secured a clean single room. Resting at the inn quickly restores fatigue value. Excessive fatigue reduces experience gain efficiency, and reaching over 90 directly weakens character attributes. Those short on funds can only sleep on the streets, enduring a slow recovery speed. Lying on the soft bed, the fatigue washed over him like a tide, yet as he stared at the unfamiliar wooden ceiling, his mind remained unusually clear. The sheer amount of information experienced that day felt as if he had traveled through time. Rebirth, heart of the Reaper, Qingxian staff. These key elements that had never appeared in the trajectory of his previous life were now firmly in his grasp. He carefully sorted through today's events and also recognized the potential hidden dangers. On one hand, there was information bias. In his previous life, he only knew that the mutated ghost phosphor snake resided in the ghost phosphor snake valley, but he had not realized it was hiding within the body of the ghost phosphor snake king. This information gap nearly cost him his life to the snake. On the other hand, Mo Yin discovered that many things had changed since his rebirth. Not to mention the matter of the heart of the Reaper, even his mentor Wayne had not harmed anyone in his previous life. It seems that the experiences from my previous life can only serve as a reference, not to be fully trusted. This world has changed because of me, and the future is filled with unknown variables. Mo Yin murmured softly, feeling an even stronger sense of urgency in his heart. However, as his gaze swept over the token in his bag and the Qingxian staff quietly lying in the equipment slot, exuding a gentle blue glow, a powerful confidence surged within him. One step ahead, every step ahead. In this life, I possess advantages and opportunities they cannot even imagine. Destiny. I must seize it with my own hands. With this determination and a plan for the future, fatigue finally overwhelmed his heightened excitement, and Mo Yin sank deeply into a dream. The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Mo Yin clutched the mysterious letter and made his way directly to the heavily guarded outpost in Qingfeng village. Before the heavy oak doors stood a guard clad in leather armor, his expression solemn as he crossed his arms to block the entrance. This is the guard's domain. No one is allowed to enter. Mo Yin calmly produced the letter, the unique seal clearly visible at the closure. I have urgent matters. This letter must be opened by the head guard, Lord Hao Tian. Please convey my request. The guard's gaze swept over the seal, and his expression turned serious. Wait a moment. He turned and quickly entered the hall. Before long, heavy footsteps approached from afar. A towering man as tall as 8 feet and built like an iron tower strode out. His bronze skin was taut with muscle and his eyes were sharp as an eagle. I am Hao Tian. Where is the letter? Mo Yin handed over the letter. I found it in the forest. Please take a look, my lord. Hao Tian's gaze fell on the seal, his expression suddenly changing as he quickly unsealed the letter to read. As his eyes moved down the page, the furrows on his brow deepened, and his expression grew grave as if it could almost draw water. After several minutes, he finally set the letter down and said in a serious tone, Young friend, this letter is of great importance. I must report it to the village chief immediately. Please wait here for a moment. Mo Yin nodded. Please, Captain Hao. About 15 minutes later, Hao Tian returned accompanied by a man in a green robe. The man appeared to be in his 40s with a refined appearance. His deep-set eyes held a gentle smile, and the fine lines at the corners added a touch of wisdom and approachability. He was Feng Changqing, the village chief of Qingfeng village. Warrior from another world, Feng Changqing spoke in a gentle yet serious tone. I am the village chief, Feng Changqing. The letter you brought is of extraordinary value. He paused, concern creeping onto his brow. The letter mentions that the wild monsters in the Sunset Mountain range to the west of the village have undergone terrifying mutations. They have become violently powerful and even twisted. We urgently need to understand the cause. Warrior, could you investigate for us? Ding! Village Chief Feng Changqing has issued you a quest, the Shadow of the Sunset Mountain Range. Quest objective: delve into the Sunset Mountain Range, investigate the source of the wild monster's violent mutations, and report back to head guard Hao Tian. Quest reward to be determined based on the depth of investigation and the value of the information. Failure penalty: none. Do you accept? I accept, Mo Yin replied decisively. After bidding farewell to the two, he turned and headed towards the Sunset Mountain Range, which was tinged with golden edges by the dawn. Based on his vague memories from his past life, Mo Yin arrived directly at the entrance of a hidden cave deep within the mountains. This was the entrance to the dungeon from his previous life. Perhaps the clues lay within. The cave was dimly lit, and the air carried the scent of damp earth. Shortly after entering, two abnormally large, thunder-hopping rabbits came into view. They were nearly half again as large as their normal counterparts, and their usually docile red eyes were now pitch black, flashing with ferocity and ominous light. Mo Yan's gaze sharpened, silently activating the sense of breath technique. Thunder-hopping rabbit frenzied, level 6 health, 850 mana, 300 physical attack, 100 physical defense, 40 spell attack, 80 spell defense, 40 speed, 12 skills. Lightning dash active, stimulates muscles, with lightning increasing speed by 10 for a short distance dash, causing 120 physical damage, costs 30 MP, cooldown 5 seconds. Rabbit kick active, strikes the enemy with powerful hind legs, causing 135 physical damage, costs 40 MP, cooldown 7 seconds. Frenzied state passive increases physical spell attack by 5, slightly decreases combat instinct. The frenzied state is identical to the previous dungeon. Mo Yan's heart steadied, knowing he had found the right place. He lightly shook the nether ball in his hand, and two attacks accurately struck their target. 755, 620. With the nether ball and wind-chasing boots equipped, Mo Yan's spell power had soared to 556 points, making it easy to slaughter the level 6 frenzied rabbits like slicing through vegetables. Ding! Congratulations, one moment of smoke and clouds has achieved a level-up kill on Thunderhopping Rabbit Frenzied, earning 38 experience points. As he delved deeper, Mo Yin encountered several groups of frenzied Thunderhopping rabbits and fiery-tailed foxes, all easily dispatched. Just as he was about to reach the innermost part of the cave, a sudden cacophony of tearing and roaring erupted. Mo Yin held his breath and crept forward, only to see at the end of the cave two Komodo dragons as large as small trucks were viciously devouring each other. Their scales were cracked, bloodied, and one was being choked by the other, struggling weakly. Just as Mo Yin was about to step forward for a finishing blow, a cold, impatient voice suddenly rang out, like a snake hissing, "Failed again. Why can I perfectly control level 6 to 9 trash, but the level 10 Komodo dragons always go out of control? Where's the problem?" A shadow writhed, and a gaunt figure slowly stepped out. His face was grim, nearly pallid, but the most striking feature was his signature, slightly trembling pointed ears. Dark Night Elf. Mo Yan's heart shook violently. This person was the source of all the anomalies. Without hesitation, he quietly released a sense of breath technique. Level. Profession. The moment the sense of breath landed, the Dark Night Elf suddenly turned his head, his ink-black pupils locking onto Mo Yan's hiding place behind a stone column. Hua. With a sharp shout, a glossy black centipede with translucent wings, half a meter long, lunged toward Mo Yin with a piercing, buzzing sound. Wind control. Mo Yin decisively cast the acceleration state on himself and turned to dash towards the cave entrance. A second-tier insect control. This guy is at least level 30 or higher. How can such a monster exist in a beginner's village? Mo Yan's heart raced with alarm. This was not something he could contend with at his current level. Little mouse, do you think you can escape under my bone-eating flying centipede? Such delusions. Your mouth is safest when it is kept shut forever. The Dark Night Elf sneered as he relentlessly pursued, urging the flying centipede onward. Hiss. Several arrows of venom radiating a chilling aura shot out from the flying centipede's mouth, blocking Mo Yan's retreat. Mo Yin pushed wind control to the limit, his figure becoming a series of afterimages in the narrow cave, narrowly dodging the deadly venom arrows. Just as the light of the cave entrance was in sight, a thick, resilient purple-black, glowing web suddenly enveloped the entire entrance like a net. The Dark Night Elf's figure appeared eerily behind him, and beside him a spider the size of a millstone, dark purple, and adorned with sharp barbs, emitted a hissing threat. A zero-tier little bug is quite spry. The Dark Night Elf's eyes glinted with cruel mockery, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Mo Yan's heart sank, fully aware that a heated confrontation would lead only to death. He forced himself to stay calm, turning to face the formidable enemy. "My lord, I just stumbled into this place. I swear to the heavens that I will never reveal what I have seen. Let me go, it will be good for both of us." "Avow." The Dark Night Elf scoffed as if hearing the greatest joke. "I only believe one kind of person can keep a secret. That is a corpse. Bone Eater. Venomous Widow. Tear him apart." The centipede and spider lunged simultaneously. A foul wind assaulted him. "Beasts. Stop." A clear and resonant shout rang out like thunder. Following closely was a brilliant, dazzling silver sword aura that sliced through the darkness. Swoosh! The sword aura swept through the air, accurately slicing through the venomous spider's web that sealed the exit. The tough web broke apart like hot butter under a knife. Without losing momentum, the sword aura continued on, directly striking the two attacking insects. Hiss! Squeak! The bone-eater, flying centipede, and venomous widow were forced back in panic by the fierce sword aura, emitting sharp cries of pain. Amidst the shattered web at the entrance, a silver-armored figure descended like a deity, instantly moving in front of Mo-Yin, protecting him behind. The silver armor shone brilliantly, reflecting the young and handsome face, filled with determination. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Dark Knight Elf's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed in shock, "Gao Zhanli from Sanyue City. How did you end up here?" The young man in silver armor, known as Gao Zhanli, casually rested a gleaming sword on his shoulder, a hint of a devil-may-care smile playing on his lips. "I wondered who was sneaking around causing trouble in the Sunset Mountain range. Turns out it was you cowardly Dark Knight bugs hiding in the gutters." His gaze sharpened suddenly. "Speak. How did you cross the Imperial border and infiltrate my Sanyue City's territory? Since you recognize this young master, you should surrender and return with me to chat properly." "Heh, in your dreams." The Dark Knight Elf spat, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. "Bone-eater. Venomous widow. Kill him. Stubborn fool." Gao Zhanli snorted coldly, lightly flicking his wrist. Without any visible movement, several points of solid silver sword light suddenly appeared in front of his chest, exploding like stars. Starburst. Hiss. Hiss. The sword energy crisscrossed, precisely forcing back both the attacking insects and the Dark Knight Elf attempting to sneak attack. The might of a third-tier swordsman was unmistakable. Seeing the Dark Knight Elf being pushed back step by step under Gao Zhanli's sword, forced defeat was inevitable, and a glint of madness and pain flashed in his eyes. He suddenly slammed his chest, spewing a mouthful of thick, viscous blood that emitted an eerie black-red sheen. The blood coagulated and hovered in midair. Using his finger as a pen, he rapidly traced an intricate and sinister spell in the air with the blood. The moment the spell took shape, it erupted with blinding blood light, splitting into two like living creatures, diving into the bodies of the bone-eater, flying centipede, and venomous widow. Hiss! Squeak! The two insects' bodies swelled violently, their shells gleaming with a metallic black-red sheen, their power surging several times. They actually managed to withstand Gao Zhanli's fierce sword force. Seizing this opportunity, the Dark Knight Elf rapidly recited an ancient and obscure incantation. His body twisted and collapsed like a melting wax figure, and with a soft popping sound, he transformed into three fist-sized spiders, pitch black and as fast as lightning. The three spiders wasted no time, darting toward the opening that had just been breached by the sword energy, splitting into three directions and vanishing into the light outside the cave. Gao Zhanli, witnessing the Dark Elf's sinister escape, a cold glint sharpened in his eyes. He held back no longer. Trying to flee, he growled, swiftly drawing his long sword to his chest as an overwhelming, irresistible sword intent erupted. Centered around him, countless silver sword energies condensed and tangible materialized out of thin air. They spun and sliced at high speed, instantly forming a devastating storm of sword chi that blanketed an area of several zhang. Within the storm, the air screeched under the unbearable pressure. Clang, 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 clang. The giant bone-corroding centipede and the venomous black widow bore the brunt of it. Their armor, tougher than refined iron, clashed violently against the raging sword chi, producing a deafening metallic clamor. Crimson damage numbers gushed up like a fountain. 6,024, 5,087, 6,996. After merely a few breaths, the two toxic insects, their auras still surging, were utterly shredded within the storm, scattering into a mess of stinking fragments. When the storm subsided, the cavern was in shambles, the stone walls deeply scarred. But this all-out strike had cost Gao Zhanli precious seconds. By now, the three tiny black spiders had already breached the cave entrance, darting like shadows merged with darkness toward different directions deep within the forest. Sly rat! Gao Zhanli snorted coldly, his silver-armored form shooting out of the cave like a beam of light. His gaze swept like lightning, but he could no longer discern which spider held the Dark Elf's true form. He could only lock onto the direction with the strongest aura and give chase. Inside the cavern, dust and smoke filled the air. Only then did Mo-Yin slowly emerge from behind a massive stalactite, half of which had been sheared off by the sword chi. His heart still pounding, he stared at the scattered remains of the toxic insects and the crisscrossing sword marks on the walls, a storm of shock raging within him. A level 5 novice dungeon quest has actually drawn a third-tier swordsman and at least a third-tier Dark Elf warlock. Mo-Yin frowned deeply. In his past lives' memories, the Dark Elf race had made a large-scale appearance only in the mid-game. Far from this point in time, it seems this rampant mutation hides secrets far beyond expectations. Suppressing his turmoil, he strode quickly to the spot where the Dark Elf had stood. As expected, beneath the rubble and dust, he discovered a hastily abandoned leather pouch. Opening the pouch, 3 items lay quietly inside a key antique and form neither metal nor would its surface etched with dense runes that emitted a faint spatial fluctuation. Several crystal reagent vials filled with a viscous dark red liquid, like coagulated blood, glowing with an ominous red light. A label on the vial read Rampage reagent test type. A leather-bound diary, its edges worn from frequent handling. Mo Yin immediately flipped it open, scanning the latest entries July 5th. The intelligence from that mysterious figure is accurate. Deep within the Sunset Mountains there is indeed a special geomagnetic distortion point. Under this environment, the activity of the Rampage reagent has significantly increased, and the experiment is expected to break through. Initial success. After injection of the reagent, level 5 and 6 wild beasts can stably enter a berserk state and preliminarily accept simple commands. This is a milestone progress. Praise the darkness. The stability of the reagent remains a challenge. After the level 8 wild beast goes berserk, its mind is thrown into extreme chaos, attacking targets indiscriminately, be they friend or foe. The formula ratio needs adjustment. The improved reagent has yielded remarkable results. The controllability of the berserk state in level 8 and 9 wild beasts has been significantly enhanced. However, level 10 remains an insurmountable threshold. Damn it. Failure. Failure. Yet another failure. The strength of the Komodo crocodile far exceeds expectations. Its berserk spiritual shock is enough to backlash against the controller. A bottleneck. Finally, the first level 10 rampaging Komodo crocodile, aided by a potent tranquilizer, successfully accepted basic commands for over 5 minutes. Though the cost was immense, it proves feasibility. Once the reagent is further stabilized, well, first strike Qingfeng village at the foot of the mountain. There are enough experimental subjects and a quiet environment there. Hee. SSS. Mo Yin gasped, drawing in a cold breath. This dark elf was secretly developing a rampage reagent to control wild monsters using the special environment of the Sunset Mountains, and even planned to use a controlled army of rampaging beasts to attack Qingfeng village, turning it into his living laboratory. So this is the root of the monster mutations, and the reason he wants to silence me. Mo Yin's eyes turned icy. He quickly stowed the reagent and diary, his gaze falling upon the peculiar runic key. Ding, special space, key detected, rampant laboratory entry key. Would you like to use this key to unlock the corresponding dungeon space? The system prompt chimed in at the perfect moment. Yes. Mo Yin chose without hesitation. The key in his hand suddenly blazed with light, and a beam of runic energy shot forth, striking the innermost stone wall of the cave with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the stone wall rippled like water, and a slowly rotating magical portal formed from azure energy materialized out of thin air. At the center of the portal, a twisted beast's head mark flickered faintly. It was the dungeon entrance. Almost at the same moment the formation took shape, a grand system announcement resounded in the ears of every blue star, human, echoing 3 times. Global announcement: congratulations to Dragon Kingdoms, a wisp of smoke, for successfully unlocking the first dungeon, Rampant Laboratory. Rewards: reputation 100, free attribute points 5, lifespan 1 year. This dungeon is located in the Sunset Mountains of the Qingfeng village area. Level requirement 5. Teams can be formed in Qingfeng village to challenge it. Other main cities, continue your exploration efforts. The world channel instantly exploded. God of fire, holy crap. A wisp of smoke, the legend. It's you again. Give a brother a hand to hold, man. My private messages are blowing up. Wind blows balls, chilly. Damn, this a wisp of smoke is cheating or something so fierce. Pure little angel, a wisp of smoke, big brother, you're so amazing. I'm waiting for you to take me through the dungeon in Qingfeng village, just turned 18, a voice, super sweet private chat for a surprise. Loves black stockings, pure little angel, little sis, black or white stockings. Big bro will take you to grind on level 3 monsters. Dog head. Legend of last night. White stockings supreme. Black stockings retreat. Breeze over the hill, looking for coordinates. Looking for a team. Level 4 Taoist in Qingfeng village waiting online. Mo Yin paid no heed to the instantly derailed chaos in the channel. He took a deep breath and stepped into the azure magical portal. Light and shadow shifted before his eyes, and the system's prompt came through clearly. Welcome to the dungeon Rampant Laboratory. Please select a difficulty. Normal EXP, gain 100. Hard EXP, gain 200. Hard. Mo Yin's voice carried not a hint of hesitation. A flash of light, and he found himself standing in a bizarre wilderness shrouded in a faint red mist filled with metal pipes and enormous cultivation tanks. The distant roars of rampaging beasts intertwined in the distance, a foreboding sign that the path ahead was anything but smooth. At the end of the field of vision, more than 20 thunder-tracking rabbits, each comparable in size to a small calf, were anxiously pacing. The unique double-rage state of the difficult dungeon made their eyes blood-red, muscles bulging, surrounded by a visible aura of ferocity. Attack power increased by 10. Mo Yin's lips curved upward slightly. He was all too familiar with this tactic. Wind blade, air cannon. Two skills were unleashed almost simultaneously, accurately hitting the two giant rabbits on the outskirts. 755, 620. Instant kill. But it was like dropping cold water into boiling oil. An explosion occurred in an instant. The remaining furious giant rabbits let out sharp shrieks, their blood-red eyes locking onto Mo Yin. They kicked off with their hind legs like bolts of brown lightning, charging at him wildly. Wind control. Mo Yin was already prepared, softly calling out as the air currents surged beneath him, dramatically increasing his speed as he turned and ran. He was not blindly fleeing, but racing along a route etched in his memory. Not far into his escape, another group of 20 flaming-tailed foxes, also in a state of fury, appeared ahead. Their distinctive red giant tails were thrashing restlessly. Without looking back, Mo Yin pointed his magic ball. Behind him, air cannon. Boom. A flaming-tailed fox was blasted away. 620. The aggro instantly shifted. This cunning group of foxes joined the hunting army. Behind him was a torrent of nearly 40 enraged wild beasts. Dust was flying, and the roar shook the heavens. Yet Mo Yin moved through the jagged rocks, as if strolling in a garden. A sharp turn revealed a vast area filled with enormous natural rock pillars. A glint of excitement flashed in Mo Yin's eyes. This is the place. He leaped between several thick stone pillars like a monkey, finally landing steadily on the highest and stoutest pillar. Below, the herd of beasts, among them a few large level 8 iron-armored rhinos draped in heavy rock-like shells, were howling and crashing under the pillar like headless flies, unable to reach him by even a hair's breadth. Undead Legion. Mo Yin's magic ball paused lightly, and in a flicker of ghostly light, 9 skeletal archers holding bone longbows with flames of souls flickering in their eye sockets silently appeared at the edge of his stone platform. Let's go. At the command, 9 bone bows were drawn simultaneously, and the black spirit arrows shot towards the dense horde of beasts below like the grim reaper's summons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of arrows piercing the air intertwined with the wails of the beasts. The thunder-tracking rabbits and flaming-tailed foxes became moving targets, while the iron-armored rhino's proud defense of 90 points crumbled under the focused fire of the undead archers like paper. Experience notifications scrolled before Mo Yin's eyes like a screen. Ding, congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds has achieved a level-up kill of thunder-tracking rabbit furious, gaining 116 experience points. Ding, congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds has achieved a level-up kill of flaming-tailed fox furious, gaining 162 experience points. Ding, congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds has achieved a level-up kill of iron-armored rhino furious, gaining 198 experience points. The 9 tireless undead archers were astonishingly efficient. 56 furious wild beasts turned into a ground of corpses and light spots within mere minutes. Bathed in golden light, Mo Yin's level rose to 6. Tasting the sweetness of success, he prepared for more. Like the most skilled hunter, he traversed the vast wilderness, leading wave after wave of beasts empowered by the double rage buff, totaling 9 waves and over 180 monsters, successfully towards this heavenly peril. Experience points skyrocketed like a rocket. Ding, congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds triggered the effect of undead sacrifice, gaining attribute point stamina 1. Ding, congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds triggered the effect of undead sacrifice, gaining attribute point spirit 1. Ding, congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds triggered the effect of undead sacrifice, gaining attribute point agility 1. As the last iron-armored rhino crashed to the ground, golden light of level up shone on Mo Yin once again, level 8. The ground was littered with white equipment, almost filling his initial 50-slot inventory. Mo Yin opened his attribute panel, a satisfied smile creeping across his face. 1 moment of smoke and clouds lifespan 62 years 95 days. Oi race human special talent body of the Reaper 0th level physical magic damage reduced by 10. Level 8 profession sorcerer health 1450 mana 2000 physical attack 141 146 physical defense 103 110 magic attack 76 4773 magic defense 136 145 speed 24 free attribute points 0 experience 146 38000 equipment weapon netherworld magic ball bronze necklace ghostly blue necklace silver leggings tattered leggings white ring firefly ring white chest armor venomous robe bronze helmet venom scale cap bronze shoes wind chasing cloth shoes bronze in my past life at level 10 my magic strength barely hit 440. Mo Yin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Now at only level 8, his magic strength was nearing 800. His health and defense rivaled that of the best guardians of the same level. The advantages brought by an extremely high growth star rating were vividly displayed at this moment. Collecting his emotions, Mo Yin walked through the battlefield strewn with corpses towards the end. There a giant shadow loomed like a moving small mountain, exuding a daunting sense of oppression. The dungeon guardian BOSS rock armored giant lizard. It was over 6 meters long, nearly 4 meters tall, its back covered in layers of thick bronze-colored rock armor, and a sharp stone peak 2 meters high jutted from its spine like a sword piercing the sky. Under the influence of double rage, it emanated a ferocity greater than that of ordinary enraged wild beasts. Rock-armored giant lizard bronze boss, double rage, level 9 health, 4,000 mana, 500 physical attack, 440 rage, 10 physical defense, 150 magic attack, 110 rage, 10 magic defense, 150 skills. Rock hardening coalesces earth elements to cover its body, increasing physical magic defense by 20, lasting for 20 seconds. Consumes 80 MP, cooldown 3 minutes. Rock sharp blade stomps the ground to summon sharp stone spikes in a straight line ahead, dealing 180 physical damage. Consumes 70 MP, cooldown 10 seconds. Earth-splitting palm strikes the front fan-shaped area with immense force, dealing 150 physical damage and causing a slight knockback. Consumes 80 MP, cooldown 10 seconds. The heavy footsteps reverberated as the rock-armored giant lizard sensed the intruder, its massive body turned like an out-of-control war chariot rumbling towards Mo Yin. Each step shook the ground, leaving deep claw marks. Mo Yin stood his ground, calmly calculating the distance. As the giant lizard stepped within range, he adjusted his grip on the magic ball slightly, and 2 charged spells shot forth. Wind blade, air cannon, sizzle, boom, 934 by 2, 789 by 2. The 2 glaring damage numbers almost overlapped as they jumped up. With just 2 skills, the boss's 4,000 health points were instantly whittled down by 3,362 points. The giant lizard hadn't even reached Mo Yin before its health was nearly depleted. Roar. The rock-armored giant lizard let out a roar of fear and rage, its survival instinct triggering its life-saving skill in an instant. Rock hardening. A rich, earthy yellow light coalesced, visibly thickening and solidifying the rock armor on its surface, drastically increasing its defense. Seemingly regaining a measure of safety, it raised its pillar-like forelimb and smashed it down onto the ground. Rock sharp blade. Poo 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 poo. A row of menacing stone spikes erupted from the ground, rapidly spreading towards Mo Yin's standing position. Unfortunately, the trajectory of this skill was too straightforward. Mo Yin nimbly sidestepped a few steps to the left, letting the lethal stone spikes miss him entirely. Meanwhile, the 9 undead marksmen had already drawn their bows. Release. At Mo Yin's command, 9 arrows flew like the sigh of death, accurately targeting the exposed weak points of the giant lizard revealed by its skill activation. 284x9, a burst of concentrated damage numbers exploded like fireworks. Rock-armored giant lizard's massive body suddenly stiffened, its freshly thickened rock armor failing to fully form before it collapsed with a desperate howl, turning into a shower of light spots. Ding! Congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds achieved a level-up kill of rock-armored giant lizard bronze BOSS, gaining 2,000 experience points. Lifespan 10 days. Ding! Congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds triggered the effect of undead sacrifice, gaining attribute point stamina 2. Mo Yin looked at the dissipating boss light, feeling a myriad of emotions. A level 9 bronze boss couldn't even withstand a second round of output. This power boost brought by my rebirth is simply unbelievable. He rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation as he approached the boss drop point. The previous bronze bosses had given him quite a few surprises. However, it seemed that Lady Luck had dozed off this time. As the light dissipated, 2 pieces of equipment lay quietly on the ground: a peach wood sword carved with strange runes for the corpse collector class, and an ancient-style 7-string zither for the bard class. Mo Yin's mouth twitched. Well, at least they were bronze items that could be sold for money. He helplessly stuffed these 2 non-mainstream pieces of equipment into his nearly full inventory. Even a mosquito's leg is meat; it can be monetized. After defeating the rock-armored giant lizard, a faint blue teleportation array lit up in the center of the wilderness. Mo Yin stepped into it, and amidst the shifting light and shadows, he found himself in a vast underground laboratory. The cold metallic walls reflected a ghastly white light, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of chemical agents and an indescribable mixture of decay. At the edge of the laboratory complex, instrument pipelines intertwined, flickering with meaningless indicator lights. The most disturbing sight was the rows of towering glass cultivation tanks. Inside were specimens of level 510 wild monsters commonly found in the Sunset Mountains. Twisted limbs flickered in the murky nutrient solution, silently narrating the inhumane experiments conducted by the Dark Elves. Suddenly, 3 cultivation tanks near Mo Yin burst simultaneously. Thick green liquid mixed with shards of glass poured out onto the floor. 3 large wet Komodo dragons frenzy crawled out from within. Their scales, which should have been a yellowish-brown, now appeared an unhealthy gray-black, their eyes filled with pure darkness, radiating a desire for destruction, all locking onto Mo Yin. Komodo Dragon Frenzy, level 10 health, 1800 mana, 400 physical attack, 250 physical defense, 60 spell attack, 100 spell defense, 60 speed, 20 skills, death roll, bite the target, and forcefully roll, dealing 130 physical damage and stunning for 3 seconds. Costs 50 MP, cooldown 7 seconds. Earthquake slams the ground with its massive tail, dealing 120 physical damage to targets within 10 yards and slowing them by 10. Costs 60 MP, cooldown 14 seconds. Without any warning, the 3 giant crocodiles lifted their colossal tails like battering rams, wielding tremendous force, and slammed them down onto the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The earthquake. The skill's range nearly covered the entire laboratory floor. The entire space shook violently. Wind control. Mo Yin reacted with utmost speed, and at the moment the giant tail struck down, a gust of air erupted beneath him, propelling him backward like an arrow released from a bow, narrowly landing atop a tall experimental device. The metallic platform beneath him vibrated with a dull thud. However, the skeletal archers below were not so fortunate. They moved slowly and were instantly engulfed by the shockwave from the turbulent ground. Each of them suffered at least one explosion of crimson numbers. 228. 228. Mo Yan's heart tightened. Fortunately, their health was still at 775 points, and they weren't instantly killed, only their bones creaked under the impact. Counterattack. Mo Yan's gaze turned icy, and as the magic orb swayed, 2 spells shot out like lightning. Wind Blade. Air Cannon. Boom. The 2 spells accurately tore through the air, hitting the relatively weak joint of the neck and the abdomen of the 2 giant crocodiles. 711 by 2. 889 by 2. Almost simultaneously as the spells hit, Mo Yin had already issued commands with his mind. 9 skeletal archers ignored their pain, and the ghostly blue arrows followed, closely pinning the 2 giant crocodiles whose health was nearly depleted firmly to the ground. Only the last Komodo dragon remained on the field. Mo Yin pointed at it, and a weak energy wave basic attack struck it. Equipment varies, normal circumstances differ. 86. The damage was negligible, yet it successfully attracted its aggro. The giant crocodile let out an enraged roar, moving its sturdy limbs, and opened its massive jaws filled with fangs, charging furiously towards Mo Yin at the top of the device. Cease fire. Mo Yin commanded again. He stood at the edge of the device like the most seasoned bullfighter, and just as the giant crocodile was about to collide, he gracefully leaped sideways, landing on another piece of equipment. The crocodile's bite missed, crashing into the metal device with a resonant hum. Utilizing the complex terrain of the laboratory and the speed advantage from wind control, Mo Yin maneuvered like walking a dog, keeping the giant crocodile within attack range while avoiding direct contact and preventing its aggro from shifting. After a few seconds of extreme tugging, the skill cooldown finished. Focus fire. With Mo Yan's command, 9 ghostly blue arrows pierced simultaneously into the disoriented giant crocodile. 404. 404. X9. The giant crocodile wailed as it fell to the ground, just as the last Komodo dragon transformed into a point of light. Crack, crack. In the center of the laboratory, the largest tank, completely black, suddenly became covered in a web of cracks. A nauseating stench, a mix of formaldehyde and rotting entrails, erupted violently. Boom. A grotesque giant claw entwined with rotting vines and sticky tentacles forcefully burst through the tank's wall. Next, a grotesquely contorted humanoid monster struggled to crawl out from the slime. Corrupted Stitcher Silver, Grade, Double Frenzy, Level 10 Health, 10,000 Mana, 1,000 Physical Attack, 600 Physical Defense, 230 Spell Attack, 400 Spell Defense, 200 Speed, 20 Skills, Whispering Assault Passive. All targets within a 10-yard radius continuously suffer from mental pollution. This manifests as slightly distorted vision and incomprehensible mad whispers in the ears. Prolonged exposure in this area has a chance to trigger mental disturbance, random negative status. Corrupted Claw, active attacks in close combat, with sharp bone claws dealing 230 physical damage and inflicting corrupted wound healing effect 10. Costs 70 MP, cooldown 10 seconds. Filth Spit, active, spits a mass of toxic and cursed filth. Deals 200 spell damage upon hitting. If it misses, it creates a filthy ground on the ground that lasts for 3 minutes, causing continuous health loss to anyone who steps on it. Costs 50 MP, cooldown 12 seconds. Despair Tentacle, active, fires a rapidly extending tentacle to ensnare the target, forcibly pulling it close and imprisoning it for 5 seconds, dealing 200 physical damage. Costs 50 MP, cooldown 7 seconds. Ugh. Even with 2 lives, seeing this monster again caused Mo Yan's stomach to churn. Its appearance would undoubtedly secure a top 3 spot on the most disgusting bosses in the Holy Yuan world list. With every step it took, thick corrupted liquid and broken tissues dripped down, and the stench in the air was so intense it nearly solidified. Just as this stitched monstrosity completely broke free from the cultivation tank, emitting an incomprehensible roar in preparation to unleash its fury. Now, Mo Yan's skills and the skeletal archer's bone bows had long been primed for action. Wind Blade. Air Cannon. Boom. 687 by 2. 859 by 2. Meanwhile, 9 ghostly blue arrows targeted the joint connections of the monster. 280x9, 5614. With a volley, the boss health of 10,000 evaporated by over half in an instant. More fortunate was that one arrow triggered the armor-piercing arrow effect, causing the boss defenses to drop by 10. Roar. The corrupted Stitcher let out a deafening roar of pain and rage. A stout python-like tentacle covered in suckers suddenly shot out from its right shoulder, darting towards Mo Yin like lightning. Despair Tentacle. But with the boost from wind control, Mo Yan's speed reached an astounding 28. He glided sideways like a ghost, the tentacle brushing against his clothes as it zipped past, slamming into the metal wall with a deep corrosive mark left behind. Continue attacking, Mo Yin calmly commanded, and the skeletal archers drew their bone bows once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 280. X9 2520. The boss health plunged again. The cornered Stitcher went completely mad. It opened its mouth, which was barely formed from shattered jaws, and a mass of thick black liquid as viscous as tar and exuding a deadly stench shot towards Mo Yin. At the same time, its massive body charged forward with the momentum to crush everything. Yet to Mo Yin, all of this seemed clumsy and slow. He moved nimbly, like dancing on the edge of a blade, skillfully avoiding the trajectory of the liquid projectile. The liquid struck the ground hissing as it corroded, creating a filthy ground that emitted black smoke. As for the boss body charge, Mo Yin easily maintained his distance. When the third round of volleys from the skeletal archers arrived as scheduled, this silver-grade boss, which had haunted countless nightmares, collapsed with an unwilling roar. Thick corrupt liquid and shattered tissues splattered everywhere. Mo Yin breathed slightly heavier, gazing at the dissipating shadow of the boss, reflecting on the situation. In my past life, this thing was a nightmare for raid teams. Its horror lay in the pervasive whispering assault, which could easily disrupt melee combat, especially for guardians needing precise blocks and parries. Once a guardian fell into mental disturbance, it basically spelled doom for the entire party. As the battle war on the polluted areas created by filth spit would multiply, severely compressing the maneuvering space for melee fighters, posing a huge challenge for healers and tank sustainability. Yet all of this was perfectly circumvented by Mo Yan's ranged kiting and exceptionally high burst damage. Ding! Congratulations to Icha Yin Yun for defeating the silver boss, the corrupted Stitcher, receiving 2,700 experience and a lifespan increase of 20 days. Ding! Congratulations to Icha Yin Yun for triggering the undead sacrifice effect, receiving 3 stamina attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first silver boss kill in the entire server. Rewards 10 free attribute points, 1 silver treasure chest. Your glorious achievement will be announced to the whole server. Would you like to hide your name? Not hiding. Announcement to the entire server. Congratulations to Longwo's Icha Yin Yun for completing the first silver boss kill in the entire server. Rewards 10 free attribute points, 200 reputation, 2 years of lifespan, 1 silver treasure chest. The journey to legendary heights begins now. Others, please continue to work hard. The announcement repeats 3 times. The entire server was once again ignited by this earth-shattering announcement. The world channel was instantly flooded. Fire God. Holy crap. My brother. First kill of the silver boss. How many times has it been on TV today? Frantically banging the table. Bro, add me. Add me. Poking the flower above. Poke. The guy above should have some face. Do you think you're familiar with the god? You're just a poser. Better keep one eye open while sleeping tonight. Be careful, I follow the internet line. Sharpening knives ominously. Wind blows coldly. Did I just get chased by a level 5 bronze boss? Icha Yin Yun is already soloing a silver boss. Are we really playing the same game? Doomsday Judgment. Arsonist of affection, attribute points. Reputation. Lifespan. Silver treasure chest. Why does the god need more accessories? I come with my own rations. The stench of the stitched monster had not completely dissipated when Mo Yin heard the pleasant system notification chime in his ear. Ding. Congratulations. Yikiyanyan has achieved the first clear of the dungeon hard mode in the entire server. Reward freedom attribute points 5, silver treasure chest x1. Given that the condition for the Blue Star people to achieve this was a solo clear, the difficulty coefficient was greatly increased, thus the silver treasure chest has been upgraded to a golden treasure chest. Your heroic deeds will be recorded in the annals of history and announced to the entire server. Would you like to hide your name? If not, you will receive an additional reputation reward. No hiding, Mo Yin said without hesitation. Fame is a resource, especially in the harsh world of Judgment Day. The clamor of the World Channel had not completely subsided when a new, more impactful server announcement detonated like a heavy bomb. Server announcement: congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's Yikiyanyan for successfully clearing the hard mode dungeon Raging Laboratory. Reward freedom attribute points 5, reputation points 100, a lifespan 1 year, golden treasure chest x1. Additionally, in recognition of their outstanding contributions, all members of the Dragon Kingdom, to which Yikiyanyan belongs, will receive Freedom Attribute Points 3 and Lifespan 1 year. Announcement repeated 3 times this time. It was as if the entire server had been pressed with a temporary mute button. After a full half-minute of silence, the world channel erupted like a volcano with information flooding the screen. East Evil, the Dragon Kingdom is amazing. Yikiyanyan is invincible. This buff is too good. Fire Cloud, Evil God, what the hell? A year of free lifespan. Brothers type, thank you great God on the public screen. Fire God, no brother, you're hack. Oh no, your strength is just too outrageous. Dumbfounded. King of Assassins, great God, please hold back. There are, give us a way to live. Facepalm. Phoenix Dance in the Sky 1. Shut it down, it's no fun now. Laughing and crying Dugachio by 2. Looking for hack links. Doghead for safety. I fell in love with you, is my fault 10086. Great God, get me a share of the hack. Poke the flower above poke. The ones above are too shameless. Great God, just one question, where can I get that hack? I mean that skill. Sincere eyes. Pure little angel, you are all jealous of the great God. Only I truly admire him. Great God brother, give me a friend spot, I'll wait for you in private chat heart. Frozen Snow Romance, great God brother is so amazing. Lowly Voice 36D, so sweet and powerful, seeking a team for dungeon. Send a private message, got photos. Waiting for you. Zhongqing Black Stockings, Frozen Snow Romance, Sister Chiyuan. Black Silk. Eternal Romance. Consider it. Deep Gaze Tang Dynasty Tai Bai. Capturing a perverted Black Stockings. Brothers protect our lowly. Please shake hands with my girlfriend, Zhongqing Black Stockings. Hey, monster. Show your true form quickly. Hand over your. Protecting the girl is everyone's responsibility. I am surnamed Sun's 5 holes handshake. Brother, your abacus beads hit me in the face. But, add me as well. Doghead. This benefit affecting the entire Dragon Kingdom was like a giant stone thrown into a pond, finally causing the dormant behemoths, the major top guilds, to lose control and jump into action. Tang Dynasty Unmatched. Tang Dynasty Unmatched Guild congratulates Yikiyanyan great God for clearing the dungeon, bringing supreme glory to the Dragon Kingdom. Now offering elite group core treatment, sincerely inviting the great God to join. Resources, teams, intelligence, all in full tilt. Royal Clan Supreme Guild expresses the highest respect to Mr. Yikiyanyan. Willing to reserve the position of Guild Vice President. Generous treatment, details can be discussed in detail, ensuring Mr. is satisfied. Dragon Clan Black Dragon Clan Guild congratulates the great God for creating brilliance again. The Dragon Clan is willing to offer the highest specification treatment, including but not limited to core decision-making power, top resource allocation rights, exclusive team configuration, strongly inviting the great God to join. The Dragon Clan promises that the conditions offered will definitely be the best in the entire server. If the previous announcements only made the big shots glance, then this benefit that encompasses the entire nation blatantly revealed the strategic value that a top expert could bring, surpassing individual limits. This was no longer just a matter of individual strength, but a national talent capable of influencing the overall development speed of a country. Watching the IDs that usually appeared infrequently throw out olive branches, everyone was left speechless. This is the power of the great God. The Dragon Kingdom was boiling, and the international channel exploded, the sourness and urgency almost spilling out of the screen. Emperor Sakura Baka. Useless. A bunch of useless people. How could a Dragon Kingdom person steal all the limelight? Immediately. Right now? Find Yikiyanyan for me. At any cost, eliminate him. We cannot let the Dragon Kingdom continue to lead. King of the cold country, what is the intelligence department doing? Immediately check. Does this Yikiyanyan have any blood ties to our cold nation? If not, then find a way to fabricate evidence. Historians, provide proof. We must let the whole world know that Yikiyanyan's success comes from the excellent genes of our cold nation. Samida, the external clamor and disputes did not affect Mo Yin in the least. At this moment, he was eagerly squatting in front of the pile of decaying, stinking remnants of the corrupted, stitched monster. I didn't get a single hair from the last bronze BOSS this time. It should drop something decent, right? He complained while reaching his hand into the viscous light and shadow to explore. His hand felt cool. As the light dissipated, 2 pieces of equipment radiating a soft silver-white glow lay quietly in his palm. Swift Wind Running Shoes, Silver Grade. Wearing level 10. Wearing Profession Mage applicable. Effect 1, I Physical Defense 23-26, Magical Defense 26-30. Effect 2, Agility 8. Effect 3, Whisper of the Wind passive contains a trace of pure wind element, increasing the wearer's movement speed by 3 points. Raging Ring, Silver Grade. Wearing Position Ring. Wearing level 10. Wearing Profession Mage applicable. Effect 1, Magical Attack 17-20, Physical Attack 17-20. Effect 2, Intelligence 8. Effect 3, Raging Active. Activate the ring's potential, increasing one's physical magical attack power by 5 for 10 seconds. After the effect ends, all attributes decrease by 10 for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 600 seconds. Beautiful. Mo Yan's eyes lit up. Running shoes increase movement speed, which is crucial for kiting and positioning. Although the ring has obvious side effects, the 5 dual attack increase at a critical moment combined with his terrifying base magical power is definitely an explosive weapon. This is just the beginning. The system rewards him with 15 freedom attribute points, plus 1 each of the silver treasure chest and the more precious golden treasure chest. In Holy Yuan World treasure chests are truly rare items representing a drop rate far exceeding that of ordinary items. Mo Yan first opened the silver treasure chest. As the chest lid opened, a piece of smooth, resilient silver-white light armor lay quietly inside, its lines flowing perfectly. Sky Guardian Silver Grade. Wearing position chest armor. Wearing level 10. Wearing profession Guardian. Effect 1, I physical defense 50-60, magical defense 50-60. Effect 2, stamina 10. Effect 3, Sky Guardian active. After activation, physical magical defense increases by 20 for 60 seconds. Cooldown time 600 seconds. A superb Guardian armor. Mo Yan exclaimed. With high dual defenses and core stamina attributes combined with a crucial skill that can greatly enhance survival ability at critical moments, this equipment is enough to make any Guardian coveted, and its value is immeasurable. Taking a deep breath, Mo Yan's gaze fell on the last golden treasure chest. The chest was forged from an unknown dark golden metal, its surface flowing with a mysterious sheen. In his previous life, he had only managed to obtain a single golden treasure chest by the time he entered the second-level main city, highlighting its preciousness. With a hint of nervousness and immense anticipation, he slowly opened the lid. Buzz! A pure and dazzling golden beam shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire dark laboratory in a resplendent golden hue. Golden Legend. As the light subsided, an exquisitely designed necklace lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. The pendant was a teardrop-shaped gem seemingly formed from the purest sky, within which nebulas seemed to swirl. Tears of the Sky Golden Grade. Wearing position necklace. Wearing level 10. Wearing profession mage applicable. Effect 1, intelligence 10. Effect 2, stamina 10. Effect 3, magical attack 50-60, physical attack 50-60. Effect 4, mysterious guardian active. Activate the protective power contained within the necklace, generating a mysterious shield. This shield can completely block and nullify one skill effect of up to second tier, including level regardless of damage or control. Cooldown time 1 hour. Hiss. Mo Yan couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his heart racing. He had hit the jackpot. This was the real deal. The attributes were simply ridiculous. Dual attributes 10. The magical attack bonus was comparable to that of a level 10 silver weapon. Even more terrifying was that active skill Mysterious Guardian, which could nullify one second-tier skill. What does this mean? It means that at a critical moment, this will be an absolute trump card capable of turning the tide of battle or even saving a life. Its strategic value is immeasurable. Today is truly a bountiful harvest. Mo Yan tightly gripped Tears of the Sky, feeling the warm touch of the gem with a heart full of pride. When he reaches level 10 and equips this entire new set of gear, it will feel no different from trading in a bird gun for a cannon. No, it's like switching to a strategic missile. Calming his excited emotions, Mo Yan casually glanced at the still boiling world channel. Amidst the various praises, recruitment, and sour remarks, a statement mixed among countless bits of information suddenly caught Mo Yan's attention. There are golden houses in the book. I just want to ask. Great God, your operation and foresight. Could it be from a time travel or reincarnation story? Mo Yan's pupils constricted slightly, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the necklace. I never expected that a casual joke would actually reveal the truth. Looks like reading more really pays off. Looking at the bulging pouch in his package, 5 silver and 1273 copper coins, and the empty equipment slots, Mo Yan felt a wave of joy. Estimating the levels of the elite teams from various guilds at around 56, he casually listed his previous Vine armor on the auction house, setting the starting bid at 1 gold coin. Bronze equipment, especially the core defensive gear of the Guardian, is definitely in high demand during this early exploration phase. As soon as the auction information refreshed, the logistics departments of the major guilds sprang into action. The price shot up like a lit fuse. 2 gold. 2 gold. 3 gold. The bidding alerts chimed, each jump representing the struggle for resources among the guilds. At this moment, a private message flickered coming from Black Dragon of the Dragon Clan. Brother Smoke and Clouds, that Vine armor at the auction house is yours, right? Withdraw it, and well, buy it directly for 6 gold coins. We'll cover the 10 cancellation fee from the auction house, totaling 6 gold. How about that? Mo Yan pondered for a moment. Given the current financial reserves of the guilds and the actual value of the Vine armor, 6 gold was indeed about the limit. Selling to the Dragon Clan saves time and effort, and it also earns a personal favor. What's not to like? Deal. He replied briefly, then promptly withdrew the Vine armor from the auction house. The other guild members who were fiercely bidding suddenly realized that the item had vanished, snatched away. Using the in-game remote trading system, Black Dragon of the Dragon Clan quickly offered 6 gold. After completing the transaction, Mo Yin recalled the mountain of whiteboard equipment in his package, over 40 pieces, and casually asked, "President Black Dragon, I still have a batch of whiteboard equipment at levels 59. Would you like to take them while I clean out my package?" Black Dragon of the Dragon Clan replied astonishingly fast, "Yes. We'll take as many as you have. We'll pay 5 silver coins per piece and buy them all in bulk. 5 silver coins for a whiteboard. That price is quite high for this stage." Clearly the Dragon Clan was expressing goodwill, paving the way for future cooperation. Mo Yin was also not pretentious. "All right, please wait for the delivery." After stuffing all the whiteboard equipment into an email to Black Dragon of the Dragon Clan, Mo Yin switched to the World Channel and casually sent out the entrance coordinates for the Raging Laboratory Dungeon, Sunset Mountains, X3451, Y7892, inside the cave's magic circle. Level 5 can enter. I recommend forming a team. His unprecedented first statement instantly ignited the channel. Feng Xiao, wow. The Great One in person. Captured alive. Tong Lushang Juhua, Great One so mighty. Coordinates noted in my little notebook. Pure-hearted little angel. Great One, you finally spoke. Please take me into the dungeon. Hearts shooting, frozen snow. Great One, look at me. 36D, online waiting for a team. Cute, fond of black stockings. The 2 above black stockings are the way to go. Serious face. Fire God bro. See you at the dungeon entrance. Pick me. Frantic waving. Ignoring the rapidly flooding channel, Mo Yin turned back to Qingfeng village, finding the village chief Feng Changqing and the guard captain Hao Yin, reporting all he had discovered regarding the Sunset Mountains, the Dark Elves conspiracy, and the crucial diary in detail. Village chief Feng Changqing flipped through the diary, his brow furrowing tighter, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. Alas, it turns out to be the Dark Elves, who have been silent for many years. They retreated during the last Great War, and we thought they had shrunk into a corner. Who would have thought they were brewing such calamity in the Sunset Mountains? If it weren't for your keen insight, Qingfeng village would be facing great disaster. He solemnly bowed to Mo Yin, saying, "The entire Qingfeng village is deeply grateful. Here is your deserved reward. Ding, congratulations on completing the quest. Investigate the mutation of monsters in the Sunset Mountains. Reward 4,000 experience points, 100 reputation points, skill book purification, and 5 silver coins." Bathed in golden light, Mo Yin instantly leveled up to 9. But what thrilled him even more was the skill book radiating soft white light. Purification. Purification active skill effect instantly removes 1 control type negative status from oneself: stun, imprisonment, silence, slow, etc. And reduces the duration of control effects received by 50 for the next 3 seconds. Cost 100 MP, cooldown 2 minutes. Divine skill. For a mage who fears control, this is akin to gaining an extra life. Especially when facing enemies like the Night Stalker or mages using ice control skills like Ice Coffin technique, having purification provides room for countermeasures and maneuvers. In his previous life, this skill book had an abysmally low drop rate, and almost no one would sell it once acquired. Mo Yin had always sought it in vain. Its value even surpassed that of high-ear damage skills in certain situations. Investing the 5 free attribute points gained from leveling up into intelligence, Mo Yin's spell attack power skyrocketed to 974. He was just 1 step away from breaking the 1,000 mark. This matter is of great importance. I must return immediately to handle the follow-up. Village Chief Feng Changqing, anxious, gave a brief instruction to Hao Yin and Mo Yin before hurriedly leaving. Once the village chief was out of sight, guard captain Hao Yin clapped Mo Yin's shoulder hard, his eyes filled with gratitude and lingering fear. "Warrior, we owe you a great deal this time. You have shielded the village and all of us from a disaster." However, Mo Yin did not relax. He lowered his voice and looked sharply at Hao Yin. "Captain Hao Yin, I'm afraid this matter is not yet over. There are many doubts." "Oh, what insights does the warrior have?" Haoshin's expression turned serious. Firstly, Mo Yin raised a finger. The Dark Elves have been in hiding for many years. How did they learn that there exists a special substance deep within the Sunset Mountains that could assist in their research on the raging reagent? The diary clearly states that it was some person who informed them. Who is this person? Why do they know so much about the Sunset Mountains? Is the source of information reliable? He paused, raising a second finger, his tone growing heavier. Secondly, the Dark Elves plan to use a horde of rage monsters, all no more than level 10, to attack Qingfeng village. With all due respect, even with the boost from rage, can a beast horde truly break through a village guarded by you, Captain Hao Yin, and the guards? Even if they were to succeed by luck, how could they believe they could evade the monthly inspections from Songyue City? The elite of Songyue City are not to be trifled with. After listening, Haoshin's face changed drastically. He slapped his forehead hard, his eyes filled with shock and realization. Right. How did I not think of that? No matter how fierce those beasts are, they can't break through the defensive magic array at the village entrance. Moreover, the inspectors from Songyue City. Damn it. The more he thought, the more alarmed he became, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he looked at Mo Yin with unprecedented seriousness and a hint of dependence. Young friend, your insight is truly commendable. Hao Yin took a deep breath, his voice lowered and filled with urgency. This matter is too significant, and the implications could be very deep. The guard team within the village is numerous and diverse. I cannot guarantee who is trustworthy. The heavy responsibility of investigating this internal spy, I fear it can only be entrusted to you. Please be sure to investigate secretly and uncover this malignant tumor hidden in Qingfeng village. Otherwise, the village will never know peace. Ding, congratulations on triggering the hidden quest. The internal spy of Qingfeng village. Quest description: behind the anomalies in the Sunset Mountains and the Dark Elves conspiracy, there seems to lurk a deeper shadow. A mysterious informant has leaked the village's secrets to the enemy. Who is the internal spy lurking in Qingfeng village? Find them and remove this thorn. Quest requirements: identify and confirm the identity of the internal spy, providing information to the Dark Elves. Quest rewards: failure penalty none. Hidden quest. Mo Yan's heart shook. He indeed triggered it. The reason he was so determined to guide Hao Yin was precisely because of that painful memory from his past life. In the original timeline, shortly thereafter, a cold system announcement had resounded in the ears of all Dragon Kingdom citizens. System announcement: area warning. Qingfeng village, under the jurisdiction of the Tianxian Empire Tsangyue city, has fallen. It has been occupied by the Dark Elves forces. This was merely the beginning. In the following months, several villages and even small cities along the border of the Tianxian Empire fell one after another as the Dark Elves forces spread like wildfire, officially taking to the stage of dominance in the Xinyuan world. As the first territory to fall, all indigenous people and citizens of the Dragon Kingdom affiliated with the Tianxian Empire were forcibly marked with an undispellable curse. The woe of lost territories effect permanently reduces all attributes by 5. Furthermore, the safe leveling areas available to the Dragon Kingdom were drastically reduced by nearly 1/3. This double blow was like a heavy shackle, severely slowing the entire growth pace of the Dragon Kingdom and planting deep-seated dangers in the brutal competition of the planet. Mo Yin understood deeply that the NPCs in this world are not cold data. They are flesh and blood with their own emotions, joys, sorrows, and historical trajectories. And perhaps those regretful plots from his past life are not unchangeable. The internal spy of Qingfeng village is the first key node that led to the tragedy of my past life. Mo Yan's eyes were determined. Finding him and stopping him may reverse the fate of Qingfeng village's fall, thereby changing the predicament of the Dragon Kingdom being shackled at the onset of Doomsday Judgment. This hidden quest carries far more than just personal rewards. It concerns the future of countless compatriots. Mo Yin did not rush to investigate the mole, for he knew well that strength was the foundation of all. Over the next 2 days, he transformed into a ruthless boss hunter, his footprints covering every corner of Qingfeng village and its surroundings. Within the bounds of the novice village, 10 bronze-grade bosses roamed. Except for the Sunluo Qiujing beast and the Yulin Snake King, which could no longer trigger undead sacrifice after being slain, the remaining 8 all fell prey to him. The fierce battles not only brought bountiful experience, but also activated 16 precious sacrifice effects: Vitality 2, Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Spirit 2, Agility 4. The comprehensive boost in attributes made his already formidable foundation even more solid. The 8 bosses generously yielded 13 pieces of bronze equipment. Among them, a Tianqian leg guard bronze matched his attributes, perfectly replacing his worn-out old leg guard. With a flash of golden light, Mo Yan's level soared to level 10. He eagerly equipped all the level 10 gear. He had hoarded the golden grade Qingxian staff and Tears of the Sky and the silver grade ring of frenzy and gale running shoes. His attribute panel was reborn, exuding a heart-stirring power. Yicha, Yenyun, lifespan 65 years, 195 days, race, human, special talent, death, God's body, tier 0, physical magical damage received 10. Level 10 class sorcerer, HP 2650, MP 2240, a physical attack 291, physical defense 208, magical attack 1467, magical defense 200, speed 40, free attribute points 0, experience 1226, 10000. Skills: probe, air cannon, wine blade, wind walk, purify, legion of the dead. Equipment: weapon, Qingxian staff, gold necklace, Tears of the Sky, gold chest armor, venom robe, bronze helmet, poison scale cap, bronze leg guard, Tianqian leg guard, bronze shoes, gale running shoes, silver ring 1, firefly ring, plain ring 2, ring of frenzy, silver. Feeling the surging mana within him, Mo Yin curled his lips into a confident smile. All was ready. As night fell, he crept like a ghost to the dwelling of the guard captain Hao Yin. Though his movements were as light as a feather, a low voice immediately sounded from within. Who goes there? Mo Yin stepped calmly out of the shadows. Captain Hao, it's me. Any findings? Haoshin's gaze burned. Yes. Mo Yin looked Hao Yin straight in the eye and said word by word, the prime suspect is the village chief, Feng Changqing. Impossible. Heoshin's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively retorted, "The village chief is virtuous and respected, treating the villagers like his own children. Qingfeng village is his everything. You must be mistaken." Mo Yin did not argue, but waited calmly. Only after Heoshin's rapid breathing had eased did he pose a crucial question. "Captain, how under normal circumstances, how should Qingfeng village handle an emergency?" "The guard squad would rush to suppress it immediately," Hao Yin blurted out. Mo Yin pressed on. "Yesterday, when the Sunset Mountain Range anomaly occurred suspected to be the work of dark elves, it was so urgent. Why did the guard squad stand by and instead send me a stranger from another world to investigate?" Boom. Mo Yan's words struck Heoshin's mind like a thunderbolt. He suddenly recalled yesterday's scene. He was anxious to muster the troops and charge straight to the Sunset Mountains, but was gently dissuaded by village chief Feng Changqing. The village chief had spoken earnestly, then saying that a warrior from another world would act more covertly and avoid alerting the enemy, making the investigation safer. Hao Yin had actually been convinced. Now, upon reflection, everything reeked of strangeness. A newcomer from another world far weaker than the guard squad sent to investigate. It posed greater risk and was more likely to expose them. The village chief's demeanor then. Beneath that gentle smile there seemed to be a trace of barely perceptible anxiety and deliberate guidance. Cold sweat instantly soaked Heoshin's back. His gaze at Mo Yin was filled with shock and wavering. "Then, what should we do now? Take people and arrest him directly?" "No." Mo Yin decisively stopped him. "Without evidence, acting rashly would let him turn the tables and accuse you of coveting his position with ill intent. You'd never clear your name." Hao Yin drew in a sharp breath, trembling with fear. Had it not been for Mo Yan's warning, he would have nearly caused a catastrophe. He looked at Mo Yin with newfound trust. "Young friend, you are thorough in your thinking. What is your suggestion?" "Captain, how between you and the village chief, who is stronger?" Hao Yin admitted with shame, "The village chief. He hasn't fought in years, but his cultivation in earlier days surpassed mine. In an unknown fight, I fear I am no match for him." A sharp glint flashed in Mo Yan's eyes. "No matter. Well, proceed like this." The two men whispered under the dim light late into the night until a meticulous plan quietly took shape. The next morning, as dawn's light barely broke, village chief Feng Changqing was still asleep when he was jolted awake by urgent knocking. A guard, his face panicked, reported, "Village chief. Terrible news. The guard captain requests your immediate presence at the guard hall. Urgent military intelligence." Feng Changqing hastily threw on his coat and hurried to the guard hall. There, Hao Yin, his expression grim, said solemnly, "Village chief. A scout's urgent report has just arrived. Solid traces of dark elf activity have been found deep in the ghostly forest. It's highly likely to be the accomplice of the one who escaped yesterday." Feng Changqing's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly, then he decisively ordered, "How dare they return?" Hao Yin, quickly lead the elite guards to capture and kill them to eliminate future trouble. "Village chief, please calm down." Hao Yin instead handed him a cup of hot tea. "I've already sent for the young friend from another world from yesterday. He is most familiar with the dark elf's aura, so it would be safest to have him identify them. By my estimate, he should be arriving soon." Feng Changqing frowned, his voice suddenly sharp. "Hao Yin, military intelligence is urgent. How can we afford delays? A mere junior from another world cannot affect military decisions. Deploy the troops immediately. If that elf escapes, can you bear the consequences?" Just then, Mo Yan's clear voice came from outside the hall. "Village chief, worry not. I have arrived and am ready to depart at any time." Hearing this voice, Feng Changqing instinctively turned toward the door. At that moment, "Forgive me, village chief." Heoshin's eyes blazed with killing intent as his long-prepared lethal strike erupted. Clenching his right fist, he channeled all his battle energy like a cannonball shot from a barrel, carrying the force to shatter 1,000 armies, and slammed it viciously into Feng Changqing's unguarded back. 1,000 army break. Bang. 837. Amid the dull, thunderous sound, Feng Changqing was blasted several meters away like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the wall. A sweetness rose in his throat, but he forcibly suppressed the churning blood. His eyes nearly split as he roared, "Hao Yin, you dare to rebel." He instantly drew the sword at his waist, its blade flashing like lightning as it thrust toward Heoshin's vital point while shouting, "Guards! Hao Yin is rebelling. Where is the guard squad? Seize him immediately." The guards outside rushed in upon hearing the commotion, only to see their captain and the village chief locked in combat, sword light and fist shadows intertwining, energy surging. The men were dumbfounded, exchanging glances, unsure whom to support. Amid the chaos, Mo Yin raised an ancient wooden box high, his voice as cold as ice. "Feng Changqing, here is the irrefutable evidence of your collusion with the Dark Elves betraying Qingfeng village. Surrender now." The moment Feng Changqing's eyes fell upon the wooden box, his face turned deathly pale. He knew it was all over. A fierce will to survive overrode his shock. He suddenly erupted, using an exquisite and ruthless shadow wing slash to deflect Heoshin's fist, then slipped like a ghost through the window, fleeing headlong toward the western forest without looking back. The guards were caught off guard, none able to stop his escape. Just as Feng Changqing was about to vanish into the forest's edge, a cyan wind blade, like a vengeful specter, struck his calf with pinpoint accuracy. Shoo! 538. Aunt! Feng Changqing cried out in pain, stumbling. He cast a venomous glance back at Mo Yin, who had ruined his plans, then without hesitation pulled a talisman radiating ominous black energy from his bosom and slapped it onto the wound on his calf. Black light surged, and the wound healed at a visible rate. Yet just as he gathered strength to flee again, whooshed! A dazzling silver sword aura like a ribbon falling from the heavens shot out of the dense forest without warning. The aura was sharp and unstoppable, striking Feng Changqing precisely in the back. Boom! 4,892. A horrifyingly large damage number appeared. Feng Changqing was struck as if by lightning, spewing blood like a fountain. His body was hurled back like a tattered sack, crashing heavily to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. A familiar silvery armored figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the woods. It was Gao Jinli. His handsome face was now covered in frost, his eyes filled with pain and anger. Feng Changqing, as a village chief receiving the empire's stipend and the villagers' reverence, yet you commit such treason by colluding with the enemy. Your crime is unforgivable. Feng Changqing's face was ashen. Struggling to lift his head, he recognized the newcomer, and the last spark of hope in his eyes was extinguished, replaced by twisted madness and defiance. Gao Jinli, falling into your hands. I accept it. But what do you know? I've toiled in this backwater Qingfeng village for decades. You lofty big shots from Sanyue City, have you ever deigned to look at me? Have you ever given me resources to break through my bottleneck? How many years have I been stuck at Tier 2? 10 years. 20 years. The Dark Elves promised me Tier 3, even Tier 4 power. They gave me hope to leave this godforsaken place. Since you couldn't give me what I wanted, what wrong did I do in seeking another path? You fiend! Gao Jinli roared. For your selfish desires you would collude with alien races and harm your own people. Do you have any idea how many innocents their rage potion would kill once it spreads? What's that to me? Feng Changqing shrieked hysterically, every man for himself. Heaven and earth will destroy those who don't act for themselves. Looking at the twisted, hideous face before him, utterly devoid of the former amiable village chief, Gao Jinli felt a profound sadness in his heart. He waved his hand, his voice icy, incorrigible. Take him away. Seal his cultivation, keep him under strict guard, and send him to Sanyue City for trial before the city lord's court. The guards, jolted back to their senses, hurried forward, locked Feng Changqing in special mana-suppressing shackles, and dragged him away. Gao Jinli gazed in the direction Feng Changqing had been taken, letting out a long sigh. The image of the diligent, gentle village chief from years past overlapped with today's mad traitor, leaving his heart unsettled. He turned to Mo Yin and clasped his fists solemnly. Young friend, it is entirely thanks to your sharp insight, wisdom, and courage that we have rooted out this villain. Without your plan, old Hao and I would have remained in the dark until our deaths with disastrous consequences. It turned out that all of this was a plan orchestrated by Mo Yin to lure the tiger out of the mountains, falsely reporting the discovery of dark elves in the ghostly forest to draw the village chief out of his home. Mo Yin then sneaked into his house to search for evidence of treason. He had Gao Jinli lie in ambush in the western forest to block the escape route. The words, ready to depart at any time, were the signal for Hao Yin to strike. Mo Yin had targeted the village chief because the mission was initiated by Hao Yin, the person who could bypass the guard squad to suppress information and had both the motive and ability to cooperate with the Dark Elves, was most likely the village chief. Vague rumors from his past life about Feng Changqing appearing among the Dark Elf ranks were now confirmed. Mo Yin said modestly, "Sir, you flatter me. It was my duty." Inwardly, he was already anticipating the generous reward for the hidden mission. The last one had granted the divine skill Purify. However, Gao Jinli's expression did not relax. Instead, it grew more grave. He lowered his voice, a hint of disbelief in it. Young friend, while searching Feng Changqing's residence, I discovered a secret letter between him and the Dark Elves, which bore a special seal used internally by Sanyue City. This matter may run far deeper than just a village chief. There may be Dark Elf minions within Sanyue City as well. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden mission, the mole in Qingfeng Village. Advanced mission triggered. The undercurrent of Sanyue City. Mission description: although the traitor of Qingfeng Village has been brought to justice, his communications with the Dark Elves bear the core seal of Sanyue City. This suggests that the Dark Elves' tendrils of infiltration may have reached deep into the Empire's heart. Track down the traitors within Sanyue City and root out the hidden darkness. Mission requirements: investigate and confirm the identity of those colluding with the Dark Elves within Sanyue City. Mission difficulty: unknown. Mission reward: stackable with the previous mission's reward. The higher the completion, the richer the reward. Failure penalty: unknown. Special note: this is a unique, continuous mission. If accepted, proceed with the subsequent investigation. If declined, only the current mission reward will be settled and subsequent missions will be permanently closed. Unknown difficulty. Unique mission. Stackable rewards. Mo Yan's heart trembled violently. In his past life, fewer than 1 in 100 completed such unknown missions, but every success yielded exceptionally rich returns. He immediately understood the Dark Elves' swift conquest of several major cities in his past life could not have been achieved by a single mole in a novice village. Behind it, there must be a vast support network at higher levels. Whether for the incalculable mission rewards or to prevent his past lives' dragon kingdom from being shackled by the terrible curse of the Lost Land sorrow, Mo Yan had no reason to refuse. How could I stand by in the face of such a calamity? I am duty-bound, Mo Yan declared resolutely. However, my strength is still shallow. Once I reach Songyue City, I will spare no effort in the investigation. But, how should I contact you then, sir? Hearing this, Gao Jinli simply raised his hand and tapped lightly in the air. Ding! Mo Yan's friend list icon suddenly flashed with a prompt. An unprecedented system notification box popped up. Gao Jinli, Songyue City Garrison Commander requests to add you as a friend. Accept. Mo Yan's pupils contracted sharply, his mind struck as if by a heavy hammer going blank. The natives of the Holy Origin world could actually add friends just like Blue Star humans. This earth-shattering realization rendered his 2 lifetimes of experience utterly pale. He almost trembled as he pressed accept. In his friend list, the name Gao Jinli stood prominently. Mo Yan tried with a mix of absurdity and excitement, sending a message, hello. Gao Jinli seemed to sense it, casting a slightly surprised glance at Mo Yan. The next second, a reply clearly appeared in Mo Yan's message bar. Gao Jinli, hello, it really works. Information flowed without obstruction. Mo Yan stared at that simple reply, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. This Holy Origin world was far more mysterious, profound, and insane than he had ever known in his past life. Mo Yan secretly calculated that Gao Jinli's strength was close to level 100 of the 4th rank, if not already there. Such power was exceptional even in a secondary city, let alone given his important position. Unexpectedly, he also had a backing above him. In his past life, Mo Yan had chosen the secondary city not as Songyue City, but as Wudicheng. However, driven by the unknown mission and several significant opportunities he remembered in Songyue City, his target was now clear, Songyue City. While he was pondering, Hao Yin walked over slowly. Young friend, his gaze piercing. I can sense your aura. You have reached the bottleneck of level 10. It is time to head to the 3rd rank city to complete your job change. However, he switched his tone, revealing a gem glowing with a faint light in his palm. The teleportation array between Qingfeng Village and the 3rd rank city is still sealed. You need to use this item to unlock the array's core in order to pass. Ding! Hao Yin has issued you a quest. Unseal the teleportation array. Quest reward 1,000 experience points. Failure penalty none. Do you accept? Accept. Mo Yin responded without hesitation. The sealed array is located deep within the Black Wind Plain. The way was filled with level 8 to 10 wild monsters, and Mo Yin did not hesitate to activate his final Undead Legion. Although the experience gained was minimal due to level suppression, every bit counts. More importantly, it was an opportunity to accumulate the stacking effect of Undead Sacrifice. After clearing the way, he actually triggered the sacrifice twice, increasing his stamina and spirit slightly. Upon reaching the center of the Black Wind Plain, an ancient teleportation array weathered by time stood before him. The array's base was composed of massive circular stone slabs intricately engraved with profound runes emanating a faint blue light that silently spoke of the weight of time. On the stone slabs, grooves of varying depths outlined some arcane pattern. The edges of the array were surrounded by a circle of translucent stone pillars, each inscribed with unrecognizable ancient text resonating subtly with the array's runes, strengthening its power. Atop the pillars, gemstones of various colors sparkled brilliantly, embodying turbulent energy. Mo Yin grasped the unsealing gem and stepped onto the heart of the array. Suddenly, the stone slab beneath him vibrated with a buzzing sound. Roar! A deafening roar of a tiger tore through the air. Following the sound, he saw a giant tiger nearly 2 people tall and entirely dark red striding through flames, accompanied by a scorching tempest. Its limbs were sturdy as pillars, claws sharp as transparent red jade burning with an unquenchable fire. A red jade horn on its forehead pointed skyward, and its eyes were 2 swirling patterns of Tai Chi flames, imposing and profound, sending chills down one's spine. Mo Yin understood. This was the final obstacle to the 3rd rank city, one of the 2 silver grade bosses in the novice village, level 10 Jun Beast Chi Shao. In his past life, the Dragon Clan Guild mobilized dozens of elites to defeat it, taking a long time to achieve a hard-earned victory. Jun Beast Chi Xiao level 10 health 15,000 mana 3,000 physical attack 800 physical defense 270 spell attack 800 spell defense 250 speed 34 skills red gold shattering claw swipes at the current target dealing 230 physical damage with a chance to inflict burning. Cost MP 100 cooldown 10 seconds. Flowing fire tail spins and sweeps its tail flames sweeping across a 120 fan-shaped area dealing 200 physical damage. Cost MP 80 U cooldown 13 seconds. Departing Fire Shield summons the 8 trigrams, departing fire forming a rotating shield around itself absorbing 1,000 points of damage with a chance to inflict burning on contact. Cost MP 100, cooldown 30 seconds. Flame Sun Burst unleashes the power of the Flame Sun, marking the target location causing 250 spell damage after a brief delay. Cost MP 100, cooldown 20 seconds. Buzz. The surrounding pillars of the teleportation array shone brightly instantly, raising a hemispherical light shield confining the battlefield firmly within the range of the array. This narrow space was extremely advantageous for the massive Chi Xiao. A cold system prompt sounded just in time warning. You must defeat the guardian of the teleportation array Jun Beast Chi Xiao to unseal it. Roar. Just as the prompt ended, Chi Xiao made its move, its single horn flashing red, leaving a glaring flame mark beneath Mo Yan's feet. Flame Sun Burst. At the moment the golden flames were about to erupt from the ground, Mo Yan's figure glided away like a ghost. At the same time 2 attacks were launched. Windblade. Air Cannon. 1,725. 2,156. Almost simultaneously 9 black arrows imbued with a chilling aura shot through the air accurately, hitting Chi Xiao's massive body. 891. 891. 891. X9 A concentrated volley directly took away nearly 12,000 health points from the boss. It turned out that as soon as Mo Yan engaged in battle, he had unreservedly activated both Qing Xian's Fury and Berserk mode. With the enhancement of these 2 states, his spell intensity skyrocketed to a terrifying 1687 points. Chi Xiao howled in pain, its body enveloped in swirling flames, and the departing fire shield took shape instantly. Its right claw glowed fiercely with red jade accompanied by a shrill scream as it clawed down at Mo Yan. Mo Yan tapped his toes, retreating several steps, narrowly avoiding the claw swipe. With one strike, missing Chi Xiao's massive body suddenly spun around, its flaming tail sweeping through the air like a steel whip accompanied by a terrifying roar. At this moment Mo Yan was still in midair with no leverage to escape. Just as he was about to be struck by the giant tail, the tears of the sky on his chest suddenly lit up. A layer of transparent light shield materialized out of nowhere, firmly withstanding the fierce, flowing fire tail. It was Mysterious Guardian. In that instant 9 gray arrows of the undead shot forth again, fiercely nailing into Chi Xiao's shield. Bang! With a sound like shattering glass, the 8 trigrams departing fire shield collapsed. 742. 742. 742. X9 Chi Xiao's massive body crashed to the ground, transforming into specks of light dust. Mo Yan himself was a bit surprised. The silver boss that had troubled countless people in his past life did not even withstand 2 rounds this time. The root cause was that he was simply too supermodel in this life. In the novice village there were only 2 silver bosses, one in the dungeon that could be farmed repeatedly, while Mo Yan already possessed 2 pieces of golden equipment along with several silver items. More crucially, it was the terrifying growth star rating of Heart of the Reaper and the massive extra attribute points brought by the quest chain. All of this forged his current overpowering combat power. What kind of transformation will the exclusive job change of Heart of the Reaper bring? Mo Yan felt even more anticipation in his heart. System prompts continued to sound. Ding. Congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds for killing Jun Beast Chi Xiao, earning 770 experience points, lifespan 20 days. Ding. Congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and clouds for triggering undead sacrifice, gaining agility 3. 3 silver items. Mo Yan raised his eyebrows. This drop rate was remarkable. Unfortunately, none were usable by him. Departing Fire Robe silver level requirement 10 class restriction Blessing Master effect 1 spell defense 40-45 physical defense 35-40 effect 2 spirit 9 effect 3 departing fire shield active creates a departing fire shield that absorbs 200 points of damage lasting 1 minute. Cooldown 8 minutes. Chi Xiao Claw Blade silver level requirement 10 class restriction 100 soldiers martial artist effect 1 eye physical attack 70-75 spell attack 40-45 effect 2 Stamina 8 effect 3, red gold shattering claw active. Swipes at the target dealing 150 physical damage with a chance to inflict burning. Cost MP 50, a cooldown 20 seconds. Rong Yun Treading Sky Boots, silver level requirement 10 class restriction sharpshooter effect 1 eye physical defense 23-28, spell defense 20-25 effect 2, agility 9 effect 3, treading sky active. Generates clouds underfoot, increasing movement speed by 10, lasting 20 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Mo Yin no longer delayed, embedding the unsealing gem into the central groove of the stone slab. Buzz. It was as if a slumbering giant beast was awakened. The dormant runes on the stone slab lit up one by one, flowing with a blue glow outlining a large and mysterious pattern. Atop the surrounding stone pillars, gemstones burst forth with dazzling white light, the beams connecting like a rainbow bridge, weaving into a brilliant magical web in the sky hundreds of meters high. In the next second, a massive beam of light shot up from the center of the stone slab, piercing through heaven and earth. Ding! Congratulations, Blue Star person, for completing Unseal the teleportation array. Gained 1,000 experience points, 10 silver coins, mysterious lottery ticket won. Mo Yin did not hesitate any longer and stepped into the towering beam of light. A strong sensation of weightlessness instantly seized him, as if he were thrown into the clouds by an invisible giant hand. His vision was engulfed by pure light, and in the next moment his figure completely vanished at the end of the beam. The city of Yuhui stands tall on the vast land, its walls built from dark brown massive rocks scarred with deep cuts and charred traces, silently telling the story of this border fortress that has weathered the ravages of war. The layout of the entire city resembles a gigantic war fortress. At its center lies the imposing city lord's mansion, while other buildings radiate outward in concentric circles along the main arteries, forming a defensive structure akin to a steel barrel. In this level 3 city, besides humans, there are occasionally figures of other races, such as the handsome elves and the Yodel clan, who despite their small stature are adept at handling machinery. As Mo Yan's figure solidified in the light of the teleportation array, a grand system announcement reverberated across the globe like thunder. System announcement: congratulations to the Blue Star player Yikianyan for becoming the first player in the entire server to step into level 3 city, Yuhui City. You are hereby granted the exclusive title Exploration Pioneer Effect, Stamina 20. Awarded 10 free attribute points, lifespan 3 years. Moreover, due to the Dragon Kingdom server being the first to open the main city passage, all Blue Star players from the Dragon Kingdom are specially rewarded free attribute points 5, a lifespan 2 years, and monster spawn experience increased by 5. Other Blue Star players, please continue to work hard to open new chapters in the main city soon. The announcement sparked a frenzy in the World Channel. Dream begins. Wow. The Master is amazing. I'm already exhausted saying this. From now on, I will be a diehard fan of Yikianyan. Madman, just lying flat. The Master is ascending in front, while I enjoy the blessings behind. How delightful. Unfortunately, some people from certain countries are not so fortunate. Coldstream K-pop, in Korean, shameless plagiarism. Confirmed by authoritative institutions in the Great Han Republic. Yikianyan carries the noble blood of our Great Han people. The Dragon Kingdom is merely basking in the glory of our descendants. These rewards should rightfully belong to the Great Han. Appa is the handsomest. In Korean, is Yikianyan our Great Han's pride. Appa, come to the Devo country and lead us to the top. Gentle love. Isn't the Great Han's voice still not unified? It makes me feel like I'm living in a 3-bedroom apartment. Stealing culture before, now stealing people nationwide. Can you have some dignity? Fire God, bullshit. Yikianyan is my bro. What do you Great Han think you are? Koei, Fire God. Tell us the untold story between you and the Master of Smoke and Clouds. Poke the Flower, don't believe him. I just added Fire God as a friend and asked, the Master doesn't even know him. Pure fraud. Dazed Geo, I originally wanted to ask the Master for a boost, but considering the server-wide rewards, please continue Master. Increase the effort. Loving you equals loving loneliness. Does the Master need leg accessories? I can warm your bed, and I can seamlessly switch between lowly voice, young boy voice, and mature woman voice. Please take me in. At this moment, in a certain place in the Silver Wing Empire, an elite team is engaged in a fierce battle with the giant spider boss guarding the teleportation array. The boss health is already nearing the critical 12 mark, but the team has already paid a painful price with hundreds of casualties. As the announcement of Yikianyan's first completion rang out, the entire team's movements froze momentarily, a heavy sense of defeat spreading among them. At the core of the team is a woman with hair like a waterfall and eyes sharp as an eagle, Arthur. A flicker of dark emotion passed through her gaze. But she quickly suppressed her emotions, her cold voice resonating across the battlefield. Lancelot. Maintain the aggro. Everyone else keep the output rhythm steady. Target, second. Under her precise, surgical-like command, the last shred of health from the giant spider was completely worn away. The teleportation array lit up, and as the only member of the team to reach level 10, Arthur stepped into the light column alone amid the complex gazes of her companions. Ding. System announcement: congratulations to the Eagle Nation's Arthur for becoming the second player in the entire server to step into level 3 city, Storm City. You are hereby granted the exclusive title Explorer, Stamina 10. Awarded 5 free attribute points, lifespan 2 years. Simultaneously, because the Eagle Nation server opened the main city passage second, all Eagle Nation players are specially rewarded free attribute points 3, lifespan 1 year. Please continue to work hard, everyone, to open new chapters in the main city soon. The Eagle Nation players immediately felt a surge of pride, and the World Channel was once again flooded with messages. Holmes, did you see that? Queen Arthur is the true powerhouse. The Dragon Kingdom's luck won't last. The Queen will eventually trample you beneath her feet. Eagle Nation players excitedly echoed the barrage of comments filled with fervor. Other countries' players could no longer sit still. The Dragon Kingdom's dominance could still be attributed to chance, but now the Eagle Nation has also seized the initiative. If no top experts emerge, the morale and confidence of the citizens will suffer a heavy blow. In an instant, the top guilds of various countries, as if injected with a stimulant, spare no expense in urging their vanguard forces to make a final push towards level 10. Ultimately, the third spot to enter the main city was claimed by the Beautiful Nation, and all players from the Beautiful Nation received free attribute points too. Dragon Clan Golden Dragon looked at the progress bar of their core team member, barely approaching level 9, their face darkening. The gap is greater than imagined. Inside Yuhui City, Yin naturally also heard the announcement about Arthur. In his past life, this golden-haired woman had indeed claimed the title of First Completion. It is rumored that she possesses a mysterious item that greatly enhances monster experience, which is the key to her leading in levels. This life, the First Completion, is mine. Yan's heart was calm, but his gaze grew sharper. But this time the Eagle Nation and Beautiful Nation seemed to have entered the level 3 city much earlier than last time. What could be the reason? At that moment, a cold, ancient voice, as if resonating from the depths of his soul, descended, detecting inheritor Yikianyan. Has met the conditions to change to the hidden class Reaper. Would you like to start the transfer trial? Yes, Yin said without hesitation. Buzz, the scene before him suddenly distorted. In the next moment, he found himself in an endless gray and misty space. There was no sky, no earth, only boundless smoke-like gray airflow slowly flowing and swirling. Yan's pupils constricted. This great airflow exuded an aura that was eerily similar to the mysterious power within the heart of the Reaper. Could it be that he is currently inside the heart of the Reaper's internal space? A grand, dignified voice, seemingly from the end of the cosmic chaos, echoed in this silent space. So it is a member of the primitive human race who has obtained my heart of the Reaper. How interesting. Truly interesting. The voice carried a hint of barely perceptible surprise and scrutiny. Mortal, I am the Reaper Feltos who wields the authority over the end of the universe. Do you truly wish to inherit my power? Yan's heart trembled. A question that had been suppressed for 2 lifetimes burst forth. Your Reaperness. Is my rebirth related to you? Silence. Feltos' voice suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable judgment. Those who have not passed the trial face only eternal oblivion. Now, feel the true essence of slaughter. As the words fell, Yan's surroundings shifted again. A mountain of corpses, a sea of blood. He found himself instantly in a terrifying battlefield that seemed to stretch into infinity. Beneath him lay a mountain of piled corpses stacked high, a sight that was heart-wrenching. There were shattered armor and severed limbs of human warriors, the massive bodies of dragons torn apart, and broken wings, the withered, elegant bows, and broken bodies of elves, and even the giant remains that resembled fallen mountains. The overwhelming stench of blood mixed with the foul odor of rotting intestines surged into his nostrils, nearly suffocating him. Buzz, a boundless killing intent originating from the billions of corpses beneath him, awakened like a ferocious beast that had slept for ages. It transformed into countless icy, bloodthirsty torrents, violently rushing into Yan's body. Ugh! Yan let out a painful grunt. The moment the killing intent surged into him, he felt his internal organs being simultaneously stirred and sliced by countless cold blades. The spleen was the first to experience a tearing pain, followed by the suffocating grip around his heart. The liver felt as if it were being burned by poisonous fire, and the lungs were like being scraped by sandpaper. In his consciousness, there were also several raging, chaotic killing intentions, wildly breeding and roaring. They screamed to destroy everything before them, to tear apart all living beings. Every second felt like torment and purgatory. Yan's bodily control rapidly diminished, unable to maintain his seated posture, and he slumped onto the cold corpses like a broken sack. All his willpower at this moment coalesced into a shaky dam, desperately resisting the onslaught of the overwhelming tide of killing intent. He understood that this was the first trial set by the Reaper. Once his mind fell consumed by the instinct to kill, it would be irreversible. However, instead of weakening, the tide of killing intent grew ever more violent. Initially, it was merely a few ferocious consciousnesses colliding, but later it seemed as if the resentful killing intentions of billions of souls converged into an ocean, transforming into devastating waves that relentlessly crashed against his collapsing mental defenses. Countless killing intentions even began to merge and evolve, coalescing into a more primal, pure desire: destruction, ruin. Yan's eyes uncontrollably reddened with horrifying veins. Just then illusions began to manifest. The holy flame, of the holy fire star appeared before him, and in his golden eyes, which looked down upon ants, was filled with utmost disdain and mockery. Trash. Roar. The deep-seated hatred from his past life erupted like a volcano. The last shred of reason within Mo Yin was ignited, transforming into boundless fury. He swung his fist, recklessly smashing towards that illusory figure. Bang! The phantom of the holy flame shattered in response. Immediately after, the assassin shadows of the underworld king. One by one, the strong enemies that had once trampled him in his past life emerged in succession, grinning and provoking him. Mo Yan's eyes turned crimson, his consciousness spiraling into the abyss of killing desire, on the verge of completely plunging into the boundless darkness. This life. A faint yet remarkably clear thought, like a glimmer of light piercing through the eternal night, suddenly shone in his chaotic mind. The life and death moments during the double snake battle, the cautious steps, while capturing the village chief, the disdain, while slaying Qi Shao on the Black Wind Plains. Every little moment along the way flowed through his bloodied heart like a warm stream. What I have experienced is not slaughter born of vengeance. Mo Yan's blood-stained lips struggled to pull into a remarkably firm arc. In my past life I indeed lost. But this life, I will use true strength to crush you all fairly, not to be controlled by the remnants of your phantom. Boom. The chaotic killing intent in his consciousness boiled and melted like snow meeting the blazing sun. The endless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the grotesque illusions shattered like broken mirrors. The gray mysterious space returned once more. Feltos' dignified voice echoed, seemingly carrying a hint of barely noticeable approval. Your will is still acceptable. Remember, to wield the authority of death, one must first rise above slaughter. Your will must be as eternal and indestructible as the ancient stars, never to become a puppet of killing desire. The first trial. You have passed. The voice suddenly rose in pitch, carrying a deeper sense of challenge. However, this is just the beginning. The trials to come will determine whether you can truly inherit my power. The test of life and death. The voice of the grim Reaper Fierdos, which seemed capable of freezing souls, had yet to completely dissipate when the grayish space suddenly twisted. A figure identical in appearance to Mo Yin coalesced before him like a clear reflection in water. A clone, eh? Mo Yan's expression hardened, and almost instinctively he cast a spirit probe. Spell: 1 moment of smoke and clouds. Clone race human, special talent Grim Reaper's body. Level 0, physical magic damage reduction by 10. Level 10 profession sorcerer, health 3000 mana, 1920 physical attack, 238 physical defense, 210 magic attack, 1251 magic defense, 163 speed, 34 skills. Spirit probe, air cannon, wine blade, wind control, purification, heavenly mystics, wrath, berserk, mysterious guardian. The attributes are an 80 weakened version of mine, but the skills are exactly the same. Mo Yan's mind quickly formulated a plan. He moved forward without a sound, calculating the casting distance with precision. Just as he stepped into the edge of the limit distance, the clone opposite him acted like a finely tuned machine, abruptly raising its staff. The action was so swift that there was almost no wind-up. A whistling wind blade tore through the air, closely followed by a compressed air cannon. The two skills connected seamlessly, culminating in a normal attack. A standard combo of 3 consecutive strikes. This level of precise distance control left even the reborn Mo Yin feeling inferior. He could only estimate based on experience, while the clone seemed to have an internal measuring stick. Indeed, it starts from the maximum distance. Mo Yan's lips curled into a slight smile as he exerted force with his feet at the moment the opponent launched their skills, propelling himself backward 3 steps. Sizzle, boom. The wind blade and air cannon narrowly grazed the air just a few steps in front of him, exploding futilely and dissipating. It's my turn. Mo Yin hissed softly, instantly enhancing himself with wind control. His speed surged as he charged toward the clone, which had just finished casting its skills and was momentarily in cooldown. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance. Wind blade, air cannon. 2 long-prepared skills erupted explosively at close range. 1512. 1890. The clone had no chance to react, its body disintegrating like fragile porcelain in an instant. So simple, eh? Mo Yin was momentarily stunned. Was this the challenge of the second round? Just as that thought crossed his mind, a cold system notification rang out mercilessly. Ding. You have completed the job change challenge 13. Current challenge attempts 110. The next challenge will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare. Indeed. 3 challenges, 10 opportunities. Mo Yin realized that these 10 minutes were a precious time for tactical adjustments. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A new clone coalesced once more. Mo Yin immediately cast Spirit Probe, his pupils narrowing. 1 moment of smoke and clouds. Clone health 3750 mana, 2400 physical attack, 297 physical defense, 263 magic attack, 1563 magic defense, 204 speed. 43 attributes have synced 100 with the original. This time the clone showed no hesitation. A flash of light from the staff, and it instantly activated its wind control state, charging directly at Mo Yin. Come at me. Mo Yin also activated wind control, preparing for the encounter. The distance closed. Entering casting range. The clone suddenly raised its hand, a familiar opening move. Mo Yin had anticipated this, quickly stepping back 2 large strides. He prepared to replicate his previous evasive counterattack. However, the wind blade and air cannon that flew toward him showed no signs of diminishing upon reaching the point Mo Yin had predicted for their dissipation. Instead, they emitted a more piercing sound of breaking through the air, accurately crashing into his slightly unbalanced body due to the retreat. 1721. 2151. A surge of pain hit. Mo Yin's vision darkened. His health instantly dropped to 0. Oh no, I've been ambushed. This was the last thought before Mo Yin's consciousness faded. He had underestimated the clone's cunning. It not only did not attack from the maximum distance, but it quietly stacked Heavenly Mystic's Wrath and Berserk before launching its attack. His consciousness reformed in the gray mist space. The system prompt was cold ding. First challenge failed. You have completed the job change challenge 13. Challenge attempts 210. The next challenge will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare. Mo Yin glanced at his status bar. His experience remained unchanged, but his lifespan had shockingly decreased by nearly 7 years. A chill crept up his spine. This clone not only had maxed out attributes, but was also proficient in psychological warfare. The showing weakness in the first round was entirely a trap. 10 minutes. Devise a strategy. Mo Yin's gaze sharpened like a knife as he reviewed every detail from the previous encounter. The 10 minutes were up. The clone appeared again. The opening move was still a wind control, acceleration, charging forward fiercely. Mo Yin held his breath, also activating wind control, his gaze locked tight on the opponent's opening action. Entering shooting range. The clone raised its staff, and the energy wave instantly condensed. Now's the time. Mo Yin almost moved at the same instant the opponent's hand was raised, darting sharply to the right. Simultaneously, the staff struck, and just as the wind control state was reinforced, the dual red lights of Berserk and Heavenly Mystic's Wrath erupted around him. A charged wind blade howled out. However, the clone's seemingly fierce opening was merely a realistic feint. The condensed energy transformed into an ordinary attack, without any flair. It had predicted Mo Yin's dodging direction, the staff drawing a tricky arc in the air, the true killing move. Air cannon, compressed with terrifying might, precisely shot toward the spot where Mo Yin would land after dodging. Damn it! Mo Yin's internal alarm rang loudly. In a critical moment, he forcefully twisted his body, charging toward the clone's original position. Attempting to attack instead of defend. Boom. The compressed air cannon exploded close to his left shoulder. The violent impact caused him to stagger. 1721. Damage displayed in red. His wind blade also reached the clone. The clone remained unfazed, a faint glimmer from the necklace on its chest as a transparent, mysterious guardian shield unfolded instantly. Puff. The wind blade struck against the shield, only causing a ripple before vanishing without a trace. The clone, undeterred, waved its staff again. A wind blade was already predicting Mo Yin's trajectory after dodging, slashing toward him. There was no way to avoid it. Mo Yin gritted his teeth, activating Mysterious Guardian as well. Pop. The shield barely blocked this blow. The two were now in close proximity. A fierce light flashed in Mo Yin's eyes as he took a hit from the clone's normal attack, 31, forcing his way into mid-close range. The staff pointed straight at the clone. Air cannon. The compressed air sphere exploded at an extremely close range. Even though the clone reacted swiftly, it could only sidestep, unable to fully evade. 1721. The skill entered a cooldown again. The offense-defense situation instantly reversed. The clone exhibited astonishing combat proficiency. It quickly retreated, utilizing its speed advantage to create distance, while calmly using normal attacks, 31, to continuously wear down Mo Yin, clearly waiting for the skill cooldown. Meanwhile, Mo Yin was like a parasite, ignoring the weak normal attacks landing on him, fiercely closing the distance to the clone. The clone raised its staff, the cooldown of the air cannon, complete, a menacing aura, overwhelming. 1721. Mo Yin's health plummeted to just 183 points. He was in dire straits. Now's the time. As his health dropped to 183 points, the distance between him and the clone was minuscule. He could even see the cold, calculating light in the clone's eyes. The clone's actions were ceaseless. Its next normal attack was already charging up. You're the one who's dying. A terrifying light erupted from Mo Yin's eyes. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The absolute stillness after the opponent cast their skill and before the normal attack wind up. His staff had long since gathered power within the limit distance. Wind blade. Break for me. At such close range, there was no avoiding it. 2151. The dazzling damage number exploded. The clone's motion to charge its normal attack abruptly halted, its body disintegrating under the violent cutting of the wind elements. Ding, you have completed the Job Change Challenge Task 23. Current challenge attempts 210. The next challenge will begin in 10 minutes. Please prepare. This victory, seemingly fraught with danger, was actually calculated down to the last detail. He had precisely deduced with his stats under the opponent's dual burst state, he could withstand at most 2 air cannons and 10 normal attacks, but could never endure a wind blade combined with an air cannon combo. He had deliberately bled to get close, ensuring that this desperate wind blade would hit. The cooldown remaining for the clone's last wind blade was less than 0.7 seconds. Its display of prediction feints and positioning was on par with top-tier masters. What kind of monster will appear in the third round? Mo Yin seized the time to recover his vigilance at its peak. 10 minutes of rest concluded. The gray mist swirled and a new opponent materialized. Upon seeing the attributes panel that emerged, even with his composure, he couldn't help but gasp. One moment of smoke and clouds. Pseudonym health 4875 mana, 3120 physical attack, 386 physical defense, 341 magic attack, 2032 magic defense, 265 speed, 56 130. This exaggerated attribute, except for health slightly inferior to a wild boss, had a magic attack power that was completely on the level of a spellcasting boss. An oppressive sense of suffocation enveloped the entire gray mist space. The cold sound of failure echoed like a heavy hammer striking Mo Yan's heart. Ding. Second challenge failed. Ding. Fifth challenge failed. Facing a replica that outclassed him by 130 in all attributes, Mo Yan experienced an unprecedented sense of despair. A casual air cannon from the opponent could blast away 1920 of his health points, and the combo of wind blade and air cannon could vaporize him in an instant. In contrast, even under the dual eruption of Azure Wrath and Berserk, his maximum combo damage was a mere 3,773 points, barely scratching the opponent's health bar, yet unable to secure a kill. He tried using Mystic Guard to withstand the wind blade, but the ensuing air cannon always mercilessly sent him away. He attempted flanking kiting feints. Each failure made the replica more familiar with his movement patterns and more precise in its predictions. The overwhelming attribute disparity and the replica's cold, efficient combat AI were like an insurmountable chasm. Could it be? I'm going to fail. A profound sense of powerlessness etched from a past life, crushed by a mighty planet, once again seized Mo Yin. The glimpse of the death god's heart these past days made him acutely aware of the terrifying potential this hidden class held. It might be the key to rewriting Blue Star's fate. Only a few attempts left. A ruthless resolve flickered in Mo Yan's eyes. It seems I have to gamble. Deep within the gray mist space, the will of the death god Feltus silently observed this trial. Watching Mo Yin in the 7th and 8th challenges mechanically activate Wind Walk and charge at the replica, his tactics becoming rigid and losing the earlier sharpness to break the pattern. Is this kid stunned? Giving up? Feltus grew anxious. A 130 attribute suppression is indeed too harsh for him now. Should I go easy? After all, he's my only heir. Just as Feltus hesitated to intervene covertly, Mo Yin initiated the 9th challenge. At first it seemed like the same script. Mo Yin advanced slowly, approaching the limit of his casting range. Just at the critical point of entering range, Mo Yan's foot made an infinitesimal, almost imperceptible pause. The replica, like a finely tuned program, instantly raised its staff. Energy gathered and a basic attack shot forth, precisely aimed at Mo Yan's predicted dodge point. However, the moment the replica struck its cold, logical core, abruptly judged target distance. A hair's breadth off. At the edge of the basic attack's range, Mo Yan's subtle pause perfectly stayed just outside. The forced attack animation was harshly interrupted, the staff helplessly lowered, canceling the basic attack's recovery. The entire process was faster than lightning, less than 0.3 seconds. In the instant the replica's attack was forcibly cancelled, leaving it in a brief stun. Mo Yin moved. Wind Walk empowered. A single step forward, boldly charging into casting range. Air cannon. The compressed air mass erupted in the gap of the replica's stiffness. 1,655. Damage number in red. Having landed a hit, Mo Yin made a move that caused even the replica's logic to stutter for a moment. He turned without hesitation and fled at full speed away from the replica. This was the complete opposite of his previous 8 attempts, where he fought to close the distance. The replica's cold program swiftly calculated the optimal solution: activate Wind Walk and pursue. Under the attribute suppression, the replica's speed advantage was evident. The distance between them shrank rapidly. Soon Mo Yin was within the replica's absolute range. But the replica didn't attack immediately. It followed its core logic of ensuring hit rate, continuing the pursuit to close the gap further and create a lethal setup. Just as the replica raised its staff again, locking onto Mo Yan's back, ready to unleash a deadly combo at the critical moment, the countdown in Mo Yan's mind, who was fleeing for his life ahead, reached 0. Now, He slammed on the brakes, twisted his body against inertia, and fearlessly reversed course, charging head-on into the pursuing replica. The replica's combat logic was momentarily thrown off by this sudden countercharge, but its cold program reacted with astonishing speed. Air cannon, wind blade, basic attack. A triple combo erupted instantly. The compressed air cannon led the way while the sharp wind blade aimed straight for Mo Yan's throat under its cover. The basic attack sealed off the flank. Facing this almost inescapable net of death, a wild flame burned in Mo Yan's eyes. He didn't dodge at all. He charged forward, enduring the roaring air cannon and basic attack. Only when the wind blade was upon him did a flash of light emanate from the sky's tier on his chest. Mystic Guard. The wind blade shattered against the light shield. 1920 air cannon, 105 basic attack. Mo Yan's health plummeted to a mere 183 points. Once again on the brink of death. And now the distance between him and the replica was mere inches. My turn. Mo Yan's staff had long been primed during his charge. A wind blade condensed with all his might pierced with a piercing shriek straight for the replica's vital point, the heart. A light shield also lit up on the replica's chest. Mystic Guard. The wind blade was firmly blocked by the light shield. However, in the millionth of a second when the replica's light shield flared and its focus wavered, a compressed silent air cannon like a phantom shot out abruptly from Mo Yan's other free hand. Instant cast. This was the second air cannon he had deliberately cooled down during his final escape. It was perfectly concealed behind the flashy wind blade as the true killing move. 1655 by 2. A terrifying total damage of 3,310 points exploded. The replica, still in the posture of blocking the wind blade, had its body crack inch by inch under the violent air impact, finally crumbling away. Ding. Congratulations on successfully completing all 3 challenges for the Death God class advancement. You have earned the Death God class qualification. Deep within the gray mist space, the Death God Feltis, who had witnessed the entire process, revealed undisguised appreciation in his gaze formed of pure will. Good lad, he praised inwardly. At his level, he naturally saw through all of Mo Yan's calculations. The subtle pause at the start to create a positioning stun, ensuring the first air cannon hit, the apparent retreat, was actually to buy time for the crucial air cannon's cooldown. The final fearless countercharge, using the flashy wind blade to perfectly mask the true killing blow, the air cannon. Every step was interlinked, a gamble for victory amidst danger. This level of intellect, courage, and ultimate control over the battle's rhythm impressed even him. He even suspected that Mo Yan's previous 2 rigid failed charges were meticulously designed traps, merely to solidify the replica's pursuit pattern and pave the way for this final fatal strike. Mo Yan stood in the gray mist, panting heavily, but his face was alight with barely contained joy. Finally, success. At that moment, Feltis' majestic voice resonated again, carrying a hint of subtle warmth, will of steel plans laid before action. Not bad. You are worthy to inherit my authority. As his voice faded, a beam of pure warm light, seeming to contain the primal force of creation and destruction in the universe, descended from the depths of the gray mist, precisely linking to the Death God's heart at Mo Yan's chest. A surge of indescribable warmth exploded from his heart, rushing through his limbs and bones. Simultaneously, vast esoteric knowledge and insights into the true meaning of death flooded into his mind like imprints. Ding. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the unique hidden class, Death God. Your gross star rating has evolved. The Death God's heart has unlocked new authorities. Little one, the basic skills of the first class have been imprinted upon your soul. Use this power wisely and do not disgrace the name of Feltis, the Death God. The voice carried a solemn entrustment. Mo Yan quick-witted as he sensed the recognition in the other's tone and immediately seized the opportunity. He bowed respectfully. Master's grace and teaching and passing on the way is etched in this disciple's heart. I will do my utmost to spread Master's renown and legacy. Master. Feltis' voice paused, seeming intrigued by the address. Is this what you Blue Star beings call a successor, teacher, and father? It's not bad. A rare, human-like pleasure seeped through the majestic voice. Sensing that Feltis was in a good mood, Mo Yan finally couldn't hold back and asked the core question that troubled him. Master, was this disciple's rebirth guided by you? Feltis' voice abruptly turned harsh like the ice of the 9 abysses. Remember, whether in this realm or across the myriad worlds, never utter the words rebirth or reversing time. Otherwise, catastrophe will befall you. Mo Yan's heart shook violently, full of confusion. Feltis seemed to sense his bewilderment and softened his tone slightly. The implications are far beyond your current understanding. Knowing too much will only harm you. You must remember, never reveal the secret of rebirth in the outside world. Otherwise, not only you, but I too will be implicated. His early activation of the Death God's heart for you, though well-intentioned, disrupted some of my plans. It may have been sensed by some powerhouses of the Holy Origin world. Many things in this life may differ from the last. You must not be careless. All right, time is up. You must return. Without waiting for Mo Yin to react further, the entire gray mist space twisted and contracted violently. An irresistible force of repulsion surged forth instantly, pulling his consciousness away. Mo Yin was just spat back to the familiar city of twilight from that gray space when a cold system notification thundered across the sky of the Holy Yuan world. Ding. Global announcement: congratulations to Yiqianyan for becoming the first pioneer in the server to complete the job change. Reward: 5 free attribute points, reputation 200, lifespan 365 days. Keep up the great work and strive for greater heights. The announcement echoed 3 times, and the world channel erupted in chaos. Shishui Changliotisk, it's that guy again. Seeing his name on the screen feels as natural as watching the sunrise. If there's a day without him, I would suspect the server is under maintenance. You gotta be honest, I'm somewhat questioning my life. Is this speed caused by a cosmic level bug, or is he the official favorite? Tuba Pujuan, where's the report button? This is outrageous. Tong Lushang Juhua, the sourness from upstairs is making me want to vomit even as a zombie. Daxiang Sai, while others have a life like a drama series, I am just a script supervisor. Jiang Tingyuan 7116 Daxiang, don't lose heart, brother. I have a hidden quest: help the village chief's mountain pig breed, and you can even appear on local TV. Want to join? I promise you'll be featured. Daxiang Jiang Tingyuan 7116, get lost. Do you believe I'll have my copper corpse throw a party in your pigsty? Amidst the uproar from the channel, Mo Yin had no time to pay attention. Although the words of the Grim Reaper Fierdos were brief, they revealed considerable information. First, his rebirth was undoubtedly related to his master, and he was particularly warned not to mention those 2 taboo words. Moreover, his master said that this lifetime might differ from the last. These are all points worth noting. Although Mo Yin did not understand why these people always spoke half-truths, he could not deduce anything from the current information. He looked at the bluish-black marks on the inner side of his wrist representing his lifespan. Only 30 years and 187 days left. 8 challenges. 8 deaths. I hope this Grim Reaper title is worth the life I wagered. He took a deep breath with a slight tremor of survival after a calamity and opened his refreshed attribute panel. Yiqianyan, 30 years 187. Race human. Special talent: body of the Grim Reaper. First level reduces physical and magical damage taken by 15. Level 10. Class: Grim Reaper. Stamina 75 points, growth 10 stars. Strength 28 points, growth 10 stars. Intelligence 147 points, growth 16 stars. Spirit 30 points, growth 16 stars. Agility 40 points, growth 10 stars. Health 7,500. Mana 4,800. Physical attack 465. Physical defense 450. Magical attack 3,022. Magical defense 324. Speed 83. Free attribute points 0. Title system: Adventure Pioneer. Stamina 20 points. Sigh. Even with Mo Yan's 2 lifetimes, his heart skipped a beat. Total growth: star, level 62 stars. In an instant, countless data summaries from his past life flashed through his mind. The total star level for ordinary professions after one job change is usually around 36 stars, while the top tier, like berserkers, barely reach 38 stars. While hidden professions are indeed powerful, the weakest among them can be inferior to ordinary professions, with the weakest tier ranging from 30 to 40 stars. The average standard is between 40 to 50 stars, and those who can step into the 50-star threshold are all monsters at the peak of their respective nations, with specific data tightly protected. Only a few rumors exist. Mo Yin had encountered several opponents of that level in his past life, and based on his experience, even compared to them, this 62-star Grim Reaper would absolutely possess overwhelming superiority. Of course, the extraordinary aspects of hidden professions often lie in their unique talents and mechanisms. He suppressed the tumultuous emotions and cast his gaze over the skill bar. In addition to the existing skills, 4 brand new skills shone brightly on the list. 1. Yin Yang Coexistence passive. Each normal attack will harness the power of the underworld, additionally inflicting damage equal to 50 of spell power. No cooldown. 2. Great Void Burial active. A designated area of the earth splits open and a massive bronze coffin inscribed with ancient runes rises. Coffin radius 5 yards, spell power 5,000. The internal area forms a death field that suppresses all living beings, dealing 100 spell damage per second. The area outside the coffin spreads 10 yards, spell power 1,000. A decaying domain causing 10 slow and dealing 70 spell damage per second. Lasts for 3 seconds. Cost 150 MP, cooldown 30 seconds. 3. Void Chains active summons a soul chain entwined with ominous black energy from the void, instantly binding the target, causing up to 2 seconds of immobilization, with the chain triggering and breaking, inflicting 100 spell damage. Cost 150 MP, cooldown 20 seconds. 4. Doom Finger active condenses the essence of death at his fingertips after 0.5 seconds of charging, fires a beam of blinding white light that annihilates everything. Inflicts 350 spell damage. Cost 150 MP, cooldown 15 seconds. Single target strong control, single target absolute, kill vast AoE plus, that overpowered passive yin-yang coexistence that turns normal attacks into spell artillery. This means that even if all skills are on cooldown MO, Yin could go up and hit people with his staff, and depending on these godly attributes the outcome against top-tier archers known for their normal attacks is still uncertain. Is this the power of the Grim Reaper? Mo Yin clenched his fist, feeling as if icy flames were flowing from his fingertips. He immediately recalled the new effect of Heart of the Grim Reaper that Fierdos mentioned at the end. Heart of the Grim Reaper damaged, all attributes 10 soulbound cannot drop. Effect 1 burial goods. When killing wild monsters or BOSSES, there is a small chance to obtain an additional burial good loot. Effect 2 undead sacrifice can draw power from the corpses of slain monsters, natives, etc., with a small chance to convert into random attribute points. Effect 3 star level breakthrough unlocks a second class. The growth star level of the character equals the combined star levels of both classes. Effect 4 not activated after the second job change. Dual class star level combination. The immense surprise pierced through Mo Yan's exhausted nerves like an ice pick. In the previous second, he was still immersed in the power of the Grim Reaper and was instantly captivated by this even more insane future possibility. What does this mean? It means that his future potential will be the terrifying sum of 2 professions. But the choice becomes incredibly crucial. The second profession must perfectly complement the Grim Reaper or push one of its advantages to the extreme. He forced himself to calm down, his brain rapidly processing as a flood of information from his past life about the various branches of professions surged forth. Yusho Heavy Gun Guardian Balanced Offense and Defense, Qingtian Shield Ultimate Defense. Vibing mastery of one of 18 weapons including swords, guns, sabers, halberds, axes, etc. Plus the martial artist branch totaling 19 branches. Berserker's Blood Rage. Berserker attack increases as health decreases. Gambler left hand dice cup, right hand Pai Gao skill multiplier, depends on fate. Night Walker Soul Reaper Dagger Assassination, one-hit kill, Trap Master Poisonous Mist, and traps deadly danger at every step. Sharpshooter's Divine Archer Long Range Sniping Arrow Array Master Rain of Arrows covering wide areas. Blessing Master's Qing Sang Holy Hand Top Healing Capacity, Exorcist Master specializes in dealing with evil spirits. Witch Doctor 7 Fiends Curse Master Curse Control Hexing Technique, Soul Capturer, Dark Magic Capturing Souls. Corpse Drivers Zombie King Master Zombie Army Sea of People Tactics Soul Summoner Ghostly Retribution Formless and Faceless. Mechanicians Divine Machine Master Controls Giant War Machines Sacrificing Agility for Destruction 1000 Mechanisms Master Endless Crafty Machines. Spirit Masters Beast Master summons a Demon King to possess half-demon fighting a dazzling array of choices unfolded before Mo Yin like pathways leading to different peaks. Each branch represents a powerful possibility, but which one can perfectly embody the power of the Grim Reaper? Mo Yin hesitated not a moment, discarding the physical class without a second thought. He had already bet all his attributes on intelligence, making the physical path a dead end. The Mechanist and the Spirit Summoner followed suit. The former demanded immense effort to study blueprints and calibrate mechanisms. The latter required constant travel to seek powerful spirit beasts and nurture bonds. For Mo Yin, who possessed the heart of the death god, time was a resource more precious than life itself. His gaze swept over the corpse driver, and he gave a slight shake of his head. His own Death Legion, forged from the power of the death god, far surpassed any ordinary army of zombies. Walking this path would be nothing but gilding the lily. In the end, the choice fell between the Wind Sovereign and the Healing Saint. The Wind Sovereign was versatile and agile with an intelligence growth rate of 9. Though its 5-star rating was slightly inferior to the Flame Mage, it stood in the same echelon as the Thunder Guard, Ice Weaver, and Earth Guardian. More importantly, a face both delicate and resolute flashed through Mo Yan's mind. Among the comrades he would fight alongside in the future, there was already a top-tier Healing Saint. Rather than duplicate roles, it was better to forge the Wind Sovereign's grace and swiftness into the sharpest blade upon the Death God's scepter. At the center of Yuhui City stood the majestic 8 Extremes Mystic Tower. The tower had 8 floors from bottom to top, corresponding to the 8 advanced classes of the Mystic. Wind Sovereign, Sand Sage, Water Spirit Master, Thunder Guard, Ice Weaver, Earth Guardian, Flame Mage, and Karma Lord. The floor for the Wind Sovereign class was at the tower's base, and its threshold was desolate. Instructor AI Qing lay listlessly on the counter, her fingertip tracing circles on the smooth wooden surface. 32. 33. She counted the day's flow of people through the tower, a bitter self-deprecating smile on her lips. They're all heading upstairs. Wind Sovereign. It's become a forgotten hearth. It had been over a year since her transfer to Yuhui City, and her initial ambition to revive the Wind lineage had long been dulled by the daily grind of empty waiting. The whispers of her colleagues, overt or covert, seemed to echo in her ears again. AI Qing face reality. The wind element has fallen. She buried her face in her arms in irritation, like an ostrich fleeing from reality. Excuse me. A clear voice sounded at the counter. AI Ching didn't even lift her head, her muffled voice carrying a heavy weariness and impatience from within her arms. Can't you see the sign at the entrance? It clearly lists each class floor. In the wind, sovereign instructor, not a tour guide for the Mystic Tower. A brief silence. A very soft laugh came tinged with amusement. What a coincidence. I'm here to advance, to wind sovereign. AI Ching jerked her head up so fast, she nearly twisted her neck. Before her stood a young man with clear brows and a calm demeanor, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips as he regarded her with interest. A wave of heat surged from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. AI Ching's cheeks flushed visibly red, and she wished she could dig a hole under the counter to bury herself in. That. Advancing to win sovereign right. She fumbled under the counter rustling papers and finally managed to pull out a form, practically shoving it into his face. Fill this out. The young man, Mo Yin, took it gracefully, his pen flying as he quickly filled it out and handed it back. AI Ching forced herself to remain calm as she took the form, her eyes scanning the basic information. One mist of smoke. Clear Breeze Village. Her eyes lit up as if she had found a lifeline to break the awkwardness. That old man Qin-Chi, always bragging about how tough and strong their Earth Guardians are. To come from him and still choose Wind Sovereign shows you have exceptional taste. She tried to make her tone sound enthusiastic with an exaggerated air of having found a kindred spirit. Mo Yin only gave a faint nod, noncommittal. This reaction caused AI Ching's newly kindled enthusiasm to cool by half. Ahem. Follow me. She quickly changed the subject, leading Mo Yin toward an inconspicuous room. The moment the door opened, a sudden change occurred. The walls and ceiling seemed erased by an invisible giant hand, and the view suddenly expanded. Beneath their feet was soft, thick, faintly glowing white cloud fluff sinking slightly, like premium memory foam. Around them was an endless pure blue sky, so clear it stirred the soul, with warm, gentle sunlight untouched by any dust. Jingle, 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 a crisp, pleasant sound like the whisper of wind spirits came from the center of the platform. A huge, fluffy sky blue cloud was bouncing merrily. Its round body resembled a giant, freshly baked cotton candy, its edges suffused with a soft, fuzzy glow. Two small white cloud wings flapped, puff, puff, struggling to maintain its hover. Around its waist was a ring of translucent wind element crystals colliding to produce the cheerful jingle sound. Its most playful feature was a small drill-like spiral wind tail behind its bottom, giving it an endearingly naive appearance. This is the first trial. AI Ching cleared her throat, trying to regain her instructor's authority. You need to endure the bubble attacks from the little wind spirit for 2 minutes. Rule: you can only be hit by a bubble 3 times at most. Understood. She deliberately stressed the words endure and hit, implying the trial was about evasion, not brute force. Mo Yin nodded to indicate he was ready. The little wind spirit's round body gave a gentle shake. Puff, puff, puff. 10 plump, colorful bubbles emerged, drifting lazily toward Mo Yin. The sky blue ones were the slowest, the milky white ones slightly faster, and that golden bubble was as swift as lightning, far surpassing the speed of a pre-advanced mystic. Bang, bang. 2 sharp sounds of air being rent rang out almost simultaneously. Mo Yin's fingers moved slightly. A pale green wind blade and a compressed air cannon shot out, precisely shattering the fastest golden bubble and a milky white one in midair. AI Ching's eyes went wide. The rules didn't forbid attacking the bubbles. But those bubbles were not only fast, their trajectories were erratic. What shocked her even more was the speed of Mo Yan's skill casting and the velocity of his projectiles. This kid, did he dump all his attribute points into agility? Otherwise his attack speed is just too absurd. Mo Yan, of course, was unaware of AI Ching's inner thoughts. With his 83-point speed boost, these bubbles seemed to crawl like snails. Wind blades and air cannons came to him as naturally as breathing, precise and pinpoint. In just over 20 seconds, all 10 bubbles had dissolved into tiny specks of light in the azure sky. The first trial was crushed with ease. AI Ching looked at the calm-faced Mo Yin, her heart feeling a bit uneasy. With that attack speed just now, would his damage be enough? What if he couldn't pass the second trial, and this kid ran upstairs to advance to another class? She had finally managed to get a promising seedling. Ahem. You did very well in the first trial. Your skill usage is very proficient. AI Ching struggled to keep her voice steady. For the second trial, you need to def. Air. Just endure for 3 minutes against the little wind spirit. Mo Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. In his past life, the second trial clearly required defeating the little wind spirit. Had the instructor changed the rules on the spot? He caught a flicker of guilt and hope in AI Ching's eyes, understood the situation, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just then, the little wind spirit in the arena suddenly transformed. The fluffy, adorable sky blue cloud instantly contracted and solidified, turning into a roiling, surging dark storm cloud. Its small wings suddenly extended, becoming black wind wings nearly half a meter long. The spiral wind tail at its rear also elongated and straightened like a poised pitch-black spear. Little Wind Spirit Battle Form. Level 10. HP 2000. Mana 700. Physical Attack 100. Physical Defense 50. Magical Attack 200. Magical Defense 150. Speed 15. Skills: Air Cannon, Wind Blade, Wind Control, Wind Stinger, Wind Whisper. This was precisely the standard skill set a Wind Sovereign would master after advancement. The storm clouds churned and wind elements around the Little Wind Spirit began to stir as if it were about to unleash a tempestuous assault in the next second. However, Mo-Yin was even faster. He didn't even wait for his opponent to make the first move. He curled his finger and flicked it lightly. A wind blade so faint it was nearly invisible, yet containing a terrifying razor-sharp aura flashed through the space, as if teleporting. 4309. A colossal, glaring red damage number exploded above the Little Wind Spirit's head. The storm cloud, which had just gathered its ferocious momentum, froze abruptly. Then, like a punctured balloon, it let out a silent wail and collapsed in an instant. Specks of dark light dissipated, vanishing into the pure azure sky. The illusion faded, and the room returned to normal. A dead silence fell. Ai Ching stood frozen in place, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes wide as saucers, staring at Mo-Yin in disbelief. A chilling system prompt echoed in Mo-Yin's mind. Ding. Congratulations on completing the transition to Wind Mage, earning a first-tier wind skill, and your growth star rating has been updated. Mo-Yin immediately brought up his refreshed attribute panel. The terrifying effect of dual professions now vividly revealed, its fangs momentary smoke, and clouds. Tier 130 years 187 race, human special talent, Reaper's Body. Tier 1. Reduces physical and magical damage taken by 15. Level 10 profession, Reaper. Stamina 75, growth 10-6. 5 stars strength 28, growth 10-4. 5 stars intelligence 147, growth 16-9. 5 stars spirit 30, growth 16, 9 stars agility 40, growth 10, 7 stars health 1, 2, 3, 7, 5 mana 7500 physical attack 6, 16 physical defense 694 magical attack 46, 98 magical defense 459 speed 139 free attribute points 0 title system. Explorer Pioneer, stamina 20, health has surpassed 5 digits. Magical attack power was nearing 5,000. The speed had skyrocketed to 139. These attributes were enough to leave any peer in the dust, even allowing for challenges against higher-level foes. His gaze swept to the skill bar where the original wind skills had gained potency under the profession of Wind Mage, now enhanced by 2 core abilities: Universal Skill Sense, Breathing Technique active, identifies basic information of targets up to 10 levels below oneself. Purification active, removes all control effects on oneself and reduces control effects received in the next 3 seconds by half. Cost 100 MP, cooldown 2 minutes. Wind skills: Air Cannon active, fires an air cannon, dealing 140 magical damage, increased by 20. Cooldown 3 seconds, cost 30 MP. Wind Blade active, fires a wind blade, dealing 170 magical damage, increased by 20. Cooldown 5 seconds, cost 40 MP. Wind Control active, increases 1 speed by 20, enhanced by 5, lasting 70 seconds, increased by 10 seconds. Cooldown 300 seconds, cost 70 MP. Wind Whisper passive, gains the favor of the wind element, permanently increasing spellcasting range by 5. Flowing Wind Spike active, condenses wind elements into sharp spikes, dealing 220 magical damage, with a small chance to trigger a slicing effect. Secondary damage, magical attack power 25. Cooldown 8 seconds, cost 100 MP. Reaper exclusive skill, Undead Legion. Tier 1, I active, summons a legion under the Reaper. Cooldown 2 hours, cost 200 MP. Yin-Yang Unity passive, each normal attack envelopes the target in nether power, adding damage equal to 50 of magical attack power. No cooldown. Void Burial active, in a designated area the ground cracks open and a massive bronze coffin inscribed with ancient runes rises. Coffin radius 5 yards, spell power 5000, creates a death field within, suppressing all living beings, dealing 100 magical damage per second. The area outside the coffin expands into a decay domain, 10 yards, spell power 1000, causing 10 slow and dealing 70 magical damage per second. Lasts 3 seconds. Cost 150 MP, cooldown 30 seconds. Void Chains active, summons a soul chain from the void entwined with ominous black gas, instantly binding the target, causing up to 2 seconds of immobilization, with chain activation and break, causing 100 magical damage. Cost 150 MP, cooldown 20 seconds. Desolation Finger active, concentrates the essence of death at the fingertip. After 0.5 seconds of charging, it fires a beam of light that annihilates all, dealing 350 magical damage. Cost 150 MP, cooldown 15 seconds. Mo-Yin's gaze lingered the longest on Wind Whisper, the only passive skill among all spellcasting professions that enhances casting range. In the Holy Yuan world, the basic range for ranged professions, normal attacks, and skills is 30 yards, spell power or physical attack 1000. The divine archer benefits from a professional characteristic that grants a 1.3 times range increase, standing out above others, and almost countering all spellcasting types. Only the Wind Mage, with the range advantage provided by Wind Whisper, could find a sliver of counterattack opportunity under the overwhelming range suppression of the Divine Archer. Although the initial 5 increase seemed negligible, Mo Yin understood deeply that in top-tier duels, every inch counts. Moreover, in this life, the potential of Wind Whisper would be pushed to unimaginable heights in his hands. Flowing Wind Spike represents another advantage of the Wind system, top-tier skill multipliers. A 220 single-target damage coefficient is unprecedented among first-tier magical skills. Combined with his explosive magical power, the power is terrifying. At that moment, a trembling hand shoved a skill book shimmering with a faint azure light into Mo Yan's hand. Mo Yan looked up to see Ai Qing's face still reflecting the shock from witnessing the 4309 damage, but her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, burning with a near-fervent anticipation. "This is for you." Ai Qing's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible excitement. "Do your best." Mo Yan glanced at the book cover. Wind's injury tier 1 active skill deals 170 area magical damage by unleashing a massive wind blade forward. Cost 100 MP, cooldown 10 seconds. This is the only area damage skill for first-tier wind mages. Although the damage coefficient is not high, it is absolutely a monster-clearing weapon in the early stages and is quite valuable. "Why are you giving this to me?" Mo Yan asked, somewhat surprised. In his previous life, Ai Qing was not this generous. Ai Qing took a deep breath, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Yan, her sincerity almost overflowing. "Because you are the most promising wind mage I have ever seen. No, you may be the most talented one I will ever encounter in my life." She paused, her voice tinged with a barely detectable plea and hope. Perhaps you really have a chance to let the name Wind Mage resonate once more in the skies of the Tianxian Empire." Mo Yin fell silent, having always held a good impression of Ai Qing. Compared to other aloof or critical mentors, Ai Qing was exceptionally patient with both natives and Blue Star people. Even when students failed their transitions, she always encouraged them gently and never hesitated to smile. At this moment, he clearly sensed the hidden unwillingness and desire beneath the gentle exterior of this wind system mentor, and understood how difficult the situation was for the wind mage lineage in the Tianxian Empire, the least resources, dwindling talents, and close to decline. In his previous life, Ai Qing did not give him a book. In this life, the trajectory of fate seemed to have quietly shifted the moment he was reborn, with more and more ripples spreading. He solemnly nodded. "Thank you, mentor, I will remember this." He tucked the skill book into his bag and turned to leave the transition room that held the hopes of the wind system. Ai Qing leaned against the door frame, gazing intently at Mo Yan's figure disappearing into the shadows of the Xuanxiong Tower, as if something that had long been dormant in her chest was beating violently. A visitor from another world. Such terrifying potential. She murmured, the light in her eyes growing brighter until it transformed into a determined glint. "No, I cannot miss this. I must report it to the Elder Council immediately. This time, our wind system truly has hope." She suddenly turned, her skirt swirling in a gust, racing deeper into the tower, her figure quickly vanishing into the dark corridor. Mo Yin was oblivious to all this. At that moment, he stood on the bustling streets of Yuhui City with a clear destination, the Adventurers Association. As Mo Yin pushed open the heavy iron-plated door of the Adventurers Guild, a wave of noise, mingled with the sour stench of sweat, aged leather, fermented cheap ale, and enough force to knock a person over, slammed into his face like a physical entity. This place resembled a savage bazaar isolated from the outside world, where every corner brimmed with the rough shouts, exaggerated boasts, and triumphant laughter of adventurers celebrating completed quests. It seemed only by using the loudest voice could one prove oneself a true tough character. "Hey, guess what? I found a gold-grade octopus boss in Stardew Sea, but it got away by sheer luck." A burly human man with a scarred face slammed the table, spraying spittle everywhere. "Give it a rest, Scar. You claiming to have taken down a gold boss? Who was it that turned tail and ran first the last time they saw one?" A dwarf half the height of a normal person, but with absurdly bulging muscles, immediately chimed in to undercut him. Mo Yan's gaze swept across this boiling melting pot, taking in more than just the dwarf warrior. A silver-mist tribesman, barely 30 centimeters tall, wearing a huge pair of goggles, stood on tiptoe on a ladder by the notice board, ding 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 ding, repairing a flickering mechanical device with a set of delicate tools. This race was exceptionally skilled at crafting and repairing all kinds of machinery. Some could even forge devastatingly powerful weapons of destruction. It was said that several hidden classes, such as machinist, were tied to this race. In the shadows near the window sat a figure. Her exposed skin was covered in fine iridescent scales, and a faint webbing connected her fingers. Beside her lay a dripping water skin that seemed to hold a living creature, a rare member of the sea folk. Of course, the majority were adventurers of all kinds of humanity, the rough, the shrewd, the silent, the boastful. They formed the main melody of this raucous symphony. A crowd jostled before the enormous quest notice board packed together like sardines in a tin. Parchment quest slips were layered thickly, their contents a motley assortment from collect 10 boar tusks, reward 10 copper coins, to investigate the eerie whispers of the dark forest silvergrade and the spine-tingling shadow fiend of the abyssal rift goldgrade. Everything was available. Just as Mo Yin stood before the notice board, a clear melodious voice cut through the clamor. Esteemed otherworldly warrior, welcome to the Sunset City Adventurers Guild. An elven maiden in the guild's standard robes had appeared before Mo Yin. Her features were delicate and her pointed ears twitched slightly amidst the noise, betraying her keen hearing. A professional, flawless smile graced her face. I am Judy, an elven receptionist. You carry an air of distinction. I assume this is your first visit to our guild. Allow me to offer you a brief introduction. Judy's voice was soft yet oddly clear, carrying a soothing magic that seemed to dampen the surrounding din by a few decibels. The Adventurers Guild has branches in every major city of the Holy Origin world. The higher a main city's tier, the higher the grade of quests it can issue. Here in Sunset City, a Tier 3 main city, she gestured gracefully to the boards on either side. The left side is for team quests, and the right side is for individual quests. The mainstream quest grades are bronze and silver. Gold grade quests are as rare as phoenix feathers, and as for epic grade, Judy winked playfully, that depends on luck, blooming as occasionally as a rare starflower. Also, the grade of quest you accept cannot exceed your own adventurer rank. For team quests, it's based on the highest rank in the group. Understood. Mo Yin was concise. I want to register as an adventurer. Very well, please wait while I verify your identity. Judy deftly operated a faintly glowing crystal tablet in her hands. As she entered Mo Yin's ID, the crystal tablet was instantly swept by a dazzling stream of data. Judy's signature Kama's moonlight smile instantly froze. Her beautiful eyes shot wide, her lips parted slightly, and her pointed ears even twitched uncontrollably. World prestige. 800 points. She gasped in shock. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, double-checked the crystal tablet, then took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the storm of astonishment within her. When she looked at Mo Yin again, her gaze was filled with a hint of curious inquiry. She respectfully handed Mo Yin a golden badge engraved with an ancient pattern of cross sword and shield, holding it with both hands. Sir, your world prestige has reached the gold adventurer level. You are hereby directly granted the status of gold grade adventurer. This is your badge. Please, keep it safe. Gold grade adventurer badge. Non-droppable permissions. Can accept gold grade quests and those of lower grades. Bronze and silver tasks occupied 99% of the board, sprawling like an overwhelming sea of weeds. Yet only a single gold-rank task was posted alone at the very top, like a stubbornly blooming snow lotus on a cliff. Task: eradicate the Cloudmarsh Swamp Dragon. Gold-rank description: the tyrant Cloudmarsh Swamp Dragon in the depths of the Tianlan Swamp has grown increasingly rampant. It capsizes merchant ships, devours travelers, and its lair has become a death zone. The Chamber of Commerce Alliance of Sunset City has issued a joint bounty vowing to eliminate this beast. Requirements: kill the Cloudmarsh Swamp Dragon. Rewards: 1 gold, equipment 50, reputation 10 gold, coins 100 days of lifespan. Penalty: 100 reputation. This is the one. Without hesitation, Mo Yin tore the task slip down with a crisp sound of his long fingers. His gaze continued downward, quickly locking onto a silver task, also located in the Tianlan Swamp area. Task: the giant toads, accidental meal. Silver rank description: the unlucky souls of the Eagle Merchant Guild. A batch of vital materials passing through the Tianlan Swamp was swallowed whole by a giant toad. The guild boss is frantic with worry, offering a bounty for brave souls to retrieve those materials. Requirements: retrieve the swallowed cargo package. Status: unknown. Rewards: 10 reputation, 5 silver coins, 1 silver, equipment 50 days of lifespan. Penalty: 20 reputation. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Mo Yin's mouth as he casually tore down this task slip with its touch of dark humor. This adventurer task system, especially the high-ranked ones, was the lifeline for Blue Star humans to acquire precious lifespan in the later stages. An ordinary Blue Star human would start from bronze, toiling through a bronze task for a measly 5 reputation points, needing to accumulate 100 to advance to silver and 500 just to touch the threshold of gold. His starting reputation of 800 saved him a tremendous amount of time. Almost no one had such high reputation upon registration, which was exactly why Judy was so astonished. With his targets set, Mo Yin set off immediately. The territory of a third-tier main city was so vast, it was despairing. The time wasted on foot made Mo Yin deeply miss his past lives. Pet: the lightning-fast wind spirit werewolf. Its speed left walking in the dust. The long journey, however, proved to be a good opportunity to organize his belongings. While rummaging through his pack, a scroll shimmering with mysterious starlight automatically leaped into his palm. The system rewarded mysterious roulette draw ticket. This item had a notorious nickname in the Holy Origin world: the express lane to heaven or hell. The prize pool was all-encompassing. At the top, one could get a legendary demigod artifact, at the bottom a heartbreaking single copper coin, or even absurd oddities like a pack of screaming slime gummies or old socks exuding eternal foot odor. In his past life, a wealthy spender had thrown a fortune into a 10,000 tickets Blitz carnival night, and indeed scored a few decent pieces of equipment. But more often, it was a tragic comedy of unlucky draws that left the crowd clutching their stomachs with laughter. With a thought, Yen used it directly. Whoosh! An immense, sky-obscuring, illusory wheel materialized out of thin air. The wheel's surface was densely packed with millions of tiny grids, their item icons blurred into patches of flickering light from sheer density. Only the colors representing different tiers, white, green, blue, purple, gold, orange, rainbow, swirled into a dizzying sea of light during the frantic spin. The wheel spun faster and faster, finally decelerating with immense inertia. The pointer stopped unerringly on a patch of deep, mysterious purple, the special item zone. Ding! Congratulations on winning the item, mysterious key. The horn of adventure has sounded. Unknown treasures or traps await. Good luck to you. We look forward to your patronage again. Mysterious key description: a dungeon within a dungeon. A shadow within a shadow. Fortune and misfortune intertwine. Only the brave dare to explore. This key can directly open the entrance to hidden spaces within a dungeon. Effect: if a hidden space room exists in the dungeon, this key can be used to directly open the entrance. No trigger conditions required. Yen weighed the ancient-looking brass key covered in strange spiral patterns in his hand. Not a total loss, but whether it's worth the price depends entirely on luck. He knew well the double-edged nature of this key. Someone had used it to open a lost vault piled high with advanced equipment, striking it rich overnight. Another had opened it only to find a barren, cursed land and been chased for 8 blocks by an ancient, vengeful spirit guarding it. An even unluckier soul had directly entered the territory of high-level monsters and had their party wiped out before they could even utter a last word. Putting away the key, Yen's gaze fell upon the mountain of bronze equipment in his pack. He opened his friend list and found Dragon Clan Black Dragon. Level 5, 10 bronze equipment, about 14 pieces. Interested? He asked succinctly. Black Dragon's reply was almost instantaneous. Yes, absolutely. But his tone carried a hint of awkwardness. The current market price is about 67 gold coins per piece. They'll calculate at 7 gold, total 98 gold. But I only have 58 gold on hand. Could I owe the remaining 40 gold? I promise to pay it back ASAP. Yen pondered briefly. I can accept credit. Use enhancement stones to settle the remaining 40 gold. At 20 copper coins per stone, that's 2,000 stones. He named a figure that made Black Dragon's heart skip a beat. Enhancement stones. Black Dragon was bewildered. We haven't seen a single one. Once you reach the 3rd-tier main city, they drop from field monsters. The drop rate is very high, Yen added calmly. On the other end of the communication, Black Dragon fell silent. His mind raced. None of their guild members had entered the main city yet, so they couldn't verify how high Yen's claimed drop rate was. More importantly, he had no idea of the market value of enhancement stones. If they were actually worth 30 or 40 copper coins, or even more each, then his promise of 2,000 stones would be equivalent to signing a sky-high indentured contract. Refuse. Black Dragon immediately dismissed the thought. Offend this high-level equipment wholesaler? No way. According to feedback from various newbie villages, the Dragon Clan's main raid group, thanks to the dozens of high-level white equipment pieces they had bought from Yen earlier, were already nearly 1 level ahead of other major guilds. He had to keep this golden goose close. Moreover, a glint of sharpness flashed in Black Dragon's eyes. Yen's request for 2,000 stones itself conveyed crucial information. Enhancement stones were a necessity in the late game, with terrifying consumption rates. If he could use this opportunity to establish a stable supply channel at a mutually acceptable price, it would be absolutely beneficial for the Dragon Clan's long-term development. Additionally, this transaction was a perfect chance to test Yen's character and sincerity for cooperation. Was he greedy or someone worthy of long-term trust? All right. Black Dragon weighed the pros and cons and gritted his teeth in agreement. I accept, but the quantity is huge. You'll need some time to gather them. No rush. Take your time, Yen replied decisively. Yen was naturally unaware of the complex calculations going on in Black Dragon's mind. Enhancement stones were essential for equipment enhancement after the 2nd-class advancement. They were sold in the main city's general store for 25 copper coins each. In the mature market of his past life, the price stabilized around 22 to 23 copper coins, and it was even cheaper at the start. His offer of 20 copper coins was more than fair. The equipment enhancement cap was 20A, with success rates plummeting at each level 1, 100 to 90. 10-10. Starting from level 11 enhancement, the success rate not only dropped to 9, but failure would directly destroy the equipment. Monsters dropped only level 1 enhancement stones. Synthesis was quite troublesome too. Level 1 stones, 1 level 2 stone, 2 level 2 stones, 1 level 3 stone, and so on. Just attempting to enhance an item from 19 to 20 required. 1 level 20 stone, 2 level 19 stones, 5 to 4 to level 1 stones. And that didn't even account for the heartbreaking failure probability. Late-game enhancement was a bottomless pit of resource consumption. Yin had no intention of farming them one by one himself. What he valued was the Dragon Clan's immense organizational power and military background. Crowdsourcing and gathering low-level materials was their forte. As for Black Dragon's worry about switching partners, Yin didn't give it much thought. All else being equal, he would naturally prioritize the Dragon Clan, which would become the backbone of Blue Star in the future interplanetary war of the races. This was not only a mutually beneficial transaction, but also a contribution to strengthening Blue Star's future. In the Tianlan Marsh, a decaying giant beast sprawled across the earth, its thick gray mist and eternal breath suffocating every ray of light that attempted to pierce through. The swamp shimmered with a sickly dark green hue, rotten wood, and bizarre stones scattered like the wreckage of sunken ships amidst this desolate ocean. The hollow croaking of frogs pierced the dense fog, echoing like sighs from the abyss, adding an air of mystery. Yin stepped into an even muddier area. As far as his eyes could see, toad-like creatures resembling grinding stones lay densely and weighed upon the mud, duckweed, and moss. The dark green warts on their skins oozed slime, and their swollen throat sacs heaved with a sound reminiscent of lamenting spirits. Ming Toad. Level 12. Health 6000. Mana 1200. Physical attack 900. Physical defense 500. Magical attack 1100. Magical defense 550. Speed 41. Skill. Ming emits croaks in all directions, the toad's signature ability, dealing 150 area magical damage. Splat shoots venom from its poison sac, dealing 140 area magical damage with a chance to poison. Upon entering the main city, the wild monsters had received significant boosts, with ordinary monsters possessing attributes not weaker than the previous bronze bosses. In a level 3 main city, only silver-level creatures were considered bosses. Yin's gaze turned icy as he focused his thoughts, and 9 tall undead archers silently emerged from the shadows behind him, their bone bows drawn. He stepped forward leisurely, as if taking a stroll. The dance of slaughter commenced. With a casual wave of his left hand, a highly compressed, transparent blast sliced through the fog, crashing down on the nearest toad. Boom. 5,807. The massive body was sent flying like a torn sack, crashing heavily into the mud behind, splattering foul-smelling sludge everywhere, its health bar plummeting, leaving only a chilling wail struggling in the murky water. Almost in the instant the air cannon was unleashed, Yin's right index finger pointed into the air. Swish. A blade-like azure wind cutting edge struck like lightning, precisely trailing the flying toad. 7,052. Blood splattered. The wailing abruptly ceased as the massive body was cleanly severed in two, along with a piece of rotten wood beneath it. This thunderous strike instantly enraged the surrounding toad swarm. Several nearby toads puffed up their cheeks, spraying thick venom like high-pressure water guns, filling the air with a nauseating sweet stench. Yin remained still, but a cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly spread his hands wide. Whooshed. A violent conical wind pressure, like an invisible giant scythe, howled forward from his center. 7,052. 7,052. 7,052. The 3 foremost poisonous toads slammed into an invisible wind wall, instantly flattened and crushed. The venom was blown back by the raging winds, drenching the toads behind, causing a chaotic uproar. A particularly large toad leaped out from behind a boulder, its gaping maw wide open, ready to unleash deadly venom. Yin's gaze sharpened, his finger pointed like a sword at the target. Whooshed. The sharp sound of slicing air almost pierced the eardrums. A finely honed azure wind blade shot forward, instantly crossing the space. 9,126. A gaping hole appeared in the center of the leaping toad's head, its massive body falling like a marionette, with severed strings crashing to the ground, venom splattering everywhere. Quack. A cunning toad lurked beneath the murky water, only its swollen eyes visible, targeting Yin's ankle and launching a treacherous Ming attack. Yin didn't even glance down, merely stepping forward, as if casually with his right foot. Buzz. The space beneath his feet suddenly warped. A silver chain inscribed with esoteric death runes shot forth like a long-hidden venomous snake, breaking the water's surface and instantly binding the submerged toad, tightly pulling it out of the water. 4,148. The toad let out a terrified screech, its health bar plummeting. Yin didn't even look, casually flicking his left hand in its direction. An energy beam entwined with gray death energy struck precisely. 2,240. The screech abruptly ceased as the bound toad turned into a stiff corpse and crashed back into the water. Being handsome is a lifelong task. Yin thought with a hint of indifferent mockery, his gaze fixed on the center of the swamp where the toads were most concentrated. Their several toads were croaking loudly, preparing for their next attack. Mo Yin slowly raised his left hand, his fingertip gathering a darkness so deep it seemed capable of swallowing all light. The surrounding air instantaneously stagnated, even the thick fog seemed to retreat in fear. The next moment, a pure white ray capable of obliterating everything shot forth silently. Puff! There was no cataclysmic explosion, only a peculiar muffled sound of matter being utterly decomposed and annihilated. The lead toad struck by the ray along with a 2-meter radius of sludge beneath it vanished without a trace. Only a smooth-edged, bottomless pit remained flickering with a dark red glow like molten lava. 14518. The crimson number hung above the pit like a mark of death, causing the surrounding toads to freeze in collective shock for a moment. With a single finger, I bring demise, whoever I point at dies. I like it. Mo Yin gave them no opportunity to catch their breath. As the finger of annihilation was unleashed, his right hand pressed down towards the stunned toad swarm. Boom! The space groaned under immense pressure. A gigantic ancient bronze coffin engraved with countless profound death runes was summoned from the depths of the underworld, crashing through the marsh mud and rising into the air. Before the heavy coffin lid could even open, a terrifying death force descended like a tangible weight. The toads in the core area were slammed into the muck by an invisible giant hand, their bones cracking with a ghastly sound, instantly immobilized. 4148. The crimson numbers danced wildly. In just a breath, the few toads enveloped in the force crumbled like weathered sand sculptures turning to dust. The massive decay field spread around the coffin, and the movements of the toads at the edges slowed, as if burdened by a 1,000-pound weight being eroded and disintegrated by the invisible death force amidst their desperate screeches. When 3 seconds passed, the bronze coffin sank into the earth, leaving behind a completely purified expanse of empty, lifeless mud. Ding! Ding! The system's prompts sounded like a torrential downpour. Experience and valuable days of life from the overlevel kill flowed in continuously. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the undead sacrifice effect, gaining attribute points Spirit 1. A chilling energy quietly flowed into Mo Yan's sea of consciousness. In the fog-laden battlefield, only the precise shots of the undead archers targeting scattered toads echoed, along with Mo Yan calmly collecting spoils amidst the wreckage. Basic gear. He didn't even glance at it. He only collected equipment radiating a bronze luster, and those glimmering with faint light, the enhancement stones. Even so, his storage space quickly became overcrowded. However, after scouring every inch of this muddy area, Mo Yan still did not find the quest item, the stolen goods. The only extra find was a resilient dark green pouch, the Ming Ming toad's poison sac, exuding a strong fishy sweet bitter, sent a key material for crafting a larger backpack. Clearing the area, relocating. Once again, a cataclysmic void returned baptism. The light of leveling up flickered across Mo Yan as he reached level 11. The efficient killing machine advanced through the marsh. When the last Ming Ming toad was reduced to experience and loot, Mo Yan halted his steps. The quest item remained elusive. It's been cleared thoroughly. He frowned slightly, his gaze scanning the deeper parts of the marsh shrouded by thick fog. Is it hidden deeper? Or does it require a special trigger? The night was descending along with the fog, and Mo Yan no longer hesitated. He took out a simple outdoor tent and swiftly set it up on a relatively dry patch of hard ground. The cramped space inside the tent isolated him from some of the damp, decaying scents. He sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate. The marsh at night was far more perilous than during the day, and it was more likely to harbor secrets. Mo Yan was startled awake by a piercing scream that tore through his eardrums. He lifted the tent flap, and the damp, cold mist of the marsh immediately enveloped him. The moonlight, like a pale veil, barely penetrated the gaps in the trees, illuminating the center of the swamp. There lay a toad the size of a sedan resting on a decayed log. Its skin was not smooth, but covered in fissures resembling molten lava, with thick, viscous blood seeping from each crack, tinting the surrounding muddy water a dark red. What was most horrifying was its throat pouch, which expanded with each cry, creating a rancid circular shockwave that sent ripples exploding across the water's surface. Indeed, it's a boss that only appears at night. Blood Demon's Toad, Silver, level 12 health, 30,000 mana, 4,000 physical attack, 1,800 physical defense, 1,000 spell attack, 2,200 spell defense, 1,100 speed, 64 skills. 9 Nethertoad's Cry. Emits a howl from the 9 Nether, causing 180 area spell damage with a certain chance to instill fear for 1's, cooldown 15ths. Blood Moon. Transforms the power of the moon into a blood moon, using the red gem on its forehead, causing 230 single target spell damage, cooldown 13ths. Toxic Marsh. Unleashes the poison in the marsh, dealing 190 group spell damage, cooldown 20s. Toad Rebirth. Sheds its old shell, instantly restoring 2,000 health points, cooldown 30s. The red gem on the toad's forehead suddenly turned toward the tent. Mo Yan's pupils constricted. He could not let it escape back to the marsh. Void Chains. He shouted as he swung his hand. Thud. A white chain burst through the sludge beneath the toad, coiling around its slimy left hind leg like a venomous snake. 3782. The toad lost its balance and toppled over, its throat's piercing scream abruptly silenced, replaced by an angry gurgle. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yin charged forward, his boots sinking into the decayed mud. With his left hand's two fingers together, ashen energy spiraled and compressed at his fingertips. The surrounding air emitted a shrill cry as it was drained. Finger of annihilation. The beam pierced through the night like a spear, precisely striking the toad's pale belly exposed from its fall. 13,236. No blood flowed from the wound, instead corrosive black smoke erupted, and the toad convulsed in agony. The excruciating pain drove it completely insane. The gem on its forehead shot out a blood glow, and a twisted dark red crescent gathered above Mo Yan's head. It was the blood moon. Mo Yan quickly stepped back, using the half-submerged rotten wood for leverage. Boom! The blood moon smashed into the spot where he had just stood, sending mud mixed with toxic water, soaring 3 meters high, the stench overwhelming. In midair, Mo Yan's right hand was charging up for flowing wind spike. A nearly transparent wind cone tore through the falling muddy rain, emitting a high-pitched buzz as it shot straight at the toad. 8,320. Almost simultaneously, the duration of the chain binding the toad ended, suddenly tightening and unleashing a second wave of damage. 3,782. The toad was left with less than 100 health, desperately raising its head, its entire body shimmering with blood light as its old shell began to peel away like fragile glass. Toad rebirth. No way. As Mo Yin landed, he pushed off the ground again, ignoring the roiling toxic marsh beneath him, the wind element swirling into a rotating azure blade in his palm. Wind blade. Swish. The azure blade sliced through the moonlight and the newly exposed tender skin. 5,295. Ding! Congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and cloud has achieved a level-up kill against Blood Demon's Toad, earning 2,840 experience points and an additional 20 days of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and cloud triggered the effect of sacrifice of the undead, gaining 3 points in strength. Since his job change, Mo Yan's level-up speed had been roughly 3 times that of a normal mage, making his stats increasingly exaggerated. The Blood Demon's Toad dropped a silver piece of equipment and a Blood Demon's Toad pouch upon its death. And a skill book, Nightshade Sorcerer's Hat, silver, required level 12, required class, Mage, special effect 1, health 11, special effect 2, physical defense 50-55, spell defense 55-60, special effect 3, Nightshade passive, grant stealth effect when in shadow at night, leaving the shadow negates the effect. This skill book is Holy Word Prayer, which can be learned after the first job change, restoring 350 spell power health per second for 4 seconds, making it a powerful single-target healing skill that can be learned in the first job change. After resting for a night, Mo Yin pushed aside the hanging vines, and the view opened up before him. Dozens of forest lizards with shimmering emerald scales were silently stalking between the fallen giant trees and ferns, their leafy crowns swaying with their movements. Forest lizard, level 13, health 7,000, mana 1,000, physical attack 1,300, physical defense 600, spell attack 500, spell defense 500, speed 57, skills. Leaf blade attacks the opponent with the giant leaf blade on its arm, dealing 150 physical damage, cooldown 7s. Tail whip strikes the opponent with its tail, dealing 170 physical damage, cooldown 10s. Undead army. Mo Yin whispered. 9 undead archers materialized behind him, their eye sockets glowing with ghostly blue flames. He locked onto the thickest part of the lizard group at the base of a giant tree and formed seals with both hands. Return to the grave. Buzz. A giant bronze coffin shadow engraved with tortured souls tore through the canopy's sunlight, accompanied by a nauseating metallic screech as it crashed down. Core zone 4,382s. The lizards directly covered by the coffin's shadow let out a tragic shriek, their scales visibly decaying and peeling away, revealing the rotting muscles beneath. Outer zone 3,067s. The field of decay spread like ink in water, causing the outer lizards to freeze in place as if caught in an invisible gelatinous marsh. Fire, Mo Yin commanded coldly. The undead archers drew their bone bows, unleashing a torrential downpour of black spirit arrows. At the same time, Mo Yin released several wind blades, weaving a net of death through the forest. Ding! Congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and cloud achieved a level-up kill against forest lizard, earning 170 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, 1 moment of smoke and cloud triggered the effect of sacrifice of the undead, gaining 1 point in agility. As the last few lizards had yet to fall, a roar that shook the leaves into a frenzy erupted from the depths of the forest. What? Mo Yin quickly looked up. A huge dark green shadow the size of a locomotive crashed through a tree trunk as thick as a bull, rushing forward with a flurry of wood chips. Its leafy crown had transformed into a jade blade the size of a door, slashing down through the air. Wind control. Mo Yin felt the air whirl beneath his feet, his figure blurring into a wisp of azure smoke as he sidestepped. Boom! The leaf blade struck where he had just stood, splitting the ground open with a 5-meter-long crevice, the uprooted soil twisting like severed snakes. Forest Lizard King Silver, level 13 health, 40,000 mana, 5,000 physical attack, 1,200 physical defense, 1,200 spell attack, 2,000 spell defense, 1,000 speed, 85 skills, seed machine gun. Fires seed projectiles dealing 230 spell damage, cooldown 12s. Leaf Blade. Attacks enemies with its giant leaf blade dealing 200 physical damage, cooldown 10s. Leaf Blade Storm. Hides the leaf blades in a massive storm dealing 200 group spell damage, cooldown 30s. Grass Binding. Creates traps in a designated area. Enemies stepping on the traps will fall to the ground and be immobilized for 1s, cooldown 20s. It is astonishing that while Forest Lizard is primarily a physical attacker, the Forest Lizard King focuses on spell damage, prompting awe for the creator's ingenuity. Seeing its attack miss, the yellow-eyed lizard glinted with cunning. It slammed its giant claws into the ground, sending green ripples spreading out beneath Mo Yan's feet, and around him numerous slippery vines erupted like concealed tripwires, sealing off all his escape routes. Grass Binding. What a pity. Mo Yan sneered. Just before the vines coiled around his ankles, he pointed at the Lizard King void chains. Swoosh. A chain sprang forth from the shadow, it cast tightly, wrapping around its raised neck and forelimbs. 3,882. Stunned, the giant beast crashed down, crushing a large area of bushes. Mo Yan's assault surged. Finger of Annihilation. A flash of black light. 13,586. Flowing Wind Spike. The wind cone pierced into the Lizard King's paw. 8,540. Air Cannon. Like a cannonball, it struck the boss. 5,435. Wind Blade. The azure light flashed. 6,599. Finally, the 9 archers released their bony fingers. Armor-piercing arrow barrage. 9 spiraling black arrows struck precisely at the chest of the Forest Lizard King. 20,759. The Lizard King's roar abruptly ceased, its massive body crashing down like a mountain, shattering several young trees. Ding! Congratulations! 1 moment of smoke and cloud achieved a level-up kill against Forest Lizard King, earning 3,400 experience points, 20 additional days of lifespan, and congratulations to the Blue Star person for reaching level 12, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations! 1 moment of smoke and cloud triggered the effect of sacrifice of the undead, gaining 3 points in spirit. The loss of the Forest Lizard King's pack quickly scattered, fleeing in all directions. Mo Yin paid no attention to the fleeing lizard swarm and walked directly towards the fallen giant body of the Forest Lizard King. After a brief search, he acquired 3 pieces of silver equipment: the gambler's white jade dice cup, the sharpshooter's leggings, and the robe of the Corpse King. Additionally, he found 2 gold coins and a dark round ring, proof of the left arm. This is one of the key items needed to summon the swamp overlord, the Yunming Xiaolong. The other item must be obtained by defeating the Mist Poison Slime clan. Half an hour later, Mo Yin stepped into the territory of the Mist Poison Slimes. The thick, inky fog surged like a living creature's breath, enveloping him in a nauseating rotten scent. Underfoot was a sticky, deep green gelatinous swamp, each step producing a painful poochie sound, leaving behind brief impressions in the soft ground. These translucent gelatinous creatures wriggled silently in the mist, their forms shifting like water. They occasionally split off small blobs of slime, only to merge again, consuming the surrounding toxic mud. At their core, a pulsating, ominous purple light served as the energy source driving this bizarre life form. Mist Poison Slime King. Level 14. Health 65,000. Mana 5,000. Physical attack 1,200. Physical defense 1,500. Magical attack 2,000. Magical defense 1,500. Speed 55. Skills. 1,000 Poison's Barrier. Emits a vast range of toxic mist, dealing 40 magical damage. This skill always poisons, causing an additional 10 magical damage per second, stacking up to 5 layers, lasting 1 minute, cooldown 3 seconds. Toxic Body. The body of the Mist Poison Slime King is composed of poisonous mist, reducing damage taken from physical attacks by 10. Slippery. After use, increases both defenses by 15, and the slime's body becomes even smoother, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Guardian. Creates a protective shield that can block 1 tier 1 skill, cooldown 30 seconds. Mo Yan's lips curled slightly. Countless teams had been wiped out by this sluggish, blood-draining toxic mist tactic in his past life, but for him, a light purple toxic mist spat out by a slime struck Mo Yan, inflicting only 155 damage. As expected, just a tickle. He lightly tapped his staff and a blade of wind whistled forth. 5,679. The gelatinous body was torn apart by the wind blade. The core's purple light flickered violently before extinguishing, dissolving into a harmless puddle of slime. Mo Yin moved through the toxic mist-laden swamp with ease, efficiently harvesting the slimes. Just as the last ordinary slime disintegrated, an unexpected change occurred. The scattered slime and thick mist suddenly collapsed madly towards a single point in the center. The remaining slimes inflated like balloons, forming a formidable gelatinous hill. Its surface rolled with entwining purple and green toxic light, while the mist coalesced into dark green tentacles that instantly charred and carbonized any vegetation it touched. Mist Poison Slime King Silver. Level 14. Health 65,000. Mana 5,000. Physical Attack 1,200. Physical Defense 1,500. Magical Attack 2,000. Magical Defense 1,500. Speed 55. Skills. 1000 Poison's Barrier. Emits a vast area of toxic mist, inflicting 40 magical damage. This skill guarantees poisoning and inflicts an additional 10 magical damage per second, stacking up to 5 layers, lasting 1 minute, cooldown 3 seconds. Toxic Body. The body of the Mist Poison Slime King is made of toxic mist, reducing damage from physical attacks by 10. Slippery. After use, increases both defenses by 15, and the slime's body becomes smoother, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown 1 minute. Guardian. Creates a protective shield that can block 1 tier 1 skill, cooldown 30 seconds. A deep vortex opened above the giant beast's head, and dark purple poison surged forth like a tsunami, instantly submerging the entire area. Although Mo Yin retreated quickly, he was still grazed by the edge of the toxic wave. 479. Poison. Meanwhile, the slime's surface gleamed with a mercury-like metallic luster. Slippery activated. Hold it down. Mo Yin pointed his staff forward. Void chains. The black chains shot through the mist. However, before reaching their target, they were intercepted by a suddenly manifested emerald shield, both obliterated. 120. Poison damage. Stacking Guardian. Then he'll just take it, Hedon. Mo Yin pressed forward, swinging his staff. Great Void Burial. Boom. The rune-covered bronze coffin's phantom crashed down from the sky, pinning the gelatinous hill firmly in place. 33,403. Damage over time. Seizing the moment it was immobilized, Mo Yin unleashed all his killing moves. His left finger erupted with ghostly light. Finger of Annihilation. 11,691. His right palm unleashed a sonic boom. Air Cannon. 4,677. The staff flashed with azure light. Wind Blade. 5,679. Flowing Wind Stab. 7,349. Winds Wound. 5,679. A 5-hit combo exploded with a sky full of energy shards. Total damage 45,095. As the phantom of the bronze coffin dissipated, the Slime King's vortex reopened. The second wave of 1,000 Poison's Barrier. 479. At the same time, Mo Yin received another 240 poison damage, and the poison buff had stacked to 2 layers. A battle of attrition. Mo Yin smirked, raising his staff. Air Cannon. The explosive projectile screamed as it struck. 4,677. A basic attack followed, precisely targeting the core with a gray projectile. 1,670. 240. Poison damage. Ticking Wind Blade. Cooldown completed. Azure Light. Slashed again. 5,679. Flowing Wind Stab. The wind cone pierced through. 7,349. The gelatinous hill trembled violently, the core's purple light flickering like a candle in the wind, finally dimming completely. The massive body collapsed with a thunderous roar, melting back into the toxic mud below. Ding! Congratulations to Cha Yin Yun for defeating the Mist Poison Slime King at a higher level, gaining 3,900 experience points and an additional 20 days of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations to Cha Yin Yun for triggering the Undead Sacrifice effect, gaining 3 attribute points and stamina. Congratulations on reaching level 13, gaining 5 free attribute points. The boss dropped 2 pieces of silver equipment, a one-handed shield of the Guardian, and a bard's drum. Additionally, there were some gold coins and a gelatinous sphere, proof of the right arm. Mo Yin took a moment to rest, waiting for his skills to cool down. He took out the proof of the left arm ring and gently pressed it against the gelatinous sphere, proof of the right arm. Click. The ring fitted perfectly into the sphere. A brownish red blood droplet seeped from where they joined, suddenly shooting deep into the swamp. Where the light reached, the murky swamp began to bubble. The mud surged like boiling tar, the nauseating stench of decay overwhelming. Gouldom. Gouldom. Huge bubbles continuously burst as an island covered in glossy scales slowly rose. Each scale resembled an ancient iron shield with dark patterns flowing upon them, as if an ancient swamp incantation was breathing. The triangular head broke through the mud, blood moon-like vertical pupils locking onto Mo Yin, their gaze piercing like ice. Nostrils exhaled sulfuric breath mixed with mud and blood, dripping dark green poison between the interlacing pale fangs, sizzling smoke erupting on the swamp's surface. The dozens of meters long body coiled in the mud pit, awakening like a deep abyssal creature from ancient slumber, its deathly aura suffocating the entire swamp. As the Yunming swamp dragon made its appearance, the sky darkened with ink-like clouds engulfing the last rays of light in the Tianlan swamp in an instant. The cold black raindrops fell silently, carrying a bone-chilling chill that struck Yin, causing a faint burning sensation on his skin, and a scarlet icon appeared in the status bar. Xuanza erosion armor dual defenses reduced by 10. Yin activated the breath detection technique to check the boss data. Yunming swamp dragon golden BOSS level 15 health 1 physical attack 3 physical defense 160 magic attack 270 magic defense 160 speed 100 skills. Xuanza erosion armor invokes the power of the mysterious to summon cold rain that erodes bones covering a range of 50 yards, reducing all units' dual defenses by 10 for 30 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. Miasma breath unleashes the toxic miasma accumulated in the swamp for 1,000 years, dealing 250 magic damage in a 20 by 20 yard area. Cooldown time 20 seconds. Kuan-Yuan shockwave strikes with immense force, invoking the power of Kuan-Yuan to shock the surroundings, dealing 250 physical damage in a 20 by 20 yard area. Cooldown time 20 seconds. Reverse scale fury. The reverse scale is agitated. Increases dual attack by 20 but reduces dual defense by 10, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown time 10 minutes. Jiyuan Dragon Fury communicates with the core power of Jiyuan to unleash an explosion. Deals 200 physical damage, 200 magic damage. Cooldown time 30 seconds. The massive body of the Yunming swamp dragon appeared even more ferocious under the dim light, giving Yin no chance to catch his breath as it let out a low roar reminiscent of thunder, and the dragon scales covering its body instantly stood on end. A thick, inky, and foul-smelling miasma surged out from the gaps in its scales like a boiling black tide, rapidly spreading in all directions. Just as this miasma was about to engulf Yin, a silver chain suddenly shot out from the shadows beside the swamp dragon with no warning. The chain coiled around its raised head and forelimbs with the precision of a spirit snake, the runes on the chain glowing brilliantly. 3649. The massive body of the Yunming swamp dragon trembled violently, its movements immobilized by the chain. This was the moment Yin had been waiting for. At the instant the void chain struck, he immediately activated the buffs Qingxian Fury and Berserk Transformation. Almost simultaneously, the surging deadly miasma collided with a barrier of light in front of his chest, the effect of Mysterious Guardian. Now is the time. Yin's gaze was sharp as a blade, and he waved his staff urgently. A rapidly compressed air cannon whizzed toward the boss. At the same time, Windblade and Flowing Wind Stab arrived first, accurately hitting the chest of the immobilized Yunming swamp dragon, causing an explosion of energy. 6,211, 7,542, 9,760. The attacks did not cease. In the distance, 9 long-hidden undead archers released their strings simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 black energy arrows tore through the curtain of rain, piercing deeply into the tough scales of the Yunming swamp dragon. 2426 by 9. Roar. The Yunming swamp dragon let out a furious roar that shattered the raindrops. It suddenly exerted force, forcibly breaking the entangled void chain, unleashing a second wave of damage. 4,436. Hidden resilience mechanism in the Xinyuan world. High-level boss and level suppression significantly shortened control time. Having dominated the Tianlan swamp for so long, when had the Yunming swamp dragon ever suffered such serious injuries? Suddenly, the largest golden diamond scale on the chest of the Yunming swamp dragon stood upright, and a violent blood-red energy erupted from its body, like a volcanic eruption, instantly enveloping it. Reverse scale fury. The enraged boss raised its claws, wielding immense power, and struck the swamp. Kuan-Yuan shockwave. Boom. The swamp trembled violently like a water surface in a torrential rain. A massive wave mixed with mud, rotting wood, and toxic water surged up from nowhere, rushing toward Yin like a roaring earth dragon. Yin activated wind control, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he swiftly retreated. The massive wave narrowly brushed against the edge of his clothing, crashing down and engulfing 2 undead archers who failed to dodge in time. 7112. The 2 undead archers instantly turned into black mist. Before the boss could stabilize, a massive bronze coffin filled with ancient runes ripped through the dark clouds, accompanied by a chilling pressure, crashing down. 4436. The massive body of the swamp dragon was also pinned down by the bronze coffin. At this moment, instead of retreating, Yin advanced, using the pressure from the bronze coffin to charge toward the Yunming swamp dragon. Wind wound. A condensed blue beam slammed into the dragon's face at close range. 7,520. Meanwhile, the remaining 7 undead archers also rallied and shot out gray spirit arrows. 2022 by 7. As the swamp dragon writhed in pain, attempting to break free from the bronze coffin's restraint, Yin's left hand shot out, like lightning, a pale beam of light gathering at his fingertip, radiating a terrifying aura of destruction precisely piercing toward the diamond scale that stood upright on the chest of the Yunming swamp dragon. Silencing finger. Sizzle. The white light pierced through the reverse scale like a hot knife through butter. 15527x2. Weak point attack. The massive body of the Yunming swamp dragon quivered violently. The murderous light in its blood-red vertical pupils rapidly dimmed, and the blood-red energy covering its body receded like a tide. Accompanied by a reluctant low moan, this swamp overlord crashed into the mire like a collapsing mountain, stirring up a cloud of murky swamp water. Ding! Congratulations to 1 instant of smoke and clouds for defeating the Yunming swamp dragon at an advanced level, gaining 4,420 experience points and 30 days of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations to 1 instant of smoke and clouds for triggering undead sacrifice, gaining 4 intelligence attribute points. At the same time, the long-lost server-wide announcement rang out once again. System announcement, server-wide congratulations to Dragon Nation's 1 instant of smoke and clouds for achieving the Golden Boss First Kill achievement. Rewards 15 free attribute points, 300 reputation points, lifespan 1 year, Golden Treasure Chest X1. The road of the brave is endless. I urge all Blue Star people to continue working hard. Fire God Smoke and Clouds, brother, I've finally been waiting for you. I'm glad I didn't give up. You haven't been on the announcement for 2 days. I thought you were missing. Poking the flower upstairs. Wow. I've seen someone who can flatter better than me. I'm ashamed to associate with you. Happy I just reached level 3 in the main city, and the big shot has already started killing the golden boss. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Great Tang Heroes brothers upstairs, we currently have over 200 members in Great Tang. You might consider joining us. Duke of the Royal Clan Great Tang, we already have 250 members. You should keep pushing forward. Welcome aspiring individuals to join the Royal Clan. As everyone gradually became familiar with Xingyuan world, the forces of various guilds began to flourish. Mo Yin approached the boss and started to search for loot. Golden light flashed, and he obtained 2 pieces of golden equipment. Earth Mage Robe, golden level, required level 15, required profession, Mage, special effect 1I, physical defense 420, 430, magic defense 430, 440, special effect 2, stamina 28, special effect 3, Earth Guardian active, increases physical defense by 10 for 20 seconds, cooldown 3 minutes. Special effect 4, Kuan Yuan Giant Spirit, passive skill level for Kuan Yuan Giant Spirit increases by 1. Yunming Flying Shoes, required level 15, required profession Berserker Armsman Nightwalker Marksman, special effect 1I, physical defense 1401, 45, magic defense 133138, special effect 2, agility 25, special effect 3, Cloud Flying Swallow, active dashes 10 yards in one direction, cooldown 2 minutes. Special effect 4, Yunming Clone, active, generates a Yunming clone, which can use the same skill as the main body, causing 10 of the main bonus damage. If the clone is attacked, it will disappear. Cooldown 5 minutes. Both pieces of equipment have quite impressive attributes, but unfortunately the 4th special effect of the Earth Mage Robe is of little use to Mo. If it were for an Earth Elementalist, it would undoubtedly be a top-tier robe. As for the 2 additional skills of the Yunming Flying Shoes, if used well, they could also yield quite remarkable effects. Finally, only the golden treasure chest rewarded by the system remained. Upon opening the treasure chest, a radiant ring lay quietly inside. Heaven Spring Ring, golden level, required level 15, required profession, Mage, special effect 1, magic attack 250280, physical attack 230260, special effect 2, intelligence 20, special effect 3, spirit 20, special effect 4. Heavenly River Waterfall, active, summons Heavenly Spring to attack a specified 10 by 10 area, dealing 200 magic area damage, cooldown 3 minutes. Mo Yan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, treasure chests often yield top-tier items. Just this ring could bring nearly 1200 magic strength to Mo Yan. For Mo Yan, who possessed an exceptionally high growth star rating, the value of attribute points far exceeded that of many flashy effects. Upon slaying the Cloud Marsh Wyram, the towering golden radiance dissipated, and the marshland returned to its deathly stillness. Mo Yan did not hasten to leave. As a descendant of the Lesser Dragon lineage and the absolute overlord of this Tianlan Marsh, it likely possessed its own lair and hoard of treasures. Mo Yan meticulously searched the depths of the marsh, where the air was thick with the mingled scents of sulfur and decaying organic matter. Pushing aside layers of hanging withered vines and strange luminescent fungal clusters, the entrance to a hidden cave nestled behind a massive decayed tree root finally revealed itself before his eyes. This lair of the Cloud Marsh Wyram was like an ancient fortress buried deep beneath the earth. The cave mouth was an irregular arch, its edges churned with soil and caked with dried viscous secretions that glowed with a faint green luster. Unmistakable traces of the WRM's massive body scraping in and out. Passing through a dark winding tunnel, the view suddenly opened up. A rather spacious main chamber lay before him. The ceiling was not of rock, but adorned with countless crystalline droplets of water. Illuminated by faint daylight seeping from unknown sources or the ghostly glow of moss on the walls, they resembled a myriad of tiny suspended stars. They fell from time to time, striking shallow puddles below with crisp, ethereal ding-dong sounds which echoed distinctly in this silent underground space. The cave walls and corners were overgrown with more strange glowing mosses and fungi. They emitted soft hues of ghostly green, pale purple, and sickly white, acting like natural wall sconces that painted the cavern in a mysterious and eerie light. In the deepest part of the cave, a massive bed made of soft humus-thick layers of dead leaves and the hides of unknown beasts was especially conspicuous, giving off a uniquely potent and pungent odor. Mo Yin searched carefully, finally finding the treasure the Cloud Marsh Wyrm had hidden at the center of that enormous bed. It was a dragon scale, as if peeled from the very heart of the ancient earth, the size of a palm. Its color was a deep, heavy ochre brown, as if steeped in millennia of soil, or like the last rays of sunset spilling over parched, cracked luss. Gently stroking it, its edges curled slightly sharp as a stone blade breaking through the earth. Under the ghostly light, this dragon scale emanated a quiet, ancient aura, as if it contained boundless secrets of the earth element. Mo Yin scrutinized the scale closely. It did not appear to be a scale from the Cloud Marsh Wyrm itself. The description indicated it was the scale of some top-tier lesser dragon species. Though it was not a true dragon scale, it was still precious enough. After stowing this away, Mo Yin found another item, a mask. Imitation mask, special item. Imitation active, allows the user to disguise themselves as any creature they have seen within the last hour and a half, perfectly mimicking its appearance and voice, but not its strength. Duration 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. The world of Xinyuan contains certain special items, some offering heaven-defying attributes, others possessing uniquely terrifying functions. This imitation mask was clearly one of them. Aside from that, there were some gold coins and a few pieces of bronze equipment. After packing everything away, Mo Yin got up and headed back to Twilight City. Having pocketed all his spoils, Mo Yin was thoroughly satisfied. This expedition to the marsh had netted him 3 levels, 5 pieces of silver equipment, 3 pieces of gold equipment, 1 top-tier lesser dragon scale, 1 precious special item, along with dozens of bronze items, and over 200 enhancement stones. It was a truly bountiful haul. The next morning, Mo Yin headed straight for the Adventurers Guild. Judy, who had received him last time, immediately recognized this gold-rank adventurer. A warm, beaming smile spread across her face. Esteemed gold-rank adventurer, have you come to submit your commissions? Both quests are done, Mo Yin said, handing over the proof of completion for the 2 tasks. Very well, I will settle your rewards immediately. The reward for the silver rank quest is 5 silver coins, 10 reputation, and 1 piece of silver equipment. The reward for the gold rank quest is 10 gold coins, 50 reputation, and 1 piece of gold equipment. Additionally, there are 150 days of lifespan. Your current accumulated reputation has reached 1,160. Warrior, your reputation has reached the epic level. I will now issue you an epic rank adventurer's badge. Saying this, she handed the badge and all the quest rewards to Mo Yin. The silver equipment was a piece of armor for a level 15 berserker. The gold equipment was a talisman paper imprinted with a purple mysterious mark. Void talisman, gold equip, level 20 equip, class magic, class, trait 1 magic attack, 750780 physical attack, 560600 trait 2, intelligence 40 trait 3, magic critical hit rate 10 trait 4, void mark active. Plant a void mark on an enemy. For the next 10 seconds, the holder's damage against that enemy is increased by 10. Just as Mo Yin was browsing the quest board for a new gold rank commission, a system announcement that echoed across the entire server interrupted his thoughts. System announcement: server-wide congratulations to Dragon Kingdom player Dragon Clan Ace of Spades for successfully unlocking the server's first level 1020 dungeon. Rewards 100 reputation points, 5 free attribute points, 1 year of lifespan. The exclusive Twilight City dungeon Windhowl Forest is now officially open. Monster experience points and item drop rates are significantly increased within the dungeon. Blue Planet dwellers of all major cities actively seek out local dungeon quests and climb the summit. Fire God, wait. The one on the broadcast isn't my bro Yin. This is unscientific. Windwalker 1. Not seeing the big shot's ID feels kinda off. Dragon Clan Black Dragon, the Dragon Clan Guild has opened the first dungeon. Windhowl Forest 5-player entrance, Twilight Forest 38125. All warriors are welcome to challenge it. The Dragon Clan is recruiting talents, looking forward to your joining. Stab upstairs, Chrysanthemum Bro from Dragon Clan, you broke the formation of the big shot, monopolizing the announcements, yo. Crying. JPG. Yishay and Yun forming a party for Windhowl Forest. Need 1 Aegis Paragon, 1 Arcane Healer. Fire goddamn. Here comes the real deal. Is the guy upstairs really the big shot himself? Stab upstairs, Chrysanthemum Aya. Why am I neither a Paragon nor an Arcane? Missing the chance for close contact with the big shot. My heart. It's cold as ice. World's top rider big shot, look at me. Aegis Paragon right here. Solid defense point where you want me to go. Big chest full of milk, professional arcane, healer, plenty of heals, looking for a group. Instantly party invitations flew in like snowflakes. Mo Yin quickly filtered through them, but couldn't find a suitable match. He wasted no more time and immediately set off for the dungeon entrance. A large crowd of Blue Planet dwellers had already gathered at the dungeon entrance, their voices a roaring clamor as they called out to friends and formed parties. Amidst the crowd, a striking pair, a man and a woman, walked side by side, drawing some attention. The man was nearly 190 centimeters tall, his posture straight as a pine. He was clad in a set of exquisitely forged silver-white armor that covered his entire body, flowing with a cold, solid luster in the morning light. Beneath his dark brown curly hair was a handsome, chiseled face, but most striking were his deep black eyes, as calm and sharp as the stars in a wintry night. The woman was a stark contrast to the man's resolute demeanor. She wore an immaculate plain white robe, its wide sleeves and skirt fluttering gently in the breeze, making her slender figure appear even more delicate. Her long jet black hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, a few stray strands brushing against her pale, almost translucent cheek. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains veiled in mist, and her eyes were a unique pale gray resembling a tranquil lake shrouded in fog. Her light-colored lips were like the first bloom of a cherry blossom, and she exuded an ethereal, aloof aura, as if untouched by worldly affairs. The woman looked at the man beside her, her voice clear as a spring. Juechen, how about we find teammates here? But didn't we just see Yushan Yin looking for a party too? Shouldn't we at least try? The man named Juechen shook his head slightly, his tone calm and pragmatic. Yushan Yin is now the undisputed #1 of Dragon Kingdom. The experts and core members of big guilds who want to party with him could probably form a line around Twilight City. We just reached level 10 not long ago. Our equipment and reputation are nothing special. How could we possibly catch his eye? He patted the heavy shield on his back. Let's be pragmatic. Finding a reliable team to get familiar with the dungeon is the real priority. The woman's eyes dimmed slightly with disappointment at his words, and she nodded softly. You're right. I was overthinking it. Just as the two were about to look for another team, a clear voice came from behind them. You two are here to challenge Winhowl Forest too, right? I'm a Void Weaver. My team still needs members. If it's convenient, would you like to party up? His voice was calm, yet it cut through the surrounding noise with perfect clarity. The two raised their eyes at the sound. Before them stood a tall young man around 6 feet tall, with striking features and an air of calmness intermingled with a hint of the extraordinary. He held a sky-blue staff in his hand. Both felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with him, and thus extended an invitation to form a party. Upon seeing the shining ID, the accountant nearly instinctively gasped. You are. Mo Yin smiled faintly and gestured for silence. His gaze swept across the noisy crowd, his voice gentle, yet clear as it reached the ears of the two. I happen to be looking for a reliable Qingnong Shinshou and a Qingtian Dun to tackle this dungeon, and I feel quite a connection with both of you. The dungeon requires 5 people. We just need to find 2 more to get started. E.g. Juechen suppressed the shock within and nodded steadily. Good. At that moment, their hearts felt like a calm lake suddenly disrupted by a giant stone swirling with astonishment and an indescribable sense of wonder. The figure they had just been discussing stood so vividly before them, and even took the initiative to team up. Little did they know the turmoil within Mo Yan's heart was far more tumultuous than theirs. If asked who he had trusted most and could rely on with his life in his previous life, these two would undoubtedly be among them. In his past life, the group met for the first time in the Raging Wind Forest dungeon, bonding over shared ideals, and ultimately joined the Dragon Clan Guild together. In the brutal battlefield against the Gu King, E.g. Juechen heroically sacrificed himself to protect him. As for Zhang Muanming, this accountant in reality transformed into a top-tier healing master in the Holy Yuan world, saving him countless times from the brink of death. In this life, he deliberately did not activate the Raging Wind Forest dungeon in advance, fearing that the threads of fate might be disrupted, preventing them from reuniting. Just as the group was lost in their emotions, a clear and crisp female voice intruded. Hey, are you all forming a party to tackle the Raging Wind Forest? Add me in. They turned to see a tall woman approaching, nearly 5'7", with long black hair neatly tied into a high ponytail, a few strands framing her cheeks, adding a touch of striking vitality. Her face was a beautiful yet spirited oval with brows like swords, bright and spirited eyes that exuded determination and a hint of playfulness. Her exquisite appearance was not in the least inferior to the cool demeanor of Zhang Muanming. The fitted light armor accentuated her powerful physique, especially the hint of her toned arms indicating that she was far from just a pretty face. A pair of gauntlets with a crimson metallic sheen adorned her hands, showcasing her identity as a martial artist. Mo Yin had no qualms about the professions of the other two and readily added her to the party. Mu Chung Weitian LV. 11. The original leader, E.g. Juechen, upon seeing that luminous ID on the party list, almost instinctively and quite naturally transferred the leadership to Mo Yin. Who would dare to be the leader when Yichao Yinyun is around? If this news got out, would he not be hunted down by his fervent admirers to the ends of the earth? Mu Chung Weidian entered the party, her gaze swept across the party name list, pausing momentarily on Yichao Yinyun, casting a curious glance at Mo Yin. However, her expression wasn't particularly excited, just a slight nod, appearing quite composed. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women always draws attention, and soon a man playing with a bone sieve wearing a shrewd smile approached. Hey buddies, are you still one short for the party? Add me in. I promise I won't hold you back. Sure. Mo Yin nodded and added him to the party. Tuba Gushi LV. 10. Gambler. When Tuba Gushi laid eyes on the top name on the party list, he instantly widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Mo Yin with his mouth agape. Holy crap. You are. Before he could finish, the space around the five began to ripple, and they were instantly teleported into the dungeon. Yichao Yinyun. Gushi exclaimed, his voice echoing within the dungeon. Yes. Mo Yin replied calmly, quickly setting the party distribution mode to profession-bound equipment distributed as needed, non-profession equipment materials rolled. Party composition: Yichao Yinyun LV. 13. E.G. Juechen LV. 10. Zhongmu and Ming LV. 10. Mu Chung Weidian LV. 11. Tuba Gushi LV. 10. Wow. This is truly a god. I Gushi must have stepped on a dog's luck today. Tuba Gushi exclaimed excitedly, nearly dropping the sieve, and immediately leaned closer to Mo Yin with a face full of eager smiles. Great God, do you have a guild now? Would you consider joining us at Tuba? We are also a renowned guild in other games. With your support, Mo Yin directly interrupted his rambling, his tone calm, yet firm. I'm not considering a guild for now. Let's focus on the dungeon first. He then turned to E.G. Juechen and Zhongmu and Ming, his tone noticeably gentler. In hard mode, protection and healing are key. I have a few spare pieces of equipment. You should equip them first to increase your margin for error. With that, a trade window popped up. Give Zhongmu and Ming Yulan necklace, silver, Lihua robe, silver. Give E.G. Juechen Tianyuan guardian, silver, In Hui barrier, silver. Zhongmu and Ming and E.G. Juechen stared at the dazzling silver equipment in the trade window, momentarily at a loss. Currently, a single piece of silver gear is worth a fortune and is hard to come by. This is too precious. This is too valuable. We cannot accept. The two hurriedly declined. Mo Yin's attitude was resolute. The dungeon is paramount. If something better comes along, you can return it to me later. His words silenced their refusals. Beside them, Tuba Gushi watched with envy, immediately leaning closer, his eyes filled with anticipation. Great God, do you see? Is there any equipment suitable for me? I will definitely work hard. He rubbed his hands, looking as if he was begging for a free meal. No, Mo Yin answered succinctly, without even raising his eyelids, unapologetically double standard. At that moment, a cold system prompt echoed in the ears of the five. Dungeon prompt: you have entered Raging Wind Forest hard mode. Mode characteristics: monster strength is doubled. Item drop rates are increased. Experience gain is 300 of normal mode. Please proceed with caution. The name Raging Wind Forest is not without reason. As soon as they stepped into the forest's edge, the howling winds roared like thousands of giant beasts at their ears. The raging wind carried sharp leaves and gravel, sweeping towards them like a surging tide, stinging their faces. The towering ancient trees swayed wildly, their thick branches creaking painfully, as if they would snap at any moment. The dense canopy was violently torn and collided in the wind, producing an endless crackling sound, the originally rich greenery shredded to pieces, swirling in the air. The wild grass on the ground was uprooted, spiraling in the wind like uncontrollable green darts. The five braved the wind pressure, following a small path trampled down. Turning around a bare rocky corner blown by the wind, a makeshift camp loomed ahead. Several campfires flickered weakly in the wind, beside which were a few low, shabby huts cobbled together with rough stones. Whoa! A piercing horn suddenly sounded. A small, gray-green-skinned goblin sentinel spotted the intruders and sounded the alarm. In an instant, the stone houses erupted like a boiling pot. Dozens of goblins armed with wooden clubs and stone axes, along with several hound-like storm dogs, rushed out howling as they charged at the five. However, their charge had only just begun. Buzz! A massive bronze coffin inscribed with ancient runes suddenly materialized in the wind above them, crashing down. Taisu Guizong. 4987. 5301. Countless scarlet damage numbers bloomed like flowers of death among the crowd of monsters. The goblins and storm dogs who had just been so aggressive were like snowflakes consumed by flames, instantly dissipating into white light, leaving behind a few copper coins and scattered materials rolling in the wind. Faced with these dungeon monsters averaging only levels 1014, even with the intensity boost of hard mode, they were still as fragile as paper in front of Mo Yin, who was now at level 13 with top-tier equipment and skills. One AoE skill cleared the field. In the torrent of 3 times the experience in the dungeon, the experience bars of E.G. Juechen Zhongmu and Ming Mu Chung Weidian and Tuba Gushi visibly surged. Only Mo Yin, whose level was already over the limit, received experience like a trickle. The journey ahead would be a continuous repetition of this scene. They encountered nearly 20 camps, each varying in form, composed of goblins and storm dogs. LV 10 storm dogs. LV 11 goblin spear throwers. LV 12 goblin sharpshooters. LV 13 ice goblins. LV 14 fire goblins. Yet regardless of the type of monster group or the kind of attack, in the face of Mo Yan's overwhelming skills, Tai Su Gui Zong Wind Blade, Flowing Wind Stab, and Wind's Wound, they melted away like snowflakes thrown into flames. The first half of the dungeon became a dazzling performance of Mo Yan's overwhelming strength, along with a feast of rapidly rising experience for his teammates. The relentless crushing advance left the members of Yikajwekin somewhat disoriented. Before they could even raise their weapons, wave after wave of monsters dissolved into white light and experience points within Moyen's storm of spells. This unprecedented experience of carry was tinged with an underlying unease. They felt like mere spectators. In the blink of an eye, the party had reached the heart of the Tempest Forest, and the lair of the final guardian, the Goblin Chieftain, loomed into view. In the clearing at the center of the camp, even the fierce winds seemed to detour in fear, creating an unsettling pocket of stillness. Wisps of smoke rose from the dying embers of a campfire, and the air was thick with a pungent stench of blood, decay, and rust. The Goblin Chieftain, though hunched, was grotesquely massive, like a moving mountain of moss-green, coarse, thick hide. Upon its enormous head, a pair of tall, pointed ears twitched, adorned with tarnished metal rings that dangled from the tips. Deep within its sunken sockets, vertical amber pupils gleamed with cruelty and cunning. Beneath a snout like a pig's, two massive yellowed fangs jutted from the corners of its mouth, dripping viscous saliva that etched small pits into the filthy ground. It wore a makeshift cloak stitched from tattered beast hides and heavy chains, and the spiked club it gripped was crusted with dark rusted blood and shattered bone fragments. Even as it rested on the ground, the aura of death emanating from its head caused the surrounding air to distort. Goblin Chieftain, silver, level 15 HP, 50,000 MP, 5,000 physical attack, 2,200 physical defense, 1250 magic attack, 1,000 magic defense, 900 speed, 77 skills. Evil Smash. Within 10 yards, a flash behind the target and smash their skull with the club, causing 5 seconds of stun and 200 physical damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Inspire. Slam the club into the ground to embolden the goblin tribe, increasing all goblins' attack power by 10 for 1 minute. Cooldown 5 minutes. Charge. Charge forward, dealing 200 physical damage. Cooldown 12 seconds. Mighty Bludgeon. Gather strength to smash the ground with both hands, dealing 230 physical damage. Cooldown 7 seconds. With a roar that shook the air, the chieftain spotted the intruders, its amber pupils instantly locking onto Moyen. Instead of charging immediately, it smashed its club fiercely into the ground. Two dull, thunderous booms echoed as shockwaves spread. A ring of earthen yellow light erupted from the chieftain, instantly engulfing the entire camp. Every remaining goblin minion, whether wielding spears, bows, or conjuring fireballs and ice shards, had their eyes flash with bloodthirsty crimson light as their auras surged. Buff Chieftain's inspiration attack power increased by 10. Empowered, the goblin horde shrieked and charged like a pack of frenzied beasts. The fireballs in the flame goblin's hands swelled, and the frost goblin's chill grew more biting. Moyen's gaze sharpened. With Void Burial on cooldown, he swept his staff, and a colossal razor-sharp azure wind blade tore through the air. Wind Scar. With a tearing sound like a scythe cutting wheat, the massive wind blade turned the charging frontline goblins into white light, with damage numbers soaring to nearly 10,000. The blade, undiminished, rent the air and carved deep into the rear ranks of ranged monsters. 9,692. 10,124. 9655. With a single strike, the dense horde was decimated. Only a few goblin sharpshooters on the periphery survived, retreating in panic. The residual force of the wind blade also struck the goblin chieftain at the center, leaving a wound on its thick green hide so deep that bone was visible. 8,538. The searing pain enraged the chieftain. It let out a deafening roar, and its massive frame exploded into motion with a speed that defied its bulk. Charge. It became a blur of dark green, carrying a foul wind, its spiked club raised high as it lunged at Moyen with devastating force. Before the club even arrived, the crushing pressure of the wind was suffocating. Bind. Moyen prepared, pointed his staff. With a metallic chime, a silver chain shot out, like a viper, precisely entangling the chieftain's charging legs. With a heavy thud, the massive body lost balance and crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. 5,022. Immobilized, ill handle the boss. You guys practice on the stragglers. Moyen's words were swift, and he was already moving. Seizing the precious moment while the chieftain was bound, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wind Piercer. A nearly transparent needle of wind element shot forth with a piercing shriek, streaking like lightning toward the chieftain's exposed heart. A vital spot covered in sparse hair, revealed by its fall. with a wet tearing sound 110,492. Critical hit. Wind blade. A final azure light slashed across the chieftain's thick neck. 99,422. The series of attacks flowed like water swift as lightning. The goblin chieftain's ferocious roar was abruptly cut short. The light in its amber pupils died completely, and its colossal frame went limp as if its bones had turned to jelly before dissolving into a blinding golden light. Ding! Congratulations Yikiyanyan for killing the goblin chieftain beyond your level. You have earned 2379 experience points, 4 days of lifespan, and have leveled up to 14. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations Yikiyanyan for triggering the undead sacrifice effect. You have gained 3 intelligence. It was only then that the battle against the remaining goblin sharpshooters was reaching its climax. Yikijwekin let out a low shout, his sturdy shield firmly catching a stray arrow, taking 287 damage. With a taunt, he locked the aggro firmly onto himself. His steps were steady as he used the terrain and his shield for cover, striving to create space for his teammates to deal damage. Muching Weishin moved with the grace of a butterfly among flowers of faint light, glowing on her fist weapons as she alternated between skills and basic attacks, whittling down the monster's health. Kubadushing was the most tense. Muttering under his breath, he gave his dice cup a vigorous shake. The 3 dice spun and stopped, revealing 2-3-0-4. A critical hit effect was triggered. A straight haha explode. He yelled in excitement, thrusting his hands forward. Dueling long. 2 massive energy-constructed dominoes transformed into 2 roaring luminous dragon shadows, smashing fiercely into a wounded frost goblin. 6,322. Critical. The frost goblin wailed and turned into white light. Just as they were about to focus their fire on the last 2, a familiar phantom of a bronze coffin slammed down with immense crushing weight. Void Burial. 5,000. The remaining goblins were instantly crushed. The 4 of them halted, exchanging glances with wry smiles. Throughout this dungeon run, they had been almost entirely spectators, and their one battle had been cleaned up by Moyen as an afterthought. Nevertheless, fueled by the dungeon's triple experience and the massive XP from the overlevel boss kill, their levels skyrocketed. Yikijwekin, Zangmaming, and Tubadushing all shot up to level 12, while Muching Weishin was close to the threshold of level 13. In contrast, Moyen's experience gain was far lower due to level penalties. This silver-grade boss had dropped 2 pieces of equipment: Goblin Helmet Silver, required level 15, required class Guardian trait 1, physical defense 75-78, magic defense 70-73, trait 2, 12 vitality trait 3, Inspire active. Upon activation, grants allies within 10 yards a 5 increase in physical attack power for 20 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Goblin Staff Silver, required level 15, required class magic classes trait 1, magic attack 2, 402, 55, physical attack 155, 170, trait 2, 15, intelligence trait 3, contract enhancement passive. Increases the skill level of the summoner skill contract enhancement by 1. Due to class compatibility, the Goblin Helmet was automatically allocated to Yikijuchin's inventory. As for the Goblin Staff, only Moyen and Zangmaming were eligible to roll for it. Without a moment's hesitation, Zangmaming immediately selected Pass on the allocation interface. She understood that this equipment would benefit Moyen far more than herself. Moyen glanced at her, thinking the staff wasn't quite suitable for Zangmaming, and then stowed it away. A system prompt chimed in at that moment. Dungeon notification: congratulations on clearing stage 1 of Tempest Forest hard mode. Unlocked. Re-enter this dungeon tomorrow to begin stage 2 challenge. Pathian's rest levels 15-20. Please be prepared. Tempest Forest has 2 stages, Moyen explained. Tomorrow we'll be heading into the level 15-20 area. He then extended an invitation: shall we add each other as friends? We'll continue with stage 2 tomorrow at 10 a.m. Yes, Master. He'll be there at 10 a.m. sharp. Kubadushing was the first to respond, his excitement palpable. Muching Weishin gave a slight nod. All right. Yikijwekin and Zangmaming also nodded in agreement and sent friend requests. After adding each other as friends, Yikijwekin and Zangmaming approached Moyen and opened a trade window which displayed the silver-grade equipment Moyen had lent them earlier. Master, hey, race your equipment back. We didn't really help much today. Yikijuchin's tone was sincere, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. They felt they hadn't earned the right to keep such valuable gear. However, Moyen simply closed the trade window and said gently, keep them for now. We don't know what tomorrow's Pathian's rest holds. Let's settle things after we finish stage 2. With that, the 2 could not insist further and could only thank him again. In their hearts, they had already made a silent vow they would train hard tonight to level up so they wouldn't be forced to stand by and watch the master shoulder everything alone again. They bid Moyen farewell and hurried off to find suitable leveling spots. Moyen opened his friend list and contacted Dragon Clan Black Dragon. His inventory was overflowing with low-level equipment that needed to be sold off. Still buying those 30 pieces of level 10-15 bronze gear. Dragon Clan Black Dragon replied instantly. Buying. But the price for bronze gear has dropped. I can only offer 5 gold per piece now. That's 150 gold total. Same as before, 50 gold up front, and the remaining 100 gold paid in enhancement stones. Deal. Moyen agreed readily. Currently, only the Dragon Clan had the capacity to absorb such a large batch of equipment and provide a massive quantity of enhancement stones. Also, the first batch of 200 enhancement stones we agreed on is ready. Combined with the 100 gold from this trade, it'll send you a total of 700 enhancement stones all at once. Black Dragon added. Moyen was slightly surprised. In just 2 days, the Dragon Clan had managed to collect 700 enhancement stones. The depth and efficiency of a major guild were indeed astonishing. In comparison, his solo efforts had only netted him a little over 100 stones. The Dragon Clan was equally pleased with this transaction. As the main force settled into the capital city, the drop rate for enhancement stones was confirmed to be quite decent, but the enhancement function was clearly unavailable before the first-class advancement. Exchanging these temporarily useless resources for tangible equipment to arm their elite squad was undoubtedly a sure-win deal. More shrewdly, the Dragon Clan also exploited the information gap, secretly buying large quantities of enhancement stones from solo players at extremely low prices, 18-19 copper coins per stone, further accelerating their hoarding. With the transaction complete, Moyen's inventory was instantly much cleaner. He took stock of his remaining stock: Red Dawn Claw Blades, Silver Melted Cloud Step Boots, Silver Cloud Dream, Flying Shoes, Gold Goblin Staff, Silver Thunder Drum, Silver Blood Armor, Silver White Jade Dice Cup, Silver Cloud Piercing Boots, Silver Heavenly Sun, Taoist Robe, Silver. Looking at these pieces of equipment, each with different attributes and considerable value, Moyen pondered for a moment before deciding to hold on to them for now. Just in case the drops from Pathian's Rest tomorrow don't suit those two. I need to have something decent to give them. Recalling the painful scene of having to abandon several bronze equipment while grinding in the wild, Yen felt a pang of heartache. Upgrading the package could not be delayed. Following the guidance, he arrived at a tailor shop named Moon Weaving Pavilion deep in the market. The shop was small but elegantly arranged. Colorful fabrics hung around, some light as mist, others heavy as if infused with secret silver, flowing with a magical glow under the soft light. As the door gently opened, a woman in a moonlit robe approached. The robe was tailored perfectly with silver threads embroidered into dark patterns that flowed like water waves, as if she wore the galaxy itself. The amber pendant at her waist shimmered with a warm glow, accentuating her slender waist, yet a veil of unshakable melancholy lingered in her eyes. Hello, brave warrior from another world. I am Xiao Yin, the owner of Moon Weaving Pavilion. Her voice was gentle, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. How may I assist you? Without any pleasantries, Yin directly took out the toad bag and the dark red blood nether toad bag and placed them on the counter. Owner, I would like to use these two materials to upgrade the package. Xiao Yan's gaze fell on the materials, especially the blood nether toad bag, and her expression subtly changed. She picked up the toad bag and examined it carefully, saying, this toad bag can create a 100-slot package, and the cost is 1 gold coin. She paused, her fingers gently brushing over the blood nether toad bag, her tone carrying a hint of apology. As for this, originally the Pavilion Master Xin Yu indeed had a unique skill to turn it into a more valuable package, but unfortunately, she sighed and gently pushed the blood nether toad bag back towards Yen. The Pavilion Master is currently absent, and this skill cannot be executed for the time being. If the warrior is willing to part with it, our Moon Weaving Pavilion is willing to buy it for 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins. Yen raised an eyebrow, immediately retracting the blood nether toad bag, his tone resolute. I won't sell it. Just this purchase price alone proves that this item is worth far more than imagined. Good items should be put to good use. He leaned slightly forward, gazing directly into Xiao Yan's troubled eyes. Owner, you just said it could originally be done. Where is Pavilion Master Xin Yu now? If there is any difficulty, perhaps I can help. I truly need this blood nether toad bag package. Xiao Yan's gaze swept over the epic level adventurer badge, shimmering with 3 colors on Yan's chest. Her eyes brightened for a moment, then dimmed again. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to have made a certain decision. She glanced around and lowered her voice. It is not convenient to discuss here. If the warrior truly wants to understand, please follow me to the inner chamber for a chat. Yen sensed the scent of a quest. Such a mission with stringent triggering conditions was exactly what he did not want to miss, especially since it concerned the package upgrade he had been yearning for. The inner chamber was simply yet elegantly furnished. Xiao Yan served tea and then began to explain. It turned out that the true soul of Moon Weaving Pavilion was Pavilion Master Xin Yu, and the secret technique for handling the blood nether toad bag was known only to her. Half a month ago, the powerful Xi Yin clan in Yuhui City hired Xian Yu with a large sum of money to sew them a splendid garment made primarily of fire-feathered bird feathers. According to common practice, it should have been completed within 10 days. But now more than half a month has passed. Xiao Yan's voice trembled slightly, her fingers unconsciously tightening the sleeve of her garment. The Pavilion Master has had no news. People from Moon Weaving Pavilion had gone to inquire at the Xi Yin residence, But the other party merely brushed it off, saying that Madam Xian Yu had left a few days ago. But Xiao Yan did not believe it at all. Xian Yu is always extremely prudent. If she truly left, how could she not send any word back? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the pavilion master was very likely being forcibly detained by the Xian clan. However, we moon-weaving pavilion are merely merchants running a business. Xiao Yan's voice was filled with a sense of helplessness, tears welling in her eyes. How could we have the ability to go to the Xian residence, a den of dragons and tigers, to rescue someone? Going to the city lord's residence to complain would also only be met with dismissal. The Adventurers Association has no one daring to take on this hot potato. She raised her head, looking at Mo Yin with the last glimmer of hope. It was only when I saw your epic badge that I dared to ask for your help. Brave warrior, would you be willing to help us find the pavilion master? Ding. Triggered epic level quest Moon Weaving Pavilion's SOS quest description. Pavilion Master Xian Yu was invited by the Xian clan to create a splendid garment and has been missing for half a month. Xiao Yin suspected that Xian Yu had been forcibly detained by the Xian clan. Quest objective: within 10 days ascertain Xian Yu's whereabouts and find a way to rescue her. Quest reward: 1 piece of epic level equipment or its equivalent. Failure penalty: reputation 500 points, lifespan 10 years. Mo Yan's heart trembled. An epic level quest. Usually these would only appear in level 2 main cities. The Xian clan is one of the top 5 powerful entities in Yuhui City. Rescuing someone from their heavily guarded residence was already as difficult as ascending to the heavens. What was more troublesome was the follow-up. Even if you were lucky enough to rescue her, as long as Moon Weaving Pavilion remained in Yuhui City, a mere gesture from the Xian clan could make their lives incredibly difficult. They could even frame him for theft or robbery, which would make things extremely difficult for him. He fell silent, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, weighing the risks against the rewards. Seeing him silent for a long time, the light that had just ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually dimmed and her shoulders slumped. Yes, the Xian clan could be said to dominate in Yuhui City. What reason did she have to expect an adventurer could stand against them? The despair of hitting a wall everywhere in recent days surged back into her heart. I'm sorry to bother the warrior. She forced a smile, preparing to stand up to see him off. Wait. Mo Yan's voice rang out, calm yet weighty. This matter cannot be rushed. Mo Yan looked into her eyes, his tone steady. The Xian residence is not an ordinary place. A hard charge is the worst strategy. I need a few days to carefully plan and probe the situation. During this time, I may need you to provide some internal information about the Xian residence or the people Pavilion Master Xian Yu usually interacts with. All right, no problem. Xiao Yan nodded repeatedly, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you. Really, thank you for being willing to try. We will immediately prepare your package. Additionally, she quickly walked to the display rack in the outer room, pointing at the array of garments. Choose any of these clothes that you like. Just take them. Consider it a small token of our appreciation. Mo Yan did not refuse. Scanning the exquisite silver and bronze level garments, their defensive properties were indeed inferior to the Earth Mage robe he was about to wear. But when his gaze swept over a hat emanating a soft moon-white glow, he stopped. Holy Moonlight, silver position, head level 15, profession, Qiannong Saint Hand, special effect 1, I physical defense 60, 70 magical defense 70, 75 special effect 2, stamina 13 special effect 3, holy light passive. All healing effects increased by 10, I'll take this one. Mo Yan picked up the hat, feeling its warm touch, just right for a friend of mine. Xiao Yan quickly agreed, packed the hat and the receipt for the package being made, and Mo Yan took his leave. Behind him, Xiao Yan looked at him with boundless gratitude and hope. At precisely 10 o'clock the next morning, the 5-man squad converged at the entrance of the Tempest Forest dungeon. With a faint shimmer, Mo Yan unhesitatingly selected hard mode. Space warped instantly, and the 5 were hurled into a starkly different scene, the resting place of Parthia. Before them lay a labyrinth of deep, winding stone masonry. The walls on both sides were mottled and dilapidated, overgrown with withered vines and eerie dark moss. A piercingly cold wind howled through the narrow passages like countless wailing spirits sobbing in their ears. Dim light emanated from flickering azure soul flames on the walls that seemed ready to extinguish at any moment, casting the crisscrossing forks into the likeness of gaping maws poised to devour. In the shadows of the corners, translucent, twisted black figures occasionally drifted silently past, bringing a bone-chilling cold. System notification: Hellish Labyrinth activated. Eliminate 50 Dream Demons, level 16, and 50 Wraiths, level 17, to clear this stage. The icy prompt echoed through the arena. Hearing level 17 and hard mode tuba gambling, Saint swallowed hard, his voice faltering. Great one, with this level gap. Can we make it? Riding alone furrowed his brow. Ledger Nightmare's eyes flickered with a trace of worry, and Muching Weition silently tightened her fists. They trusted Mo Yan's strength, but challenging a hard mode dungeon boss 7 levels above them, it sounded too insane. Mo Yan swept his gaze over the group, his tone calm. yet carrying unwavering certainty. Trust me. Leave it to me. He led the team to clear several groups of wandering ghosts, letting his teammates familiarize themselves with the Dream Demon's mental shriek and the Wraith's corrosive claw strike, then decisively split them Ledger Nightmare Azure, Herb Master, Muching Waition Martial Artist, in one group. Riding Alone Sky Pillar Guardian Cuba Gambling Saint Gambler in another. Mo Yin took a group by himself. Before parting, Mo Yin traded the Sacred Moonlight Hat and the skill book Holy Prayer to Ledger Nightmare. Seeing the precious items appear in the trade window, once more Ledger Nightmare was utterly stunned. Counting yesterday's equipment, this was already the third silver item, plus a rare skill book. A rare hint of bewilderment and confusion flickered across her cool face. Why was he so generous to her? Could it be? Cuba Gambling Saint's eyes went wide instantly, almost bleeding with envy. Muching Weishen's gaze darted curiously between Mo Yin and Ledger Nightmare. Riding Alone's lips moved as if to say something, but in the end it dissolved into an almost inaudible sigh. Mo Yin knew their misunderstanding, but couldn't explain the bonds of a past life, only saying calmly, an extra healing skill will be very useful for farming dungeons later. Then with a light tap of his staff, 9 necrotic archers wielding bone bows materialized silently. They'll each take a route too. The 4 were dumbfounded. One person plus 9 summons, and Mo Yin was single-handedly covering 10 paths. The efficiency was staggering. This labyrinth clearing took over an hour, and even the summoned necrotic archers had dissipated from time running out before all ghosts were finally purged. During this time, soul sacrifice triggered 3 times, granting Mo Yin 1 point each in stamina, strength, and agility. He also vaguely sensed that the greater the level gap, the higher the chance of triggering this mysterious sacrifice. As the last slain wraith wailed and dissolved under Mo Yin's wind blade, 5 bright white light trails extended from beneath everyone's feet, pointing to the labyrinth's sole exit. When the 5 converged at the exit, a heart-sinking eerie aura rushed toward them. The space beyond opened up, but the object standing at the center made everyone's breath catch. A puppet hovered silently half a foot above the ground, its form twisted and grotesque. Its main body was a shabby, faded, delicate puppet torso covered in cobweb-like cracks. On its head sat a tilted, faded jester's hat, and its face was covered with a ceramic mask that seemed both to smile and weep. The mask's eyes were 2 bottomless voids, oozing viscous purple light. Its limbs were abnormally slender and elongated like marionette joints stretched by force, ending in disproportionately large, withered branch-like fingers and feet. Several faint, glowing purple threads extended from its back into the void, as if pulled by an invisible puppeteer. Just gazing at it left one feeling dazed and drowsy. Hypnotic Puppet Silver. Level 17, HP 60,000, MP 1,000. ATK 1300 DF 1100 MATK, 2000 MDF, 1200 SPD 70. Skills. Lullaby. Targets a random enemy, 40 chance to put them to sleep for 8 seconds, cooldown 15ths. Nightmare Strings. Deals 200 magic damage. If a target is asleep, deals 3x damage and has a chance to inflict nightmare, causing them to attack nearby allies, cooldown 15ths. Phantom Veil. Creates a mist. All enemies within the mist have their attack speed reduced by 10, cast speed reduced by 10, and a 10 chance of interruption when using skills. Duration 1 minute, cooldown 5 minutes. Mental Storm. Deals 200 magic damage to a 10-yard radius, cooldown 3 minutes. Alarms blared in Mo Yin's mind. Countless teams in his past life had met their end here. The puppet's stats seemed modest, but its random aggro-ignoring lullaby and the nightmare strings that turned sleepers traitor were team killers. Once the healer or tank was put to sleep or controlled, a team wipe was inevitable. The puppet's hollow purple eyes locked onto the group, and its withered arm waved gracefully. Phantom Veil. In an instant, a pink-purple mist mixed with a cloying incense and decaying wood scent spread out, shrouding half the arena. Trapped in the fog, the 5 immediately felt their limbs grow heavy and their thoughts sluggish. Then the hollow mouth beneath the puppet's mask opened and closed silently, and an intangible, soporific, eerie melody began to coalesce. It was about to unleash the deadly lullaby. Interrupted. Mo Yin shouted, his staff already raised. Void chains. Clang. Dark starry chains shot through the air, precisely binding the puppet's mouth. The drowsy melody ceased abruptly. 4902. Immobilized, the imprisoned puppet showed no panic. Its purple glowing hollow eye sockets turned to Mo Yin, and its withered fingers plucked at the void like playing a harp. Whoosh. Several nearly transparent purple energy threads, detectable only by the distortion of light, shot silently toward Mo Yin like serpent tongues. The speed was astonishing. Just as the threads were about to touch Mo Yin's skin, the necklace on his chest flashed. Mystic Ward. A soft yet resilient milky white light shield materialized instantly. The deadly thread struck the shield and melted away like snow in the sun, hissing faintly before vanishing. Seizing this opening, Mo Yin launched his counterattack. Air Bomb. A highly compressed air sphere screamed forth. Wind Blade. A condensed green gleam followed. However, as he gathered the lethal wind needle of flowing wind sting, a strange energy fluctuation in the pink-purple mist disrupted his mental focus. The forming wind needle collapsed at his fingertip. The cast had been interrupted by Phantom Veil. Fortunately, the first two strikes hit the center of the puppet's eerie mask, its weak point. 68,682. Critical weak point. 83,402. Critical weak point. The puppet's ceramic mask instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, purple light flashing wildly. Mo Yan's eyes turned icy cold, and his left hand, already poised, shot out like lightning. Annihilation finger. A pale condensed beam radiating annihilation tore through the air, piercing precisely into the deepest crack at the mask's brow. 171,702. Weak point attack. Crocaboom, bang. The puppet's ceramic mask shattered completely. Its slender limbs twitched weakly a few times, and the purple glow around it faded like an ebbing tide. The worn-out puppet torso, like a marionette with cut strings, crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ding! Congratulations to Isha Yenyun for defeating the silver boss hypnotic puppet across levels. Gained 2905 EXP, 4 days of lifespan. Congratulations on reaching level 15. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to Isha Yenyun for triggering soul sacrifice effect. Gained spirit 3. Dead silence. Riding alone, Ledger Nightmare, Muching Waitian, and Tuba Gambling, Saint stood frozen, mouths slightly open, minds blank. They had witnessed Mo Yan's power yesterday, but now seeing him at level 15 unleash a single skill dealing over 30,000 damage, instantly slaying a level 17 silver boss. This surpassed strong. It was almost like cheating. The half-joking, half-serious banter on the World Channel now seemed all too real. Mo Yan ignored his teammates' petrified state. Level 15 meant he could finally equip the 2 gold-grade heavy items in his backpack. He swiftly put on the earth robe. The ancient heavy earth-yellow robe enveloped him, radiating a steady aura of protection. He slid the heavenly spring ring onto his finger, the azure water light flowing from the ring intertwined with the robe. A surge of immense power filled his body. Isha Yenyun, 32 years, 284 days. Race human. Level 15. HP 19,305. MP 14,250. ATK 1004. DEF 1498. MATK 7135. MDF 1266. SPD 187. Free attribute points 0. EXP 8 4770000. His stats now approached those of an ordinary person after a second class change at level 30. Finally came the thrilling loot phase. Everyone's eyes burned with anticipation, and they still entrusted this crucial task to Mo Yan. Mo Yan approached the puppet's remains and reached into the shattered shell. Sinister laugh gamblers, hat silver class gambler, marionette heavy boots, silver class imperial guardian. Without a word, the equipment flew automatically into the inventories of Cuba Gambling Saint and Riding Alone. Seeing the powerful stats of the level 15 silver gear, both men's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. They had already reached level 13, and with a bit more effort they could equip these formidable new items. Following Mo Yan to kill monsters above their level, their levels were skyrocketing at an unprecedented pace. This dangerous adventure was yielding rewards beyond their wildest imagination. The group quickly composed themselves and stepped into the teleportation array leading to the next floor. As the light faded, the scene before them was starkly different from the dark, winding maze of the first floor. They found themselves in the center of a vast, empty, circular arena. Rough stone walls surrounded them, and high above the spectator stands were hazy and indistinct, as if filled with countless flickering phantoms. The air was thick with dust and a faint scent of blood. System notice: arena trial begins. A total of 4 rounds, each releasing 30 monsters. Hold your ground and eliminate all enemies. The cold mechanical voice echoed through the arena. TCH, a war of attrition. 30 per round. This is clearly a test of endurance. The tank and healer are under immense pressure. Tuba Gambling Saint clicked his tongue, eyeing the empty arena and the gates that were about to open. His words clearly pinpointed the core difficulty of this stage. The sustained pressure on Unmatched Rider and Account Nightmare would be a tremendous ordeal. Unmatched Rider said nothing. He silently planted his heavy shield firmly before him, leaning forward slightly, his sharp gaze locked onto the gate that was about to open. Every muscle in his body was taut, ready to receive the impact. Actions always spoke louder than words. As his words faded, a huge gate on one side of the arena wall rumbled open, accompanied by the spine-chilling low growls and the grating sound of claws scraping against stone. 30 soul-searching hounds with bloodshot eyes and drooling maws charged out like starving demons. Soul-searching hound level 16, HP 10,000, MP 500, physical ATK 1200, physical DF 750, magic ATK 800, magic DF 700, speed 60. Skills: lightning flash transforms its body into a blurry afterimage, increasing speed by 10 for 10 seconds, dealing 170 physical damage to the target. Cooldown 7 seconds. Bite tears at the target with sharp fangs dealing 180 physical damage. Cooldown 5 seconds. Arena Bloodlust. In the arena environment, physical ATK and magic ATK are permanently increased by 15. These vicious hounds, clearly enraged by the arena bloodlust, madly rushed towards the 5 upon appearing. The ones in the lead even activated lightning flash, their figures trailing faint streaks of light as their speed skyrocketed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Here they come. Imoyen's gaze sharpened. The moment all soul-searching hounds entered spell range, the staff in his hand blazed with intense light. Wind Scar. With a clear shout, a massive condensed arc of wind, its edges shimmering with sharp green light, howled forth, tearing through the air and sweeping across the hounds in the lead. Squelch, ow wow. The nauseating sound of slicing flesh and the agonized howls of dogs rang out simultaneously. Where the wind blade passed, over a dozen soul-searching hounds were instantly cleaved in twain, dissipating into white light. The scene was utterly shocking. However, Imoyen did not continue unleashing powerful skills. He lightly tapped his staff, sending precise basic attacks at the subsequent hounds. Under the effect of shared path of yin and yang, each strike elicited numbers like 3,118. He deliberately held back his firepower, conserving mana while leaving the stage for his teammates. The other 4 had long grown accustomed to Imoyen's terrifying efficiency in clearing mobs. Seeing him refrain from using other skills, now though slightly puzzled, they felt a surge of fighting spirit. Finally a chance to truly act. Unmatched Rider uttered not a word. His heavy steps caused the ground to tremble slightly as he strode forward like a mobile fortress to meet the hounds. As he moved, a flash of earthy yellow light enveloped him. His skill activated, immovable as a mountain. His form seemed to swell instantly, muscles bulging as his skin took on a rocky luster. His physical DF and magic DF each increased by 15, making him as steady as a boulder. Next he took a deep breath and slammed his shield forward with a dull hum, mass taunt. A ripple of invisible force spread out instantly, drawing the aggro of all remaining soul-searching hounds. The vicious dogs that had been trying to circle around him to pounce on the backline turned their bloodshot eyes, redirecting their target and madly lunging at him. Just as the claws and fangs of over a dozen hounds were about to reach Unmatched Rider's shield, Vajra protection. Account Nightmare's steady voice rang out. A golden shimmering talisman precisely landed on Unmatched Rider's back. The talisman instantly merged in a tough golden film covered Unmatched Rider's entire body. His physical DF increased by another 10. With double buffs, Unmatched Rider now resembled a golden-armored war god. However, the attack power of the hounds empowered by Arena Bloodlust was truly ferocious. Rip, thud. Claws scraped across the shield's edge, fangs bit into the gaps of his armor. Damage numbers like 184 and 328 continuously appeared above Unmatched Rider's head. In just a single clash, his HP plummeted by nearly 3,000 points. It was a heart-stopping sight. Close call. He held. Account Nightmare dared not delay. She waved her horsetail whisk repeatedly. Revitalized Curse. A soft white light enveloped Unmatched Rider, and a massive green number 1474 appeared, instantly recovering a chunk of his HP. Holy Prayer. Following that, life-infused green runes swirled beneath Unmatched Rider's feet, and continuous healing numbers like 996 steadily floated up. Combined with the instant heal from Revitalized Curse, they managed to stabilize his health bar. Seeing the aggro firmly locked by Unmatched Rider, Tuba Gambling Saint let out a sinister laugh. Time for this old man to shine. The dice cup in his hand began to shake automatically before casting. With every skill he used, the dice cup would first emit a crisp ding-dang sound, randomly rolling a number. Gambler's Possession. TCH. The dice cup stopped at 3,056. Normal damage dealt 758. Again. Damn. The dice cup stopped at 2,305. The number combination triggered a negative effect, having the damage. Miscellaneous 8 only dealt a pitiful 312, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration. My luck is terrible today. The most surprising one, however, was Mu Chingwei Tian. Her figure was like a butterfly among flowers, nimbly weaving and darting through the gaps in the hound pack. The ferocious, soul-searching hounds swung their claws and bit down with their fangs, yet couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. Each of her movements precisely predicted the monster's attack trajectories. Even more terrifying was her attack efficiency. She wasn't blindly dodging. While moving, her eyes were like lightning, always capturing the weak points of the soul-searching hounds, their throats, flanks, and joints. An ordinary punch thrown with a whoosh accurately hit a vital spot, dealing 2,336. Crit. Skills came even more naturally. Mountain Pushing Palm. A palm strike landed on a hound's ribs, sending it staggering, dealing 3,386. Crit. Bone-Splitting Hand. Her 5 fingers hooked like claws, bringing a sharp wind that tore through the air, grasping the spine of another hound, dealing 3,612. Crit. Chi Blast. Inner force erupted, repelling nearby enemies from a distance. Grasping Sparrow's tail, she used the opponent's force, redirecting a charging hound to crash into its companion. Swallow skimming the water. Her figure lightly tapped the ground 3 times in succession, instantly creating distance before closing in on another target. A flawless chain of moves under the double damage bonus from hitting weak points. Each skill unleashed a terrifying 200 to 300 damage. It was well known that martial artists were not renowned for burst damage, but rather for continuous, relentless assaults using short cooldown skills and exquisite control. Yet Mu Chungwei Tian perfectly combined damage and control, unleashing output that left onlookers dumbfounded. Mo Yin, while using basic attacks to finish off low HP targets, calmly observed his teammates, especially Mu Chungwei Tian's performance. He quickly calculated basic attack on weak point 2336, mountain pushing palm 3386. Her base attack power must be close to 1900. To reach this value at level 16, either her class growth star rating is extremely high or she's had some incredible encounter. He tried to recall his past life, but had no memory of the name Mu Chungwei Tian. The Holy Origin world is full of countless opportunities. Some soar to the heavens while others fall midway. It's normal, he mused to himself. Leaving the first wave of monsters for his teammates to handle was a deliberate choice by Mo Yin. He worried that if he cleared the field instantly every time, Unmatched Rider and Account Nightmare would miss out on training opportunities, causing their skills and combat awareness to fall short of future challenges. In this cruel world, only one's own strength is the true guarantee. He knew this well. This time he wanted to see the true caliber of these few people. With Mu Chungwei Tian's brilliant solo performance and the team's close cooperation, the remaining dozen or so soul-searching hounds quickly fell with anguished howls. The moment the last hound dissipated into white light, the stone wall on the opposite side of the arena rumbled open once more. The second gate rose, and a deafening chorus of wolf howls surged forth like a tidal wave. 30 walker werewolves, nearly 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles, charged out from within. Their fangs were bared sharp and dripping with foul saliva. Their emerald eyes locked onto the group. After a unified roar, they launched a charge with heavy footsteps. Walker werewolves were also physical attack-type monsters, but their most fearsome trait was the laceration effect attached to their attacks. Each successful hit stacked a bleeding debuff. Once the stacks accumulated high enough, the terrifying speed of continuous HP loss would leave even the best healers helpless. Mo Yin had already roughly assessed his teammates' operational level. Facing these troublesome monsters that could cause casualties, he no longer held back. Burial return. Mo Yin slammed his staff heavily on the ground, uttering an icy incantation. Instantly the ground before him shook violently as complex ancient runes rapidly lit up in the gaps between the stone slabs. Accompanied by the grating sound of stone scraping, a massive heavy bronze coffin covered in patina and cryptic inscriptions burst forth from the earth. The moment the bronze coffin appeared, a heavy mountain-like invisible force field descended. A powerful suppression instantly enveloped the core area centered on the bronze coffin. The walker werewolves that charged into this area felt as if they had fallen into the thickest quagmire. Their bodies were completely restrained, unable to move even a finger. They could only emit terrified, desperate whimpers, their eyes filled with the fear of total suppression. More werewolves felt as though they were carrying a 1,000-pound burden, their movements becoming incredibly slow and sluggish. Their movement and attack speeds were visibly reduced by 10. Their charging momentum was forcibly halted, as if they were wading through deep water. None of the 30 walker werewolves were spared. They were either completely pinned in place or struggling painfully within the slowing field. With just a single skill sequence, 30 beams of white light shot into the sky. The second wave of monsters, suppressed and slowed by the bronze coffin's field, were instantly annihilated. It was so clean and swift that even Unmatched Rider, who had just assumed a defensive stance, had his pupils contract slightly. Almost as the second wave of wolves vanished, the third gate eagerly opened. This time the monsters that emerged had a bizarre form, a human body with a horse's face. Their faces resembled gnarled, twisted horse heads with long pointed ears and wide-open eyes. Their emerald pupils flickered like ghost fire in the dimness, exuding a chilling, eerie aura that seeped into one's marrow. Heavy black iron chains were bound around their thick waists, dragging along the ground, with their heavy steps producing a hair-raising clank. Clank of metal scraping. Hell Horse Face level 18, HP 12,000, MP 700, Physical ATK 1,000, Physical DF 800, Magic ATK 1,300, Magic DF 800, Speed 50. Skill Soul Reap whirls a soul-locking chain to hook a target, dealing 180 magic damage and reducing their magic strength by 10 for 15 seconds. MP cost 100. Cooldown 15 seconds. Earthfire summons a patch of blazing hellfire in a designated area, dealing 150 magic damage as continuous fire damage to all enemies within lasting 3 seconds. MP cost 80. Cooldown 10 seconds. Arena bloodlust in the arena environment physical ATK and magic ATK are permanently increased by 15. This wave had shifted from physical to magical type possessing powerful area effect magic damage. It was undoubtedly the trickiest stage of the four. If they were allowed to stabilize and cast their spells, the squishy classes would face utter disaster. Watch out for spells. Mo Yin warned, simultaneously moving swiftly, actively charging into the midst of the horse faces. Wind Scar. The massive green wind blade swept through again instantly, cleaving over 20 horse faces in half. Damage numbers like 13,470. Densely floated up. Following up, he tapped his staff repeatedly, precisely firing wind, sting, wind blade, air cannon, and void chain at the few horse faces that were positioned further back or had low HP. The remaining few were no longer a concern. Stop! Just as the others were focusing fire on the last horse face, Mo Yin suddenly called out to halt. Everyone paused in their actions, looking at him in confusion. Mo Yin left this horse face alive intentionally, naturally, to trigger the instance mechanic. As long as a monster existed on the field, the next wave wouldn't spawn immediately, giving the team precious time to rest. Mo Yin left the last horse face to allow everyone to recover their status and skill cooldowns. However, he couldn't explain this outright without exposing his familiarity with the mechanics, despite supposedly running this dungeon for the first time. With a calm expression, Mo Yin pointed at the horse face that was futilely attacking unmatched rider's shield and explained, "This arena trial couldn't possibly be designed for non-stop continuous waves. That would be a guaranteed death sentence. We must have overlooked some mechanic. Keep this one alive." Everyone used this time to recover, wait for skill cooldowns, and observe the situation. I suspect that whether the next wave starts is related to whether any monsters are still alive on the field. Hearing his explanation, Unmatched Rider, Account Nightmare, Tuba Gambling Saint, and Muchung Wei Tian all showed expressions of realization and agreement. Makes sense. I was too tense. Account Nightmare immediately began meditating to restore her mana. Tuba Gambling Saint also quickly sat down, pulling out supplies and munching on them. Muchung Wei Tian gracefully retreated a few steps, adjusting her breathing. Only Unmatched Rider remained at the forefront, steadily blocking the horse faces, Soul Reap chain lashes, and occasional small bursts of hellfire with his shield. The damage from Soul Reap wasn't too painful against him with his defenses up. Account Nightmare didn't forget her duty. Mind Focus Incantation. She formed a hand seal, and a cool stabilizing light precisely landed on Unmatched Rider, instantly forming a transparent film of flowing blue runes covering his body. Unmatched Rider's magic DF immediately increased by 10. Sweet Rain Talisman. Next, a talisman shimmering with a warm water blue light was affixed to Unmatched Rider's back, dissolving into fine droplets that merged into his body. A continuous healing effect of 336, 336, 336. Steadily pulsed, easily offsetting the damage dealt by the horse face. Time passed minute by minute. The arena was eerily peaceful, with only the monotonous sound of the horse face's attacks and the clang of Unmatched Rider's shield. The new gate showed no signs of movement. When the 10-minute limit was up, the final gate of the arena slowly rose with a heavy grinding sound. Moo! A thunderous bull roar echoed. The fourth wave of monsters, 30 massive muscular raging minotaurs with boulder-like muscles wielding huge battle axes, charged out with a bellow. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with berserk battle lust. Having achieved his goal, Mo Yin hesitated no longer. Burial return. He slammed his staff on the ground again. The bronze coffin, inscribed with ancient runes and exuding an aura of ill omen and death, burst forth from the earth, once more precisely appearing beneath the minotaurs, who were bunched up just as they exited the gate, and the lone hellhorse face. Under the suppression of the bronze coffin, the 31 monsters fell like mowed wheat, transforming into beams of white light that shot into the sky. This stage also allowed Mo Yin to smoothly level up to 16 and a bit more. Additionally, from the undead sacrifice of this stage, he gained 2 points of vitality, 1 point of intelligence, and 1 point of spirit. The other 4 also glowed with the light of leveling up, all successively entering level 15. They equipped the higher level gear they had prepared in their bags, resulting in a significant boost to their stats. Indeed, leveling up was faster by clearing higher level dungeons. Yesterday, after finishing a dungeon, Mo Yin had only gained 1 level. With the 120 monsters from the 4 gates, north, south, east, and west, completely eliminated, the noisy arena fell into a brief silence. Then the ground in the very center of the arena emitted a dull rumble. A large circular stone slab slowly sank, and a massive iron cage covered in a thick, ominous black cloth rose from below, coming to a steady stop in the middle of the arena. Beneath the black cloth, the faint sounds of heavy breathing and the dragging of chains could be heard. In the center of the arena, a massive iron cage draped in thick black cloth stood silently. The heavy, ragged breathing and the clatter of chains echoed like war drums. The black cloth stirred without any breeze, and a chilling, ominous aura seeped out from within. Bang! With a deafening crash, the sturdy iron cage bars were twisted and sent flying like rotten wood by a brutal force from the inside. The heavy black cloth was torn to shreds by the violent air currents, revealing the true form of the creature within. Abyssal Beast Silver, level 20 HP, 100000 mana, 4000 physical attack, 2500 physical defense, 1250 magic attack, 2500 magic defense, 1250 speed, 95 skills. Abyssal Meditation emits a call from the abyss, summoning numerous specters to attack enemies, dealing 200 area magic damage. MP cost 200. Cooldown 20 seconds. Abyssal Flame conjures dark green abyssal flames from the ground to scorch enemies, dealing 200 area magic damage. MP cost 200. Cooldown 20 seconds. Chilling Gust summons a chilling wind to deal 200 area magic damage to enemies. MP cost 200. Cooldown 20 seconds. Mountain Crusher leaps high and crushes down on enemies, dealing 230 physical damage. MP cost 100. Cooldown 15 seconds. Arena Ferocity. In the arena environment, physical attack and magic attack are permanently increased by 15. This silver-grade abyssal beast had broken free. Its body was as massive as a moving hill, surrounded by flickering ghostly green flames. Those flames were not a warm light, but greedily licked the surrounding air, emitting a grating sizzle, as if even the light was distorted and devoured. In a normal instance, it was the ultimate nightmare, but in the hard instance, it was merely the gatekeeper of the second stage. Roar! The freed beast raised its head and let out a cathartic howl. The sound waves, like a tangible shockwave, carried bone-piercing chill and soul-shattering tremors crashing toward the group. Mo Yin, Mu Chung Wei-Tian, and the others instantly felt their eardrums sting as if they would split, their heads buzzing in agony as they covered their ears. Just as the deafening roar was about to reach its peak, from the void, a translucent chain formed of countless intricate runes materialized, coiling and tightening like a spiritual serpent, binding the abyssal beast's gaping maw shut. MMPH. The howl was abruptly cut short, turning into a muffled whimper. The runes on the chain flashed, unleashing a surge of power. 6,467. A massive damage number floated up from the beast's head. So annoying. Mo Yin shook his numb hand, his brow furrowed with undisguised irritation. That racket gave me a headache. His hands moved faster than his words. Almost as the void chain took effect, his staff was already swinging. Air Blast. Wind Blade. Wind Stinger. Winds Wound. Annihilation Finger. A flurry of skills rained down like a storm upon the immobilized abyssal beast. Total damage accumulated 73072. Roar. The beast finally broke free of the void chain on its maw. As the runic chain shattered, it released another burst of power. 6,467. Void chain's secondary damage burst. Just emerging from its dark cage, it had lost nearly 80,000 HP in an instant. The abyssal beast was now utterly enraged. Its ghostly green eyes locked onto Mo Yin. Its massive body lunged forward, its maw opening not to roar, but to spew a viscous, roiling torrent of dark green abyssal flames reeking of brimstone and death. The flames covered a vast area like a breached river of lava, surging overwhelmingly toward Mo Yin's position. The ground instantly scorched black and cracked, the air distorted and shimmering. Mo Yin was prepared. The moment the flames erupted, his form flickered backward like a specter. His footwork was nimble. With precise leaps and turns, he narrowly grazed the edge of the devastating fire wave and escaped with calm. His prepositioned distance also ensured that his teammates were entirely outside the range of this terrifying sea of fire. The attack missed, and the abyssal beast's ghostly flames burned even brighter. It tilted its head slightly and spat out a gray, bone-chilling gust of wind. This gale expanded as it left its mouth, growing wild with the breeze, and in an instant swelled into a gray-white storm zone covering dozens of yards. Within the zone, wails and howls echoed. The cold wind was like knives, as if it would freeze and tear apart the very souls of the living. Facing the rapidly expanding storm, Mo Yin's expression remained unchanged as he muttered, "Wind shield." A light current of air instantly enveloped his body, and his speed skyrocketed to an astonishing 187. He turned into a wisp of smoke, shooting out at the last moment before the storm closed in, brushing against its deadly edge. The chilling wind only managed to rustle his clothes. In the midst of this dodge, Mo Yin sensed that Air Blast's cooldown was nearly over. He formed hand seals like lightning and pressed his palm toward the abyssal beast. Burial. A thunderous rumble shook the earth. A bronze sarcophagus engraved with ancient death runes burst from the ground, instantly suppressing the massive abyssal beast. The powerful suppression field made the beast's hill-like body stiffen, as if crushed by an invisible mountain, unable to move. The bronze coffin exuded an aura of death, continuously draining its life. 6,467. Suppression damage per second. Wah! The suppressed beast let out a painful, desperate wail, its ghostly flames dimming slightly. Mo Yin paused not a moment. He raised his staff and locked onto the target. Air Blast. A compressed air blast shot forward with a sharp whistle, slamming viciously into the head of the abyssal beast, which was pinned and unable to dodge by the bronze coffin. 9053 boom. A dull impact followed by the crisp crack of breaking bones. The beast's howl ceased abruptly. Its massive body convulsed violently, and the ghostly flames around it were extinguished as if doused. The hill-like corpse crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Ding, congratulations to Isha Yen Yun for defeating Abyssal Beast above your level. Gained 5624 EXP, 4 days of lifespan. Ding, congratulations to Isha Yen Yun for triggering Undead Sacrifice effect. Gained attribute point strength 3. This time the Abyssal Beast generously dropped 2 pieces of silver equipment and a skill book. Abyssal Greaves, silver slot legs level requirement, 20 class restrictions, sorcerer, shaman necromancer trait 1 vitality, 17 trait 2, physical defense 84, 89 magic defense 80, 893 trait 3, HP, 1000 abyssal armor silver, slot chest level requirement, 20 class restriction berserker brawler trait 1 vitality, 17 trait 2, physical defense 270, 290 magic defense 260, 280 trait 3, Wraith possession passive attacks and skills have a chance to inflict Wraith effect on enemies, causing a brief stun. For 1 second. Skill book 8 Trigram Wandering Palm class restriction brawler active effect execute a refined palm technique dealing 25 rapid consecutive strikes. Actual hits depend on precision, each dealing 80 physical damage. MP cost 100 cooldown 10 seconds. After all that fighting they finally got a silver equipment piece usable by Mo Yan's class sorcerer necromancer, the Abyssal Greaves. The Abyssal Armor and the powerful brawler exclusive skill book 8 Trigram Wandering Palm naturally went to Mu Chung Weitian without dispute. Seeing the sparkle in her eyes as she stored away the gear and skill book, it was clear she was extremely satisfied with the loot. After the Abyssal Beast's massive corpse dissipated into white light, the ground in the center of the arena rumbled again, and a teleportation channel, radiating a faint blue light, slowly rose. Stepping into the channel after a brief sensation of weightlessness, the group appeared in a space utterly different from the arena. It was filled with a stagnant, decaying aura, the air thick as if frozen for a millennium. The walls were covered in dark green slimy moss, exuding a musty smell. In the center of the space lay a massive stone coffin. The surface of the coffin was carved with intricate eerie patterns, some like words, some like runes, others like ancient curses, glistening with a cold, ominous sheen in the dim light. Most unsettling of all, the heavy lid was slightly ajar, as if something was peering out at these uninvited guests. Click, click. In the dead silence, the faint sound of grinding bones came from within the coffin, piercingly clear. Suddenly, bang! A gauntlet covered in thick, rusted armor stained with dried, dark red grime shot out from the gap in the lid and slammed heavily onto the cold rim of the coffin. The force was so great that the entire stone coffin trembled, sending dust cascading down. Then boom! With a deafening crash, the heavy stone lid was flung away by an invisible force, spinning and whistling through the air before smashing into the distant wall, shattering into several pieces. Debris flew, and the dull echo reverberated in the enclosed space, shaking everyone's hearts. A tall figure slowly sat up from the open coffin. He wore an ancient full-body set of dark armor. Though the metal surface was mottled with rust, it still emitted a cold, heavy luster. A head of gray, disheveled hair like withered grass hung down, covering most of his face, revealing only tightly pressed, hard-lined lips and a sharp jaw. His eyes twitched slightly, then snapped open. 2 piercing glints, sharp as tangible blades, cut through the strands of hair and swept across everyone present. That gaze was cold, dead, filled with endless vicissitudes and intense, killing intent, as if it could freeze the soul. Crack, crack. The knight awakened from the coffin, slowly turned his stiff neck, producing a grating sound of grinding bones. He gripped the rim of the coffin with both hands, moving with the stiffness of one long inactive, yet he stood up with remarkable steadiness. He stepped out of the coffin, his heavy metal boots landing on the dusty ground with a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. He lowered his head slightly, looking down at the insignificant intruders below, his cold voice scraping like rusted iron in the dead space. So it was you who disturbed my rest. The chill in his words was even more biting than the cold of the space. You may now die. Before his words faded, his left hand had already gripped a scarred kite shield, and his right hand held a pitch-black spear with a dark red, bloodthirsty gleam at its tip. Without any warning, his arm muscles bulged, and the demonic spear thrust forward with a tearing shriek. A bolt of condensed ink-black spear energy, exuding an aura of destruction, shot across the space like an arrow aimed directly at the group. Ichi Juchun was already on high alert. He bellowed, his burly form standing like a rock before his teammates. He stomped his feet, bracing his shield firmly before him. A yellow light flared up on the shield's surface, activating immovable as a mountain and block. Clang! The deafening clash of metal echoed through the space. The black spear energy slammed into the shield, erupting in blinding sparks of energy. Ju-chun grunted, his feet carving two deep furrows in the ground as the immense force pushed him back several meters. Even with a successful block reducing some damage, a shocking number still floated above his head: 3,580. That single thrust had taken a quarter of his HP. His shield arm trembled slightly, his palm numb. Steady. Zhang Mu Yimeng's cool voice carried a hint of urgency. She waved her horsetail whisk, and two streams of light fell upon Ju-chun almost simultaneously. Rejuvenation curse. A soft green lifelight seeped into Ju-chun's body, instantly restoring 1747 HP. Holy prayer. A brighter white light followed, delivering a powerful heal of 1077. The two skills combined quickly raised Ju-chun's precarious health bar. Only now did the boss's information clearly appear before them. Hell Knight. Party: a gold, level 20 HP, 180000 mana, 10,000 physical attack, 3,300 physical defense, 2,000 magic attack, 1,000 magic defense, 2,000 speed, 90 skills. Demon Spear unleashes a fierce black spear energy, dealing 250 physical damage. MP cost 200. Cooldown 15 seconds. Break the ranks charges fiercely at enemies advancing 30 yards, dealing 200 physical damage to enemies along the path and at the endpoint. MP cost 200. Cooldown 20 seconds. Abyssal Cross swings the Demon Spear forward, unleashing a massive black cross-shaped energy wave, dealing 270 physical damage. MP cost 400. Cooldown 30 seconds. Block: when blocking an attack's trajectory with the shield reduces damage taken from a single hit by 30. MP cost 100. Cooldown 10 seconds. Nether Flash. Hell Knight Party: a signature skill, dealing 350 physical damage and reducing the target's physical defense by 10 for 15 seconds. MP cost 500. Cooldown 60 seconds. Party is resting place buff, while in this resting place automatically recovers 1,000 HP per second. The true challenge had begun. The gold-grade Hell Knight, Parthia, had awakened. Before him stood the heavily armored figure radiating a deathly stillness. The Hell Knight, Parthia, a formidable obstacle that had driven countless citizens of Twilight City to gnash their teeth in frustration in his past life. The reason was simple. His dual defenses soared to 2,000 points. Even most DPS classes around level 20, equipped with level 15 silver-grade gear, could barely exceed that mark. With mediocre damage output and a nauseating health regeneration mechanic, this boss was a nightmare for any raid group. In his past life, only elite teams of over level 20, each wielding several silver-grade items, managed to clear this dungeon. Now, aside from Mo Yin, the rest of the party struggled in vain to even scratch this golden knight. Hold back, all of you, to avoid friendly fire. Mo Yin murmured to his companions, and the moment the system lifted the attack restrictions, he activated a dual burst without hesitation. Azure Wrath. Emerald wind energy swirled around him, berserk. A crimson radiance burst from within, doubling his offensive power. Almost simultaneously with the buffs, Mo Yin pointed his staff at Parthia. Void chains. A silver chain formed from countless dark runes materialized out of thin air, coiling toward the knight like a venomous serpent. Sensing the threat, Parthia attempted to sidestep, but his speed of 90 points was glacial compared to the chain's swiftness. Clatter. The chain instantly tightened, binding his massive frame. 6,874. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yin unleashed a storm of attacks. Wind Blade. A sharp emerald arc sliced through the air. Air Cannon. An invisible compressed air mass slammed violently. Gale Stab. A high-speed rotating wind cone pierced the vital spot. 9,624. 11,686. 15,123. Three colossal damage numbers rose almost simultaneously, totaling a devastating 43307 points. Yet Parthia's tenacity was astonishing. Bound for less than a second, his muscles bulged, and the rune chains groaned under strain as he tore them apart with sheer force. Crack. The chains shattered and backlash erupted again. 6,874. Mo Yan's pupils contracted. The dark light of his left hand's annihilation finger was still charging. The 4-level gap shortened the control duration far more than he anticipated, just as Parthia broke free, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. 9 piercing shrieks tore through the air from behind Mo Yin. 9 armor-piercing arrows wreathed in dense death energy, with tips gleaming with frosty light, streaked like black meteors, striking the Hell Knight's heavy armor with deadly precision. 3,989. 3,989. 3,989. 9 identical damage numbers cascaded like a screen. This was the necromantic legion Mo Yin had silently summoned when the boss unleashed its first demon spear. 9 skeletal archers maintained a perfect draw stance, their soul flames burning dimly in their eye sockets. This sight left Riding Alone, Accounting Nightmare, and Gambler Overlord wide-eyed, gasping in shock. Holy crap! Gambler Overlord blurted out. They couldn't even breach its defenses, yet Mo Yan's summons had dealt nearly 3600 damage in a single volley. This completely shattered their understanding of summons. Absurd. Too absurd. As they reeled from the necromantic legions, impact a green light flickered on Parthia. 1000. Resting place buff heal. He seemed enraged, ignoring the summons, his bloodshot eyes locked onto Mo Yan. He lowered his center of gravity, the dark demon's spear angled forward, assuming a standard charge stance. Army breaker. A low hoarse roar echoed from beneath his helmet. Boom! His form blurred into a black streak, tearing through the air with a screech, shooting toward Mo Yan like a cannonball. In an instant, the knight's spear tip, brimming with destructive force, was less than 5 yards from Mo Yan. The dark crimson edge almost pierced his skin. At that moment, Mo Yan's left hand was fully channeling the devastating energy of Annihilation Finger, leaving him in a brief casting stun, unable to dodge. His eyes hardened as he prepared to cancel the channel and activate Mystic Guard to endure. At the critical moment, a petite figure with enigmatic and ghostly steps cut in like a phantom. It was Mu Orange Sweet. She appeared precisely at the flank of Parthia's charge, her delicate hands moving like lightning, gripping the knight's sword-wielding wrist and elbow joint. Grasped the swallow's tail. With a crisp cry, she twisted her waist and shifted her footing, leveraging the inertia of Parthia's charge into a clean shoulder throw. Thud! The Hell Knight, weighing hundreds of pounds in full armor, slammed heavily onto the ground like a sandbag. 1. Forced damage. The martial artist's grasp the swallow's tail was a near-divine close combat skill. By precisely predicting the enemy's attack trajectory and center of gravity, it not only neutralized the assault, but also knocked the foe down, causing a brief control of about 1 second. Yet in actual combat, seizing that fleeting moment in the blink of an eye demanded extreme sharpness of vision, reaction speed, and body control. Due to Parthia's formidable tenacity, he was already rising less than 0.3 seconds after hitting the ground. Mu Orange Sweet reacted even faster. Without hesitation, she thrust a single palm at the empty space above Parthia's back. Chi strike. An invisible shockwave erupted. Though the damage was negligible, the slight knockback effect of this martial artist's only ranged skill successfully pushed Parthia's rising upper body back to the ground, interrupting his recovery. From the interception grapple shoulder throw to the supplementary Chi strike, the entire sequence was fluid and dazzlingly fast, taking no more than 0.5 seconds. Beautiful. Gambler Overlord couldn't help exclaiming. Even the composed writing alone showed a flicker of admiration. Mo Yan's heart stirred. Mu Orange's exquisite execution and impeccable timing far exceeded his expectations. This was the awareness and skill of a top-tier expert. Those precious 0.5 seconds bought Mo Yan the crucial time. Annihilation Finger. The channel was complete. Mo Yan pressed his left index and middle fingers together, and the deep, light-absorbing darkness at his fingertips finally erupted. A slender, condensed black beam exuding an aura of termination and annihilation shot directly at the weak gap in Parthia's chest armor. 24059x2. Weak point attack. With Mu Orange Sweet's miraculous assist, this long-planned lethal strike instantly drained nearly 500 HP from Parthia. The knight's chest armor burst open, revealing a charred hole. Roar. Severely wounded Parthia let out a furious bellow and sprang up from the ground. Ignoring the nearby Mu Orange Sweet, his dark demon spear flared with blinding crimson light and swept forward. Hellcross Slash. A colossal black cross-shaped slash formed of pure destructive energy tore through space, with a wailing howl instantly reaching Mo Yan. Simultaneously, a green light flickered again on him. 1000. Resting place buff heal. Mystic Guard. Mo Yan reacted swiftly, erecting a transparent energy shield. Boom. The black cross slammed into the shield, erupting in blinding energy turbulence. The shield flickered violently, but held firm. Without pause, Mo Yan formed another hand seal as the shield shattered, pressing his left hand toward the vulnerable Parthia, who was in a brief post-skill cooldown. Burial. The ground trembled. The familiar bronze coffin engraved with death runes burst forth, enveloping Parthia in its core suppression zone. 6874. Yet something unexpected occurred. Oomph. Parthia, under the coffin's pressure, let out a cold snort. He wasn't fully restrained like previous monsters. He raised his heavy kite shield horizontally, ancient runes on its surface glowing. The coffin's suppression seemed largely neutralized by the shield. Then his form blurred, and he vanished instantly. Another flash. Parthia's signature move. This attack was blindingly fast, leaving only an afterimage. Mo Yan felt a chill on his back as Parthia appeared behind him, as if teleported. The demon spear wreathed in ominous red light, thrust toward Mo Yan's back with world-piercing might. The sharp wind stung his skin before the tip even reached. Mo Yan couldn't even turn. He knew this strike was unavoidable and braced for impact. Given his stats, a direct hit from Nether Flash wouldn't be fatal. Just then, taunt. A steady mountain-like roar sounded from Mo Yan's flank. It was riding alone. He had been on high alert and activated the forced aggro skill without hesitation. He knew his own death was trivial, but one misty smoke must not fall. Almost simultaneously, a golden talisman flew and stuck precisely on Riding Alone's back. Golden armor talisman. Accounting Nightmare's support was equally timely. Parthia's spear aimed at Yen jerked as if pulled by an invisible force, redirecting its terrifying momentum toward Riding Alone, who now stood behind Yen. Clang! The demon spear struck Riding Alone's shield, fortified by both immovable as a mountain and the golden armor talisman. The piercing metallic ring nearly ruptured eardrums. Even with dual defense boosts, the immense force transmitted through the shield. 6,265. A massive damage number rose from Riding Alone. His sturdy frame shuddered violently, his shield arm throbbing with bone-shattering pain, HP plummeting to dangerous levels. Parthia's spear lifted again for a second strike. This is bad. Yen's heart sank. He had warned his teammates not to intervene lightly, fearing exactly this. Riding Alone's stats were insufficient to withstand a golden boss burst. Fall back. Yen barked, his staff blazing with dazzling emerald light. Wind wound. A massive arc-shaped wind blade with world-rending force swept toward Parthia as he prepared to attack Riding Alone. Simultaneously, he tapped his staff again, sending a basic attack infused with ghostly energy toward the boss. Facing the lethal wind blade from behind, Parthia seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he swung his left arm, and the massive shield rotated at an impossible angle, blocking behind him. Block! The shield's runes flared again. Boom! The wind blade crashed into the shield, energy splattering. 8,180. After block reduction, the ghostly bolt also hit, but its damage was limited. 3,437. With 2 hits, Parthia's HP finally dropped below the 20 threshold. Rumble! A sudden change occurred. The fragments of the massive stone coffin that Parthia had overturned in the center of the arena levitated, as if summoned by an unseen force. Countless fragments, like living entities, transformed into a dark metal torrent surging toward Parthia. They madly coiled, combined, and covered his armor, producing a grating metallic screech. In an instant, Parthia's armor became thicker and more ferocious, coated with a spiky black bone armor formed from coffin fragments. Simultaneously, a ghostly warhorse burning with pale green flames and semi-transparent materialized beneath him from dense death energy. His one-handed knight's spear and kite shield vanished, replaced by a massive pitch-black charge lance with a 2-meter blade. Hell Knight. Parthia War Rider form, gold, level 20 HP, 360 force lock at 20 mana, physical attack 380, 500 physical defense 180, 200 magic attack 180, magic defense 180, 200 speed 140-60. Skills: Parthia's Wrath form change attacks and skills grant 10 Omnivamp. This was the second disgusting trick of Parthia. When Parthia's HP dropped to 20, he could briefly become invincible, recover to 20 HP, and transform into a high-speed, high-attack rider form. Nay, the ghostly warhorse let out a piercing screech. Now free from the taunt effect, its crimson eyes locked onto Yen again. He spurred the horse. Boom. The ghostly warhorse galloped on, pale green flames accelerating to a terrifying speed, becoming a barely visible black lightning bolt charging at Yen with unstoppable momentum. Moo Orange Sweet tried to intercept again, but her speed was utterly outmatched by the ghostly steed, and she was left behind in an instant. Riding Alone roared, raising his shield to block the charge path, but the black lightning bolt deftly sidestepped him. Yen's pupil shrank, and he immediately cast Windwalk. Light air currents wrapped around him, boosting his speed to a staggering 199. Faster than the mounted Hell Knight. A cold glint flashed in Yen's eyes as his left hand, long poised, shot up. On his left ring finger, an ancient ring burst into dazzling silver light. Celestial Cascade. Splash. A massive waterfall formed of countless silver spatial runes poured down from the void above Parthia without warning, as if the celestial river had reversed. Nay, the ghostly warhorse neighed in terror, and both it and Parthia were instantly engulfed by the silver waterfall. 14,148. Almost simultaneously, whoosh, whoosh, the familiar air-tearing screech split the sky again. 9 spirit arrows wreathed in dense death energy streaked like lightning bolts of doom, precisely piercing the silver waterfall and striking Parthia. 3,524. 3,524. 3524. X9. Total damage 31716. The silver waterfall's light slowly faded. The ghostly warhorse, burning with pale green flames, flickered like a dying candle, neighed mournfully, and dissipated into smoke. On its back, the Hell Knight, Parthia clad in grim bone armor and wielding the massive lance, froze completely. His cracked helmet tilted slightly upward as he gazed toward Yen, a trace of disbelief lingering in his crimson eyes. Then his massive frame, as if drained of all strength, slowly and heavily toppled from the horse. Thud. A dull thud marked the golden boss end. Ding, congratulations to 1 Misty Smoke for defeating Hell Knight. Parthia above level gaining 1.44 EXP and 6 days of lifespan. Ding, congratulations to 1 Misty Smoke for triggering the necromantic sacrifice effect, gaining 4 attribute points to stamina. Immediately after, a grand system announcement echoed through the minds of all Blue Star denizens in the St. Yuan world like a thunderclap. World announcement golden font scrolling 3 times, legend born. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom players 1 Misty Smoke riding alone accounting Nightmare Moo Orange Sweet and Gambler Overlord for completing the first ever clear of the level 10-20 dungeon Gusty Forest. Their name shall be forever etched on the St. Yuan monument. First clear rewards, all team members receive 5 free attribute points, 100 reputation, and 1 year of lifespan. Team bonus 1 golden team chest. Dragon Kingdom regional bonus, all players receive 3 free attribute points and 1 year of lifespan. Dragon Kingdom dungeon EXP gain rate increased by 5 lasting 24 hours. After a brief silence, the entire St. Yuan world chat channels exploded. World channel Sword Net 3 Dragon Kingdom 1 Misty Smoke is awesome. Screaming him already hoarse. First clear. World channel Youthful and Reckless Dragon Kingdom truly carried. So jealous of riding alone and the others. World channel Conquered thus Eagle Kingdom OMG. Impossible. A level 10-20 hard dungeon. What's their average level? 1 Misty Smoke. Accept my knee. World channel Stabbing Upstairs Chrysanthemum Dragon Kingdom 555. I wish I had chosen Guardian or Emerald Sage too. Maybe I could have latched onto a big shot. World channel Archmage here Pretty Kingdom 1 Misty Smoke. You must be cheating. I'm reporting you. Angry emoji, immediately drowned out by countless Dragon Kingdom players. The massive form of the golden BOSS Hell Knight Pasha dissipated into glowing particles, leaving behind several pieces of loot that radiated an alluring light. This was the first time E.G. Zhu Qinzhong Mu Nightmare and Tu Ba the Gambling Saint personally defeated a golden level BOSS, and the sense of anticipation was almost palpable. Mo Yin stepped forward, reaching out to probe the light cluster. Buzz. 2 even more dazzling golden lights instantly lit up, overshadowing the brilliance of other dropped items. 2 more pieces of golden equipment. Ming Boots Golden. Wearing Position Feet. Wearing level 20. Wearing class usable by all magic classes. Effect 1. Physical Defense 180,200. Magical Defense 290,210. Effect 2. Agility 36. Effect 3. Speed 15. Effect 4. Ming Spike active. After activation, you can make a powerful short-distance dash in any direction, instantly moving 10 yards at 300 of your current speed. MP cost 200 points. Cooldown 2 minutes. Hell Armor Golden. Wearing Position Body. Wearing level 20. Wearing Class Guardian. Effect 1. Physical Defense 800,840. Magical Defense 770,810. Effect 2. Stamina 40. Effect 3. Health Increase 5,000. Effect 4. Pasha's Hope passive. A Tenacious will transforms into a continuous vitality. Equipping this armor restores 200 health points automatically every second. When health drops below 20, the desire to survive erupts, doubling the restoration effect to 400 points per second. Hiss. Upon seeing the attributes, several people couldn't help but gasp in awe. The dungeon boss's rewards were indeed extraordinary. Especially this hell armor with its terrifying defensive attributes and powerful sustainability passive was simply tailor-made for E.G. Zhu Chen. Wearing it, Zhu Chen's tanking ability would undergo a qualitative leap, elevating survival capacity to a new level. The allocation was without doubt hell armor transformed into a beam of golden light directly flying into E.G. Zhu Chen's backpack. Zhang Mu Nightmare glanced at the Ming Boots. Although this equipment was also useful for healing, she showed no hesitation and directly gave up her role. This exquisite magic-oriented footwear naturally fell into the hands of the most contributing Mo Yin. Mo Yin felt that this dungeon run was quite fruitful. He leveled up twice and obtained several pieces of suitable equipment. Once equipped, his strength would experience a significant leap. Finally, everyone's gaze focused on the team golden treasure chest radiating mysterious golden light, and the atmosphere turned somewhat quiet. According to contribution and convention, even if Mo Yin took it all, no one could object. But Mo Yin just smiled and reached out without hesitation to open the treasure chest. Buzz. An even more dazzling golden light shot up into the sky. A ring ancient in design and exuding an air of solemnity lay quietly at the center of the chest. Ancient Witch Ring Golden. Wearing Position Ring. Wearing level 20. Wearing Class Unrestricted. Effect 1. Physical Attack 420,440. Magical Attack 420,440. Effect 2. Strength 38. Effect 3. Strength 30. Effect 4. Ancient Witch Power active. Invoke the frenzied strength of the Ancient Witch Clan, increasing your physical attack by 10 for 20 seconds. MP cost 200 points. Cooldown 5 minutes. As soon as the ring's attributes were revealed, e.g. Zhu Qin Ba the Gambling Saint and Mu Chung Wei Tian's eyes instantly widened. A top-tier item. Absolutely a super rare item. Accessories are already scarce, and this ring epitomizes the essence of brutality. With dual strength bonuses and active attack enhancement, it is simply a treasure coveted by physical damage dealers. Its market value is likely even higher than that of the Hell Armor. Zhongmu Nightmare hesitated for a moment before speaking first. Great God, this dungeon. Depends entirely on you leading us. You take this ring for sure. She spoke sincerely. E.g. Zhu Chun and Mu Chung Wei Tian immediately nodded in agreement. Tu Ba the Gambling Saint's expression momentarily stiffened, a flash of intense reluctance and struggle passing through his eyes. But in the end he nodded with difficulty, forcing out 2 words. I agree. Mo Yin waved his hand, speaking casually. No need to be polite. This ring is clearly biased towards physical output. How about this? According to the rules, let's roll fairly. Whoever rolls higher gets it. After he finished speaking, as if fearing more objections, he was the first to throw the virtual dice. The dice spun rapidly, finally stopping at 2 points. Zhongmu Nightmare couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly covered her mouth, feeling it was inappropriate. Mo Yin shrugged helplessly. Looks like my luck isn't with me today. You guys go ahead. Seeing Mo Yin had rolled, and the number was so touching, the others no longer held back. E.g. Zhu Chen calmly threw the dice. 49 points. Not too high, not too low, just fate. Zhongmu Nightmare took a deep breath, thinking that if she rolled high she would give it to Mo Yin. Even if he couldn't use it, it could still be sold for a high price. Taking a deep breath, she then rolled 77. Temporarily in the lead. The pressure suddenly shifted to Tu Ba the Gambling Saint. After 2 days of dungeon runs, he had gained the least. Although he received several bronze items and a silver helmet, compared to the others, it was simply meager. Watching Zhu Chun and Nightmare continuously acquire items gifted by Mo Yin, even Mu Chung had received 2 silver items and a skill book. His inner unwillingness and desire seemed to ignite. This ring was his hope for a comeback. He trembled as he raised his hand, filled with fervor and longing, and rolled the dice. The dice spun wildly, as if carrying all of his hopes. 96 points. Yes. Tu Ba the Gambling Saint was almost jumping with excitement, ecstasy instantly overwhelming his rationality. Realizing his outburst, he quickly covered his mouth, but the joy on his face and the light in his eyes were impossible to conceal. A top-tier ring. It's mine now. He could almost envision himself dominating the battlefield after wearing the ring. Everyone's gaze shifted to the final contestant, Mu Chung Wei Tian. She seemed unfazed by the dramatic 96 points, just rolled casually, tossing the dice. The dice spun, slowed, and stopped. 97 points. With a flash of golden light, the ancient witch ring instantly vanished, landing in Mu Chung Wei Tian's inventory. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Tu Ba the Gambling Saint's joy instantly froze on his face, then visibly faded to a pallor of disbelief. From heaven to hell, it only took 1 roll. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out, standing there in a daze, as if all his strength had been drained. Leaving the dungeon, they returned to the teleport point in Yuhui City. Mu Chung Wei Tian maintained her calm demeanor, nodding to the group before turning to leave. Tu Ba the Gambling Saint greeted a few people, somewhat unsteadily disappearing into the crowd. Great God! E.g. Zhu Chen stepped forward, opening the trade interface, revealing several pieces of silver equipment that Mo Yin had previously lent him, including the newly acquired golden hell armor. These are too precious. I will return them to you first. Mo Yin directly refused the trade, looking sincerely at the two. No need to return them. I feel we get along well, and your operational awareness is excellent. So how about forming a fixed team together? He extended the invitation. E.g. Zhu Chun was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes sparkled with excitement, but soon replaced by a hint of concern. Well, we certainly would like to. It's just, with our current strength, we might hold you back, great God. He spoke earnestly, a bit embarrassed. Once equipped, will naturally become stronger. You don't need to worry about that. Mo Yin smiled and patted his sturdy shoulder. Then he shifted the topic, his tone turning somewhat serious and concerned. However, he looked into Zhu Chen's eyes. I can handle the boss's Ming flash on my own. Next time, use provocation to draw aggro. Don't push yourself so hard. You almost put yourself in danger. Mo Yan's voice carried a tone of fear and undeniable concern. E.g. Zhu Chen scratched his head guiltily, not trying to argue, only responding with a muted Mo Yin looked at him, sighing inwardly. He knew this brother who had fought alongside him in his previous life and ultimately sacrificed himself to shield him all too well. Next time danger strikes, this honest man would likely still unhesitatingly step to the forefront. This heavy friendship weighed on Mo Yan's heart. In this life, he vowed to protect them well. Zhongmu Nightmare keenly sensed the atmosphere becoming heavy and timely spoke up to change the topic. Great God, what shall we do next? You all go train in the wild and familiarize yourselves with the new equipment first, Mo Yin replied. I have some personal matters to attend to. I'll contact you once I'm done. Bidding farewell to the two, Yin immediately began organizing the strategy for the Gale Forest. He meticulously recorded the characteristics of monsters in both phases, the respawn mechanisms, especially techniques for retaining monsters in the Colosseum state, the boss's skill features and countermeasures. These experiences earned through the annihilation of countless teams were now being summarized by him as a matter of course. To enhance the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom's Blue Star people, Yin spared no effort. The night was as thick as ink, completely soaking the city of Yuhui in darkness. The imposing and solemn mansion of the Sea Yin clan lay under the moonlight, resembling a slumbering giant beast. On the tightly shut vermilion gate, cold copper rings gathered night dew. The high walls stood tall, with moss creeping through the cracks of mottled bricks, silently narrating the ancient clan's depth and aloofness. Yin, like a panther merging into the shadows, had been lurking near the mansion for some time. He waited patiently until the brief gap during the late-night guard shift. In the fleeting moment when two guards exchanged posts and their gazes crossed, Yin pressed against the cold, damp wall and slipped through a slightly ajar side door like a silent wisp of smoke. The guards remained utterly oblivious, thanks to the passive darkness ability granted by the shadowy hat, which afforded him near-perfect stealth within the shadows. Upon infiltrating the Sea Yin mansion, a breath of accumulated time and power greeted him. Before his eyes stretched layers of soaring eaves and upturned corners, with dark tiles shimmering with a cold luster under the moonlight. Thick blue brick walls stood in silent grandeur, revealing deeper hues where the plaster had peeled. The entire mansion was laid out with strict symmetry, exuding an air of unbreakable order. Yin advanced cautiously along the route provided by Qiao Yin, shielded by shadows and corridors. Deep in the night, most clan members had long retired, with only a few patrols carrying lanterns and perfunctory rounds. Perhaps overconfident in the Sea Yin clan's dominance over Yuhui, the guards rarely cast their gazes into the corners of shadows or the depths of corridors, allowing Yin to approach the guest quarters without incident. Yet after carefully searching several guest rooms where Xianyu might have been, all were empty. Yin's heart sank. Could it be that Xianyu truly isn't at the Sea Yin estate? Or has she met with some other mishap? A trace of anxiety gnawed at him. Just as he prepared to expand his search, faint footsteps and voices drifted from afar. A young nobleman clad in luxurious brocade with an arrogant demeanor, accompanied by a burly guard, was heading toward the most secluded room in the guest area. Yin's eyes narrowed and he silently followed. When he used the shadows to approach that remote room, he heard a female voice, clear yet tinged with suppressed anger, emanating from within. Young Master Xi Yin, the fire feather garment has been completed as per your clan's request without a single flaw. May I ask, young master, what is your intention in detaining me here for several more days? The accusatory tone was unmistakable, carrying an unignorable sharpness. Peering through a gap in the window lattice, Yin saw a woman seated by the table. Her flowing ink-black hair was loosely tied with a simple jade hairpin, with a few unruly strands falling to her neck, making her skin appear as white and smooth as jade. Her eyebrows were exquisitely shaped like distant mountains veiled in mist, elegantly arching beneath her smooth forehead. Beneath those brows, her eyes, though now holding a hint of anger, still resembled autumn waters steeped in the misty rains of Jiangnan. In their gentle flow, they carried both an unyielding tenderness and a proud dignity that brooked no insult. Her nose was straight and delicate, her lips naturally red, without rouge, her face a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. Moonlight streaming through the window added an ethereal beauty, as if it could dim everything around her. Even Yin, having lived two lives, had to admit that Xianyu's beauty was unparalleled. In terms of charm, the cold moon-like elegance of a Count Nightmare and the brisk wind-like radiance of Mu Orange Lightly Sweet were, when compared to Xianyu's water-soft grace, like spring orchids versus autumn chrysanthemums, each excelling in its own way with no clear victor. The man addressed as young Master Xi Yin wore a gentle smile, stepping closer with a soft voice. Miss Xian, please calm your anger, calm your anger. Truly our clan treasures the fire feather garment as a priceless heirloom and dares not risk any flaw. Thus we wish to invite you to stay a few more days to consult and confirm at any time. Once everything is settled, I will personally escort you back and visit to apologize. His lips spoke of noble reasons, but his eyes uncontrollably fixed on Xianyu's face. His gaze burned with barely concealed admiration and covetousness. The truth was laid bare. Yin sneered inwardly. What confirmation of the garment? Clearly this young master of the Sea Yin clan was smitten by her beauty, using a pretext to hold her captive. Having confirmed Xianyu's predicament and location, Yin lingered no longer. Like his arrival, he silently merged into the shadows and, following the same path, cautiously withdrew from the Sea Yin mansion. Yin slept until afternoon. The previous night's stakeout of the Sea Yin clan's shift change had consumed too much time, and once back at the inn, he fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Upon waking, he found several messages quietly waiting in his friend list. Yikajwekin Master Nightmare and I have gone to grind some wild monsters to get used to the new gear. Call us anytime if something comes up. Tuba Gambler Saint Master, are we running a dungeon today? Tuba Gambler Saint Master, if we're doing a dungeon today, can a few strong teammates from our guild join? Tuba Gambler Saint Master busy. Reply when you see this. Mo Yen replied briefly, then planned to head to the Adventurers Association to check for new gold tier quests. Reputation, lifespan, and especially the gold tier equipment rewards held immense appeal for him. As he neared the association, he noticed a commotion at the city gate. A crowd was bustling with unusual excitement. A player named Entertainment Dao Bi Dao, clad in the garb of a soul reaper and hailing from Dragon Country, stood on high ground spitting as he shouted into the air, clearly live-streaming brothers. Big event at the west gate of Yuhui. Dozens of people from the Tuba Guild have surrounded a lone beauty. Oh, looks like they're stirring up trouble. I Dao Bi Dao am on the scene, eating this fresh melon firsthand. If you want the latest updates, send gifts. When the situation allows, I'll start the live stream. Mo Yen was speechless. He hadn't expected that in this life-and-death world someone could be so obsessed with gossip and traffic. Perhaps he chose the Soul Reaper A branch after the Night Walker's first promotion, which offered the highest movement speed growth, just to be the first to reach various hot spots. The murmurs of the crowd confirmed the incidents cause Rebirth as the protagonist. That Tuba bunch are real bastards. They always steal monsters and hog areas, but now they've sunk even lower, dozens of men surrounding a woman shameless. Just a glance, brother above, is she really that beautiful? No picture, no truth. Rebirth as the protagonist, I swear I'm not lying. She's 100 times prettier in person. Her aura is unmatched. Rebirth as the protagonist, the Tuba lot are just jealous of her gear. Melon Eater not afraid of trouble. Tuba again. That guild has terrible morals. By the way, what's the bowtie's ID? Rebirth as the protagonist, I think it's Moo Orange Lightly Sweet. Sweet name, even sweeter person. Upon seeing the names Tuba and Moo Orange Lightly Sweet, Mo Yan's brow furrowed. He immediately changed course and pushed his way toward the west gate. The scene was packed tight, a cacophony of indignant shouts rising and falling. Tuba, get out of Yuhui City. Picking on a girl, what kind of man are you? Trash guild. Trying to steal a bowtie's gear, do you think everyone's blind? Public opinion was overwhelmingly on the side of the besieged girl. Mo Yen tried to squeeze through, tapping the shoulder of a burly man whose neck was flushed with rage ahead of him. Brother, let me through. The man didn't even turn his head, barking irritably. What's the push for? Can't you see we're denouncing the bullies? If I could squeeze through this crowd, I'd have already charged in and taught those Tuba bastards a lesson. Mo Yen had no choice but to lower his voice and say, I'm one mist of smoke, please make way. The man turned impatiently. You're one mist of smoke. Then I'm Golden Dragon. Stop messing, arrow. Eh. The rest of his sentence got stuck in his throat. His eyes bulged wide, staring fixedly at the name that lit up above Mo Yan's head. One mist of smoke. His face, just moments ago filled with fury, instantly became a mask of awe and excitement, his voice trembling. Master. It really is you. Oh, my big mouth. Quick. Make way for the master. Everyone up front, move it. Master One Mist of Smoke is here. Shouting, he used his brute strength to forcefully carve a path through the crowd for Mo Yen. Mo Yen finally reached the front and saw the two opposing sides clearly. On one side, the Tuba Guild's dark mass of dozens of people led by the ID Tuba Under Heaven, who stood stroking his chin with an arrogant expression. And standing beside him, none other than Tuba Gambling Saint. On the other side, standing alone in the center of the encirclement with a straight posture and eyes as cold as frost, was unmistakably Mu Chung Wei Tian. Seeing that Mu Chung was unmoved by all his bluster, Tuba Under Heaven stopped pretending and got straight to the point. Little beauty, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If you want, join the guild, fine. Hand over that ancient witch's ring you have, and he'll let you go right away, no hard feelings. Otherwise, he snickered, his threat unmistakable. Mo Yan's gaze swept coldly over Tuba Gambling Saint. The latter flinched violently upon meeting his eyes, hurriedly lowering his head, unable to meet his gaze. Earlier that morning, Tuba Under Heaven had asked Gambling Saint what good loot had dropped inside the dungeon. Normally, knowing his guild leader, Gambling Saint would only say that everything had been taken by one mist of smoke. But recalling the exquisite ring that had slipped through his fingers, his heart ached. Why should he only get a single silver tier piece after 2 days in the dungeon? He could accept that Yu Shou and Qing Nong Sheng Shou were favored by the master. But this Mu Chung Wei Tian had not only obtained 2 silver pieces and a skill book, but had also forcibly snatched that exquisite gold tier ring right from under his nose. Driven by jealousy, he told Tuba Under Heaven that Mu Chung Wei Tian had obtained an exquisite gold tier ring. At the same time, he deliberately emphasized that the other 2 people were under the protection of one mist of smoke. That way the master probably wouldn't stick his neck out for this Mu Chung Wei Tian either. A bunch of sniveling cowards and thieves. Mu Chung Wei Tian's voice carried a bone-chilling coldness. She didn't even deign to look at Tuba Under Heaven, merely raising a universally recognized middle finger into the air. Want the ring? Come and take it. Her posture was one of supreme arrogance. Ha ha ha. Tuba Under Heaven laughed, as if had heard the most ridiculous joke. Come and take it. My 70-odd brothers right here are my come and take it. In this world, you need backing, you need power, little girl. Do you really think you all alone can turn the world upside down? He waved his hand grandly, and the surrounding tuba members immediately stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming pressure. You're not leaving this place today. If I can't make a drop in one kill, I'll kill you 10 times. If 10 isn't enough, 100. Let's see how much lifespan you have to lose. Hearing that the other party intended to use the most despicable and cruel method of camping the spawn point in the village, Mo Yan's gaze turned icy cold. This had completely crossed his bottom line. In his past life, how many people had been tormented to death by such means? He hesitated no longer. He stepped out of the crowd and walked straight over to stand beside Mu Chung Wei Tian. Tuba Under Heaven was taken aback for a moment, then recognized Mo Yan's face and sneered, "Oh, another pretty boy playing hero to save the damsel in distress. Kid, have you even grown your hair yet? Do you know who the Tuba Guild is? Throwing your life away just to show off isn't worth it." His tone was dripping with contempt and threat. Seeing Mo Yan suddenly appear beside her, a flicker of unmistakable surprise crossed Mu Chung Wei Tian's cool eyes. Meanwhile, Tuba Gambling Saint was already ashen-faced. He grabbed Tuba Under Heaven's arm tightly, his voice trembling. "G Guild leader. Don't say any more. He is. Mo Yan completely ignored Tuba Under Heaven's bluster. His gaze pierced the Tuba crowd like icy daggers, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone. To drain someone's lifespan for your own selfish desires. A man like you deserves to die. Except for Tuba Under Heaven and Tuba Gambling Saint, the rest of you leave this place within 10 seconds. Otherwise, face the consequences." Before anyone could react, he began the countdown. 10, 9. The chilling countdown tolled like a death knell. Someone in the Tuba crowd was instantly enraged by this arrogant attitude. "Who the hell do you think you are? If I don't corpse camp you tonight, I'll eat my own shit." He is. One mist of smoke. Tuba Gambling Saint finished his sentence trembling. The name possessed a magical power. In an instant, the noisy scene fell into a dead silence. The faces of all the Tuba members turned ghastly pale in an instant. The one who had just been shouting about eating his own shit nearly collapsed, his legs turning to jelly. The might of the #1 player in the Dragon Kingdom was known to all. 7. Mo Yan's countdown continued without pause. Tuba Under Heaven's face twitched violently. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he backed down just because of one mist of smoke's words in front of the entire Yuhui city, the Tuba Guild would become a complete laughingstock and would never be able to hold its head up again. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes. He abruptly drew his long sword and roared hoarsely, "Don't let him scare you. He's just one person, and a squishy sorcerer at that. With 70-odd brothers, we can drown him in numbers. On my command, focus fire on one mist of smoke. Kill him, and I'll reward you with a silver tier piece of equipment. If you get a gold tier piece, it's yours to keep. With a rich reward, there will always be fools." Those in the Tuba Guild who were used to throwing their weight around and had hot heads seduced by the promise of silver equipment had their adrenaline pumping. They raised their weapons, and the glow of skills began to flare up. No matter how legendary one mist of smoke was online, they refused to believe that a single mage could withstand the burst of dozens of players. However, many more made their choice between the name One Mist of Smoke and Tuba Under Heaven's madness. Nearly half of them, including several core members, turned without hesitation, lowered their heads, and quickly squeezed out of the crowd, disappearing from sight. The guild hadn't even been established yet. It wasn't worth risking their lives for a guild like this. Guilds and names could be changed, but one's life was their own. Watching his forces dwindle by half in an instant, Tuba Under Heaven was so furious he nearly choked on his own blood. But he had no way back now. His eyes were filled with nothing but murderous insanity. Attack. Kill him. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. Crackle. The glow of over 30 skills flared up instantly. Someone charged at Mo Yan riding a giant mech, someone else shook a bell to summon zombies, and another produced a black puppet chanting a spell. Everyone displayed their unique abilities. Skills rained down upon Mo Yan like a violent storm. Among them was even a burst of urgent rapid Guqin music. The surrounding onlookers were quite surprised. Why would someone be playing the Guqin in the middle of a battle? This was the performer's battle array tune. At that moment, all Tuba members gained a physical attack 5 buff. It wasn't surprising that everyone had forgotten about this class, oh very few people chose it. When selecting a class in Mystic Space, almost no one was willing to pick a class that had almost no offensive or defensive capabilities. But as performer levels increased and battlefields grew larger, everyone realized that the performer was a devastating battlefield asset. Every excellent performer was eventually treasured by large guilds. Mo Yan hadn't expected the Tuba Guild to have a performer either. However, the gap between Mo Yan and the others was not something a low-level performer could bridge. With physical defense of 1573, magical defense of 1316, and 15 damage reduction from both types, his stats in front of everyone else were like an unshakable gold-tier boss. Just as this chaotic storm of attacks was about to engulf Mo Yan, Ding Mu Chung Wei Tian invites you to join the party. Accept. Mo Yin accepted instantly, only having time to say to the person beside him, be careful. The next second, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Mo Yin seemed to transform into a phantom, weaving and dodging through the multitude of skills. In the end, only a few pitifully weak attacks managed to hit him. 355 Lihua Talisman, 284 Ice Spike, 311 Meteor Arrow. His health bar, a staggering 20790 points, barely moved. Holy shit, what kind of defense is this? Are we fighting a boss, or what? The watching crowd erupted a flurry of exclamations and recording devices flashing wildly. What terrified the tuba members even more was that the names of everyone who had hit Mo Yin instantly turned a glaring deep red. Mo Yan's eyes were icy as he lightly raised his staff. Wind wound. A massive emerald wind blade tore through the air, sweeping out with a deathly shriek. Thud, thud. Over a dozen tuba players in the front row, whether melee fighters or squishy ranged, all had terrifying damage numbers over 10,000 uniformly erupt above their heads. 10,214, 11,387, 9,845, 10762. White flashes of light linked together in an instant. Over a dozen corpses dissipated into beams of light. A single strike cleared the field. Silence. Absolute silence. Everyone was stunned by this cataclysmic damage. Mo Yan's slaughter had only just begun. His staff was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Each swing precisely targeted a red name. Air Blast. 9,470. An assassin trying to flee was blasted into pieces by an invisible force. Wind Blade. 13,416. A guardian raising his shield was cleaved in two, shield and all. Flowing Wind Strike. 17,362. A high-speed rotating wind drill pierced through a summoner and the zombie he had just summoned. Void Chains. 6,467. Chains wrapped around a thief trying to sneak away, immobilizing him and dealing continuous damage. Extinction Finger. 22,633. A dark beam instantly killed a corpse controller hiding behind the crowd, shaking his bell. Even his most basic normal attack, amplified by Yin Yang Shared Path, could take out nearly 3/4 of a squishy's health bar. This wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Each of Mo Yan's strikes precisely claimed a life. If the surrounding onlookers hadn't been standing so close, a single burial right would have been enough to send the rest away. At the same time, Mu Chung Wei Tian moved. She was like a butterfly darting through flowers, actively charging into the chaotic tuba crowd. 8 trigrams Wandering Palm. Her hands flew, creating a blur of palm strikes, landing 4 consecutive hits on a warrior. 3,124, 2,987, 3,210, 3,345. Weak point combo. The warrior didn't even have time to grunt before turning into white light. Her footwork was mysterious, allowing her to evade incoming blades and skills by a hair's breadth, her movements incredibly agile. Each counterattack after a dodge precisely hit a vital point, dealing 3,000 to 5,000 damage. Her combat was like a precise and deadly dance, leaving the onlookers dazzled and their hearts pounding. One mist of smoke is a freak, but how is this beauty so fierce too? An incredulous shout erupted from the crowd. Just as the tuba members were being slaughtered to the point of utter terror, a lean figure darted out from the watching crowd like a specter and joined the fray. He moved with incredible speed, weaving through the outer ring of tuba members. His astonishing evasion speed also drew attention. If Mu Cheng's evasion was about predicting the enemy's moves and executing perfect subtle dodges, then this mysterious man's evasion relied purely on extreme movement speed for maximum kiting. Ding. One Rider Dust and Ledger Nightmare request to join your party. Mo Yin immediately agreed. The next second, a vibrant green rune of life lit up beneath Mo Yan's feet. Revitalized Curse 1588. A resilient golden talisman plastered itself onto Mu Cheng's back. Adamant Curse. Ledger Nightmare's support was timely and precise. The battle was no longer in doubt. The members of the Tuba Guild fell like harvested wheat. Melee fighters couldn't even touch the hem of Mu Chung or the mysterious man's clothes, while the ranged firepower was completely suppressed by Mo Yin alone. Seeing the situation was hopeless and his men were nearly all dead, Tuba under heaven finally became afraid. He hurriedly put away his weapon and shouted hoarsely, "Stop." One mist of smoke. "Stop. We concede. We don't want the ring anymore. Let us go." A single death for us dozens of people means years of lifespan. Do you really want to slaughter us all and bear the infamy of being a murderer? He tried to use moral blackmail and public pressure to force Mo Yin to stop. Hearing this, a cold, chilling smile curled at the corner of Mo Yan's mouth. Having experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse, how could he be swayed by such hypocritical words? One reaps what one sows. His voice was like ice. Leaving a pest like you alive is the greatest harm to the Dragon Kingdom. As his words fell, he lightly tapped his staff. Wind Blade. A flash of green light precisely sliced across Tuba under heaven's throat. 13,416. A white light rose. Almost simultaneously, the invisible sphere of air blast slammed heavily into the back of the ashen-faced Cuba gambling saint who was trying to flee. 9,470. Another white light. The dust settled. A battle of 5 versus 36 had ended in a devastating and overwhelming victory for Mo Yan's side. The open space at the west gate was now only littered with the faint white light remnants of players' deaths and a crowd of onlookers standing in dead silence. Only then did he look at his comrades in arms Mu Changwei Tian, as well as One Rider Dust and Ledger Nightmare, who had arrived just in time, finally resting his gaze on the lean, mysterious figure who had lent a hand. The moment he recognized the mysterious figure, Mo Yan's heart felt as if it were tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand. A torrent of mixed emotions, ecstasy, astonishment, and disbelief, surged through him, nearly causing him to exclaim, "Monkey!" This face was one he knew all too well. The slender features still bore the youthful innocence of a teenager around 16 or 17 years of age. What stood out most were the two deep dimples that formed when he smiled, radiating an aura of sunny cheerfulness. This was unmistakably a core member of the second elite team of the Dragon Clan, in his past life the top assassin, Monkey, who had fought alongside them until the very last moment on the Gu King battlefield and ultimately managed to retreat successfully. Mu Changwei Tian keenly sensed the intense emotions embedded in Mo Yan's call, glancing at him with a hint of subtle inquiry flickering in her cool gaze. The mysterious person, upon hearing his nickname, also paused, looking at Mo Yan in surprise. "Master, you know me. How do you know they all call me Monkey?" He scratched his head, appearing somewhat confused yet flattered. Mo Yan instantly realized he had misspoken. In this lifetime, they were supposed to be strangers. He quickly suppressed the turbulent emotions, regaining his composure as he explained, "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. You look remarkably like a friend of mine whom we used to call Monkey." His tone carried just the right amount of nostalgia and regret. "Oh, I see. What a coincidence." Monkey's face instantly lit up with a bright smile, his dimples deepening, and that pure joy was incredibly infectious. "Master, I am your loyal fan. I follow every world announcement you make." He excitedly spoke, proudly lifting a pile of equipment he had just picked up, most of it bronze with a few silver items mixed in. "Look, these are from those guys from Tuba." Mo Yan looked at the pile of equipment in Monkey's hands, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Since Monkey had not joined their team, the ownership of the equipment should belong to Mu Changwei Tian, so what were these in his hands? Monkey seemed to sense the group's doubts, a hint of embarrassment showing on his face as he scratched his head. "Well, my profession is a bit special. I am a thief saint. I can, borrow equipment from others during battle." He intentionally used the word borrow, but his eyes held a tinge of guilt. Upon hearing this, Ichi Ju Chenjiang Mu Nightmare and Mu Chengwei Tian all displayed surprised expressions. The significance of equipment to a player is undeniable, equivalent to half a life. Just imagine in the heat of battle if a swordsman's sword suddenly vanished or a guardian's shield disappeared. What a disruptive impact that would have on the battle. Moreover, the thief saint clearly did not belong to the conventional class hierarchy. This was an extremely rare hidden profession. Mo Yan's inner shock was far greater than that of others. In his memories, the monkey of his past life was clearly a reaper, and during his first class change, he should not have been in Yuhui City. The trajectory of fate seemed to have quietly shifted once again. Before they could delve deeper into their conversation, the members of Tuba suddenly launched an attack on Yicha Yenyun in the World Channel. Tuba Tian Xia World, Yicha Yenyun. Shame of the Dragon Kingdom. Beastly heart in a human form. In order to seize the golden ring, ancient witch's ring, which my guild brother Du Sheng risked his life, for they set an ambush at the west gate of Yuhui City and ruthlessly slaughtered 36 brothers of my Tuba guild. 36 lives, each one costing 56 years of lifespan. Blood debts are heavy. Is this the first person you worship? A hypocrite. Executioner. Attached edited pleading footage. Tuba Du Sheng World. The ring was dropped while we were farming the second phase of Gale Forest. I got lucky and rolled for it. Yicha Yenyun relied on his high level and forcibly demanded it, resulting in a bloody massacre. I was truly blind. I once considered him an idol. Tuba Pejun World. Kill for a life. It's only just. Yicha Yenyun must provide an explanation. The remaining members of the Tuba Guild, as if fueled by adrenaline, flooded the World Channel with emotional accusations of atrocities, their tragic pleas echoing loudly. That maliciously edited, highly inflammatory video clip instantly ignited the anger and jealousy of uninformed players. This news was like a heavy bomb dropped into the World Channel, instantly drowned in a tide of malicious slander. What the hell? 36 people. Nearly 200 years of lifespan. Just for a piece of equipment. Is this still human? Fire God World nonsense. My brother is absolutely not that kind of person. Based on my understanding of him, I guarantee there must be some hidden truth here. Xiaomi Animation World guarantees are useless. 36 lives mean nearly 200 years of lifespan. He always comes in first. Who knows if he piled it up by robbing others' equipment. It's terrifying to think about. Sun world, hee no wonder it seems like he's cheating, or it turns out he's this kind of person, truly disgusting. Stabbing the upstairs chrysanthemum world, you guys were laughing while enjoying the benefits from the master, but now that he's being slandered, you all turn against him. Truly shameless. Justice Iron Fist world, form a team. Block him at the west gate of Yuhui City. To seek justice for our fallen brothers. At this moment, other countries also began to take notice of the scandal involving the Dragon Kingdom's first person, Yicha Yen-yun. Usually they would see Yicha Yen-yun frequently appearing in announcements, but they never expected him to forcibly seize others' equipment. Sakura Swordsman world, ha ha ha, is this the hope of the Dragon Kingdom? Laughable. The inherent flaws have been fully exposed. Yicha Yen-yun's previous glorious achievements had earned him countless accolades, yet also inadvertently created many enemies, drawing countless jealous gazes. Human nature is such that when a person is elevated to the pedestal of divinity, there will always be those who yearn to see him fall into the dust. The truth does not matter to these people, they only need an outlet to vent their discontent and attack their idol. Seeing the messages in the channel, Monkey's smile completely vanished, replaced by anger and urgency. Master, they are talking nonsense. Just as public opinion was about to spiral out of control, the appearance of a key piece of evidence instantly reversed the situation. Entertainment Diabito world, here is the full high-definition recording of the incident, with real-time bullet comments and timestamps. The truth is self-evident. Watch for yourself. Live recording link. The complete live recording released by Diabito clearly documented the entire event. How Tuba Tianxia surrounded Mu Chengwei Tian, how they threatened and coerced for the ring, how Mo Yin stepped up to warn them, with a countdown, how the two Ba members attacked first, and the subsequent overwhelming counterattack. The real-time bullet comments from thousands of online viewers served as undeniable evidence. The World Channel fell into a brief silence, as if the pause button had been pressed. The next moment, a storm, even fiercer than before, erupted. This time it was an angry denunciation and a torrent of ridicule aimed directly at the two Ba Guild. Fire God World, two Ba Tianxia. I curse your ancestors for 18 generations, slandering my brother, and still daring to act like a victim. Brothers, grab your weapons. Go and wipe out the descendants of Tuba. Feng Xiao Xiao Ishui Han Ha. The slap in the face came too quickly, just like a tornado. Tuba and that group of haters were just so happy a moment ago. How do they feel now? Stabbing the upstairs chrysanthemum world, fire God, you know nothing. This is called a domineering defense of a wife. Master is magnificent. Pure and innocent little angel world, boo-hoo, why didn't the master save me? Am not bad either. Gentle breeze comes world, I believe in justice and love again. Moved. JPG. Loving you equals loving solitude world, I apologize for my earlier wavering. The two Ba Guild, shameful to the extreme. Get out of Yuhui City. The members of the two Ba Guild instantly vanished from the World Channel as if they had never existed. Those who had previously shouted to punish Mo Yin also slunk away in disgrace. The huge reversal caught everyone off guard, dramatically intensifying the situation. This storm finally calmed down. Mo Yin did not expect that the seemingly crude two Ba Tianxia would play such a disorienting public relations battle, nearly putting him in a passive position. Mo Yin did not expect that the two helpers he casually brought along would stir up a storm in Yuhui City. As he scanned the few people in front of him, warmth surged in his heart. His three most trusted companions from his past life. The 3-1 ride to freedom, nightmare of accounts, and poisonous dagger had gathered here by an unexpected twist of fate. Especially one ride to freedom and that ever-jumpy monkey, the three of them shared similar temperaments and had been like brothers in their past life. Recalling Mu Chengwei Tian's stunning maneuvers during the fierce battle earlier, with her flowing movements and precise predictions, Mo Yin sighed. If she were to grow smoothly, this girl would undoubtedly become a top expert in the Dragon Kingdom. A thought flashed through his mind. He looked at the two and decisively said, Mu Chengwei Tian and Monkey, are you interested in joining my fixed team? Mu Chengwei Tian was momentarily taken aback, her clear eyes looking at Mo Yin, and then she nodded decisively, sure. There was no hesitation whatsoever. Me. The monkey suddenly jolted, pointing at his own nose, his voice rising several pitches. Great God. Are you inviting me? In the next moment, the boy let out a howl, nearly bursting into tears, overwhelmed with excitement. Absolutely. 1,000 times yes. Great God, you can't go back on your word. I finally found my team. This overly enthusiastic reaction made everyone chuckle. One ride to freedom crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow with a hint of sarcasm. Brother, is it really that exciting? Like you just picked up a divine artifact. The monkey wiped his face, his voice heavy with nasal tones, and began to complain. What do you know? One moment of smoke and clouds is my idol. Otherwise, why would I rush in to help? His voice suddenly dropped, filled with deep grievance. And you don't understand, my lousy profession is such a scam. He held up 2 fingers, shaking them in front of everyone, his expression one of indignation. After changing classes, I only got 2 skills. 2. One is called Clever Hands, which allows me to strip some gear off people. The other is even worse. Thief's Charisma, professional talent. In all martial arts, speed is invincible. The system says that a thief must be the fastest man in the world. That's where the scam lies. The monkey looked heartbroken. This broken talent wiped all the strength attributes I painstakingly built before. Wiped them all clean. Now all the upgrade points are forcibly dumped into agility. For every 100 points of speed, I only get a pathetic 0.5 evasion. 0.5 evasion. My attack power is just above 200 points. Hitting a same-level monster feels like a tickle. Every time I team up, when they see my pathetic output, they kick me out without a second thought. Now no one wants to take me along for upgrades. I'm almost becoming the infamous slacker of Yuhui City. The group listened in stunned silence. This profession was really peculiar, wasn't it? Nightmare had a glint of surprise in his eyes and couldn't help but ask, so how did you end up in this? Special profession. The monkey spread his hands, looking as miserable as if he had swallowed a bitter melon. I didn't want it either. That day I was on my way to change classes, on the path to becoming a harbinger of death. Suddenly, I saw an old beggar. A golden coin fell with a clink from him. I immediately, accidentally stepped on that coin, intending to pick it up after he left. Who knew that old guy would suddenly jump in front of me, his eyes sparkling, saying, "Kid with such unique talent and a way to make money, you should be my successor." Then, I was forced to change classes. Am I wronged or what? His tone was filled with endless grievance. The air instantly fell silent. One ride to freedom twitched the corner of his mouth, struggling to hold back laughter. Nightmare slightly parted his lips, somewhat astonished. Even the usually silent Mu Chung Wei Tian couldn't help but glance at the monkey twice. The boy felt uneasy under the gaze, scratching his head, and muttered softly in an attempt to explain, "Well, that was a gold coin. Who wouldn't be tempted?" However, what he received in return was a more synchronized and meaningful look from everyone. Even Nightmare slightly nodded in agreement. Looking at the monkey's familiar, awkward yet endearing appearance, Mo Yin couldn't help but smile. In his past life, he was the joy of the team, always able to come up with things that left people both crying and laughing. Who would have thought that in this life he would embark on the thief path because of a gold coin? Mo Yin had never heard of the profession of a thief in his previous life, but his gaze sharpened. The evasion attribute in Holy Yuan world was no trivial matter. Because there were almost no lock-on skills, all skills required a hit judgment before taking effect. High evasion means being able to avoid massive attacks. For example, with a 20 evasion rate, theoretically 1 out of 5 skills could be judged as ineffective, which could be quite troublesome in actual combat. Of course, evasion is not invincible. High accuracy attribute equipment is its nemesis. The potential of this profession for the monkey still had a lot of room for exploration. Stepping back 1,000 paces, even if the monkey truly became a good luck charm with his current strength, it would be more than enough to protect him. All right, Mo Yin spoke at the right moment, breaking the subtle atmosphere with a smile. The whining session ends here. We haven't even made it through the daily routine of the Gale Forest, yet let's take the monkey along to push through the first phase and get to know each other better. On the way to the instance dungeon, the monkey thoroughly confirmed his identity as a fan. He kept addressing Mo Yin as Great God throughout, making it hard for Mo Yin to handle. He stopped looking at the group of partners who would soon fight alongside him, speaking sincerely, "Let me introduce myself. I am Mo Yin. From now on, we are all on the same side. You can call me by my name, or Yin Yin works too." As the idle Great God introduced himself, the monkey immediately straightened his back and loudly declared, "I am Wu Ho. My friends call me Monkey. Great God. I mean Yin Go. Please take care of me from now on." One Ride to Freedom laughed heartily. One Ride to Freedom. My real name is Wang Hao. Mo Yin looked at the two familiar figures before him. The affectionate, yet slightly teasing names from his past life seemed to linger on the tip of his tongue. Yin Swallow Hao Hao Z Monkey, who had been playfully nicknamed the third member of the elite team by the Dragon Clan. Later, he was often accused by these two of being too clever, which led to him being dubbed the Scammer. At this thought, the smile in his eyes deepened. Mu Chung Wei Tian also gracefully introduced herself, Su Yunua. Finally, everyone's gaze fell upon Nightmare. The girl's cheeks instantly flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes drifting, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's. "Just call me Nightmare." Regardless of past or present, she seemed to protect her real name with great care, refusing to reveal it no matter how much everyone pressed her. After exchanging names, the distance between them seemed to shorten significantly. Mo Yin opened his backpack and distributed the accumulated silver and gold gear to everyone, surprisingly finding 3 pieces that were suitable for the monkey, which touched him greatly. With the experience from before, the progression of the first phase in Gale Forest was exceptionally smooth this time. After the battle ended, a golden light flashed around Mo Yin as he leveled up to 17. The undead sacrifice triggered twice, increasing his spirit and agility by 1 point each. Mu Chung Wei Tian, One Ride to Freedom, and Nightmare all successfully leveled up to 16. The one who gained the most was undoubtedly the monkey, who jumped several levels to reach 13. What nearly made his heart stop was seeing a pair of cold, glimmering lightweight leather armor lying quietly among the glowing rewards. Exactly the outfit of a Night Stalker. Wow, silver armor. It's mine. The monkey let out a pitchy scream, turning into a blur as he lunged forward, grabbing the leather armor and lovingly stroking at his eyes, filled with fervor. He chanted to himself, goodness. This texture, this luster, a treasure. My treasure. He spun around excitedly, his mouth grinning from ear to ear, looking like he had found a rare gem. In the following days, Mo Yin led this small team to repeatedly clear the path of Pasha instance without fail. The rest of the time was spent frantically sweeping the various wild monsters and silver-level bosses on the map. Experience points flowed in like a rushing stream into the sea. Mo Yan's level soared, breaking through level 21st. Mu Chung One Ride to Freedom and Nightmare followed closely behind, all reaching level 19. Only the monkey remained stuck at level 18. The continuous high-intensity battles and boss kills brought Mo Yin substantial undead sacrifice points. He received a total of 4 points in stamina, 5 in intelligence, 2 in strength, and 3 each in spirit and agility. Equipping the luminous void talisman and the shadowy hell leggings, Mo Yan's attributes surged once again. One moment of smoke and clouds. Mo Yin race human special talent, body of the Reaper. Level 1, I reduces physical and magical damage taken by 15. Level 20, I profession Reaper, health 24925, mana 17250, physical attack power 1818, physical defense 1970, magical attack power 9789, magical defense 1666, speed 301. Feeling the surging power within him nearly bursting forth, Mo Yin held the mysterious talisman. This attribute was just about right. He gazed into the distance, penetrating the layered mountains, landing on the designated coordinate. It was time to accomplish that task. Before the sky broke into dawn, Yuhui City still slumbered beneath a veil of mist. A thunderous roar like the bellow of a colossal beast abruptly tore through the pre-dawn silence. Then came a second, a third. Each sound bore a bone-penetrating weight, as if a heavy hammer were striking the hearts of every startled resident. The thunderclap drum. The Xingsis thunderclap drum has sounded, someone cried out in shock. The entire city of Yuhui was instantly ignited by this long-absent drumbeat, a symbol of earth-shattering upheaval and unparalleled injustice. The thunderclap drum erected by the founding emperor of Tianquan was not to be struck lightly except for grievances of monstrous magnitude. Once it was sounded, the Xingsi was bound to conduct a thorough investigation. Yet if the accusation proved false, the one who struck the drum would face the harshest punishment. For this very reason, the drum had lain silent for years, covered in dust. Now its city-shaking resonance like an invisible hand gripped everyone's hearts. The news spread like wildfire. It was the Moonweave Pavilion. The Moonweave Pavilion had struck the thunderclap drum, accusing the Cyan clan of secretly imprisoning their pavilion master Xuanyue and coercing her into crafting military weapons. Cyan clan. Military weapons. Either term alone would make the head of the Xingsis scalp tingle. Now they were bound together, striking his desk. A chill shot from the soles of the Xingsi head's feet straight to his crown, banishing all drowsiness. He roared his orders, quickly, immediately. Summon the Cyan clan leader, the young clan leader. All the principal members. Not a moment's delay. At the Cyan mansion, Situ Qing and the core clan members still lost in slumber were unceremoniously invited out by the Xingsi guards. No matter how the Cyan clansmen probed, the guards remained tight-lipped, refusing to utter a single word. This abnormal silence cast a pall of ominous foreboding over Situ Qing's heart. Only upon stepping into the solemn court, seeing the haggard yet defiant figure of Moonweave Pavilion's Qiayan and the glaring thunderclap drum beside her, did Situ Qing and his father Situ Qiong suddenly grasp what was happening. Situ Qing stealthily signaled his personal guard. A sharp crack echoed as the red sandalwood gavel struck, shaking the tiles. The Xingsi head's face was as grave as iron, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Cyan Qiong, clan leader Cyan. The Moonweave Pavilion accuses your clan of unlawfully imprisoning its pavilion master Xuanyue and forcing her to secretly forge military weapons. This is a capital crime punishable by the extermination of your entire clan. Do you have anything to say? Military weapons. Extermination. Cyan Qiong's pupils constricted. Seasoned as he was, this crushing accusation weighed heavily on his heart. Yet his expression remained as placid as an ancient, while his voice steady and forceful, laced with the indignation of the falsely accused. Your Excellency, please see clearly. Half a month ago, my clan cordially invited Pavilion Master Xuanyue into our residence solely to commission a fire feather garment. The garment was completed days ago, and Pavilion Master Xuanyue departed safely long since. As for forging military weapons, it is utter nonsense, preposterous. Someone must be scheming to destroy the Cyan clan. I implore you to investigate thoroughly and clear my clan's name. The Xingsi head turned his gaze to Qiaoyan. Shopkeeper Qiaoyan, you accused the Cyan clan of imprisoning a person and manufacturing weapons. Where is your proof? Qiaoyan, gaunt and hollow-eyed from sleepless nights, took a deep breath. From her sleeve, she produced a tiny folded slip of paper and presented it with both hands. This is the evidence, please examine it, Lord Fong. The paper was unfolded, revealing a few lines of slightly hasty, yet forceful characters. Xiaoyan, I am imprisoned in the northwestern guest residence of Cyan, in a remote room directly opposite the Sangja tree. Cyan detains me, forcing me to craft special equipment and inquiring about mass production methods. I suspect they plot to make weapons. Report to Xingxi immediately. The Xingxi had promptly ordered Zuanyu's past documents brought forth. A comparison showed the brushwork and spirit to be an exact match. His face darkened like ink. He leaned to whisper a few words to his trusted aide, who nodded and quietly withdrew to the rear hall. Cyan Xiong and Situ Qing exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking. What exactly was written on that note that made the head's expression so grim? They had indeed placed Xianwei under house arrest, but only for the fire feather garment, not for weapons. A vast ominous foreboding seized them. While the storm raged in the court, a figure moved like a ghost through the rear courtyard of the Sign Mansion. It was Situ Qing's personal guard, Lantai. His target was clear. He headed straight for the northwestern guest residence, the secluded courtyard facing the massive Sangjie tree. The lock yielded easily. Inside, Xianwei was startled, eyeing the intruder warily. Come, hurry, follow me, Lantai urged in a low, rapid voice. Guard Lan. Zuanyu's eyes flickered with suspicion. Without further explanation, Lantai seized Xianwei by the wrist and forcibly led her out of the room. They hurried across the courtyard, heading straight for the side gate. The gate guards immediately crossed their halberds to block them. Guard Lan. The clan leader and young clan leader have strictly ordered that this woman is not to leave the mansion. Get out of my way. Lantai barked, his eyes blazing with ferocity. The Moonweave Pavilion already knows she's here. The Xingsis hounds will be here any moment. The young clan leader ordered me to move her first. If your obstruction causes us to be caught red-handed at the gate by the Xingsi, can you bear the responsibility for the extermination of our entire clan? Overawed by his posture and the words, extermination of the entire clan, the guards hesitated. In that moment of stalemate, an energy fluctuation rippled from the mansion's main gate as two luxurious magical hovercars descended slowly. The doors opened and two elders with profound auras stepped out. One had graying hair and a sharp eagle-like gaze, if the other was lean like a blade hidden in its sheath. The mansion's guards bowed in unison, their voices filled with reverence. Greetings, third elder. Fourth elder. The gray-haired third elder's eyes like lightning instantly locked onto the commotion at the side gate, particularly Xuanyue, who was in Lanti's grip. Lanti, who is this woman? What is this uproar about? Lantai bowed and reported swiftly. Third elder, this is Xuanyue, the master of the Moonweave Pavilion. Today the Moonweave Pavilion struck the thunderclap drum, falsely accusing our clan of imprisoning her and privately manufacturing weapons. The situation in the court is unfavorable. The young clan leader, fearing the Xingsi will search the mansion to substantiate the charge, ordered me to secretly transfer her. You fool, the third elder roared, his overwhelming aura condensing the very air. To put the entire clan at such risk for a single woman. Lanti, take this woman away at once. Out of Yuhui City. She is never to set foot in the Sign Mansion again. As you command. Lantai pulled Xianwei toward the door. Just as his foot was about to cross the threshold, stop him. He's an imposter. A thunderous roar exploded from the corridor within the mansion. The crowd stared in horror as another Lantai came charging from afar, his face a storm of shock and fury. Then, who was this Lantai holding Xianyu? In the blink of an eye, a hum resonated as an overwhelming, irresistible gravitational field suddenly descended. The third and fourth elders had energy surging around them, their robes billowing, as if struggling to stand firm in a storm, their faces etched with shock and rage. A flash of cyan light enveloped the Lantai as his speed skyrocketed. Without hesitation, he swept up. Xianyu pushed off the ground with all his might and shot out toward the streets beyond the mansion like an arrow from a bow. After him, the third elder's eyes blazed with fury, his roar shaking debris from the rooftops. A flash of light appeared in his hand, and an ancient staff engraved with flame runes was already in his grip. Who are you? Amid the rushing wind of being carried, Xianyu fought off dizziness and demanded sharply. Sent by Qiao Yin to rescue you. The fake Lantai's voice was low and rapid, devoid of Lantai's usual hoarseness. He removed a mask from his face, revealing none other than Mo Yin himself. As the gravitational field receded, the third and fourth elders transformed into two streaks of light, pursuing with towering fury. The seemingly frail fourth elder moved with a ghostly, ethereal grace, his speed far surpassing Mo Yan's, who was burdened with another person. In mere breaths, the fourth elder had already caught up to Mo Yan. Die! The icy voice hissed right behind Mo Yan's neck. A point of chilling light struck out of nowhere from the void, carrying bone-piercing, killing intent, aimed straight for the back of Mo Yan's head, the Reaper's fatal backstab. If it hit, he would be severely wounded and stunned. At the critical moment, a hum resonated as a resilient light cyan film mystic guard rippled across Mo Yan's body surface. The poisoned dagger scraped against the light film with a grating screech, sparking a trail of fire, but was held firm. Mo Yin used the momentum to spin, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he clenched his right hand and yanked forward. With a clatter, silver-white void chains shot out from a spatial rift beside the fourth elder like lightning. Even with the fourth elder's extraordinary agility, he couldn't fully evade this close-quarters ambush. With a crack, the chains tightly bound his waist and abdomen. 7,544. Mo Yan's movements were seamless. He pointed his left hand fingers together like a sword at the chained fourth elder from a distance. With a boom, the ultra-compressed air mass of an invisible air cannon slammed into the fourth elder's chest. 10,562. The immense impact blasted him away like a tattered sack, crashing heavily into a low wall, sending dust and smoke billowing. With Mo Yan's magic power exceeding 10,000, every strike now carried terrifying destructive force. He quickly cast a probe, but the feedback was a series of glaring question marks. The level gap exceeded 10 levels. This Yin elder had strength above the second tier. Mo Yan's heart tightened, and he dared not linger. It wasn't that he couldn't kill him, but he understood the grave consequences. Kidnapping someone still left room for negotiation. If he actually killed an elder of the Yin clan, it would be a fight to the death. He had to leave. He had just rounded a street corner with Xian Yu when a sudden change occurred. With a whoosh, towering black flames erupted from the ground without warning. The flames were icy and viscous, carrying a sinister aura that burned the soul like a gaping maw ready to devour, instantly threatening to swallow Mo Yin and Xian Yu. Bone-burning flames, the insidious fire of the karma fire venerable. Mo Yan's pupils shrank sharply. There was no time to dodge. "Forgive me," he growled, and at the moment the flames touched him, he exerted force in his arm and hurled Xian Yu far outside the range of the fire. With a thud, Mo Yin himself was completely engulfed by the eerie black flames. 6,368. A bright red damage number flashed up. Worse still, a chilling burning sensation clung to him. Karma Fire Mark Layer 1. Just then, an inconspicuous magical hovercar slid out from the shadows of the street corner. The door opened, and the third elder, holding a flame staff, stepped out with a dark expression. He had taken a shortcut and was lying in ambush all along. An insolent little thief who doesn't know his place. Daring to make trouble in the Yin clan today, he'll turn you to ashes. The third elder raised his staff high, and the gem at its tip blazed with brilliant light. A seemingly pure, flawless white fire lotus silently took shape and drifted slowly toward Mo Yin. The lotus was breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuded a heart-stopping aura of destruction. White lotus corrosion. The Karma Fire Venerable's strongest second-tier killing move could stack 2 layers of marks. Now, without Xian Yu holding him back, Mo Yin moved at full speed. His figure flickered and dodged through the narrow street, like a phantom brushing past the deadly white lotus by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he shot a swift and sinister wind sting back at the third elder. With a clang, just as the wind sting was about to hit, a ring on the third elder's hand suddenly glowed with a soft radiance, forming a small shield that effortlessly deflected the attack. The foundation of a Yin elder was indeed deep. The third elder's expression turned grave. His opponent's skill far exceeded expectations. He held back no longer and slammed his staff heavily onto the ground. With a series of hums, 9 ancient lamps burning with ghastly green flames materialized out of thin air, floating around Mo Yin to form a scorching cage. Heart-burning lamps. They could burn the body and corrode the heart. The flames surged, contracting inward rapidly with a terrifying suction force. Mo Yan's eyes hardened. Ordinary methods would never break free. A violent glint flashed from his nether boots as the skill Nether Strike activated. His speed doubled in an instant, and he transformed into a barely discernible blur, charging headlong at one of the heart-burning lamps. "You're asking for death," the third elder sneered, manipulating the lamp to accelerate toward Mo Yin. Just as they were about to collide, Mo Yan's figure abruptly vanished from the third elder's sight. No, not vanished. He had executed a sudden ground-hugging slide at that extreme speed. Using the explosive power and inertia from Nether Strike, he slipped like a fish through the gap, less than a foot below the lamp, escaping the flame cage by a hair's breadth. "What?" The third elder, shocked and enraged, waved his staff, rapidly unleashing, leaving Fire Talisman in fire. A torrent of flame spells rained down like a storm on Mo Yin, who had just escaped and was still off balance. Mo Yan's form was like a willow in the wind, weaving perilously through the dense rain of fire, each dodge balanced on the edge of life and death. The explosive shockwaves and scorching sparks battered him constantly. At this moment, the fourth elder caught up and joined the fray with a flash of his dagger. Cough! Cough! Xian Yu, thrown to a safe corner by Mo Yin, struggled to her feet. Seeing Mo Yin in danger, a resolute look flashed in her eyes. She suddenly pulled out a thumb-sized, ancient-looking bronze bell from her bosom. Dingling. A crisp chime imbued with a strange power rang out. A massive, semi-transparent golden barrier swirling with mysterious runes instantly enveloped both Mo Yin and herself. The attacks of the third and fourth elders landed on the barrier, only creating ripples, unable to shake it in the slightest. A third tier. One-time defensive item, the Huntion Bell. The third elder gasped, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. This woman possesses such a treasure. The value of this item surpassed even a third-tier epic weapon. Inside the absolutely safe protective barrier, Mo Yan's gaze instantly turned as sharp as a blade. He locked onto the third elder, whose movements had momentarily faltered from shock, and formed hand seals. Violent wind elements gathered instantly. Boom. A massive cyan wind blade condensed to its utmost. Wind's wound tore through the air with a piercing screech and slashed fiercely into the third elder. 8,273. The third elder was shaken by the pheroxidin expected damage, his chi and blood churning. He stared in horror at Mo Yan within the barrier, feeling a strong threat for the first time. Had the void burial from before not been his full power? Mo Yan was also sweating inwardly. The third elder's magic resistance was indeed much higher than the fourth elder's. His greatest fear now was losing control and actually killing these two elders. That would spell massive trouble. Just as the third and fourth elders were hesitating, unsure how to break through this turtle shell-like defense, cease. A roar brimming with authority and magical power exploded like a thunderclap. At the end of the street, a large squad of guards in the standard armor of the punishment department surged in like a tide, their blades drawn and gleaming coldly. Leading them was the personal guard captain of the punishment chief. Guiding them on the flank were none other than Monkey Mu Chung and a few others. By order of the punishment chief, all involved persons follow me to the court for trial immediately. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. The guard captain's gaze swept like lightning over the opposing parties on the field, finally fixing on Mo Yan and Xian Yu inside the golden barrier and the two livid Yen elders. Within the solemn courthouse, the atmosphere was so dense it could almost drip with tension. As Mo Yan and his group escorted Xian Yu into the hall, Xiao Yan, who had been waiting with anxious eyes, could no longer hold back and rushed forward with a sob. "Miss, you have suffered." Days of worry turned into torrents of hot tears. This cry struck like a red-hot branding iron, searing the faces of the Cyan clan. Situ Qing and Cyan Xiong's faces instantly turned from livid to deathly pale. With Xian Yu standing alive and well before them, the crime of unlawful detention was now an undeniable certainty, leaving no room for reprieve. The chief judge, his face as stern as still water, interrupted this poignant scene between mistress and servant. "Miss Xian Yu, is it true that the Cyan clan detained you and coerced you into forging secret weapons?" Xian Yu had already heard a brief outline of Mo Yan's plan on the way, and her mind was now crystal clear. She took a deep breath, freed herself from Xiao Yan's support, and stepped forward to bow gracefully. Her voice, clear and resolute, echoed through the silent court. "Reporting to your honor, every word is true. The Cyan clan imprisoned me in a guest room northwest of their estate, opposite the Songjia tree, forcing me to forge special equipment for them, and inquiring whether it could be mass-produced. This matter can be corroborated by the secret letter that Xiao Yan presented. I implore your honor to see through the details and uphold justice." The evidence, both human and material, was conclusive. A cold glint flashed in Judge Fang's eyes, and he was about to raise his hand to command guards. "Arrest the Cyan clan." "Hold." A drawn-out officious shout abruptly cut off Judge Fang's order. A middle-aged man clad in brocade robes with an arrogant countenance strode into the court as if no one else was present, flanked by several guards with restrained yet formidable auras. His gaze swept across the hall with a condescending scrutiny. "Greetings, Deputy City Lord Liu." Judge Fang's heart tightened, and along with all the Yuhui city officials, yamen runners, and natives, they knelt down in unison. In an instant, only Mo Yan's group of 5 Xian Yu at Xiao Yan and the crowd of curious Blue Star folks packed tightly outside the hall remained standing, as conspicuous as cranes among chickens. Deputy City Lord Lu Shuang gave a cold snort, walked straight past the kneeling crowd, and unceremoniously took the seat of honor beside the chief magistrate. He first cast a meaningful glance at the Cyan clan members, who looked as if they had received a pardon, then slowly shifted his gaze to Xian Yu, his eyes carrying a scrutiny and an imperceptible pressure. "Judge Fong, what's the hurry?" Lu Shuang spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. "Regarding the detention, since the person is here, the Cyan clan cannot deny it." However, his tone took a sudden sharp turn, becoming fierce. "The private manufacture of weapons is a heinous crime that shakes the very foundation of the state and warrants the extermination of 9 generations. How can a verdict be based on mere conjecture from a single letter?" He leaned forward slightly, his gaze hook-like, locking onto Xian Yu. "Xian Yu, this city lord asks you. You insist the Cyan clan plotted to manufacture weapons. Do you have irrefutable evidence? For instance, weapon blueprints, actual items, witnesses? Or is it merely your baseless speculation?" "Your honor, we are wronged." Cyan Xiong, seizing this lifeline, fell heavily to his knees with a thud, tears and snot streaming down his face. "City Lord Liu, please see clearly. Detaining Lady Xian Yu at the mansion was indeed because some minor flaws were discovered during the testing of the fire feather garment, requiring her assistance with adjustments. As for privately manufacturing weapons, A grave injustice. Our Cyan clan has received imperial favor for generations and is utterly loyal. How would we dare commit such treason? This is purely the Moonweave Pavilion seeking revenge through false accusation. I beg your honor to vindicate our clan. The Cyan clan members behind him kowtowed like pounding garlic, their cries of grievance filling the air. Faced with the Deputy City Lord's pressure and the Cyan clan's wails, Xian Yu remained composed. She bowed again, neither humble nor arrogant. Deputy City Lord, when the Cyan clan discovered that the flame amplification effect of the firefeather garment I crafted could be used for weapon enhancement, they repeatedly tested me, demanding I forge other equipment with similar or greater power. I knew such items were no trivial matter and might involve taboos, so I always declined. As for blueprints, before I agreed to make them, they never provided me with any. She shifted her gaze, looking directly at City Lord Lu. If what they sought wasn't of grave importance, why would the Cyan clan go so far as to detain me by force? And why would they lie to my entire Moonweave Pavilion, claiming I had long left the mansion? Your honor, do such actions not betray their guilt? I was caught in the midst of this fearful day and night that they might truly commit treason. To protect the peace of Yuhui City and uphold the Empire's law, I had no choice but to take this desperate step and sound the thunderous drum. If I have erred in judgment, I willingly accept punishment. Xian Yu's righteous demeanor won the crowd outside the hall completely to their side. Unexpectedly, a cold snort rang through the hall. Preposterous. Lu Shuang slammed the table hard, rattling the teacups. His face flushed with rage as he bellowed, based solely on testing demands, and your fearful guess you dare sound the thunderous drum to falsely accuse an entire clan of treason. Xianyu, you have some nerve? If everyone in the realm acted like you, accusing others of manufacturing weapons on mere suspicion, where would the dignity of the Tianxian Empire be? Where would the sanctity of law be? Where would order be? Everyone was startled. Even Mo Yin hadn't expected that despite the Cyan clan's detention of Xian Yu being an established fact, the Deputy City Lord seemed intent on shielding them to the end. At this moment, Xiao Yin secretly informed Mo Yin, this Deputy City Lord married a lady from the Cyan clan. He is the Cyan clan's backing in Yuhui City. Unexpectedly, there was such a connection. The strategy of combining the charges of detention and manufacturing weapons was Mo Yan's idea. Otherwise, mere unlawful confinement wouldn't have brought all the Cyan clan's key figures to court. This had unexpectedly become the loophole for the Deputy City Lord to exonerate the Cyan clan. As Mo Yin pondered how to break the deadlock, Lu Shuang's gaze shifted to him and his companions. He stood abruptly. This lord has also heard. This morning, some insolent celestial intruders brazenly stormed the Cyan residence, committed assault, and even injured 2 of the clan's elders. Are these 5 the ones before the court? What a bunch of celestial newcomers. No sooner have you arrived in Yuhui City than you refuse to abide by the rules and instead attack our residence. The gavel was slammed again, the sound ringing painfully in everyone's ears. Utterly lawless. You treat the laws of Yuhui City as if they don't exist. Guards, City Lord Lu pointed directly at Mo Yin and the others. Arrest these 5 ruffians. Throw them into the dungeons. Once this lord investigates whether they have other instigators behind them, they will be severely punished. Yes. Several fierce-looking guards stepped forward in response, their armor clashing as they advanced toward Mo Yan's group with murderous intent. This sudden reversal threw both the natives and the Blue Star people inside and outside the court into an uproar. Holy crap, they're going to arrest the Great One. This corrupt official is clearly siding with the Xi Yin family. It's over. The Great One is going to jail. This plot is way too thrilling. Mo Yan's gaze suddenly sharpened like an eagle's. Energy surged within him in an instant. Resist. That would mean immediately becoming an enemy of the entire Yuhui City authorities. A wanted notice from the Tianxian Empire would bring unimaginable consequences. Submit to arrest. He feared the Deputy City Lord would only make trouble for them later. Monkey and the others also tensed up, their palms slick with cold sweat, their gazes all fixed on Mo Yan. The guard's hand fell on Mo Yan's shoulder, the cold touch of iron armor seeping through. Mo Yan steeled himself. I absolutely cannot be thrown into prison. Dying once would be trivial, but if this Deputy City Lord keeps me locked up forever, that would be a real disaster. Just as Mo Yan was about to make a move. Hold it. A clear, composed, even slightly mocking voice like a bolt through the clouds drifted leisurely from outside the court. The voice was not loud, yet it carried a strange power that instantly drowned out all the clamor, silencing the entire court. Mo Yan's taut nerves suddenly relaxed, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Finally, they had arrived. Everyone turned to look and saw a young officer with an upright posture, clad in gleaming silver armor of the Tsangya standard, strolling in as if on a leisurely walk. His features were handsome, with a hint of an almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his lips, yet his eyes were as sharp as a blade's edge, sweeping across the room, before finally landing on City Lord Lu, whose face had instantly turned exceedingly ugly. Gao Jinli. The deputy city lord shot to his feet, a flicker of surprise and anger in his eyes. Aren't you supposed to be commanding in Songyue City? What business do you have coming to my Yuhui City? Even if you are from Songyue City, you have no right to meddle in Yuhui City's internal affairs. Gao Jianli, as if he hadn't heard the question, walked unhurriedly to the side of the hall, pulled over a chair, as if no one else were there, and sat down with an air of authority. He brushed off some non-existent dust, then slowly raised his eyes to look at him, his smile playful. Deputy City Lord Lu Shuang. You speak wrongly. I was indeed just passing through. But, he deliberately dragged out his tone, leisurely pulling a palm-sized black iron token from his bosom engraved with the Songyue emblem and the two characters supervisor. He toyed with it casually between his fingers. Before I left my city, Lord Xiao, concerned about the public order in all third-tier cities, specially bestowed this Songyue supervisor token, ordering me to take a look and see if there were any acts of duplicity, malfeasance, or even sedition occurring in the cities. His gaze like lightning swept over the trembling Xi Yin clan members and the livid Lu Shuang, his smile broadening. Huh, what a coincidence. The moment I arrive in Yuhui City, I run into this grand drama of house arrest of a maiden and suspected rebellion. Deputy City Lord Lu, tell me, isn't this most interesting? The supervisor's token. Lu Shuang's pupils constricted violently as he stared at the token as if he had seen a ghost. Before Lu Shuang could react, Gao Jianli shed his mischievous smile, his gaze turning as cold as an icy abyss. In this supervisor's opinion, the evidence in this case is clear and coherent. The Xi Yin clan's private imprisonment of an imperial citizen is already a grave crime. As for whether they are secretly stockpiling weapons and plotting rebellion, a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Simple. Seize the principal offenders, throw them into the imperial prison for interrogation, and torture them severely. Under the wooden instruments, what confession cannot be obtained? By then, whether it's weapons, blueprints, or an even bigger surprise, the truth will naturally come to light. If they are truly wronged. He paused, his tone grim. Then it will serve as a lesson for them to see who dares to defy the Empire's laws and imprison innocent citizens. Your Honor, we are wronged. Xi Yin Xiong and the others, terrified out of their wits, wailed and kowtowed desperately. There is no such thing. There is absolutely no such thing. We beg for your mercy. Mercy. Lu Shuang trembled with rage. Did he not know whether the Xi Yin clan was manufacturing weapons? But Gao Jianli's move was too ruthless. Once people were thrown into the imperial prison, who knew what truth would be fabricated? Suppressing his fury, he barked, Gao Jianli, don't you abuse your power as supervisor to act lawlessly. Lu Shuang suddenly paused, softening his tone. If this method is followed, wouldn't it mean that if anyone suspected Commander Gao of privately manufacturing weapons, they could throw you into prison too? Oh, Gao Jianli raised an eyebrow, the provocative smile on his face growing more pronounced. Deputy City Lord Lu is certainly free to suspect this supervisor. If you have the guts, go ahead and strike the thunder drum and try it. See if I've placed your mother under house arrest or kidnapped your father. Or, his gaze abruptly sharpened like a knife, his voice icy cold. You can search me right now. If you can find a single half-sheet of weapon blueprint on me, you can have my head anytime. But if it's a false accusation? He stared at Lu Shuang, enunciating each word. According to the Tianxian Code, falsely accusing an imperial supervisor is equivalent to treason. The punishment is increased by 3 degrees. Deputy City Lord Lu, would you like to give it a try? You. Lu Shuang, choked by this naked threat, turned from blue to purple. His chest heaved violently, and the finger pointing at Gao Jianli trembled, yet he could not utter a single word in rebuttal. Gao Jianli's overbearing presence and the supervisor's token in his hand made Lu Shuang cautious. The entire court fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the desperate sobs of the Xi Yin clan and the stifled gasps from outside. Lu Shuang stared intently at Gao Jianli, then swept his gaze over the kneeling, pleading Xi Yin clan and the composed Mo Yin and Xian Yuan, knowing that the day was lost. A flash of resentment and unwillingness passed through his eyes, eventually solidifying into a cold, sinister glare. He abruptly flicked his sleeve, his voice squeezed out through gritted teeth. Fine. What a fine supervisor. This case, I have already reached a verdict. The Xi Yin clan for privately imprisoning Xian Yue, the pavilion master of Moonweave Pavilion, with irrefutable evidence, is guilty beyond redemption. They are to be immediately taken into custody pending trial. Their clan's properties and mansions are to be temporarily sealed and held by the judicial office. As for whether it involves private weapon manufacturing, after they are thrown into the dungeon, interrogate them rigorously and get to the bottom of it. Court adjourned. Deputy City Lord Lu is most wise. Gao Jianli clapped his hands and chuckled lightly, then, as if just remembering, added slowly, oh right. This time Moonweave Pavilion, defying tyranny and striking the thunder drum to expose the Xi Yin clan's misdeeds, is truly a model of upholding the laws of our Tianxian Empire. And these young friends from another world, seeing injustice on the road, bravely charging into the tiger's den to rescue the hostage, have made an indelible contribution. City Lord Bai has always been clear in rewards and punishments. As his deputy acting on behalf of Yuhui City Deputy City Lord Liu wouldn't want these loyal and brave people who have rendered service to the Empire and to Yuhui to feel disheartened and resentful, would you? The veins on Lu Shuang's forehead bulged. He wished he could tear the face off Gao Jianli. Taking several deep breaths, he barely suppressed the fury that threatened to erupt and almost choked out the order. Rewards. Moonweave Pavilions Xian Yu and Xiao Yan for meritorious reporting are rewarded with 100 amethyst gold coins. The otherworldly adventurers Yi Cha Yan Yun Mu Cheng Wei Tian Yi Chi Ju, Xinjiang Mu Yi Ming, and Bai Shou Yu Du for assisting in solving the case and bravely rescuing the witness, are rewarded with 100 amethyst gold coins. Bronze grade standard equipment, 300 pieces. He practically gritted his teeth as he recited the list of rewards, then, without sparing anyone a glance, stormed off. His retreating figure was steeped in humiliation and towering rage. Gao Jianli watched Lu Shuang's departing back, a victorious smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and shot a job done look at Mo Yin and the others. As the Yamen runners escorted the ashen-faced Xi Yin clan members away, the crowd outside erupted into chaos. Holy crap. Awesome. The Great One is awesome. Commander Gao is awesome. What a plot twist. It got my blood pumping. The Deputy City Lord's face was so green, so satisfying. But does anyone know what those amethyst gold coins are? So out of touch. Amethyst gold is a currency more valuable than gold coins. 1 amethyst gold coin equals 100 gold coins. The Great One just got rich. Great One, let me latch onto your thigh. This plot is too epic. I'm going to record this and post it on the forum. The Xi Yin family is finished. Can the Great One and his crew basically do whatever they want in Yuhui City now? Amidst the clamorous discussions, Mo Yan's gaze met Gao Jianli's across the air, a silent understanding passing between them. This thrilling court confrontation had finally ended with the downfall of the Xi Yin clan and the Deputy City Lord's humiliation. Xian Yu once again expressed her profound gratitude to Mo Yin and his 5 companions. With a lingering glance, she addressed Mo Yin softly. Benefactor, your great kindness is etched in my heart. If you have leisure, please do visit the Moonweave Pavilion for a chat. With these words, Xi and Xiao Yin departed, their graceful figures fading from the court under the gaze of the crowd. As the clamor subsided, the vast court was left with only Mo Yan's 5-member squad. Mo Yin looked at the pile of bronze equipment and gold coins bestowed by the Deputy City Lord as a reward. Just as he was about to propose an equal share, Monkey, Juechen, Maching, and Yiming, as if by prior agreement, waved their hands in unison. Brother Yin, you keep it. Monkey grinned, jumping in to answer first. After running dungeons and farming with you these past few days, I'm already tired of wearing silver tier gear, but still want these bronze pieces. We trust you with the money. Well, ask when we need it. Yiming adjusted his glasses and stated succinctly, centralized fund management is more efficient. Juechen and Maching also nodded with smiles. Seeing this, Mo Yin didn't refuse further and pocketed the 100 purple gold coins. But looking at the mountain of 300 pieces of bronze equipment, he frowned slightly. This stuff took up space and wasn't edible. He immediately initiated a communication with the Dragon Clan Black Dragon. When the other party heard 300 pieces of bronze equipment, his voice shot up an octave. Holy crap. Brother Yin, did you raid some NPC's arsenal? Or did you rob the system shop? Quest reward, no big deal, Mo Yin said nonchalantly. How many can you take? There was a few seconds of silence on Black Dragon's end, as if he was rapidly calculating inventory and guild capacity. 200 pieces. 200 at most. Any more, and I'm afraid my brothers will have to farm materials till the cows come home to settle the bill. Deal 200 it is, Mo Yin agreed readily. Let's do 6 gold coins, each total 1200 gold. Don't pay me, convert it all into enhancement stones. 6000 enhancement stones. Black Dragon gasped, his voice trembling. My god. Brother Yin, are you planning to eat enhancement stones for breakfast? Is the demand really that huge later on? He couldn't fathom who could consume such an astronomical number of enhancement stones at this stage. The path of enhancement is about accumulating steps to reach 1,000 miles. Preparedness ensures safety. Mo Yan's tone was resolute. He knew well the terrifying quantity needed for high-tier equipment enhancement in the future. Stockpiling now was the perfect move. All right. You're the boss, you call the shots. Black Dragon sighed in resignation, but agreed if you get any silver tier gear later, the Dragon Clan gets first pick. Don't let outsiders have it. Don't worry. Mo Yin ended the call, looking at the remaining 100 bronze equipment pieces. After a moment's thought, he found a vacant spot right by the imposing gates of the punishment department and set up a street stall openly. He priced each piece at 7 gold coins, significantly lower than the market rate, as a token of thanks to the citizens of Yuhui City for their support during the Tubao incident. After all, with 100 purple gold coins equivalent to 100 gold coins in hand, the squad was not short on funds in the short term. He sent a concise and impactful message in the Yuhui City channel, Yuhui City channel Yishianyan clearance sale, At punishment department gate, 100 bronze equipment pieces, 7 gold each. First come, first served. The moment the message was out, the channel exploded. Countless comments flooded the screen. Holy crap. The great Yin Yun is setting up a stall. 7 gold. Cheaper than the auction house. Wait for me. On my way. Great one, save one for me. Coordinates. Send coordinates. In the blink of an eye, the punishment department gate was swarming with people. However, the first target of the surging crowd was often not the equipment. They excitedly surrounded Mo Yin, vying to shake hands, take photos, and ask for autographs, their excitement palpable. The equipment sale scene had turned into a full-blown fan meeting. Monkey and the other 3 found it hilarious and decided to skip leveling to stay and help. Monkey, with his loud voice, took charge of shouting orders and maintaining order. Juechen and Maching helped display the equipment, and Yiming, skilled in calculations, naturally took on the role of collecting payments and keeping accounts with swift precision. Mo Yin, in contrast, became the most leisurely, one like a mascot surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd, a resigned yet gentle smile on his face as he patiently fulfilled the fans' requests. When the last piece of equipment was sold, the uproar finally subsided. The 5 exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes a fatigue deeper than after a high-intensity dungeon run. Wrap it up. Back to the hotel. Gotta sleep till the cows come home. Monkey shouted exaggeratedly, rubbing his cheeks stiff from smiling. The group dragged their tired but satisfied steps and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. No sooner had Mo Yin sat down in his hotel room than a soft knock came at the door. Opening it, he saw the valiant and spirited Gao Jianli. Lord Gao. Mo Yin quickly bowed in greeting. Today's matter, thanks to your timely. Spare me. Gao Jianli caught Mo Yin's arm with a hearty laugh. It was a simple favor. Besides, it was your own clever scheme and timely message. I just went with the flow, using the city lord's inspector token to make an appearance. He entered the room and casually pulled up a chair. Gao Jianli's visit was no coincidence. After confirming Xian Yu was trapped by the Cyan clan, Mo Yin had contacted this powerful ally had met in Sanyue City early the next morning. Upon hearing that a local clan dared to be so lawless, Gao Jianli was furious. He immediately reported to the city lord and successfully obtained the game-changing inspector token. The two had already agreed on an approximate time for Gao Jianli's arrival in Yuhui City, leading to that brilliant reversal in court. Gao Jianli's smile faded, and he turned serious. Brother Mo, you handled this beautifully. The city lord despises nothing more than this kind of collusion between officials and clans to oppress the innocent. If old Bai of Yuhui City hadn't been ambushed years ago and severely injured, forcing him into seclusion to recover, scum like Lu Shuang wouldn't have been able to seize power and allow the Cyan clan to run amok. He shifted his tone, a hint of gravity in his voice. However, Lu Shuang is a vengeful man with a heart as narrow as a needle's eye. You've made him lose face this time. He will surely hold a grudge. In Yuhui City, you must be extra cautious. If you can reach level 30 quickly and head to the main city of Sanyue, that would be the best course. That is where your true stage lies. Thank you for the warning, Brother Gao. Mo Yin keenly caught his change and address for City Lord Bai. You mentioned City Lord Bai's injury. Is it very serious? Gao Jianli sighed, a worried frown on his brow. It has damaged his very foundation. It's an extremely insidious earth attribute curse energy eroding his internal organs. We've searched far and wide for renowned physicians and used countless heavenly treasures over the years, but we can only barely sustain his life force. There's no sign of improvement. Unless we can find a treasure containing pure high-grade earth attribute source energy to dispel the curse and nourish his foundation. A treasure of earth attribute source energy. Mo Yan's heart stirred. He immediately retrieved an item from his backpack. It was the dark gold scale covered in mysterious patterns he had obtained from the depths of the Yunming Swamp Dragon Lair. Brother Gao, do you think this item might be of use? Mo Yan handed the scale over. As Gao Jianli took the scale and his fingertips touched it, he immediately felt a deep, heavy, yet incredibly pure earth attribute energy faintly emanating from it. A sharp light burst from his eyes. After a moment of careful sensing, he could hardly contain his excitement. This is an ancient earth attribute dragon scale imbued with draconic aura. Although much of its source energy has dissipated, the quality of this power is extremely high, far surpassing ordinary earth attribute treasures. Perhaps it could play a key role in healing old Bai. He looked up sharply at Mo in a hint of urgency and apology in his eyes. Brother Gu, this item is precious. I came in haste and don't have anything of equal value to trade. Could you lend it to me for now? When you arrive in Sanyue City, I will repay you tenfold. Mo Yin waved his hand without hesitation. Brother Gao, you're being too serious. Please take this scale. If you hadn't stepped in so righteously today, we might not have escaped. Consider this a small token of my gratitude for your help. There's no need to speak of repayment. Gao Jianli looked deeply at Mo Yin, the admiration in his eyes almost overflowing. From the undead incident in Qingfeng village to today's court session, the abilities and character this young man had displayed had earned his utmost respect. Good. Fine, lad. I Gao Jianli will remember this debt. When you get to Tsang US City, your big brother will have your back. However, his tone turned, brooking no argument. One thing is another. We'll discuss compensation when you get here. That's settled. Yes, Lord Gao. Call me brother, not lord. Gao Jianli deliberately put on a stern face. Yes, brother Gao. Mo Yin laughed too. By the way, Gao Jianli remembered something and lowered his voice. The city lord takes the matter of the dark elves you warned us about very seriously. Our covert investigations have indeed uncovered some clues pointing to certain ancient secret organizations. However, the other party operates with extreme secrecy. The trail is intermittent and the implications seem deep. We are still investigating thoroughly. I'll inform you of any major developments. The two chatted for a while about the situation in Tsang US City. Worried about City Lord Bei's injury after obtaining the dragon scale, Gao Jianli took his leave hastily. After seeing Gao Jianli off, Mo Yin felt his spirits had recovered somewhat. Remembering Xian Yu's invitation, he set off for the Moonweave Pavilion. As soon as he entered the shop, the staff enthusiastically ushered him into the inner chamber, their gratitude evident. In the inner chamber, a refreshed Xian Yu was seated in the main position. Free from the haggardness of her imprisonment, she appeared even more radiantly beautiful. Seeing Mo Yin, she rose and bowed gracefully. My benefactor has arrived. I failed to welcome you properly. The grace of saving my life will never be forgotten. Mo Yin made a gesture to support her. Miss Xian Yue, you are too kind. I was merely entrusted with a task and fulfilled my duty. The deep affection your staff holds for you shows your genuine kindness in daily dealings. Xian Yu covered her lips and chuckled softly, her eyes shimmering, making the whole room seem brighter. My benefactor, please don't tease me. With a graceful flick of her hand, a gift box radiating a soft glow appeared in her palm. This is a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it, my benefactor. A crisp system notification chimed in Mo Yan's mind. Congratulations on completing the epic quest, the Gloom of Moonweave Pavilion. As the first player on the server to complete an epic quest, you receive a bonus reward, free attribute points 5, lifespan 3 years. Obtain unique title Epic Hero. Increases final damage dealt by 5. The system will broadcast your glorious achievements across the entire server. Hide name. If not hidden, you will receive an additional 100 world reputation. Yes, no. Mo Yin answered without hesitation. Lay low. Not an option. The next moment, a majestic server-wide announcement echoed through every corner of the Holy Origin World server. Announcement: congratulations to Yishianyan for successfully completing an epic quest, becoming the first pioneer on this server to complete an epic quest. Special rewards: unique title Epic Hero experience 20,000, free attribute points 5, lifespan 3 years, world reputation 100. May all players continue to strive and reach new heights. The world channel instantly exploded. Tonglao Xingjua, holy crap. The great Yin Yun is awesome. Huashan. Bro, that ID combined with your comment is seriously unsettling. Haha, Huashan, you're missing the point. The great one is on the news again. Epic quest, I can't even imagine the amazing rewards. Yingguishan Wang Baka. Just luck. The super warrior of our great Sakura Empire is about to emerge. Yishianyan's glory ends here. Countless messages of all worship and envy flooded the screen. Mo Yan's gaze, however, was already firmly fixed on the item inside the gift box in Xian Yu's hand. A simple, ancient-looking leather belt with a flowing dark gold luster. Miracle Belt special item, unique effect, life sublimation. Increases wearer's final HP by 30. Increases final HP by 30. Mo Yan's heart shook violently. This was an extremely rare percentage-based stat bonus. Based on his current HP of 2500, this belt alone would provide a direct HP boost of 7500. As his level increased, the effect would become even more astonishing. More importantly, it occupied a special item slot, not taking up regular equipment slots, and its value would only grow more terrifying as his base stats increased. Even in the late game, it would undoubtedly be a divine artifact coveted by top-tier tanks. Mo Yin immediately thought of Juechen. This artifact could be given to him later. It wasn't that Mo Yin was unwilling to give it to Juechen now, but he knew that given Juechen's personality, he would never accept this belt. He would wait until their bond was stronger and find the right opportunity to give it to him. Compared to a low-tier epic equipment piece that would eventually be phased out, this miracle belt was several times more valuable. It also made Mo Yin immensely satisfied with the generous rewards from this epic quest. Seeing the delight in Mo Yan's eyes, Xian Yu smiled and brought out 2 pre-prepared packages. My benefactor, the packages you commissioned are also finished. Mo Yin took them. The ordinary toad pack had its space increased to 100 slots, doubling its capacity. As for the blood nether pack made from the blood nether toad sack, its internal space had reached an astonishing 1,000 slots. That was a full 20 times the capacity of the initial pack. The storage problem that had plagued him was finally solved. After thanking her again, Mo Yin left the Moonweave Pavilion with his bountiful gains. The pavilion returned to tranquility. Xiao Yin served Xian Yu a cup of fragrant tea, then fell to her knees with a thud, her voice choked with tears and full of self-reproach. Miss, this servant was incompetent, failed in her duty, and allowed you to fall into danger and suffer such humiliation. This servant deserves 1,000 deaths. Please punish me severely. At this moment, Xian Yu sat upright in the main seat. The gentle grace she had shown before Mo Yin had completely faded, replaced by a dignified aura of one accustomed to authority and a commanding noble presence. She looked down at Xiao Yin, who was kneeling before her gaze deep as a cold pool. Rise. Her voice was calm and unruffled, yet carried an undeniable power. This was not your fault. Xiao Yin rose as instructed, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes, but a flame of hatred now burned within them. Miss, that Cyan clan. How dare they? Xian Yu picked up her teacup, gently skimming away the floating tea leaves with an elegant and composed motion. She looked out the window towards the direction of the Cyan clan mansion, a bone-chilling, murderous intent flickering deep in her eyes. Her voice was soft, but each word fell like a shard of ice. Ants jumping about, courting their own destruction. If it weren't for the trial period not yet being over. No matter. We shall allow them to live a few more months. Ladies and gentlemen, I had originally planned to livestream the writing of the level 20 dungeon tonight, but the day before yesterday, while I was washing dishes, I was accused of violating the rules. Speechless. My livestream room has been banned for 30 days. If you have any updates, please leave your comments or notes here. As a spoiler, the female lead has already appeared. Candidate 1. Nightmare 2. Mooching 3. Xian Yu. You are all welcome to share your opinions. After a night of rest, Mo Yan's team was rejuvenated as they stepped into the dreamlike waters of the Xinglu Sea to the west of Yuhui City. The morning Xinglu Sea was indeed a sight to behold. A thin layer of dew sparkling with tiny starlight floated on the surface of the sea, and as the sunlight fell, the entire sea appeared to be covered with millions of tiny diamonds reflecting a dazzling spectrum of colors. The seawater was as clear as the purest crystal, allowing a vivid glimpse of the stunning wonders beneath. Enormous coral reefs resembled an underwater garden, blooming with fiery reds, dreamy pinks, icy whites, as well as splendid purples and deep blues swaying gracefully in the flowing light, weaving a breathtaking tapestry beyond imagination. Wow, this place must be a fairyland, right? Nightmare couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes sparkling. This is a vacation paradise. The monkey exaggeratedly spread his arms and took a deep breath of the salty air. Juechen also rarely revealed a relaxed smile, saying, fighting monsters while enjoying the scenery, this leveling spot is perfectly chosen. Even the usually calm Mu Cheng had a noticeable smile on her face. However, beneath the beauty lay hidden dangers. Their target this time was the level 20 illusion ice shell. These creatures possessed shells as crystalline as ice sculptures, yet when attacked they would exhale a faint blue mist that could confuse the mind, followed by several soft tentacle-like limbs that would whip towards their prey like whips. Mo Yin led the team, steadily appreciating the beautiful scenery while efficiently clearing monsters. The ice shell occasionally dropped a loot called Dream Pearl, which appeared to seal flowing icy mist within. Quite a sight to behold. After collecting 10 Dream Pearls, Mo Yin led everyone to a weathered small cabin by the seaside. The sea breeze howled, and the cabin creaked as if it were about to collapse at any moment. After knocking, a dark-skinned, weather-beaten boatman peeked out, his eyes filled with weariness and fatigue. Mo Yin said nothing, merely opened his palm, where 10 Dream Pearls glimmered with icy mist. The boatman's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with astonishing brilliance, his voice trembling with excitement. Dream Pearls. They are Dream Pearls. Wonderful. With them we can finally pass through that damned mist. He enthusiastically welcomed everyone into the cramped cabin and eagerly began to recount the riddle that had plagued all the nearby fishermen. The mysterious mist that lingered in the depths of the Xinglu Sea. Countless brave boatmen had attempted to explore it, yet all returned empty-handed, with some even lost within. Whoever could unveil the truth of the mist would undoubtedly be crowned the king of this sea. Ding. Task triggered. Exploring the mist of Xinglu Sea. Description: the depths of the Xinglu Sea are shrouded in a mysterious mist, becoming the ultimate riddle that fishermen compete to solve. Help the boatman Simon become the first to uncover the truth of the mist. Requirements: 1. Explore and unveil the truth of the mist in the Xinglu Sea. 2. Ensure the boatman Simon remains safe throughout. Reward: Simon grants 1 silver coin. Failure penalty: not discovering the truth, lose 100 reputation points. If Simon dies, each person loses 1 year of lifespan and can never accept this task again. After accepting the task, Simon became unusually enthusiastic, patting his chest and assuring everyone that his boat was absolutely reliable. He led everyone to the shore, pointing at a well-maintained double-decker fishing boat. Although the boat showed signs of age, every deck was polished to a shine and the ropes were neatly coiled. Simon proudly stroked the boat's edge. Look, my lemon. It's my most loyal old partner. They boarded the lemon and set off from the shore. Sunlight spilled over the shimmering sea and seagulls called as they soared past the boat. Everything was peaceful and harmonious, like a leisurely voyage. As Mo Yin and his companions entered the Holy Yuan world, the tension within them relaxed for the first time in this azure expanse. The most excited was the monkey. Wow, it's the sea. Having never seen the ocean while growing up inland, he ran back and forth on the deck, sometimes leaning over the bow to feel the sea breeze, other times rushing to the stern to take selfies with the system camera. Under his contagious excitement, even Mo Yin revealed a relaxed smile. Mu Cheng and Nightmare also enthusiastically took photos of the seascape, and the five of them rarely gathered together for a group photo, smiling brightly against the sea breeze. But joy often turns to sorrow. Before long, the overly excited monkey began to turn pale, clutching the railing and vomiting uncontrollably, mumbling, "Why didn't anyone tell me? Seasickness could be so unbearable. Ugh." In the end, he could only lie back in the cabin to rest. As the lemon sailed deeper into the Xinglu Sea, the calm was shattered. A sharp sound of water breaking echoed, and the dragon backbone fish, with sharp bony spikes on its back, leaped out of the water like an arrow aiming directly at the people on the boat. Immediately after, a colorful rainbow octopus with over 20 wriggling tentacles climbed up the boat's edge. "Prepare for battle," Mo Yin commanded in a deep voice. "Juech and Nightmare protect Simon. Mu Cheng help me clear the monsters." The upgrades from the level 20 equipment were significant. Mu Cheng's figure moved on the deck like a butterfly through flowers, and the swift thrusts of the dragon backbone fish couldn't even graze her clothes. Her fists accurately repelled the monsters. Mo Yin watched with admiration, his evaluation of her strength rising even higher. Meanwhile, he became the center of the storm, intertwining wind blades and air cannons, tearing apart any monster that dared to approach. With the powerful protection of the two, the lemon sailed unscathed into the legendary mist zone. Upon entering the mist, the world lost its color. Visibility suddenly dropped to less than 10 meters, surrounded only by swirling gray-white mist, as if the sound of the waves had been cut off, leaving only the dull sound of the boat cutting through the water, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive and eerie. At that moment, the 10 dream pearls in Mo Yan's bag automatically floated out, emitting a soft, yet penetrating icy blue light. 10 beams of light intertwined and refracted in the air, ultimately converging ahead into a clear arrow of light guiding the lemon's direction. "Incredible. It really works." Simon excitedly patted the helm. Sailing in the unknown mist, the sense of time became blurred. Suddenly, a dense and strange, buzzing sound emerged from all directions, like countless wings vibrating at high speed. Mo Yan's expression tightened, and without hesitation, he unleashed Tai Su Guizong towards the area where the sound was most concentrated. Buzz, boom. A powerful gravitational field erupted instantly. The mist was torn open for a brief moment, accompanied by several shrill cries of monsters and a system prompt. "Ding, congratulations on defeating Flying Bat Fish at a higher level, gaining 519 experience points." The gravitational force dissipated, revealing the attacker's true forms, a type of monstrous fish with massive bat-like membranes. They were filled with sharp teeth, and their crimson eyes flickered ominously in the mist. Flying Bat Fish, level 22, health 1600, mana 100, physical attack 150, physical defense 100, magical attack 100, magical defense 1050, speed 80, skills sharp-mouthed fish gills, bite with sharp fangs, dealing 190 physical damage, cooldown 4 seconds. Wing/dive at high speed, cutting with the resilient edge of their wings, dealing 200 physical damage, cooldown 7 seconds. Their attributes aren't top tier, but in the extremely low visibility of the mist, they act like silent assassins. Often by the time everyone notices, those fearsome fangs are already mere inches away. Be careful. They are very fast, appearing suddenly from the mist. Mo Yin warned loudly. Fortunately, all four reacted with remarkable quickness. Juechen stood like a rock in front of Simon and Nightmare, blocking with his shield and accurately smashing away the approaching Flying Bat Fish. Mo Yin and Mu Cheng took the initiative with wind blades howling and fists flying, knocking down the daring Flying Bat Fish one by one. Nightmare calmly monitored everyone's health, ensuring their safety. Just when they were about to pass through this area of Flying Bat Fish safely, an ear-piercing scream erupted from the cabin. "Help! There's a monster biting my butt." The monkey came tumbling out of the cabin, one hand desperately covering his mouth, clearly indicating he was experiencing seasickness again. On his back, and well, on a certain rounded area, 2 Flying Bat Fish were fiercely gnawing away. The scene was comical, yet tragically absurd. Nightmare was the first to burst into laughter. Juchen's mouth twitched as he tried to suppress his laughter. Even the usually calm and composed Mu Cheng couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Mo Yin found it both amusing and exasperating. "What are you laughing at? Hurry and save me. My butt is about to burst." The monkey cried out with a whimper, attempting to swat at the creatures on his back, though his movements were clumsy and weak from seasickness. Nightmare reacted the fastest, casting a precise rejuvenation spell on the monkey's head, green light flashing 1802. This barely stemmed his rapidly depleting health. Mo Yin and Mu Qing's attacks followed closely with wind blades and fists accurately hitting their targets, instantly killing the two biting bats. With the danger averted, the monkeys slumped onto the deck, looking both wronged and furious. You guys are so inconsiderate. It's so lively outside, yet not one of you thought to call me. I got ambushed by this damn thing. My butt is numb, he complained while cautiously rubbing his injured area. Not that he mentioned it, but the shocking scene had once again replayed in everyone's minds. Nightmare was laughing so hard, she was nearly in tears. Juechen finally couldn't hold back and burst into hearty laughter. Even Mu Qing's shoulders were shaking slightly. Mo Yin shook his head helplessly, yet the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Simon watched this group of strange, yet powerful adventurers scratching his head, and he joined in the hearty laughter. The lemon sailed onward, carrying the laughter of the group and the monkeys' protests deeper into the mist. It was unclear how long they had been navigating through the oppressive mist, where visibility was less than 10 meters. As the lemon ship broke through the last wisp of grayish-white fog, the scene before them opened up, causing everyone to instinctively hold their breath. An island resembling a crescent moon fallen into the mortal realm lay quietly in the center of the sapphire-clear sea. Surrounded by a pristine white beach as delicate as the finest pearl powder, it sparkled with a myriad of glimmers like shattered diamonds under the caress of the bright sunlight. In the center of the island, there was a vibrant primitive jungle, its lush canopy swaying gracefully in the gentle sea breeze, whispering softly, as if singing an ancient melody known to no one. By Poseidon! Simon was the first to exclaim in astonishment, gripping the ship's railing, his eyes wide as copper bells, his dark face flushed with excitement. It's an island. A beautiful island that has never been marked on any map. I, Simon D. Agi, am the first to discover it. Huh, guys, we've found treasure. He excitedly waved his arms as if he had accomplished something monumental. The fishing boat slowly approached the island, and in the crystal-clear water, everyone clearly saw on the sandy shore a creature standing tall, like a miniature iceberg, a giant phantasmal ice clam over 8 meters tall. Its shell was a masterpiece of nature's ice sculpture, nearly transparent and reflecting a chilling, piercing light with every ridge and curve. A bluish-white glow circulated within its crystalline shell, as if it contained the eternal unmelting glaciers of the polar regions and millennia of frost and snow. The two massive shells opened and closed slightly like the gates of a grand temple, each slow tremor releasing a torrent of icy, colorful mist that spread across the surrounding sea. Mo Yin used the breath probe technique, and the information about the giant beast appeared before everyone. Phantasmal Ice Clam King, Golden Boss, level 20 health, 1 hydro mana, 0 physical attack, 700 physical defense, 2 spell attack, 3 spell, defense, 2 speed, 50 skills. 1. Phantasmal Mist releases a large area of mist, significantly reducing visibility. Enemies within the mist have a chance to enter the illusion state, mistaking allies for the boss, and attacking. Cooldown 5 minutes. 2. Flickering Ice Crystals creates an ice crystal field with a radius of 40 yards, filled with countless small, deadly ice crystals. Touching the crystals inflicts 20 spell damage, can trigger multiple times, lasts 2 minutes, cooldown 5 minutes. 3. Shell Defense withdraws into its sturdy shell, increasing physical magical defense by 20 for 15 seconds, cannot attack during this time, cooldown 30 seconds. 4. Freezing Beam fires an extremely cold beam, dealing 300 spell damage, and has a chance to apply the freeze effect, unable to move, attack, cooldown 30 seconds. 5. Phantasmal Clone creates 3 illusion clones with 10 of the main bonus health to confuse enemies, cooldown 5 minutes. So this is the source of the mist, the ancestor of the phantasmal ice clam. The monkey suddenly understood. No wonder the illusion pearl can guide us. It's the same source of aura. The phantasmal ice clam king detected the intruders, and its shell suddenly snapped open. In an instant, a tenfold denser multicolored phantasmal mist surged forth like a roaring tide, instantly enveloping the waters in front of the lemon ship. At the same time, countless fine dust-like ice crystals shimmered with deadly cold light, spewing into the air. Under the cover of the mist, they quietly laid down a vast flickering ice crystal field. The boss' tactical intentions were clear. First, use the mist to conceal itself and create chaos, then use the ice crystal field to block the attack routes, forming a deadly trap. It merely needed to hide behind its sturdy shell, waiting for the enemies to be ground down by the ice crystals or confused by the illusions. This sneaky style of play was even more troublesome than the Hell Knight Pasha at level 20, a true ultimate evolution of the Mist Poison Slime King. Unfortunately, it encountered Mo Yin. Step back, don't enter the mist or the ice crystal zone. Mo Yin called out the mysterious talisman already in hand. With a terrifying spell power of 9,942 points combined with the long range provided by the passive skill Wind Whisper, 138 yards, he completely disregarded the boss' carefully laid poison circle. Berserk! Mo Yin's aura suddenly skyrocketed. Immediately after, Death Legion, 9 spectral archers exuding a strong necromantic aura formed beside him. Locking onto the massive ice-blue silhouette in the mist, Yin shook the talisman in his hand, void chains. A thick silvery energy chain pierced through the mist like a spear, accurately wrapping around the edge of the phantasmal Ice Clam King's shell as it was about to withdraw. 8,239. Stun. The cold system notification sounded. The boss shell defense skill was forcibly interrupted. Focus fire. Yin commanded, and the spectral archers began to shoot. He transformed into a mobile artillery platform, Wind Strike. Air cannon. Flowing wind stab. Various powerful spells poured out, as if they were free. In the face of absolute firepower suppression and long-range strikes, the phantasmal Ice Clam King's meticulously designed tactics appeared so feeble. It futilely shot its freezing beam, attempting to summon phantasmal clones. But under Yin's torrential attacks and the fierce firepower of the spectral archers, all resistance quickly crumbled. Cracks spread across the giant ice-blue shell, and with a reluctant wail it collapsed onto the pristine beach, dissipating into particles of light. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the phantasmal Ice Clam King at a higher level, gaining 2,860 experience points, lifespan 6 days. Ding! Congratulations to 1 Moment of Smoke and Cloud for triggering the Undead Sacrifice effect, gaining attribute points, stamina 4. As the crowd stepped onto the soft sands of Crescent Island, a grand system announcement resonated throughout the Saint Origin World server. Announcement: congratulations to the Dragon Country team, 1 Moment of Smoke and Cloud, 1 Ride Beyond Dust, Nightmare of Accounts, Mu Chung Wei Tian, and Poisonous Dagger for successfully exploring a new area, Crescent Island. As the first team in the server to discover a new area, they received special rewards, free attribute points 10, lifespan 1 year, world reputation 100. The team gained exclusive exploration rights for 24 hours on Crescent Island. After 24 hours, the jurisdiction of the island will be transferred to the Heavenly Xian Empire. The world channel instantly exploded. User 8138775808351 world. What? Exploring a new map can have this kind of treatment. 24-hour exclusive exploration rights. Does that mean everything on the island can be taken freely? This is even better than farming dungeons. The whale in a lonely island world. Awesome god. I'm the island master now. Though only for a day, haha. This Crescent Island has a nice name. The scenery must be magnificent. Screenshots. Please share screenshots. Your uncle's Sun World, Smoke and Cloud, please share the coordinates. Willing to pay for island sightseeing tickets. I just want to see the scenery. I promise not to take anything. With a sincere face. Yamamatakan World, I see. There's a hidden map exploration mechanism. All major guild expedition teams, let's move. The next discoverer of a new continent will be our Cherry Blossom Empire. Simon picked up a handful of white sand, then touched the peculiar rock, his face radiating pure joy and pride. This is amazing. This is incredible. Thanks, guys. Without you, I might never have unraveled the secret of the mist or discovered such a beautiful treasure island. I'm gonna go back and show off to old Roger Bigbeard and the others. I, Simon, am truly the best sailor in the Stardew Sea, without a doubt. He walked to the side of the lemon ship, patted the hull vigorously, and then dragged out a small, incredibly cute boat. Its hull painted in black and white with the bow carved into the head of a panda hugging a bamboo, looking lifelike. This panda boat instantly captured the hearts of Nightmare of Accounts and Mu Chung Wei Tian, their eyes lighting up. Here, this is the reward I promised you, and a small boat for your return trip. Nightmare looked at Simon, who was piloting the somewhat lonely lemon ship alone, unable to help, but asked concernedly, Uncle Simon, are you really okay going back alone? The sea monsters. Simon handed the rope to Yin, grinning, and said, Don't worry about me. I grew up in these waters. I could avoid those big guys' nests with my eyes closed. I wish you all the best in treasure hunting on the island. Simon laughed heartily, thumping his sturdy chest. The sea god blesses the bravest sailors. I'm going back to become the king of ships. Off I go. He waved his hand gracefully and turned the ship's bow. The lemon ship broke through the calm sea, carrying this proud sailor, the first to discover Crescent Island, on his way home. As the phantasmal Ice Clam King perished, the heavy mist shrouding Crescent Bay completely dissipated. Golden sunlight poured down unobstructed, coating the white sands, azure waters, lush jungles, and rugged rocks with a warm and dazzling glow, making the entire island look like a picturesque fairyland. Yin retracted his gaze and looked deep into the island, his eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, our 24 hours have begun. Every inch of land on this island, every cave, every forest, could hold surprises waiting for us. Let's make haste, the sweep begins. As his words fell, the 5 members of the team darted toward the mysterious and bountiful embrace of Crescent Island like cheetahs released from a trap. The colossal form of the magic ice shell king dissipated into a white radiance, leaving behind 2 pieces of equipment on the ground that shimmered with an extraordinary luster. Mo Yin stepped forward and picked them up, their attributes displayed in the Team Channel. Icebone, Dagger, Gold grade, level requirement, 20 class requirement, Night Walker effect 1, physical attack, 720730 magic attack, 480500 effect 2, strength 35 effect 3, critical hit, chance, 10 effect 4, ice spike passive. Attacks deal an additional 10 ice elemental damage with a small chance to freeze the target. Phantom Shoes, Gold grade, level requirement, 20 class requirement, universal for magic users, effect 1, I physical defense, 210230 magic defense, 210230 effect 2, agility 32 effect 3, healing hands passive, increases healing effect by 10 effect 4, phantom clone, creates 2 phantom clones with 10 of the user's HP, controllable, deal no damage or healing. Holy crap, a gold dagger with freezing damage. Monkey's eyes were practically glued to the Icebone dagger's stats, and he was almost drooling. Mo Yin smiled and tossed the dagger to him. Here, you can use it at level 20. Monkey fumbled to catch it. Thanks, Yin Go. He caressed the icy blade like a precious treasure, feeling the faint chill grinning from ear to ear, as if he could already envision his glorious transformation into the Frost Thief Saint. Mo Yin picked up the Phantom Shoes, which radiated a mesmerizing luster. Their stats were slightly higher than the nether boots he was wearing. Before he could speak, Accounting Nightmare said softly, Mo Yin, these shoes are better than yours. You should use them first. Her voice was still soft, but sincere. Mo Yin looked at her, his expression turning serious yet gentle. Nightmare, I appreciate the thought, but since we're a team, equipment should go to whoever benefits most from it. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear to everyone. These Phantom Shoes have effects that increase healing and create decoys to confuse enemies. Healing is useless in my hands. Only in yours can they reach their full potential. Of course, if there's equipment suited for me, I won't be shy about taking it either. He paused, his gaze burning with unwavering conviction. We're going to be the strongest 5-man team. That requires everyone to grow stronger, not just me. Understand? His words, like a pebble dropped into a still lake, stirred ripples in the hearts of the other 4. Riding Alone nodded firmly, his eyes resolute. Mu Chung Wei Tian's cool gaze also flickered with a gleam of recognition. Accounting Nightmare's cheeks flushed slightly as she silently took the Phantom Shoes and murmured, I understand. Monkey clutched the Icebone dagger tightly in one hand and thumped his chest with the other. Yin Go, he'll work hard. From now on, if you say go west, I won't go east. If you tell me to steal someone's gear, I'll strip them down to their birthday suit. He then puckered his lips exaggeratedly, pretending to blow Mo Yin a kiss. Watching Monkey's grinning face draw closer with a mischievous look, Mo Yin's mouth twitched. Swift as lightning, he extended 2 fingers and precisely pressed them against Monkey's forehead, pushing him an arm's length away. Stop. That's absolutely unnecessary. Keep your dagger safe and don't freeze yourself. The group burst into laughter and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Next, the team began a meticulous search of the area. The domain of the magic Ice Shell King was indeed extraordinary. Soon they discovered its lair at the entrance of a cave half hidden by a massive crystal of ice. Stepping into the ice cave, the cold intensified. The walls were covered in thick, shimmering layers of ice. Deep within the cave, a small piece of Millennium Frost ice radiating extreme cold lay quietly on an ice platform. Beside it were over a dozen large, perfectly round pearls. Each pearl exuded a warm, yet dazzling luster and felt icy to the touch. The system indicated these were supreme ice pearls nurtured over eons by the magic Ice Shell King and were highly coveted by noble ladies. Mo Yin asked the 2 girls in the team if any of them liked the pearls. Mu Chung Wei Tian tossed her neat ponytail without even glancing at them. Gaudy and impractical. They just get in my way. Accounting Nightmare, however, picked up a pearl and examined it closely, feeling its cool, smooth surface with her fingertips before gently putting it down with a sigh. They're beautiful, but they feel like holding a pile of stones you can't eat or wear. I'd rather have solid gold coins. That's more reassuring. She was already calculating how much these pearls would fetch at the auction house. Mo Yin chuckled. The 2 girls in his team, one spirited and efficient, the other pragmatic and money-minded, both had distinct personalities. He deftly stored the pearls and the valuable Millennium Frost ice into his backpack. All right, we'll deal with these later. Leaving the frozen land, the team pressed on without pause. Near the crater of a dormant volcano, a wave of scorching heat greeted them. Using their experience, they found the deeply hidden essence of mystic iron, advanced forging material, and a small cluster of flame source, consumable, pulsating with blazing fire among the cracks of the hot rocks. Consuming it would permanently increase fire skill damage by 5. This was definitely a treasure that fire mages dreamed of. Next, deep within a mysterious damp cave filled with stalactites, they discovered 5 water-repelling pearls, special item emitting a soft, blue, watery luster. When worn, they allowed free breathing underwater and created a barrier essential for exploring aquatic areas. Time flew by during the intense and efficient exploration. More than half of the 24-hour limit had already passed. Now only the vast, uncharted jungle area marked at the map's core remained. As the five stepped into the edge of this ancient jungle, it felt as if they had instantly crossed a temporal barrier, entering a forgotten, vibrant, yet mysterious green kingdom. Towering trees soared into the sky, their trunks so thick they required several people to encircle. The layered canopy of leaves was like a lid, fragmenting the sky into pieces. Only sporadic golden beams of light stubbornly pierced through the dense foliage, slanting down to cast dappled, ever-shifting patterns of light and shadow on the ground, which was thickly carpeted with decaying leaves. The air was thick enough to ring out, mixing the sweet smell of earth, the astringent scent of plant sap, and the unique aroma of rotting leaves, a raw, rich fragrance that assailed the nostrils. The ground underfoot was soft and spongy, every step sank in slightly. Countless thick vines like giant pythons hung from the high branches, tightly coiled around tree trunks, or interwoven into huge verdant nets that blocked the path, requiring careful pushing aside or circumventing. Squeak! Crash! Suddenly, a dense rustling of leaves overhead shattered the local stillness. Several agile black figures darted and leaped through the forest at incredible speed. They were covered in sleek black fur that shimmered with a metallic sheen in the fragmented sunlight penetrating the forest. These apes were robust, their movements swift as the wind as they vaulted and swung through the branches light as if they had no weight. Their bright, deep eyes gleamed with cunning and vigilance as they moved rapidly. They were level 23 wisdom monkeys. Be careful. These monkeys seem tricky, Yin warned the group. Everyone immediately entered combat mode, cautiously dealing with the harassing wisdom monkeys while struggling through the dense jungle in search of the hidden treasures of this primeval forest. The jungle was astonishingly vast. After walking for a long time, a colossal tree suddenly loomed before them. At the center of its massive trunk was a gaping, enormous tree hollow. The bark around the hollow's edge looked as if it had been violently torn open by the claws of a giant beast, curling outward in a jagged manner, revealing the pitch-black, bottomless darkness within. That darkness was so thick it seemed to devour light, emanating an ancient, damp, and strangely foul odor, like a massive maw leading to an unknown abyss. Yin swept a sharp gaze across the cave entrance and said in a low voice, "It seems the boss is hiding within this giant tree. Let's clear out these troublesome minions first." Before his words faded, the talisman in his hand already glowed with a faint light. Air cannon and wind blade struck with precision, each shot accompanied by the wail of a wisdom monkey collapsing to the ground, astonishingly efficient. The other four were not unwilling to help, but all were melee fighters. The only ranged option, Ledger Nightmare, dealt less damage than Yin's basic attack. They stood guard around Yin, vigilant against any ambush from tree hollows or the forest. Just as the last few wisdom monkeys were about to be wiped out, a sudden change occurred. Whoosh! A shadow as condensed as ink, carrying a piercing shriek through the air, shot out from the depths of the tree hollow. Its speed left only a blur on the retina. The shadow crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud, shaking leaves into the air. As the dust settled, a massive black ape emerged, its body covered in steel-like pitch-black short fur with bulging muscles. Its arms, particularly the elongated ones extending past its knees, were astonishingly thick, with knobby joints like hammers gleaming with a metallic sheen. Long-armed ape, gold BOSS, level 25 health, 2-0 mana, physical attack, 4,100 physical defense, 2,700 magic attack, 800 magic defense, 2,200 speed, 170 skills 1. Long arms passive. The long-armed ape's arms possess the power to tear space. When attacking with its arms, it deals an additional 20 final physical damage. 2. Void flash active locks onto a target, instantly tears through space for a short dash, and the next attack deals 250 physical damage. Cooldown 15 seconds. 3. Quake strike active leaps high, gathers earthy yellow light in its fists and smashes down like a meteor on the target area, causing debris attacks that each deal 60 physical damage. Cooldown 25 seconds. 4. Mad Ape Dance active enters a berserk state, increasing attack speed by 20 and movement speed by 20 for 12 seconds. During this time, each attack has a chance to trigger an additional attack, dealing 60 of the original damage. Cooldown 3 minutes. 5. Sonic Fist active. Unleashes a fist as fast as sound, dealing 320 physical damage. Cooldown 20 seconds. However, the commotion within the tree hollow did not cease. A figure contrasting sharply with the long-armed ape stepped out of the shadows with steady rhythmic steps. This was a slightly smaller ape with fur flowing like moonlight, shimmering with silver radiance. Its posture was elegant and composed, its gaze deep and wise like a sage, controlling the entire situation. Most striking was the fan in its hand, woven from countless banana leaves. Wisdom Ape Gold BOSS, level 25 health, 2-0 mana, physical attack, 1,500 physical defense, 2,200 magic attack, 4,400 magic defense, 2,800 speed, 140 skills 1. Nature's Bond passive. When the Wisdom Ape is within the giant tree's domain, 50 meter radius around the tree, its mana recovery rate increases by 50 and spell power by 10. 2. Vine control active controls vines dealing 300 magic damage. Cooldown 12 seconds. 3. Wind's blessing active applies a buff to a single target or itself for 3 minutes, increasing movement speed by 10. Cooldown 2 minutes. 4. Thorn barrier active instantly grows a thorny barrier in a designated area, lasting 8 seconds. Enemies passing through the barrier take 300 magic damage and are slowed by 30. Cooldown 20 seconds. 5. Life drain active selects an enemy, draining them for 5 seconds, it dealing 80 magic damage per second, and healing the wisdom ape or a designated ally for half the damage dealt. Cooldown 8 minutes. Unexpectedly, this was a lair with dual gold BOSSES, the long-armed ape focused on physical attacks, and the wisdom ape on support and magic, forming a formidable combination. Mo Yan's eyes narrowed and he made a swift decision. They'll take care of the wisdom ape first. You all hold off the long-armed ape. Before his words ended, he pointed his talisman at the wisdom ape and void chain shot out like a silver streak of light. However, the wisdom ape reacted swiftly, lightly tapping its banana leaf fan on the ground. Several thick vines instantly surged, coiling like spirit snakes precisely toward the silver chain. The silver chain and vines collided violently in midair, entwining and eventually dissipating together. The void chain was intercepted. Simultaneously, a green light flashed on the wisdom ape and Wind's blessing was already cast on itself, making its figure appear even more ethereal and agile. Its eyes full of wisdom locked tightly onto Mo Yan, filled with cold vigilance. This boss has incredible combat intelligence. It actually knows to use vines to block the void chain. Mo Yan's heart sank, realizing he faced a tough opponent. His focus sharpened instantly. He had to finish this quickly. The moment Mo Yan acted, battle erupted on the other side. Roar! The long-armed ape's crimson eyes locked onto the nearest target, Juechen, and with a furious roar, it activated Void Flash. Its massive body blurred eerily, leaving an afterimage in place, and the next instant it appeared before Juechen with a gust of air-tearing malice. Yet someone was faster than the long-armed ape. Just as its attack descended, a ghostly figure appeared like a teleport above its broad back. It was Monkey. Take this. Monkey shouted, his silver dagger gleaming with chilling light as he viciously stabbed at the giant ape's relatively vulnerable neck. 1. A glaring absurd force damage number floated up. Damn. Still can't break through. What the hell? Monkey stared at the glaring one, nearly fuming with rage. His attack power of 1834 was still a joke against the long-armed ape's 2700 physical defense. The long-armed ape seemed surprised by such speed. Its counterattack was swift. It swung its left fist backward heavily. Monkey's hair stood on end. Just as the massive fist connected, he used his astonishing speed of 373 to push off the ape's fur, with his feet launching backward like an arrow from a bow, narrowly dodging the blow that would have crushed him into a pancake. The punch's wind swept past his previous position, the force stinging his cheeks. Realizing he couldn't pose a real threat to the BOSS, Monkey's eyes darted, and he immediately changed direction. Comrades, I'll just have to hold off those wisdom monkeys for you. Take care of yourselves. Before his words faded, his figure blurred, leaving a trail of afterimages as he charged at the still lurking wisdom monkeys, trying to interfere with the battle. He was like a tiger among sheep, his figure weaving at high speed among the monkeys, his silver dagger turning into streaks of cold light. 534. 534. 534. Damage numbers kept floating up. Though he couldn't harm the BOSS, he was more than enough for these minions. You like watching the show, huh? Blame your boss for being too tough-skinned, he'll take it out on you. Monkey muttered incessantly as he stabbed, rapidly venting his frustration. The long-armed ape stayed close behind Monkey as the aggro was now on the single point of damage Monkey had inflicted. Watching Monkey lead the rampaging boss on a chase through the woods, occasionally stabbing nearby minions and cursing under his breath. Muching Wei-Tian twitched the corner of her mouth and couldn't help but tease Monkey's mental state. Shouldn't we call a psychiatric hospital to book a bed in advance? Even Ledger Nightmare, who had been tense and ready to heal, let out a chuckle at that, easing her nerves slightly. Juechen shouted toward Monkey's frantic escape, "Route Monkey. Take it easy. Don't get flattened into a monkey pancake." His tone was a mix of exasperation and amusement. Meanwhile, the magical duel between Mo Yan and the wisdom ape had reached a fever pitch. Seeing his void chain precisely intercepted by the ape's vines, Mo Yan's gaze remained unflinching. He casually raised his talisman, and a condensed air cannon roared forth, tearing through the air toward the target. However, the wisdom ape, now glowing with Wind's blessing, increased its speed abruptly. Its long silver arm grabbed a hanging vine like lightning, swinging its body nimbly aside. The air cannon grazed its flowing silver fur and struck the giant tree trunk, exploding into wood chips and green light. Just as it swung away and was about to land, a bronze sarcophagus engraved with ancient death runes suddenly materialized in the void. Thick, deathly aura like tangible shackles crashed down with overwhelming force. Burial. 8561. The wisdom ape's elegant form froze abruptly, as if slapped to the ground by an invisible giant hand. Its banana leaf fan blazed with green light, attempting to resist the suppression of death, its body trembling violently under the bronze coffin's shadow, its silver fur stained with dust. Now, Mo Yin mentally urged, having already activated Berserk, which shrouded him in dangerous black mist. As the bronze coffin descended, his void talisman flashed with purple light, instantly crossing space to imprint precisely on the wisdom ape's pain-twisted brow. Void mark. A 10-second damage amplification mark. The suppressed wisdom ape's eyes flickered with frantic wisdom. Driven by survival instinct, it swung its banana leaf fan desperately, which erupted with blinding light. SSSSSH. Several arm-thick, thorn-covered, deep green thorns burst from the ground, like venomous dragons rapidly weaving into a dangerous thorn barrier to block the fatal strike. Yet Mo Yan's killing blow had already arrived. Annihilation Finger. A low, deathly chant echoed. A dazzling, pure white light gathered at Mo Yan's left fingertip, then condensed into a beam so intense it seemed to pierce the void, shooting silently, yet lightning fast, toward the thorn barrier. The seemingly resilient thorn barrier was like paper before this white light of death instantly pierced and disintegrated into scattered green energy fragments. The white beam continued unabated, plunging deep into the wisdom ape's marked chest. 33,728. X2. A crimson critical hit number soared up. By luck, this strike triggered the 10 critical chance of the void staff. At the same time, 9 skeletal archers summoned unseen and wreathed in black mist materialized behind Mo Yin. They moved in unison, drawing bows made of bone and black fog. Whoosh! 9 bone arrows cold with deathly aura tore through the air, with shrill screams precisely covering the wisdom ape. 4728 by 9. Dense damage numbers floated up like rain. The secondary damage of burial triggered in time. 9,637. Under the relentless assault, the wisdom ape broke free from the bronze coffin's grip, but was on its last legs. Its once wise eyes now held only bitter resentment and a hint of madness. It pointed its banana leaf fan at Mo Yin, shooting a sinister life-draining green ray. Life drain. Mo Yin didn't dodge, or a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just as the green ray was about to touch him, a thin, yet impenetrable green light shield flared around him. Mystic protection. The green ray vanished like a stone dropped into the sea, silently absorbed by the shield without a ripple. With all its tricks exhausted, the light in the wisdom ape's eyes dimmed completely. Under the onslaught from Mo Yin and the skeletal archers, it let out a reluctant cry, and its massive silver body crashed to the ground, stirring up dust and leaves. This was the weakness of magic-type BOSSES. Though their skills were more potent, they became vulnerable during cooldown periods. Ding! Congratulations to Ichai Yenyun for defeating Wisdom Ape above level, gaining 4,758 experience and 6 days of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations to Ichai Yenyun for triggering the Undead Sacrifice effect, gaining 4 spirit attribute points. Mo Yin panted slightly, his gaze shifting to the other battlefield. The sight before him made him pause. The massive black figure of the long-armed ape was rampaging through the forest like a siege beast, snapping vines and toppling small trees in its wake. A ghostly gray figure with incredible speed was weaving perilously between the giant ape's fists and kicks. Occasionally, it would take a stab at the nearby wisdom monkeys caught in the chaos, muttering curses under its breath. Mo Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. It seems Monkey's class is naturally gifted at kiting monsters. Just then, the long-armed ape, unable to catch its target, finally lost aggro. Its crimson eyes locked onto Ichi Juechen and Muching Weitian, who stood ready nearby. With a deafening roar, it abandoned the slippery fly and charged at the two with crushing momentum, thunderously crashing toward them. As Mo Yin raised his staff to take over, Ichi Juechen Wang Hao stepped forward, decisively slamming his heavy tower shield onto the ground with a thud to block in front of Mo Yin. He turned, his resolute face burning with battle intent. "Lao Mo, leave this one to us. It's a good chance to test our current strength." With that, he let out a low growl, his muscles bulging, and faced the rampaging black shadow, boldly activating taunt. Under the provocation of Juechen, an invisible force instantly seized the nerves of the long-armed ape. Its charging momentum abruptly stalled, its crimson eyes locking onto the shield-bearing Juechen. Roar! The giant ape in rage swung its pitch-black arm thick as a battering ram with a piercing shriek that tore through the air, smashing fiercely against the massive shield. Clang! A thunderous roar echoed through the jungle. Sparks flew in all directions. The ground beneath Juechen's feet cracked inch by inch, and he, along with his shield, was pushed back a full 2 meters by the immense force before stabilizing. 1925. A sliver of health dropped, but his gaze was as firm as a mountain, his shield held steady. Earlier, while grinding psychic apes, Muching Juechen and the others had all reached level 20. Equipped with level 20 gold and silver gear, everyone's attributes had seen a considerable boost. The moment the giant ape's attack descended again, Juechen moved with fluid grace. The golden radiance of immovable as a mountain instantly enveloped his entire body, his defense skyrocketing. Then he stepped forward with his left foot twisting his waist, and the edge of his massive shield hummed, gathering a thick, earthy yellow energy that slammed into the face of the long-armed ape like a collapsing mountain. Skill shock barrier. Thud. In the muffled impact, the giant ape's massive head was thrown back, a dizzying symbol appearing above its head. 530. The stun lasted only 1 second. Seizing this fleeting moment, Juechen manifested a sharp energy blade from the edge of his shield. He spun his body, the heavy tower shield moving in his hands, as if alive, and delivered a fierce shield blade sweep with a tearing wind. SSSHH. The energy blade sliced across the giant ape's steel-haired chest and abdomen, sending sparks and torn fur flying. 636. Guardian trait 50 of defense is added to attack power. Guardian class threat is multiplied by 10. The aggro was now locked. On the flank, Muching Weition moved. Her steps were light and mystical, as if treading on invisible bagua positions. Her figure flickered and shifted ghost-like as she circled to the blind spot at the vulnerable ribs of the long-armed ape. Her delicate hands danced palm shadows like phantoms. Mountain pushing palm. Chi strike. Thump. Thump. 2 muffled palm strikes precisely hit the relatively soft joints under the giant ape's ribs. 4664 by 2 weak point attack. 4974 by 2 weak point attack. Just as the giant ape recovered from the stun, the searing pain drove it into a greater frenzy. It beat its chest with both fists, letting out a dull drum-like roar, its crimson eyes locking onto Juechen. The passive rift arm was triggered, and its fists became a blur of black shadows raining down upon the shield like a storm. Juechen called out, "Eming." Almost as he spoke, a golden talisman descended upon him. Vajra mantra boosted his defense by another 10. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid metallic clangs were unending. Juechen's shield was instantly covered in fine cracks, his health plummeting. 799, 799, 799, 799. In just 2 seconds, nearly 3,000 HP evaporated. Eming's revitalizing mantra and Yujia's dark red restoration light flared up almost simultaneously, barely withstanding the berserk assault and stabilizing his health above the danger line. During those few seconds, Muching's figure flitted like a butterfly through flowers, darting erratically around the giant ape. Basic attacks flowed into skills: palms, fingers, elbows, knees. Each strike landing with precision on joints, kidneys, and other weak points. Damage numbers rained down like a dense downpour, carving away nearly 200 HP from the giant ape. Muching. Provoke is almost over. Fall back. Juechen kept his eyes on the timer of his provoke skill, shouting a warning. Muching heeded the call, tapping her toes and drifting backward like a wisp of smoke. But then an unexpected change occurred. The long-armed ape, which had been furiously attacking Juechen, flashed a cunning, murderous glint in its eyes. Its massive body blurred. Void-shattering flash. It vanished from its spot in an instant, and the next moment, with a malevolent wind that seemed to tear space itself, it appeared like a ghost behind Muching. That enormous fist, condensed with terrifying power, and its joints gleaming with metallic cold light, struck silently, yet with lightning speed, toward the center of her back. This attack was premeditated and ruthlessly precise. Muching, watch your back, Zhang Yiming quickly warned. In a moment of life and death, Mu Cheng seemed to possess eyes on her back. Without turning around, her body moved with an uncanny agility that defied the laws of physics. Like willow catkins swept by a gale, her footwork intricately crossed as she executed the Yen Zi San Chao Shui technique. Swish, swish, swish. 3 afterimages flashed momentarily at the original spot. The giant ape's powerful punch, filled with explosive sound, barely grazed the hem of her clothing as it struck the empty air. The violent wind from the punch created a shallow pit in the ground with fallen leaves and dust swirling. At the same time, Muching's retreating figure astonishingly twisted, transforming her withdrawal into an advance. Her jade-like hand, infused with the overwhelming force of the Tue Shan Zhang technique, struck fiercely against the giant ape's chest, which had slightly lost its balance from the missed attack. Bang! 4,663. The immense force sent the giant ape's massive body swaying slightly. Roar! The Tong by Yuan Ho was utterly enraged. This tiny human woman before it not only inflicted astonishing damage, but was also incredibly slippery. Its battle instincts assessed that this woman posed a greater threat. Its pitch-black steel fur bristled in anger, resembling a coat of thorny armor. Its muscles swelled once more as its speed surged in the state of Kuang Yuan Luan Wu. The raging momentum felt like a tangible hurricane sweeping through. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. The Tong by Yuan Hao's sonic fist, accompanied by visible airwaves and a piercing sonic boom, surged towards Mu Cheng with overwhelming force. This was the ultimate fusion of power and speed. Yet in the face of this destructive attack, Mu Chung did not retreat, but advanced. She twisted her slender waist, her arms drawing two perfect arcs, soft, yet infused with unyielding strength. Lon K. Wei. With precision, she connected with the giant ape's oncoming pitch-black arm, which was thicker than her waist. 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. A clear shout rang out. She pulled and guided her body, becoming a precise lever, using the immense force of the giant ape's furious charge to swing its massive body violently. Boom! A deep, resounding crash echoed. The tong by Yuan Ho, like a boulder hurled from a catapult, smashed heavily into the ground, covered with rotting leaves, creating a deep pit. Leaves and soil soared into the sky. 4664 by 2. Before the giant ape could struggle to rise, Mu Cheng's footwork changed again, and an ancient and profound Bagua Zhang starting stance was already in place. A massive, slowly rotating pale golden Bagua phantom suddenly appeared beneath her feet, enveloping the area within several meters. Qian Kuinjin Sun. A cold, low shout accompanied by palm strikes as swift as lightning. Pap, pap, pap. 5 palms in 1 second. Each strike landed precisely on the giant ape's exposed throat, armpits, and joints. Its fatal weaknesses. 2487 by 5 by 2. Weak point attack. Damage numbers gushed forth like a fountain. This was the skill obtained from the dungeon, Bagua Yushinzhang. 5 strike limit, each targeting a vital point. The ability to capture battle opportunities in the blink of an eye and strike with precision. Even the onlooker Mo Yin couldn't help but narrow his pupils and exclaim, "Fantastic!" As the giant ape attempted to struggle and rise, a seemingly delicate hand had already lashed onto its sturdy wrist joint like a viper. Funjin Kuo Gusho. A clever twist. Crack. The painful sound of dislocated joints echoed. The tong by Yuan Ho found itself in a state of dislocation. Dislocated debuffs produce different effects based on location. A dislocated hand or wrist affects hand movements, while an ankle dislocation affects movement speed. The intense pain caused it to emit a chilling roar. Mu Cheng's performance show officially began. Qi Jin infused into her palms, piercing the air with a sharp whistle. The Tue Shanzhang technique was powerful and heavy, capable of splitting stones. The Yen Zi San Chao Shui footwork flowed like a ghost. With a short cooldown for martial arts skills, she seamlessly connected her skills with fluid normal attacks, alternating fast and slow, blending hardness and softness. The giant ape, despite its furious strength, felt as if ensnared in an invisible elastic net, bewildered by the relentless strikes. Its massive body became the perfect punching bag, utterly defenseless. Finally, Mu Chung delivered a sharp whip-like Fu Lu Tue kick, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, striking the giant ape's flank, sending its massive body flying like a torn sack, crashing through several vines before coming to a stop. A splendid finale. This dazzling combination of attacks had brutally whittled down the boss' health by nearly 42000. Wow, Mu Chung. So cool. The account Nightmare was left awestruck, unable to stop praising, with admiration sparkling in her eyes. Ichi Juetsuin had already dashed out like a cheetah the moment Mu Chung kicked the boss away. He smiled wryly, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. It's one thing for Mo Yin to be a great deity, but how can even a beautiful girl like Mu Chung operate so inhumanely? Though he thought this, he executed a precise taunt, locking the aggro of the tong by Yuan Ho, which had just risen from the ground, suffered a massive health drop of 100 and was now in a state of furious chaos. The boss' health was gradually diminished through the clever collaboration of the three of them. Seeing the giant ape unable to immediately approach the slippery woman, in its fury it slammed its fists, glowing with a blinding yellow light, down towards the ground like 2 massive hammers. Zhenyuji. Boom. The ground trembled violently. The area within 10 yards of the giant ape's punch point bulged and exploded as if a boulder had been thrown into a lake. Countless hard stones of varying sizes and sharp angles shot out from the exploding ground like cannonballs, accompanied by piercing sounds indiscriminately covering this area. Mu Chung and Ichi Juetsuin were both within the strike range. Facing this sudden storm of stones, their responses were completely different. Ichi Juetsuin roared and advanced instead of retreating. He crossed his arms to protect his head and face, with his giant shield crashing down heavily, choosing to endure the impact. Bang, bang, bang. At least 5 or 6 sharp stones hammered against his shield and armor, sending sparks flying. 596. 596. 6 damage numbers floated up, but he seized this opportunity, enduring the hail of stones, and struck fiercely at the giant ape with his shield blade, trading injury for injury. 425. 425. Meanwhile, Mu Chung, who was at the center of the stone storm, performed a breathtaking display. Her figure danced gracefully amidst the incoming debris. The essence of Yen Zi San Chao Shui was fully unleashed. At times, like willow catkins in the wind, she glided gently to the side as stones brushed past her body. At times, like a spirit cat pouncing on a butterfly, she ducked through the gaps between the stones at the last moment. At times, she spun like a top, letting the whistling stones narrowly graze her sleeves. Her speed was only about 90 points far inferior to the ape, yet relying on her extraordinary foresight, extreme reflexes, and exquisite control of body movements, she managed to evade every single stone in this deadly storm. All the stones were narrowly avoided by her. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Yin, who had been intently watching, finally relaxed his tense lips and revealed a hint of a gratified smile. It worked, he thought to himself. This boss was unlikely to escape from them. Experts are forged through countless battles. Since they had the capability to handle it, there was no need for him to interfere. What surprised him even more was that perhaps because they had been fighting above their level this time, both Ju Chun and Nightmare's skills had surpassed their previous selves. As for Mu Cheng, her performance could not even be described as stunning. The terrifying reflexes and control exhibited within the narrow confines of life and death. What a treasure I've found, Mo Yin mused. With no more suspense in the battle, the trio's cooperation became increasingly harmonious. Soon, with Mu Cheng's final fierce Tue Shanzhong striking the heart of the Tong, by Yuan Ho, the furious giant ape emitted an unwilling wail, its massive body crashing to the ground like a mountain collapsing, shaking the falling leaves. Ding! Congratulations to Yicha Yin Yun for defeating the Tong by Yuan Ho above its level, earning 4,758 experience points and 6 days of lifespan. Congratulations on reaching level 21, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to Yicha Yin Yun for triggering the undead sacrifice effect, gaining 4 strength attribute points. In the depths of the jungle, silence returned, leaving only the sound of heavy breathing from the group and the rustling of vines swaying in the wind. Unable to contain her excitement after witnessing the entire scene, the account Nightmare ran forward and hugged Mu Cheng's arm, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Mu Cheng, you were absolutely stunning just now. That evasion, those combos. You must have been a professional player in virtual games before, right? Feeling a bit embarrassed by the embrace, Mu Cheng gently shook her head. No, I've never been involved in virtual games before. It's probably because I practiced ancient martial arts at home, so my body reacts quickly. Her tone was calm, as if she were talking about something quite ordinary. Ancient martial arts. Mo Yin, Ju Chun, and Nightmare all displayed surprise. In the era of Qi Yuan, traditional martial arts had long declined in Blue Star, with only a few ancient families possibly retaining a thread of secret lineage. No wonder Mu Cheng often seemed oblivious to many basic gaming concepts, yet exhibited such astonishing skills. After the excitement came the universally beloved ritual of looting the corpses. Several pairs of eyes turned unanimously toward Mo Yin. Through their time fighting side by side, they had discovered that Mo Yin possessed not only extraordinary strength, but also uncanny luck when it came to claiming spoils. It was already rare for an average player to obtain 2 pieces of equipment from a boss, yet he consistently pulled at least 2 pieces every single time, and on several occasions, even 3. Seeing everyone staring at him, Mo Yin shrugged helplessly and resigned himself to approaching the boss corpse. When one reached a certain level of excellence, it seemed inevitable that responsibility would follow. First came the drops from the arm-linked ape, 2 dazzling golden flashes of light, and the attributes of both pieces of equipment appeared in the party channel. Arm-linked gauntlets, gold grade equip, level 25 class martial artist, effect 1 I physical attack, 950980 magical attack, 710760 effect 2, strength 44 effect 3. Linked arms passive increases fist type normal attack and skill damage by 10. Effect 4, Sonic Fist active unleashes a fist shadow that tears through the air, dealing 200 physical damage to a single target. Cooldown 5 minutes. Vajra Shield gold grade equip, level 25 class guardian, effect 1 I physical defense 990, 1080 magical defense 950, 1000 effect 2, stamina 50 effect 3. Equip level requirement 3 effect 4, Wrath passive when HP falls below 20, increases physical and magical attack by 10 for 20 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. Wow, their eyes lit up. Weapons and shields were already rare, and these 2 pieces were nothing short of exceptional. The arm-linked gauntlets effects were perfectly suited for a martial artist, drastically boosting their damage output. Although the Vajra Shield's 3rd effect would become useless in the later stages, Juechen could equip it very soon. Just then the monkey, having finished dealing with the spirit-linked ape, returned and spotted the 2 pieces of equipment. He stroked his chin, immediately adopting the air of a connoisseur, and brandished the icebone dagger in a gesture that seemed analytical but was clearly boastful. Not bad, not bad. Especially these gauntlets. They're almost on par with my icebone dagger. His eyes darted around before turning abruptly to Mu Cheng, brimming with eagerness. Mu Cheng, once you've equipped these new gauntlets, how about we find a chance to spar? Mu Cheng blinked and replied with utmost seriousness, sure. Actually, you don't need to wait for me to change my gear. You can challenge me once you reach level 20 and can use your dagger. The monkey shook his head vehemently like a rattledrum and waved his hands in refusal. How could I do that? I'd be using a gold-grade weapon while you're stuck with a silver one. That would be bullying. The monkey would never stoop to such a thing. Alright, just say the word whenever you want to spar. I'm free anytime, Mu Chung shrugged nonchalantly. The other three overheard the monkey challenging Mu Chung. Remembering the dazzling display of Mu Cheng's skills from earlier and realizing the monkey had missed it entirely, they silently lit a mental candle for the poor fellow. Mo Yin Juechen and Yiming exchanged a knowing glance and maintained a tacit silence. This surprise was best left for the monkey to discover on his own. Next came the drops from the cunning chimp, and golden light flashed 3 times in a row. The attributes of 3 gold-grade pieces of equipment left them breathless. Banana Dust Whisk Gold-grade equip, level 25 class, Verdant Saint effect 1, intelligence 40 effect 2, physical attack 500560, magical attack 880920 effect 3, Wind's Blessing active cast on a single ally, increasing their movement speed by 5 for 30 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Effect 4, Life Siphon active deals 150 magical damage to an enemy target and half of the damage dealt heals a single ally. Cooldown 5 minutes. Wisdom Cap Gold-grade equip, level 25 class, universal magic effect 1, stamina 40 effect 2, physical defense 2, 20250, magical defense 250, 280 effect 3, toughness 10 reduces control duration effect 4. Thorn Assault active instantly summons a patch of thorny brambles in a designated area, dealing 150 magical damage to enemies within range and slowing them by 10 for 3 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Control damage. Nature's Necklace Gold-grade necklace equip, level 25 class, universal magic effect 1, physical attack 400450, magical attack 450500 effect 2, intelligence 45 effect 3, spell penetration 300 ignores 300 points of the target's magical defense. Effect 4, Vine Mastery active summons 5 controllable animated vines. Attack form, each vine lashes out, dealing 50 magical damage. Defense form, each vine can block up to 2000 damage shield value. Cooldown 5 minutes. Following their earlier consensus MO, Yin did not hesitate and claimed the Wisdom Cap and Nature's Necklace for himself. The 300-point spell penetration attribute was highly valuable in the early stages of the game, allowing his magic damage to soar. After distributing the spoils, the 5 of them turned their gaze toward the deep, dark tree hollow at the center of the giant tree. The opening of the hollow was jagged and menacing, as if it had been violently torn open, emitting an ancient and damp aura. Lighting their torches, the 5 cautiously stepped inside. The tunnel was narrow at first, but after advancing several dozen paces, the space suddenly opened up before them. Deep within the tree hollow lay a naturally formed dome chamber, its size comparable to a spacious hall. The walls of the cave were not smooth, but covered in clear, densely packed rings of growth as intricate as carved lines, like the fingerprints of the earth itself, silently narrating the immense passage of time and weathering this ancient tree had endured. The air carried the scent of soil, decaying wood, and an indescribable freshness. Once their eyes adjusted to the light, everyone's gaze was instantly captivated by the sight at the center of the cave. There, growing quietly, was a mysterious plant they had never seen before. The plant's hue was a warm, gentle pale green, its surface covered in exquisitely fine, naturally formed mystical patterns, as if they contained the primordial laws of creation. Several supple and slender branches stretched gracefully outward, as if alive. The most awe-inspiring sight was the 5 strange fruits hanging from the tips of the branches, each differing in shape, color, and aura. The first fruit was perfectly round and spherical, like a radiant pearl. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, emitting a soft silvery white glow within which faint ethereal traces of pale blue light swirled, dreamlike and enchanting. Upon closer inspection, the fruit's surface was dotted with tiny golden specks like twinkling stars in the night sky, adding a touch of mysterious nobility to its appearance. The second fruit was peculiarly shaped, resembling a blooming lotus. Its petals were layered and thin as cicada wings, each radiating a soft pink glow like the shy blush of a maiden. The edges of the petals bore fine white fuzz which shimmered like crystalline frost under the faint light, lending the fruit a sense of purity and beauty. The third fruit resembled a tiny gourd, its color a deep and mysterious purple, like the enigmatic nebulae of the vast cosmos. Upon its purple skin were irregular golden stripes intertwining to form a unique and ornate pattern, as if meticulously crafted by the artist of nature. The faint glow emitted by this fruit carried a mysterious and alluring aura, compelling one to draw closer and explore its secrets. The fourth fruit was shaped like a delicate little bell, and when gently shaken, it seemed one could hear crisp, pleasant chimes echoing through the air. Its overall hue was a fresh light green, like tender leaves just sprouting in spring, brimming with vitality and hope. Upon the light green skin were faint yellow veins like meticulously drawn patterns extending from the fruit's top, to its base adding a touch of refinement and delicacy. The fifth fruit was long and oval like a plump olive. Its color was an antique, elegant brown, with tiny granular bumps on the surface, giving it a rough, yet authentic texture. Beneath the brown skin, faint traces of orange light could be seen like flames hidden in the darkness, imbuing the fruit with a mysterious and fervent aura. The soft, warm glow emitted by the plant illuminated a small area around it. Bathed in this light, the surrounding air seemed to become light and ethereal, as if one had stepped into a dreamlike world. Each fruit exuded a unique fragrance, blending together to form a wondrous and captivating aroma that permeated the air. Inhaling it was intoxicating, as if one's entire being was cleansed by the scent, becoming pure and serene. Before them, the legendary plant known as the primordial bloom shimmered into clarity. Its 5 fruits, each shaped like a luminous pearl, a lotus, a calabash, a bell, and an olive, corresponded precisely to the primordial body fruit, primordial strength fruit, primordial wisdom fruit, primordial essence fruit, and primordial agility fruit. Their effects defied natural law. First, a permanent 10 boost to the corresponding attribute. Second, an additional 2 of that attribute per level gained. Each person was permitted only 1 fruit. These were peerless treasures, the ultimate key to unlocking latent life potential. Allocation proceeded swiftly. The primordial body fruit, primordial wisdom fruit, and primordial essence fruit aligned perfectly with the core needs of a guardian, a Taoist alchemist, and a healer, thus naturally claimed by Zhu Chun, Mo Yin, and Yi Ming. Yet when gazes fell upon the remaining primordial strength fruit, a pristine white lotus, and the primordial agility fruit, a russet olive, the air thickened with unspoken tension. Ho-Zi reacted first. With a sharp, guttural cry, he lunged forward, nearly throwing himself onto the lotus and kicking up a small cloud of dust. "Brothers, look at me. Have mercy on this poor kid." He jabbed a finger at his own nose, his voice dripping with theatrical pathos, yet his eyes burned with raw, urgent need. "Do you have any idea how suffocating this is, eh? Every single free stat point from leveling has been ruthlessly locked into agility by my damned Master Thief's aura. 373 points. Even more than Brother Yen. Taking the agility fruit would merely be gilding the lily. But this strength fruit, it's different. It grants 2 strength per level, a 3-fold multiplier for me right now. Maybe then, just maybe, I'll finally be able to pull my weight." His voice softened on the last line, carrying a fragile tremor of hope and quiet self-mockery. His sincerity hung in the air, leaving Ichi Zhu Qinzhong Mu Yi Ming and Mo Yin in solemn silence. Boosting Ho-Zi's offensive power would indeed mitigate the inherent limitations of his vocation. The fruit held extraordinary significance for him. All eyes turned toward Mu Cheng, whose fair cheeks flushed faintly with embarrassment. Trained in martial discipline since childhood, humility and restraint were etched into her very bones. Contesting for resources ran contrary to her nature. Yet in this world of relentless peril, every increment of strength bore direct consequence. Life or death, safety or ruin for the entire team. She drew a slow, steadying breath, suppressing her discomfort, and spoke with crystalline clarity. "I possess a unique constitution. For every point of strength gained, my vitality increases by 1 point in tandem." She paused, meeting their gaze with unwavering candor. "Thus for me, this primordial strength fruit yields 4 attributes per level, 2 strength and 2 vitality. From the team's collective standpoint, it may well deliver greater overall value in my hands." Though her tone remained composed, the taut line of her jaw and the lingering flush along her neck betrayed the inner turmoil beneath. Mo Yin, Ichi Zhu Chun, and Zhang Mu Yi Ming weighed the dilemma. Anew, Ho-Zi desperately needed strength to reshape his reality. Mu Cheng's return on investment was objectively superior. Both claims stood unassailable. Within Ho-Zi, reason screamed, "Give it to Mu Cheng. Maximize team efficacy." But memories of humiliation, mocked in pickup groups for his abysmal damage output, even kicked from dungeons outright, stabbed like needles, making surrender of this transformative strength fruit agonizingly difficult. Frustrated, he raked his spiky short hair with both hands, his brows knotting fiercely as his gaze flickered helplessly between the lotus and Mu Cheng. Seeing his torment, Mu Cheng's heart ached. She did not wish a single fruit to fracture their unity. Yet one critical question demanded voicing. "Ho-Zi," she said gently, her voice laced with concern, "if you truly need it, I will step aside." However, her brow furrowed slightly, her tone turning earnest. "Your talent Master Thief's aura forcibly assigns all free attribute points to agility. This fruit's bonus, 2 strength per level, could it conflict with that enforced mechanism?" Her question struck like a bucket of ice water. Ho-Zi's eager expression froze, then shattered into stunned disbelief, followed by deep, dawning contemplation. "Oh damn." He smacked his forehead hard, groaning in sudden sharp remorse. "Ugh, I was so fixated on gaining strength, I completely forgot about that. What if it does clash and fails entirely?" Imagining the hollow futility of such a loss, his face fell utterly, deflated like a punctured balloon. "If this priceless treasure truly crumbles in my hands, it'll be wasted beyond redemption." A wave of profound desolation nearly drowned him. The scales between collective good and personal yearning tipped violently within his soul. He glanced at the lotus radiating irresistible power, then at Mu Cheng's eyes, honest, earnest, shadowed by quiet apology, then at his teammates' silent, watchful faces heavy with care. At last he stamped his foot hard as if sealing an irrevocable vow and declared loudly, Mu Cheng, you're absolutely right. I cannot gamble this sacred fruit against a possible conflict with my master thief's talent. This fruit belongs to you. I'll take the primordial agility fruit instead. In one swift motion, he snatched the russet olive and clenched it tightly in his fist, as if anchoring his resolve in its solid weight. Mo Yin caught the lingering shadow of loss deep in Ho Zi's eyes. Stepping forward, he placed a firm, reassuring hand on his shoulder, his voice calm, grounded, imbued with the quiet certainty of one who had seen through time's veil. Don't lose heart. Your current speed already proves the master thief path is no trivial pursuit. This world's laws are exacting. No profession designed solely for velocity devoid of true combat prowess could possibly exist. His gaze grew profound as he continued, I surmise that future class evolutions, or rare pivotal opportunities, will catalyze a fundamental transformation, converting your unparalleled swiftness into genuine, awe-inspiring combat might. Hold fast to your advantage. Wait patiently. Your moment, the one destined uniquely for you, will arrive. These words pierced the fog of Ho Zi's despair, igniting a sudden, brilliant flame of hope in his eyes. Ho Zi's temperament was inherently buoyant. Emotions surged and receded with equal speed. He shook his head vigorously and flashed a wide grin. Exactly. Without this legendary vocation, how else would I have landed the golden opportunity of Brother Yan's mentorship? Besides, he puffed out his chest, slapping his silver-plated armor with cheerful pride. With Brother Yan's guidance and this gear, I'm already far stronger than those contemptuous, soul-reaping envoys ever were. And soon I'll upgrade to the Icebone Dagger. Heh. At that thought, clarity flooded in. With renewed vigor, he swept an arm outward. Brother Yan's right. I, Ho Zi, am destined to become the fastest man in the sacred Yuan world. Speed is power. Seeing him rebound into his vibrant, playful self, the others exhaled in shared relief, smiles blooming across their faces. Mu Cheng quietly let out a soft breath, her gaze toward Ho Zi brimming with sincere gratitude and a tender, apologetic warmth. Ho Zi waved it off with easy nonchalance and grinned broadly. No problem. Mu Cheng, just wait. I won't fall behind you. Without further words, the five settled into meditation postures, preparing to absorb these miraculous fruits, embodiments of celestial creation itself. Mo Yin sat cross-legged, cradling the deep, enigmatic purple primordial wisdom fruit, the purple-veined mystic calabash, in his palm before slowly placing it upon his tongue. The fruit dissolved instantly, not with a torrential surge of energy, but with an infinite cascade of cold, precise information flooding directly into the deepest recesses of his consciousness. In an instant, Mo Yan's awareness was hurled into a vast, frigid starfield. Countless indigo glowing runes and data chains flowed silently before his mind's eye, colliding, deconstructing, reassembling. It was not pain, but a cognitive tempest transcending all sensory limits. His thoughts stretched, infinitely fragmented, then wove anew upon higher dimensional looms, refined, optimized, reborn. Fragments of memory, battle experience, comprehension of the sacred Yuan world's laws, even vague intuitions and fleeting inspirations, were seized, dissected, distilled, and elevated by this pure, overwhelming mental force. Within his mindscape, it felt as though millions of invisible chisels worked in flawless unison, excising redundancy, fortifying core logic, broadening and deepening the very pathways of thought. Time lost all meaning in the realm of consciousness. When the immense tide of information gradually receded, Mo Yin opened his eyes, slowly, deliberately. The world appeared unchanged, yet his perception had been utterly remade. Every subtle grain in the cave wall's wooden growth rings resolved with microscopic clarity. His mind had never been sharper, clearer, or faster. The primordial wisdom fruit bestowed nothing less than a pure, supreme optimization and transcendence of brain and consciousness. He surveyed the chamber. Mu Cheng had long since completed her absorption, standing serenely nearby, her presence calm and coiled like a peerless sword sheathed in stillness, her keen gaze sweeping the perimeter in silent vigilance over her still meditating companions. Her martial artist's mastery over the physical form allowed her to complete the transformation first. Now her posture seemed even more poised and fluid, her musculature humming with contained explosive power, like refined steel tempered anew. After a long while, Ichi Ju Chenjiang, Mu Yiming, and Ho Zi also stirred awake. Whoa, I feel light as a feather. Ho Zi cried out, instinctively leaping upward with gusto. Thud. A dull thud echoed as he slammed squarely into the ceiling of the tree cave several meters overhead. Ow, wow, OF. He clutched his head, grimacing, but his face shone with exhilaration. Just a little hop, and, man, this feels incredible. My ears are sharper too. I can hear a mosquito fart. My eyes are brighter, I can count how many eyelashes you have, Brother Yin. Ichi-Ju-chun flexed his limbs and shoulders, attuning himself to the changes. Absolutely. My body feels profoundly unburdened, like shedding invisible chains. Wearing this heavy armor doesn't weigh me down anymore, and my control over my movements feels finer, more intuitive. He swung his shield experimentally, its motion now markedly smoother, more powerful, flowing with a new innate rhythm. Zhang Mu Yimeng carefully observed the shifts within herself. She sensed a tiny warm vortex slowly rotating in her lower dantian. Her spiritual energy replenished more swiftly. The faint fatigue from healing work vanished entirely, and her thoughts grew lucid, tranquil, cleansed as if by a mountain spring. Mu Cheng felt the surging power within her and the newly fortified resilience of her body. Thoughtfully she murmured, "This sensation closely resembles the ancient text description of meridian reformation and marrow cleansing, a foundational enhancement of constitution and latent potential. On Blue Earth, such celestial spirit artifacts have long since vanished from existence. To encounter such a world-defying rarity here in the sacred Yuan world is beyond imagination." Mo Yin nodded, his gaze sweeping over the group. The sacred Yuan world holds wonders far exceeding our present understanding. Countless unimaginable treasures await us in the days ahead. All we can do is seize every opportunity, relentlessly strengthening ourselves. He paused, drawing 2 items from his pack. By the way, take a look at these. They were the ancient scroll, hidden class promotion certificate, explosive sharpshooter, and the rust-pitted sunken ship key. A hidden class. Ho Zi's eyes blazed, but dimmed just as quickly as he sighed, crestfallen. Explosive sharpshooter. Not a single archer in our party. What a waste. Mo Yin recalled from his past life that an elite marksman of the Tang Dynasty Guild had obtained this class, whose arrows carried explosive effects of staggering power, ranking among the pinnacle of ranged physical damage dealers. As for the sunken ship key, however, his mind drew a complete blank. No trace of memory or clue. Just then Mu Chengwei Tian's gaze settled on the key, and she spoke with tentative recognition. A sunken ship key. If it truly refers to a wreck, I think I recall something. While leveling near Crescent Bay, I once glimpsed a tilted mast protruding above the waves in the distance, mistaking it at the time for a reef. Looking back, it bore a striking resemblance to the remnants of a sunken vessel. The briny sea breeze propelled the panda forward, cutting through the waves as it sailed toward the hazy silhouette of Crescent Moon Island under Mu Cheng's guidance. The sea surface was dyed a molten goldish red by the setting sun, shimmering with dazzling ripples that made it hard to keep one's eyes open. After sailing for about half an hour, the monkey on lookout suddenly shouted, "Look ahead. There's something." Everyone followed his gaze. On the horizon, a broken mast stood like an unyielding tombstone, piercing the water's surface and pointing toward the setting sun. As they drew closer, the sight of the wrecked ship became increasingly shocking. Most of the hull had sunk into the deep, dark seabed, with only a small section of the bow stubbornly protruding above the water. Murky seawater swirled around the wreckage, carrying rotting wood, tattered cloth, and various unidentifiable debris, exuding a thick, suffocating mix of decay and saltiness. The group carefully maneuvered the small boat alongside the island-like wreckage. Ichi-Ju-chun secured the panda with a rope to a relatively sturdy wooden spike. They stepped onto the slippery, creaking rotten wood and began a thorough search. Aside from wet planks and rusted metal fittings, they found nothing. "It seems it's underwater," Mo Yin said, looking at the oddly shaped shipwreck key in his hand, then gazing into the deep sea beneath. "Lucky we have these pearls." Mo Yin pulled out 5 water-repelling pearls, each the size of a dragon's eye and glowing with a soft blue light, distributing them to the group. Placing the pearls in their mouths, a cool sensation instantly spread through their bodies. As they leaped into the sea, the surrounding water was gently, yet firmly pushed aside by an invisible force, forming a stable, translucent membrane barrier around each person. The seawater and pressure were kept at bay, allowing them to breathe freely within the barrier. They groped their way down the tilted side of the massive hull, soon enveloped by a deep, tranquil azure. Only the glow of the water-repelling pearls illuminated a small sphere of light before them. When the full silhouette of the sunken ship gradually emerged from the darkness, everyone held their breath. It was unimaginably colossal, like a steel behemoth stranded on the seabed, its scale easily 10 times that of the lemon. The hull was covered in a thick, velvet-like carpet of deep green moss, along with dense clusters of barnacles and oysters, as if draped in a tattered, motley shroud. The enormous anchor was deeply embedded in the silt, its rusted chain, resembling withered bones, swaying gently with the weak current, emitting a low, grating creak. Through the massive holes in the deck, a chaotic mess inside the cabin was visible. Overturned furniture and the outlines of scattered wooden crates loomed faintly in the gloom, swollen and deformed from prolonged soaking. Thin streams of bubbles silently escaped from cracks all over the hull, drifting upward along the shell. The last remnants of air inside the ship, fleeing in despair, accompanied by a faint gurgling sound that deepened the eerie silence. They exchanged hand signals and slipped through a massive torn opening in the hull into this silent steel tomb. The interior was astonishingly vast with a labyrinth of intersecting corridors and layered cabins likely numbering in the hundreds. Decayed wooden doors hung half open or askew on their frames. In the murky water-bleached bones could occasionally be seen wedged in corners or scattered across the passageways. Some ribs were broken, some skulls shattered, and rusted swords were still embedded in bones, all silently testifying to the brutal slaughter that had erupted before the ship sank. This perhaps was the truth behind the giant vessel's demise. They searched patiently through the maze-like cabins, finally discovering a sealed hatch at the end of a relatively intact corridor on the third level deep within the ship. A faint shimmering energy barrier covered the door. Mo-Yin swam closer and took out the shipwreck key from his pack. As the key neared the barrier, it seemed to awaken, with warm, soft light patterns emerging on its surface. He aligned the key with a vague indentation at the center of the barrier. Upon contact, a soft pop sounded like a bubble bursting, and the energy barrier dissipated into shimmering particles that vanished into the water. Pushing open the heavy hatch, they entered. The room was exceptionally spacious. Even in its dusty, dilapidated state, the remnants of a luxurious carpet-peeling gilt decorations on the walls and the overturned, ornate dressing table in the corner silently proclaimed its former opulence. The sight at the center of the room made everyone's heart tighten. Two skeletons were nestled together against a decayed low couch. One skeleton, slightly larger, had its arm bones wrapped around the smaller one, with its skull gently resting against the other's forehead, as if they were comforting each other in their final moments. On the carpet before them lay a pitch-black chest adorned with strange silver patterns. The keyhole at its center matched the shape of the key in Mo-Yin's hand perfectly. Mo-Yin stepped forward, inserted the key, and turned it gently. A crisp click echoed. The lid slowly opened a crack, and in an instant a dazzling interplay of red, blue, and gold light burst forth, illuminating the dim cabin in a surreal glow. This was the unique radiance of epic-grade equipment. Fully opening the lid revealed a lining of dark red velvet. A pair of exquisitely crafted rings lay embedded in the indentations. The material of the rings was neither metal nor jade, with a restrained luster flowing across their surface. Upon closer inspection, minute runes flickered faintly within the glow. 3 lives epic. Slot ring. Level requirement none. Class requirement all physical classes. Effect 1 physical attack 999999, magical attack 999999. Effect 2 strength 99. Effect 3 health 9999. Effect 4 desperate gamble active, consume 500 MP to launch a back-toed wall attack ignoring target defense, but still affected by damage reduction, dealing 300 physical damage. After use, all attributes decrease by 10 for 30 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour. Effect 5 symbiosis active, triggered when 3 lives and 3 worlds are worn by individuals of opposite genders. Consume 1000 MP to instantly summon the wearer of 3 worlds to your side, ignoring spatial distance. Cooldown 24 hours, shared cooldown for both rings. 3 worlds epic. Slot ring. Level requirement none. Class requirement all magical classes. Effect 1 physical attack 999999, magical attack 999999. Effect 2 intelligence 99. Effect 3 health 9999. Effect 4 forced critical active, consume 500 MP to guarantee the next attack is a critical hit. Cooldown 1 hour. Effect 5 symbiosis active, triggered when 3 lives and 3 worlds are worn by individuals of opposite genders. Consume 1000 MP to instantly summon the wearer of 3 lives to your side, ignoring spatial distance. Cooldown 24 hours, shared cooldown for both rings. The 3 lives ring lay quietly in Mo-Yin's palm, its entire surface flowing with a deep, restrained, ethereal blue glow, as if it contained boundless magical power. Without a word, the ring naturally belonged to Mo-Yin. Everyone's gaze then fixed on the 3 lives ring. Its blazing red glow, like leaping flames, exuded a heart-stopping sense of power. Ichi Ju-Chen glanced at the stats panel and shook his head without hesitation. This ring's attributes are still more suited to you all. He pursued, becoming the team's most unyielding bulwark, not its sharpest blade of offense. Mu Cheng's gaze lingered on the 3 lives ring for a moment. Its overwhelming power stirred a slight longing within her as well. But she quickly lifted her head, her clear eyes fixed on Monkey, her tone sincere, yet carrying an undeniable insistence. Monkey, you already let me have that primordial power fruit. This ring can help you make up for some damage. She genuinely appreciated Monkey's earlier generosity, and her gesture now was both a repayment and a rational consideration based on team composition. Monkey stared at the ring as if it were ablaze, feeling its warmth against his fingers as he held it. He licked his dry lips, his Adam's apple bobbing. The ring's attributes tempted him like poison. The terrifying attack boost was exactly what he had dreamed of. With it, his awkward situation might greatly improve. Oh. Finally, a long sigh, as if his very soul had been hollowed out, escaped his throat, brimming with intense reluctance and heartache. Mu Cheng, if I said I didn't want it, that would be utter nonsense. His voice was a bit hoarse. But look, all or nothing. And this symbiosis. His gaze turned unusually serious, even carrying a desperate resolve. This thing in your hands can achieve the greatest effect. What if? Just what if Brother Yin gets stuck in some godforsaken place or encounters danger? This ring could save his life. That's worth more to me than 10,000 points of attack. He rubbed his face vigorously as if trying to wipe away the immense temptation, and the stubborn defiance in his eyes reignited. I've made up my mind. They'll stick with the Thief Saint class to the very end. Full agility build. Fine. My monkey will fight it to the death. I want to see after the second and third class advancements whether this pit hides a treasure or a rebound. Mo Yin listened quietly, watching the resolve born from struggle in Monkey's eyes, the emotion in Mu Cheng's gaze, and Zhu Chen's unconditional support. A warm current quietly flowed through his heart. This small team, through these days together and faced with this immense temptation, had finally begun to forge a truly unbreakable team spirit. Mu Cheng wanted to refuse upon hearing Monkey's words. Monkey. Mo Yin interrupted. Monkey is right. This ring suits you better. Just accept it. He patted Monkey on the shoulder. Well done. Monkey rubbed his nose proudly. Of course. Who do you think I am? How could I be tempted by such a tiny ring? Mu Cheng said no more. She gave Monkey a deep look, extended her fair hand, and picked up the 3 lives ring with utmost solemnity. She gripped the ring tightly, as if holding on to her comrade's trust and entrustment, and made a silent vow in her heart. Monkey, I will remember this debt. At the very bottom of the chest, amidst the dust, they also discovered an unusually thick diary. It was wrapped in a tough black leather, cold to the touch, with heavily worn edges, exuding a sense of age and vicissitude. Unfortunately, a small, yet exquisitely crafted and exceptionally sturdy lock, gleaming with a dull brass luster, guarded the diary's secrets like the most loyal sentinel, silently resisting any prying eyes. Mo Yan's gaze finally fell upon the 2 lovers who had turned to bones over the ages. Their posture, even in death, revealed a deeply moving attachment. His sharp eyes caught sight of a seemingly insignificant foreign object lodged in the hollow of the neck bone of the slightly more slender skeleton in the embracing pose. He held his breath, moving with a gentleness as if afraid to disturb the slumber of the dead. Carefully bending down, avoiding the interlocking bones, he extended 2 fingers and with extreme delicacy brushed aside the sand and tiny shell fragments covering it like the dust of ages. A token about the size of a palm gradually revealed itself. Its material was exceptionally peculiar, neither metal nor wood. It felt warm and smooth as jade to the touch, yet carried a strange residual warmth like the lingering heat of life, strikingly out of place in the cold depths of the sea. The token's surface bore no intricate patterns, only in the very center was a stark and mysterious symbol clearly engraved. Mo Yan's fingertips touched the warm token. This object might prove useful in the future. His gaze sharpened as he took it down with extreme caution, carefully stowing it deep within his pack. The group thoroughly combed the entire room, once more not even sparing the dust in the darkest corners. Confirming no trace remained, they nodded to each other and swam upward through the breach they had made. The deep, shadowy seawater gradually yielded to the light above. The luminous orb of vitality grew brighter and larger. With a splash, Mo Yan's head broke the surface. The fresh, salty air rushed into his lungs, bringing a wave of refreshing coolness. Yet that relief lasted less than half a second. A sharp, piercing crack like ice shattering under immense force exploded without warning beside his ear. A bone-chilling terror descended instantly. His vision was filled entirely with a thick, crystalline blue radiating a biting cold. A sharply faceted prison of ice crystals coalesced out of thin air, sealing him from head to toe. The penetrating cold seeped into his very bones. A glaring crimson number shot up above his head, 15,439. His health plummeted in a single brutal drop. The piercing chill brought not only damage, but also a momentary freeze to his thoughts. Icy coffin technique. An ice envoy. Mo Yan's heart sank to the depths. Alarm screamed wildly in his mind. The instant he was frozen, he activated purification. A soft yet tenacious milky white light surged from within him like the most scorching sun upon ancient ice. The unyielding crystal prison melted and disintegrated at a visible speed, dissolving into a cold stream that splashed onto the deck. The moment he broke free, Mo Yan's gaze turned as sharp as a blade, cold and piercing. Undead Legion, he commanded in a low voice dripping with murderous intent. A dense, impenetrable aura of ink-cold death suddenly spread, as if opening a gate to the underworld. 9 undead archers materialized on the deck of the Panda. They wore tattered, decaying bone armor, held skeletal bows wreathed in ghastly green soulfire, and their eye sockets flickered with icy blue flames, like emissaries crawling from the abyss. With a unified, grating sound of bone against bone, they drew their bows. The cold arrowheads locked onto the source of the threat. A medium-sized pirate ship flying a hideous, blood-dripping skull flag had silently closed in to just tens of yards away like a shark drawn to blood. A figure stood at its prow, a man with greasy, matted black curls that lay motionless in the salty sea breeze. He was wrapped in a filthy tattered cloak whose original color was nearly unrecognizable. In his hands he gripped a longbow of grotesque and exaggerated design, its limbs gleaming with a dull bloody light. His thick, corded muscles bulged as he drew the blood-red bowstring back into a terrifying, nearly full-moon arc. The taut string groaned under the strain, accumulating devastating power. Then, a sharp twang. The bowstring screamed as it vibrated violently. A dense cloud of arrows like a black storm of death tore through the air with a piercing shriek carrying a suffocating wind of doom. Like a downpour of steel they rained down upon E.G. Ju, Chun, Mu Chung Nightmare, and Monkey as they emerged from the water, still unsteady. This was the skill arrow rain of an arrow array master. With a series of dull thuds, Nightmare and Monkey couldn't even mount an effective defense, only letting out a brief stifled grunt. Their health bars, like glass struck by a heavy hammer, plummeted to a sliver of a nearly invisible, shocking crimson line. Surprisingly, after the rain of arrows, the archer did not finish off the severely wounded Nightmare and the Monkey. Instead, he redirected the arrows, and the sharp projectiles whistled through the air, shooting towards the defending one riding Dust and the retaliating Mu Chung. In the center of the pirate ship, a man holding a blue ice staff stood out remarkably. A visible, chilling aura enveloped him, and his gaze was as sharp as an icicle. Seeing Mo Yin break free from the ice coffin technique, in an instant a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and made a gesture. The archer immediately stopped, the humming of the bowstring abruptly silenced. The ice user's gaze fixed on Mo Yin, his voice cold like the sea breeze. "You have retrieved the items from that ship below, haven't you? Hand them over, and we will let you go. You are not our match." His words carried a strong threat. In response, Mo Yin unleashed an unexpected flowing wind stab. The green wind cone tore through the air, shrieking directly towards the opponent's face. "Watch out, boss." A hefty man clad in heavy armor shouted angrily as he raised his shield to block in front of the ice user. Boom! The wind cone slammed against the shield, exploding with blinding azure light. A massive scarlet number suddenly popped up over the fat man's head, 17,716. The fat man let out a muffled grunt. His large body staggered back 3 steps before he steadied himself. His chubby face was instantly filled with shock. This terrifying damage made all the pirates gasp in horror. Even the ice user's stern face showed a rare gravity. The fat man's defense was the highest among them. If this hit someone else, they finally realized that the wind user before them was not an easy opponent. Suppressing the shock in his heart, the ice user's voice became even graver, carrying a cold pressure. "For such trivial possessions, are you willing to sacrifice your companions' lives? You should have noticed that we were holding back just now." His gaze swept over the Nightmare and the Monkey and the sea, the threat evident. Mo Yin smirked coldly, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears. "Have threatening us. Did you not realize we are extraterrestrial visitors? Killing us may not yield what you seek, but I can guarantee." His eyes suddenly sharpened like an eagle's, sweeping over the few pirates on the ship. "Before I fall, at least 2 or 3 must pay for me." Upon hearing this, the ice user's pupils contracted as he carefully examined Mo Yin and his companions. That unique aura, so different from the local natives. No doubt, they are that group of unkillable and rapidly growing extraterrestrial visitors. He cursed his luck inwardly. They had worked hard to obtain this treasure's information and even prepared 10 illusion pearls to dispel the mist, only for the mist to dissipate on its own. After squatting for so long, they unexpectedly encountered the toughest adversaries. Killing them was not easy, and obtaining spoils was left to chance. Damn it, but letting go like this was too painful. The ice user's expression fluctuated, his jaws clenched, and finally he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "Bro, this treasure is something we spend a great deal of effort to find clues for. Let's each take a step back and we'll split the items." Fair enough. This was already the biggest concession he could make. However, Mo Yin merely snorted coldly and pointed his staff sharply at the sea beside the pirate ship. "Return to the tomb." Boom. The sea surged violently as a massive ancient bronze coffin, emitting an aura of endless death, slowly rose from the depths, accompanied by towering waves. The terrifying momentum seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spines of all the pirates. Only then did they realize that the opponent had been hiding such a terrifying trump card. Seeing the apprehension in their eyes, the tight string in Mo Yan's heart relaxed slightly. From the immense damage dealt by the ice user's ice coffin technique, far surpassing that of Elder Seath, Mo Yin had deduced that the ice user was undoubtedly a master above the second tier. The fat man's astonishing defense confirmed this point. Yet the opponent had not struck with full force, allowing the Nightmare and the Monkey to survive, providing him with leverage for negotiation. Thus he chose the flowing wind stab as a warning rather than directly using the forced critical hit from the Sanshire ring combined with the desolation finger to go all out. If it truly came to a life-and-death struggle, he could take one person out instantly, but the cost would be a total war with no survivors on either side. In his past life as the strategist of the Dragon Clan's second elite team, Mo Yin understood the rhythm of negotiation. Now that the opponent's momentum had faltered, it was the perfect time to seize the initiative. He retracted his staff, his face betraying no hint of concealment. Filled with derision, "You sneak attacked us first and nearly killed my 2 brothers. Now that you find it hard to chew, you want to split half. Is there such a good thing in the world? By your logic, should any random Tom, Dick, or Harry claiming to have set their sights on this treasure also get a share? Treasure is about fate. You do not have that fortune." The pirates were rendered speechless, wanting to retort, but finding no words. They were indeed in the wrong, and the strength displayed by the opponent, along with their identity as extraterrestrial visitors, made them hesitant to act rashly. The ice user's face was somewhat hard to maintain, and he cleared his throat to him. "This time we brothers were reckless. You are strong, we admit defeat. We will leave, we will leave." Saying this, he signaled his subordinates to turn the ship around. "Wait." Mo Yan's voice suddenly rose, filled with undeniable firmness, pointing at the pale-faced nightmare, and the monkey, his tone resolute. "My people have been beaten to this extent by you nearly losing their lives. Want to leave? Fine. Leave some medical fees and compensation for mental anguish. Otherwise, as the leader, if I can't even protect my own, how can I continue to survive in this world?" The scene fell silent instantly. One riding dust gaped. Mu Cheng's beautiful eyes widened. Nightmare and the monkey forgot their pain, looking utterly bewildered. The pirates were collectively petrified, their minds buzzing, all thinking of a ridiculously absurd idea. Wait. Weren't we the ones doing the robbing? Clearly we had the upper hand, right? How come we are the ones being extorted? A few seconds later, the ice user suddenly burst into a loud laugh. The gloom on his face swept away. Looking at Mo Yin, his eyes were filled with surprise and unabashed admiration. "Huh. Good. Good lad. So bold. So shameless. I, Han Bing of the Miracle Pirates, am starting to like you." He clapped the ship's railing. "So how about joining our ship? Join the Miracle Pirate Group. We brothers are united, targeting the Starry Sea to become the Pirate King. I see you lad are born for this line of work." Mo Yin remained expressionless, replying decisively, "Not interested. I have business to attend to." Han Bing seemed genuinely regretful, smacking his lips. "Tisk, what a pity." He then straightforwardly pulled out a crumpled, greasy piece of parchment from his pocket, flicking his wrist to send it spinning towards the panda ship, landing precisely at Mo Yan's feet. "Take this. This treasure map counts as our brother's medical fees. We may meet again in the mountains and rivers." As his voice fell, 2 thick azure energy streams erupted from the back of the pirate ship, emitting a low rumble. The whole ship shot forth like an arrow, cutting a huge white wave on the sea, accelerating to transform into a small black, but on the horizon, disappearing from view. On the panda ship, the exhausted Nightmare and the monkey slumped on the deck, panting heavily. One riding dust and Mu Cheng exchanged glances, looking at the piece of parchment under Mo Yan's feet, then looking in the direction of the pirate ship, vanished, their expressions rich and varied, from the bewilderment of having survived a calamity to the incredulity of disbelief, finally freezing into a sense of how the hell did that happen. This reversal. Just moments ago they were on the brink of a deadly confrontation, and now the opponent not only backed down, but also voluntarily compensated with a treasure map. Even the usually composed one riding dust couldn't help but curse old Mo. "You really are something." On the pirate ship Miracle, the archer approached Han Bing, who was lounging in a rocking chair, leisurely sipping iced juice, looking pained and confused. "Boss, that was a treasure map of the Bermuda Triangle. We worked hard to snatch it from that old bastard, the one-eyed shark. Are we just giving it away to that kid?" Han Bing leisurely sipped his juice, the ice clinking, and slowly replied, "Little bow treasures are good, but you need a life to spend it, don't you? That cursed Bermuda, if 10 people go and 1 might crawl out alive, and that counts as a blessing from the sea god. Aren't they extraterrestrial visitors? Tough lives, just right to scout the way for us." Little Bow was even more confused. "Huh? Boss, you want them to die there?" "What are you saying?" Han Bing glared at him. "Is your boss the kind of person? I genuinely think that kid is somewhat interesting. Extorting pirates. After so many years as pirates, this is the first time we've been robbed back. It's fresh and thrilling." "Huh?" He then chuckled, reminiscing, "As for compensation, I did give it. Whether they have the life to go get it, that depends on their luck. If they can live to dig out the treasure." He shrugged, slurping his juice. "Then I will be happy for them. And I'll also find out what that cursed place is really like. Not a loss. Boss, your words are as twisted as a siren's song. So convoluted, I can't make heads or tails of them. Better to stick with our arrow formation. Damn it all, aim, draw, and let loose. Trouble-free." Han Bing rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with him, and cheerfully hummed a pirate ditty completely off-key. As they were making repairs, suddenly. System announcement: global congratulations to players from the beautiful country. Miracle God, King Miracle Medicine, God Miracle Scientist, Miracle Gun, King Freedom, Heavenly Shepherd, for successfully unlocking the first global level 20 dungeon, Lonely Monastery. Rewards: 100 reputation points, 5 free attribute points, 1 year of lifespan. The Forgotten City Dungeon, Lonely Monastery, is now open. The entrance is located at Heaven Monastery 481038. Monster experience and item drop rates are significantly increased within the dungeon. Warriors of other main cities actively seek local dungeon quests and strive for greater heights. The cold mechanical voice struck like a sledgehammer, pounding into everyone's heart. Damn it. Monkey leaped to his feet. Those bastards from the beautiful country. They actually got ahead of us. What rotten luck. He ran his fingers through his hair in agitation and looked at Mo Yin. Young did this trip to Crescent Moon Island set us back. What's the plan now? Mo Yin frowned slightly. They had indeed been exhaustively searching for clues to Yuhui City's level 20 dungeon, but the prerequisite quests were bizarre and varied. Even with his rebirth, he couldn't possibly know them all. Losing the first clear was regrettable, but not entirely unexpected. The few basic classes from the beautiful country, with their immense early game advantages, the alchemist's explosive potions, the cyborg's steel body, the esper's elemental control, the werewolf's frenzy, had indeed dominated during the initial stages of exploration. What truly sent a chill down his spine were the names in the announcement: Gun King, Heavenly Shepherd, Scientist. In his past life, these three were renowned top-tier experts from the beautiful country's free guild, figures capable of swaying the balance of power in any region. Yet in this life, they had submitted to an unheard-of God King, the Miracle Guild. He had no recollection of it from his previous life. Seems the butterfly effect is significant. Other nations have their own variables. Mo Yin's gaze sharpened. The sense of superiority born from his rebirth was instantly suppressed, replaced by a deeper vigilance and urgency. Arrogance and complacency. In this world of upheaval, that was the fastest way to die. He calmed himself, his voice steady as he reassured Monkey. Don't rush, Monkey. This trip to Crescent Moon Island has yielded far more than a first dungeon clear. His gaze swept over his teammates. 2 epic items, 7 gold items, top-tier materials, and that most precious primordial bloom. It grants us 2 extra attribute points per level. The cumulative advantage in the long run is enormous. Alright, we can't use a return scroll on this island. Let's head back to Yuhui City first and make plans there. The group sailed the Panda back towards Yuhui City. Surprisingly, Zhu Qin knew how to pilot the ship. He explained that he had learned to sail during his years in the military. After much effort, the Panda finally neared Yuhui City, the salty tang of the sea breeze still clinging to them. Ding. System announcement: global congratulations to players from the beautiful country. Miracle God, King Miracle Medicine, God Miracle Scientist, Miracle Gun, King Freedom, Heavenly Shepherd, for successfully clearing the first level 20 dungeon, Lonely Monastery, normal difficulty. Rewards: 100 reputation points, 5 free attribute points, 1 year of lifespan, 1 silver chest. Nationwide bonus for the beautiful country. All players from the beautiful country gain a 5 increase in dungeon experience gain, lasting 24 hours. Compared to the first clear on hard difficulty, the gold chest was downgraded to silver and the dungeon experience bonus was reduced. Boom. This announcement was like a spark dropped into boiling oil, instantly igniting the global chat channel. This was the first time the beautiful nation had ever earned a world announcement. Freedom's eagle, beautiful nation, see that. What is strength? What is efficiency? Dragon Nation. Just a bunch of nouveau riche who got lucky with a few first kills. Before our elite from the beautiful nation, you are nothing. First completion. We did it with ease. Stars and stripes forever, beautiful nation, huh? Where's a flash of mist? Weren't they so good at taking first kills? How come they couldn't even touch the level 20 dungeon? Cowboy of the West, beautiful nation, friends from Dragon Nation, don't lose heart, keep catching up. Though the gap is a bit wide, you still need dreams. What if they come true? Laughing emoji. The taunts from the beautiful nation came like a storm, dripping with naked superiority and provocation, instantly flooding the screen. How could the Dragon Nation players endure this? Pluck the chrysanthemum upstairs, Dragon Nation bullshit. A few measly dungeon first clears, and you've forgotten who you are. When our smoke god was getting world announcements, you were still munching on bread in the newbie village. Xianyuan Sword, Dragon Nation, a petty man in his moment of glory. If you've got the guts, wait until we open the dungeon, then compare completion times and difficulty. Why are you barking now? Fire God, Dragon Nation, shut up, you dogs of the beautiful nation. There are thousands upon thousands of Dragon Nation players. A single spit from each of us could drown you all. Yet even more disheartening were some jarring voices mixed in. Rational Observer 001, Dragon Nation, sigh, to be honest, the beautiful nation really was fast this time, efficient. Shouldn't we reflect on where we fell short? Blind arrogance won't do. Stay sober, Dragon Nation, a flash of mist. I think he's just so-so. His earlier first kills were too dependent on luck. Now that he's hit a tough nut, his true colors show. A flash in the pan, undeserving of his fame. Admirer of the foreign Dragon Nation, exactly. Look at the coordination and execution of their God King team. And us. Constant infighting, can't even snatch a boss properly. We deserve to be surpassed. Damn it all. Monkey's eyes were bloodshot, trembling with rage, his fingers nearly sparking as they flew across the virtual keyboard. These idiots. How much face has Brother Yin earned for the Dragon Nation? How many attribute point bonuses has he brought? All fed to the dogs. They eat the meal, but curse the cook. They'll fight them to the death. He instantly transformed into a keyboard warrior, unleashing his full fury into the world channel's verbal battle. Fire God plucked the chrysanthemum upstairs, and other diehard fans of A Flash of Mist were instantly enraged. Monkey Dragon Nation Rational Observer 001 Stay, sober admirer of the foreign. Have you been kneeling so long you've forgotten how to stand? Didn't you bask in the glory when Brother Yin got those first kills? Now you come out pretending to be rational. Have some shame. Is the beautiful nation's dog food tasty? Fire God Dragon Nation trolls crawl away. When Smoke God was pioneering the first and second dungeons, your beautiful nation daddies were still playing in the mud with normal mobs in their monasteries. If you've got the skill, tell your so-called God King to complete a hard mode, first clear, and show us. If not, shut up. Pluck the chrysanthemum upstairs. Dragon Nation defending the best Smoke God. Dragon Nation players unite. Spam those foreign admirers and foreign dogs to death. Smoke God is awesome. Dragon Nation will win. Spam meme. Led by Monkey Fire God and others, a multitude of enraged ordinary Dragon Nation players also joined the fray. The World Channel was completely reduced to a battlefield with Dragon Nation players united in their righteous indignation. Using a torrent of messages and enumerations of Smoke God's past achievements, they forcibly suppressed the taunts from the beautiful nation and the discordant internal voices. Mo Yin calmly watched the storm of words rolling through the channel, his gaze as placid as an ancient well. These clamorous praises or slanders were to him nothing but fleeting clouds. Winning an argument won't clear the dungeon on its own. He spoke softly, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching the ears of his teammates. Strength is the best response, the hardest truth. He patted the shoulder of Monkey, who was still fuming and typing furiously. Save your energy. We have a dungeon to run tomorrow. Monkey reluctantly stopped, letting out a heavy snort. Brother Yin is right. Tomorrow we'll crush that dungeon and slap their faces hard. The next morning, as the rising sun just gilded the edges of Sunset City, a piece of news exploded like a thunderclap in the city's regional channel. Sunset City Entertainment gossip quick. The Level 20 Dungeon Corrupted Theater in Sunset City has been opened by the party of the Big Shot Pink Sky. The entrance is at the abandoned Grand Theater in the West District. Coordinates: Sunset City West District 231 784. Sunset City Deep Red Wine Glass Dam. It's finally open. Brothers, charge. Don't let the beautiful nation look down on us. The news spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of all the pent-up players in Sunset City. A massive circular theater, its walls mottled and crawling with eerie dark green moss, was said to have been abandoned due to a sudden strange plague. The resentment of the dead audience and actors, mixed with the shadow energy seeping up from the deep earth, had completely corrupted the entire space, turning it into a nest for breeding monsters. This was the location of the Level 20 Dungeon Corrupted Theater in Sunset City. By the time Mo Yin and his group arrived, the once desolate area was packed with a surging crowd. The humiliation from yesterday's World Channel had now transformed into an overwhelming will to fight. The air was thick with excitement, anxiety, and a solemn, united killing intent. Make way. Please make way. The Smoke God is here. It's the great God, A Flash of Mist. Clear the path for the great God. Smoke God, we're counting on you. Win some face for our Dragon Nation. Get the hard mode first clear. Smoke God, go for it. Crush the beautiful nation. Many players who had seen the group when Mo Yin was setting up his stall immediately shouted with excitement. The crowd parted like the Red Sea, spontaneously creating a path leading to the swirling dungeon entrance. Countless gazes of hope, trust, and even fanaticism focused on Mo Yin and his team. Mo Yin's expression remained calm. He gave a slight nod in response to the enthusiastic shouts around him, his eyes fixed firmly on the dungeon entrance, which emitted an ominous dark purple light. Let's go. With his words, the 5 figures vanished into the vortex. Light and shadow shifted, and a thick stench of decay, mixed with cloying blood, hit their nostrils. They appeared in an extremely oppressive space, the first stage of the Corrupted Theater, the Corrupted Lobby. The vast space was laid out in a perfect semicircle. Thousands of dilapidated crimson velvet seats, like rotten teeth, cascaded down layer upon layer from beneath the towering dome, extending all the way to the massive stage in the center, shrouded in dim light. The stage was eerily empty save for a single exquisitely crafted puppet standing forlornly in the center. The puppet wore an ornate costume, but its face was vacant, yet its mouth was frozen in a perpetual spine-chilling smile. Huge oil paintings hung on the walls on either side, their pigments long faded, peeled, and runny. The features of the figures in the paintings twisted and distorted in decay, hollow eye sockets and grinning mouths seeming to scream silently, recounting endless malice. Silence. A silence so heavy it almost became tangible enveloped the entire theater, broken only by the suppressed breaths and heartbeats of the group. Decay spores floated slowly in the air with the currents, each breath feeling like inhaling tiny specks of death. Nightmare instinctively clutched the corner of her clothes, her knuckles turning white. Monkey swallowed hard, muttering in a hoarse voice, "Damn, this broken dungeon has maxed out the creepy atmosphere." Just then, A semi-transparent, blurred humanoid outline suddenly materialized right beside Monkey, carrying a bone-chilling, sinister aura nearly pressing against him. Holy shit. Monkey was scared out of his wits, letting out a strange yell as his dagger was instantly drawn and thrust forward. Monkey, stop. Mo Yan's calm voice rang out just in time as he quickly shared the monster's information into the party channel. Corrupted Usher, level 20. HP 50,000. Physical defense 1,000. Magic defense 1,000. Its duty is to guide guests to their seats. Hint: follow it closely and find your own seat. As the information popped up, the group's taut nerves relaxed slightly. By the dim light, they could make out the true visage of this usher. A tattered crimson uniform stained with dark brown grime. In its withered hand it held a brass guide, cane covered in verdigris. The gem set into its head was dull and lusterless like the cloudy eye of a dead fish. It silently bowed a stiff 90-degree angle towards the group, its movements carrying an unsettling precision. Then it turned around and walked with slow, dragging yet eerily determined steps towards the stage, the tip of its guide, cane leaving a shallow trail on the sticky carpet. The group quickly followed, advancing deeper into the audience seating area. Upon entering the auditorium, a faint, grating applause echoed from the depths of the stand, sparse and unsettling. Even more disconcerting, the once empty crimson seats began to flicker with shadowy figures, their outlines blurred and shrouded in a faint gray mist. Simultaneously, a debuff appeared in everyone's status bar. Blind applause attack speed decreased by 5. As the decayed usher passed a seat near the aisle, the head of the gray figure on that seat emitted a sickening crackling sound, twisting 180 degrees in an unnatural rotation. A horrifying visage, half of its face rotted away to reveal bleached bone, and writhing maggots grinned at the group with a gaping dark maw. It let out a shrill scraping laugh like rusted iron jijiji. Nightmare gasped, feeling a chill shoot from his tailbone to his crown. Bang! A condensed azure wind cone tore through the air, striking the decayed face with precision. 29,030. The Wraith Theater fan dissipated into a wisp of black smoke before it could even scream. The breeze around Mo Yan's staff tip slowly subsided. His calm voice cut through the oppressive silence. It seems the rule is an escort mission. Protect the decayed usher to the designated spot. Juechen, guard the usher in front. The rest of you watch the flanks and rear. Mo Yan's composure steadied his teammates. They quickly adjusted their formation and shared the stats of the Wraith Theater fan. Wraith Theater fan, level 20 HP, 20,000 mana, 1,500 physical attack, 1,400 physical defense, 1,100 magic attack, 1,900 magic defense, 1,200 speed, 60 skills, soul thought assault. Deals 150 magic damage to enemies within 10 yards. Phantom Rush. Transforms into a ghostly shadow, charging at an enemy for 190 magic damage. The decayed usher did not halt due to the monster's appearance. It suddenly turned a corner, heading deeper into the dimly lit auditorium toward row P, finally stopping beside seat 18. It turned sideways, repeating its precise and eerie please gesture. The curve of its smile beneath the mask seemed to deepen. It appears someone needs to sit here. Monkey, go check it out first. Mo Yan secretly conveyed the dungeon's mechanics. Trusting Mo Yan implicitly, Monkey gritted his teeth and sat down. The moment his back touched the seat, it hummed to life with a ring of pale golden light, quickly forming a translucent eggshell-shaped barrier around him. Monkey tried to push against it, but the barrier was immovable, though the inside was safe. With Monkey seated, the usher resumed its journey. As they ventured deeper, the number of Wraith Theater fans increased noticeably and their attacks grew more frequent. Worse still, shattered marble statues began to appear beside some seats. From the cracks in these statues, a liquid metal seeped out, silvery as mercury, yet exuding a strange, chilling aura. It coalesced into teardrop-shaped silver pearls, hovering slowly around the statues with a faint hum. Weeping Statue, level 21 HP, 30,000 mana, 1,500 physical attack, 0 physical defense, 1,300 magic attack, 1,800 magic defense, 1,300 speed, 40 skills. Tear Silver Missile. Fires 3 tier silver projectiles, dealing 100 magic damage each. Tear Silver Shield. Absorbs damage and converts it into a tier silver reserve up to 500 damage. When exceeded, the shield heals itself and nearby monsters for 500 HP. The pressure intensified. The Wraith Theater fan's soul thought assault hit like an invisible hammer, while Phantom Rush was swift as a ghost. The Weeping Statue's Tear Silver Missile was precise and tricky, and Tear Silver Shield gave the monsters a means of recovery. Yet under Mo Yan's precise command and Juchen's steadfast protection, the decayed usher's HP remained within safe limits. Then Nightmare Juechen and Muching took their seats in Y row seat 108, M row seat 56, and S row seat 12 respectively. With each seat taken, a barrier lit up and the pressure on the field multiplied. When Muching's barrier rose, only Mo Yan remained following the usher. His eyes sharpened and he summoned the Death Legion. With a hum, 9 skeletal archers materialized, clad in tattered bone armor, their eye sockets burning with ghostly blue flames. They moved in perfect unison silently, drawing their pale bone bows, cold arrows locking onto the gray shadows, and statues surging from all directions. Wraith Theater fans barely emerged from their seats before being pierced by multiple death-tainted bone arrows dissolving into black smoke. The weeping statues' shields crumbled under the dense volley. Eventually, the usher stopped at the highest, most secluded seat, B row seat 23. Mo Yin sat down, without hesitation, as the golden barrier slowly rose. The decayed usher bowed deeply once more toward the five of them, its movements as stiff and precise as ever. Then its figure faded silently into the dim light, as if erased by an invisible hand. With a grating screech, the heavy grime-stained, deep purple curtain on one side of the stage slowly and ponderously drew back. An abnormally obese figure shuffled out from behind the stage's shadows, each step heavy and dragging. He wore a greasy, grimy black tailcoat stained with unknown dark smudges and a crooked yellowed bow tie at his collar. In his hand, he clutched a thick ledger with a torn cover and yellowed, curled pages. His face was covered in large, nauseating patches of dark green mold. One eye was completely ulcerated, oozing thick yellow pus that trickled down his greasy cheek. The other eye, however, gleamed with a greedy, manic light. Corrupted Theater Manager Silver, level 25, HP 200000 mana, 10,000 physical attack, 3,300 physical defense, 1,900 magic attack, 2,300 magic defense, 1,850 speed, 105 skills. Barrage of bills. Deals 180250 physical damage with account sheets, with a chance to make hit players lose 13 gold coins. Bellowing Eviction. Emits a roar, dealing 200 AoE physical damage to enemies within 13 yards. Oily Tongue. Spits oil, dealing 220 AoE magic damage. Greedy Blood Pact. Marks a random player. Within 2 seconds, 20 of all damage taken is transferred to that player and heals the caster for half the damage dealt. He strode to the center of the stage, his one good eye scanning the barrier-shielded group. He bared a black-stained mouth, twisting it into a smile of greed, cruelty, and utter distortion. Welcome to the Starry Theater, honored guests. His voice was hoarse and sticky like rusted gears grinding. Please pay your entrance fee. The cost is your lives. Before the words fell, the manager of the fallen theater suddenly tore a yellowed page from the greasy ledger. In the instant the page left his hand, it hardened like a quenched iron piece, its edges glimmering with a chilling sharpness, with the word Supreme Consumption twisted upon it. The page shot forth like an arrow from a powerful bow, cutting through the air with a piercing scream, spinning as it sliced toward Mo Yin, who was closest to him. Just as the page was about to kiss the shield, the golden halo around Mo Yin suddenly shattered. A critical moment. Mo Yin pushed against the intricately carved armrests of his seat, his core suddenly exerting force, his body flipping backwards like a leaf caught in a tempest, narrowly letting the deadly spinning page brush past his nose. With a dull thud, the page embedded itself deeply into the backrest of the seat in front of him, buzzing incessantly. While still in midair, Mo Yin's left hand darted out like lightning. Void chains. The chains, shimmering with dark silver light, materialized out of thin air, coiling around the fat manager of the fallen theater, binding him tightly in place, causing his flesh to quiver. 12,162. Meanwhile, the 9 skeletal archers surrounding Mo Yin's seat had already drawn their bows like a full moon. Phew. 6,507. 6,507. Unlike the previous torrential volley, this time Mo Yin controlled them with precision. Like a cold-blooded conductor, he directed the arrows with the accuracy of a second hand, each arrow following the last steadily and lethally, pinning them to the target. Back off. Don't approach. As Mo Yin landed, he lightly tapped his toes to steady himself, immediately halting the dashing comrades who sought to assist. This boss attributes aren't particularly high, but the only challenge lies in the skill Greedy Blood Covenant, which is malevolent to a shocking degree. Such imprint skills cannot be dodged, and even protective skills like Mystic Guardian cannot mitigate them in the slightest. Only the cleansing technique, which can be learned after the second change of the Qing Nong Sacred Hand, and the substitute Scarecrow available after the third change of the Seven Fiend Spellcaster, can deal with such imprint skills. If Mo Yin were to be marked by this blood covenant at the moment he unleashed his output, the Fragile Nightmare, or the Monkey, would likely have no chance to react, being instantly killed by the massive damage transferred. Thus Mo Yin chose the most prudent and patience-testing tactic, boiling the frog in warm water. He no longer pursued a moment of dazzling explosion, but calmly waved the purple talisman in his hand air cannon. A mass of transparent air compressed to its limit and nearly distorting vision shot out, like a battering ram brutally slamming into the manager's ample chest, dealing 17,027. Windblade. A sharp blue wind blade followed, closely slicing through the manager's soiled and tattered suit, with a ripping sound, dealing 20,675. Wind's Wrath. A massive chaotic pillar of wind stirring up dust and debris swept through, dealing 20,675. The skeletal archers under his precise microcontrol acted like emotionless killing machines coldly executing their master's will. They took turns drawing and releasing arrows, maintaining a continuous, yet stable firepower that did not reach a dangerous threshold. Despite this, under Mo Yan's terrifying attributes and the relentless assault of the skeletal army, the long health bar above the boss head continued to plummet like a floodgate opened, quickly dropping below 50,000. Just as Mo Yan released his second air cannon, the compressed air mass howled forth. The manager of the fallen theater suddenly raised his enormous head, letting out a roar that mixed ultimate pain with fury. Ugh! A dazzling blood-like bizarre mark instantly appeared on Mo Yan's chest. The mark seemed to possess life, writhing slightly and emanating a suffocating, ominous aura. Greedy blood covenant. Mo Yan's reaction was lightning fast. His mental command was issued almost the instant the mark formed. Skeletal archers, cease fire. However, the already released air cannon and a skeletal bone arrow were like spilled water, impossible to take back. Boom. 17,027. Air cannon few. 6,507. Bone arrow. As two massive damage numbers floated above the boss head, two corresponding numbers radiating a corrupt green light also appeared. 1447. 553. The greedy blood covenant activated, causing the boss to instantly absorb part of the damage for himself. Meanwhile, a piercing pain shot through Mo Yan's chest. 2,895. After 15 damage reduction, 1106. After 15 damage reduction, his health bar visibly dropped sharply. Rejuvenation spell. The healing holy light from the nightmare accurately landed on Mo Yan almost simultaneously with the appearance of the damage numbers. A wave of warm and powerful vitality surged in, dispelling some of the pain. 2,588. The single remaining eye of the manager of the fallen theater burned with nearly insane rage, and his massive body erupted with a shocking speed that was incongruous with his size. Speed 105. Like a frenzied, uncontrollable ironclad wild boar, he charged thunderously toward Mo Yan at the edge of the stage. At the same time, he suddenly opened that huge mouth, dripping with viscous saliva covered in grease and foul pus. Vom. A torrent of viscous pitch-black oil, exuding an odor strong enough to cause fainting, sprayed forth violently, like a high-pressure water cannon, instantly covering a large fan-shaped area where Mo Yan stood. Greasy tongue. But Mo Yan's gaze remained calm, as if encased in eternal ice. He had no intention of hard resistance. With his toes lightly pressing in the narrow, grease-stained gap between the seats, he moved like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Sizzle. The viscous oil poured down like a waterfall onto the spot where he had stood moments before, instantly corroding the chair and thick carpet into a myriad of holes, sizzling and emitting wisps of acrid smoke. Mo Yan skillfully manipulated the theater's elevation changes and obstacles, cleverly tugging the boss' massive body while maintaining an absolute safe distance from his anxious teammates below. As the crimson mark on his chest dimmed, ultimately vanishing like burnt ashes, "It's over." Mo Yan's cold voice was like a verdict as he steadily raised his right hand, pointing directly at the distorted, overweight head due to rage. Flowing wind stab. A wind cone refined to perfection, as if it had sucked away all surrounding air, tore through the space with the silence of death, piercing precisely through the manager of the fallen theater's forehead. 26,756. The mountain-like body suddenly stiffened, the mad flames in his single eye extinguished, and the massive form crashed down like a mountain, shaking the stage. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the fallen theater manager beyond your level, gaining 9261 experience points and 4 days to lifespan. Congratulations on reaching level 22, gaining 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to Yichao Yenyun for triggering the undead sacrifice effect, gaining 3 spirit attribute points. With this level up, Mo Yan's intelligence jumped from 394 to 397, thanks to the activation of the original intelligence fruit. After adding the 5 attribute points from leveling up to intelligence, Mo Yan's magic power soared to 14,440. This time, the generous boss dropped 3 pieces of equipment shining with silver light: a long sword with an ancient design, its blade entwined with gray mist, a dark golden bell inscribed with twisted runes exuding an ominous aura, and a pair of helmets radiating a metallic cold light. Greedy Covenant helmet, silver wearing position, helmet wearing level 25, wearing profession, guardian, special effect 1 physical defense, 140 magic defense, 130 special effect 2, stamina 23 special effect 3, Greedy Blood Covenant active. Releases a mark on one enemy, transferring 10 of all damage received within 1 second to that player and restoring half the damage dealt. Cooldown 10 minutes. Erosion sword, silver wearing position, weapon wearing level 25, wearing profession, swordsman, special effect 1 physical attack, 440 magic attack, 280 special effect 2, strength 25 special effect 3. Ledger Blade Passive. Basic attacks and skills have a 10 chance to make the target enter torn status, suffering bleeding damage equal to 5 of the user's physical attack power per second for 5 seconds. Corrupted Oil Soul Bell Silver Wearing Position Weapon Wearing Level 25 Wearing Profession Corpse King Master Special Effect 1 Magic Attack 430 Physical Attack 290 Special Effect 2 Oil Stain Infestation Passive. The user's summons have a 10 chance to make the target enter oily status, reducing their movement speed by 10 for 8 seconds. Special Effect 3 Cursed Soul Whale Active. Shake the bell to release an invisible soul whale, dealing 150 of magic attack damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area, in front cooldown 1 minute. At this moment, the massive corpse of the fallen theater manager began to undergo a strange transformation, melting rapidly like a wax figure under high heat, ultimately becoming a pool of thick, foul-smelling green slime. Only the tattered ledger, its cover stained with unknown filth, lay quietly in the center of the slime. The ledger appeared to be controlled by an invisible hand, flipping open automatically. On the yellowed pages, lines of twisted and eerie text written in dark red liquid seemed to writhe like living creatures. Then the ledger spontaneously ignited. The ghostly green flames instantly engulfed the entire ledger, turning it into a twisted and leaping ghostly fire. This fire did not dissipate into the air, but instead, as if drawn by some force, shot swiftly toward the deepest darkness of the theater, the heavy purple curtain through which the fallen theater manager had emerged. Whoosh! As if responding to the incoming fire, the deep purple curtain slowly opened to the sides in silence, without being touched by anyone. Behind the curtain lay a deeper darkness, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, like the gaping throat of a monstrous beast, exuding a silent, yet deadly invitation, waiting for the next batch of audience to step into its unknown terror. Pushing through the thick, mildewed, deep purple curtain, a more pungent and acrid odor surged forward, a mixture of cheap paint, rotten fabric, aged dust, and an indescribable stench of decay. This was the backstage of the theater. The floor was nearly impossible to tread upon, cluttered with twisted, unrecognizable stage props, broken scepters, shattered crowns, rusted fake swords, grinning masks, and mountains of faded, rotting costumes lying like discarded, gaudy corpses. On the walls, enormous makeup mirrors were covered in cobweb-like cracks, each shard reflecting the twisted, fragmented, nightmarish reflections of the group. The dressing tables lining the passage were thick with dust, scattered with dried, cracked paint pots, and rusted makeup brushes and powder puffs, stained with suspicious dark red marks. In the deathly silence lurked a deadly menace. Yin lowered his voice, his gaze sharp as he swept across the chaos. Watch your step and watch your surroundings. These things. He nudged a toppled puppet with his toe, feel somewhat eerie. Everyone stay alert. Yin could only hint at the danger of this stage. Among hundreds of props, 3 would randomly turn into vengeful items. These vengeful items had bizarre attack patterns, ready to ambush from the shadows at any moment. Even he couldn't predict which 3 lifeless objects would transform into soul-reaping spirits in the next instant, making this the most chilling, unknown terror of the backstage. Holding their breath, the group cautiously advanced, guided only by a few flickering, ghostly wall lamps deep in the backstage. The rotten floor groaned underfoot with a weary creak. Crack! A faint but distinct sound of splintering would came, without warning, from a corner. Almost simultaneously, a pink wooden makeup box, its paint largely peeled off, lying quietly on the ground, had its lid burst open. A gaping maw lined with fine, sharp fangs shot out like a striking, venomous snake lunging at the nearest figure. Nightmare. Watch out. The warnings from Yin and Mu Chang came almost instinctively, their bodies tensing to move. But someone was faster than sound. A heavy silver figure like a teleporting fortress charged in between Nightmare and those fangs with a dull grinding of metal. Clang. A piercing clash of metal exploded. Sharp teeth gnashed viciously against the arm shield raised by Ju Chun, sending sparks flying. A paltry number floated up, 134. The makeup box, missing its strike, widened its opening and spewed forth a dense, dizzying cloud of colorful powder, like volcanic ash, engulfing the area ahead. Dodge! Yin ordered in a low voice. The 3 of them, relying on their speed advantage, retreated instantly. But Ju Chun and Nightmare had no escape, getting drenched by the bizarre, colorful dust. 1270. Ju Chun 1514. Nightmare. The 2 were now stained with large patches of eerie red and blue hues, which not only inflicted damage, but also released a pungent, cheap perfume odor that assaulted the senses, making one nauseous. At that moment, the makeup box fully revealed its ferocious form. It floated midair, its casing cracked, exposing the rotten velvet inside. The large fanged mouth occupied the inner side of the lid, letting out a silent roar at the group. Vengeful makeup box, level 23, HP 30,000 MP, 5,000 physical attack, 1,800 physical defense, 1050 magic attack, 2,100 magic defense, 1150 speed, 105 skills. Box bite Fong. Bites an enemy, dealing 160 physical damage. Powder cloud dispersion. Sprays colorful powder from the box, dealing 160 magic damage in an area. Target locked. Mo Yan's eyes turned cold. Flowing wind thorn. A condensed azure wind cone tore through the powder smoke, striking the main body of the makeup box precisely. 29,348. The blood red number nearly emptied its health bar. Ichi Juchin stepped forward, his massive shield crashing down with a dull whoosh. Quaking bulwark. Boom. 3133 wood chips flew as the venomous mouth let out an unwilling hissing screech like escaping air, then completely dissipated. The makeup box clattered to the floor, reverting to a lifeless broken prop. Ding, congratulations on defeating Vengeful Makeup Box above your level. Gained 617 experience points. With the first sample, their actions now had direction. For the rest of the path, any prop resembling a makeup box was met with their probing attacks. Though fraught with peril, they managed to advance to the center of the backstage without major incident. This place was like the heart of a prop graveyard. Broken scenery, flats, tilted pillars, and mountains of shattered furniture and costumes formed chaotic, eerie mounds. In the dim light, faint outlines of several pink or black makeup boxes could be seen hidden among them. In Mo Yan's hand, a void talisman shimmered with light as a surge of overwhelming, deathly energy began to coalesce. Burial rite. Rumble. The phantom of an immense, heavy bronze coffin radiating endless stillness and oppression descended with suffocating pressure upon the center of the prop mounds. With Mo Yan's continuously increasing magic power, the range of burial rite had now reached an astonishing 24 yards, covering almost the entire mountain of props at the center. 11,940. 11,940. 11940. Dense damage numbers gushed out like a fountain from every corner of the debris pile. Countless low-level vengeful props hidden within were annihilated before they could even manifest, turning into a surge of experience points for the group. Just as the aftershocks of this devastating area-clearing skill were fading, an abrupt change occurred. Beneath Mu Cheng's feet lay an inconspicuous dust-covered gray curtain, its edges coiling up silently like a venomous snake. Two translucent little hands distorted by shadows and fabric shot out, like lightning tightly coiling around her ankles. Mu Cheng, with her keen perception, instantly sensed the tightening beneath her feet. She exerted force on her toes to retreat, but the fabric's entanglement was exceptionally tenacious. A small damage number of 502 floated up, marking the first time others witnessed Mu Cheng being struck. Yet there was not a hint of panic in her eyes. Instead, she used the force against her. Her waist twisted, the ensnared leg coiling back like a spirit snake, while the other leg lashed out with a whoosh like a steel whip. Willow sweep kick. Boom. The shadowy curtain was kicked away with a burst of skill, soaring into the air. 78-74 by 2. Critical hit. Before it could land, Mu Cheng, like a phantom, lunged forward, her hands tracing profound trajectories as a massive, continuously flowing pale golden Bagua phantom instantly unfolded beneath her feet. Bagua body palm. The palm shadows fluttered swift as a gale. Bang, 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 bang. 5 strikes infused with internal energy firmly landed on the floating, cursed curtain. 3,500 by 5 by 2. The terrifying damage instantly cleared its health bar. The gray tattered cloth plummeted like a severed kite. However, Mu Cheng's thunderous strike was akin to poking a hornet's nest. Giggling, hissing, rustling. From all directions, the towering pile of discarded props echoed with countless chilling sounds. One by one, the cursed makeup boxes popped open, revealing their fangs. Each cursed costume moved autonomously without wind, their sleeves and collars lunging like open maws. More cursed curtains raced across the ground like shadows. In the face of this sudden situation, Mo Yan and his companions remained unperturbed. A lone figure like a mountain stood tall, instantly guarding the frail nightmare behind him. Seeing more vengeful spirits charging a powerful taunting field of provocation, like a magnet, instantly attracted the bulk of the monster's hatred as countless sharp claws gnawed at his heavy armor, producing a screeching sound. The monkey transformed into a blurred shadow, the icebone dagger in his hand emanating deadly blue cold light. With ghostly speed and the dagger's chilling aura, he weaved through the crowd of vengeful spirits. Mu Cheng's movements were agile, sometimes striking with thunder, precisely neutralizing threats. Mo Yan's staff accurately executed critical hits on high-threat targets with each swing. Behind them, the array of undead archers was merciless, the bone bows resonating continuously as arrows wrapped in death energy accurately pinned down each charging cursed prop on their path. This chaotic and intense prop-clearing battle continued for an unknown duration. When the final cursed curtain turned to tattered cloth and fell, the entire backstage was left in shambles, strewn with the debris of various props. Suddenly, from the depths of the previously unnoticed heavier and older dark green curtain, which had been plowed by burial, a pale hand covered in stitches and stains suddenly emerged. Following that, a figure extremely stiff and resembling a marionette crawled out from the piled tattered cloth and decayed wood, creaking as it moved. The cursed prop master. He was adorned with broken ropes, rusty pins, shattered lenses, and small prop bottles still dripping with an unknown liquid. In his left hand, he tightly grasped a massive rusted pair of scissors with a chipped blade, while his right hand clutched a heavy brass spool wrapped in dull threads. He wore a white hood smeared with various paints and riddled with holes, while chaotic withered hair protruded through the hood's openings. His face resembled a spilled palette smeared with dried, nauseating red, yellow, blue, and green stains, making it impossible to discern his features except for a pair of hollow black eyes that seemed capable of swallowing light, fixated intently on the crowd. Cursed Prop Master, silver level 25 health, 2,000,000 mana, 10,000 physical attack, 2,500 physical defense, 1,700 magic attack, 3,400 magic defense, 2,000 speed, 105 skills, tear the void. Inflicts 240 physical damage. Prop Meteor. Pulls out a random prop from the pocket to throw at enemies, inflicting 200 magic damage. Prop Henchman. Randomly endows a prop with vengeful life to attack enemies. Vengeful Energy Transformation. Releases vengeful energy, inflicting 220 magic damage within a 10-yard radius. Giggling. A dental cringing laughter reminiscent of bones grinding squeezed out from his throat. His hollow eyes swept over the crowd filled with boundless malice. The battle erupted in an instant. The cursed prop master's attacks were not particularly clever, but the prop henchman's skill was extremely annoying. The scissors or spool in his hand would randomly point to a nearby tattered prop, which would instantly activate, transforming into a small, cursed prop, attributes around elite monster level, recklessly charging at everyone. The real threat lay in the continuous interference and additional damage caused by these little things attacking from unexpected angles. Mooching absolute dust blocked those little things. Monkey harassed the main body. Output is up to me. Mo Yin quickly made a judgment. Mu Chung moved like a swimming dragon, her vigor surging as she sent away or shattered the activated props that lunged at her. Absolute dust stood like a rock, his shield swinging with impenetrable force, firmly protecting Nightmare and Mu Chang's flank, keeping most of the activated props at bay. The monkey used his speed advantage to continuously dart around the cursed prop master, leaving trails of frost on the boss with the chilling glow of the icebone dagger. Although the damage was low, it successfully disrupted his casting rhythm. Mo Yin unleashed full firepower. Flowing wind stab wind blade winds wound struck in succession, with the bone arrows of the undead archers pinning down the boss like raindrops. With Mu Chung and absolute dust efficiently clearing the prop henchman, the boss' health steadily and swiftly declined. When the cursed prop master's health fell below 10, he let out a reluctant shriek and activated Vengeful Energy Transformation. Thick black vengeful energy spread like a shockwave. The prepared group dispersed in time to avoid being affected. Ultimately, a precise, flowing wind stab pierced the cursed prop master's oil-covered chest. His stiff body staggered, and the scissors and spool in his hand clattered to the ground. In his hollow eyes, the light of endless hatred slowly extinguished, and his body collapsed to the ground like a deflated bag, turning into a puddle of mixed oil, paint, and black viscous substance. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the cursed prop master, gaining 8,600 experience points, lifespan 4 days. Ding! Congratulations to Yicha Yin Yun for triggering the undead sacrifice effect, gaining agility attribute 3. The light flickered and several items exploded beside the boss corpse. Among them, the most eye-catching were 2 pieces of equipment radiating a soft silver light. Cursed seamless leggings, silver level wearing position leggings, wearing level 25, wearing class divine healer, special effect 1, a physical defense, 110 magic defense, 120 special effect 2, spirit 20 special effect 3. Prop seamless active, use needle and thread congealed by mana to quickly sew up the wounds of an ally, restoring 200 magic attack power x0. 5. Health points, consuming 300 mana, cooldown time 5 minutes. Cursed Craftsman's Wrench, silver level wearing position offhand weapon, wearing level 25, wearing class mechanical master, divine mechanic special effect 1, I physical attack 70 magic attack 70 special effect 2, strength 12 special effect 3. Prop henchman active, endows a nearby small non-living item, such as stones or wooden blocks, with temporary vengeful life, making it fight for you for 30 seconds, possessing health equal to the summoner's level x50 and magic attack power x0. 3. At the same time, only one prop henchman can exist. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Just as everyone was collecting the loot on the other side of the stage, a previously unnoticed, even heavier, and older dark green curtain slowly slid open to the sides, emitting a creaking sound without anyone touching it. Behind the curtain, a set of stone steps extending upward and covered in dust and cobwebs was revealed. As Mo Yin and his team stepped onto the edge of the final silent stage. Clang, clang, clang. Amidst the piercing screech of electric currents, countless overhead stage spotlights blazed to life. Blazing white, icy, and utterly devoid of warmth, beams of light pierced the darkness like spears of judgment, flooding the entire stage in a suffocating false daylight. The stage at last revealed its full, opulent, yet decayed splendor. The floor polished black marble, like a mirror, coldly reflected the harsh glare of the countless spotlights above, dazzling the eyes. The backdrop was a colossal, haunting canvas of a starry sky, but the stars adorning it emitted an unsettling, eerie purple glow, like countless malevolent, watchful eyes. At the very center of the stage stood a single ornate throne that verged on the decadent. Seated upon it was the ultimate ruler of this level, the despair puppet. She wore a classical white lace gown slightly yellowed with age, its layers of hem embroidered with once exquisite floral patterns now entwined with ominous dark veins. Her hair cascaded like the finest black silk, a waterfall of darkness with faded blue ribbons tied at the ends drifting faintly in the stagnant air. Her face was exquisite beyond mortal measure, pale as jade, her features as finely sculpted as if by the most skilled artisan's painstaking hand. Yet those eyes, which should have brimmed with starlight, were now a terrifying void, bottomless and devoid of any flicker of life. Her hands, in a rigid and reverent pose, cradled a battered music box with peeling lacquer and deep scratches. The moment Yin and the others fully stepped onto the stage floor. Click. A faint sound of a mechanism. The puppet moved. No warning, no transition. Like an exquisite doll yanked upward by invisible strings, she rose from the throne with a stiff metallic friction defying all natural laws. Her movements retained their elegance, yet exuded a bone-deep coldness and inhuman quality. Facing the group, she lifted her intricate skirt and performed a court curtsy, so precise and mechanical it seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. The hem stirred faint clouds of dust as it swayed. A voice utterly flat and reminiscent of a faulty gramophone emerged from her perfect, unopened lips. Honored guests from afar, welcome to the Starry Theater performance. The voice carried a metallic, grating hiss. Allow me to present a dance for you. Yin and his companions felt their bodies instantly freeze, limbs as if filled with molten lead, unable to move even a finger. Forced to become spectators of this bizarre performance. Ding ding dong dong. The battered music box in her arms began to sound. No longer gentle but fragmented like the gasps of a dying creature, its tune twisted and off-key, each note hammering against their hearts. The puppet began to dance. Her movements at first bore a trace of awkward imitation of humanity. Light toe taps, arms unfurling, as if recalling a distant hazy dream. Her hollow eyes gazed into the void, and a torrent of intense emotion through this silent dance forcibly flooded the minds of Yin and his team. First movement, wings of pursuit. A vibrant young girl spun and leaped in a humble yet cozy practice room, sweat soaking her leotard, her eyes burning with pure love and longing for the stage. With her breathtaking dance and radiant beauty, she was finally chosen by the Starry Theater, stepping onto the brilliant stage of her dreams. Second movement, brilliance and shackles. Stage lights, focused applause thundered. Yet the scene twisted in the audience, fervent, distorted faces screamed hoarsely higher. Faster. More incredible. How can a human do this? A greedy theater manager sneered in the shadows. The girl's smile gradually faded into weariness and fear. Third movement, eternal night modification. The music box's melody turned sharp and frantic. The dance movements became grotesque instantly. In the darkness, the girl was forcibly pinned down, cold metal instruments gleaming as they pierced her living flesh. Her agonized struggle was silently portrayed. Every twist of a joint, every forced manipulation of a limb accompanied by soul-tearing screams in her mind. When the modification was complete, she stood stiffly before a mirror reflecting the perfect yet icy puppet form. The dance began to display flexibility and strength beyond human limits. Arching backward over 180 degrees, spinning on toes like a top, limbs folding at reverse joints. Breathtakingly beautiful, yet chillingly cold. Fourth movement, discarded doll. The audience's expressions shifted from awe to numbness, then to undisguised disgust. It's just the puppet body's doing. A soulless dance. Whispers pierced like poison needles. The theater, once seeing her as a cash cow, callously abandoned her in a cold, dusty corner of the warehouse. The dance movements brimmed with the loneliness of abandonment, and curling inward, the puppet hugged herself, trembling on the silent stage. Fifth movement, finale of despair. The music box's melody went utterly mad. Twisted, sharp, shattered notes scraped against eardrums like shards of glass. The puppet's dance turned violent and destructive in an instant. Her hair whipped wildly, her skirt flapped noisily. Her movements were filled with imagery of tearing, strangling, and trampling. The visions in their minds were bloody and direct. She dragged her cursed body back, her icy fingers easily piercing the former manager's throat, her sharp skirt hem severing the guards' necks, turning the entire theater into a blood-soaked hell. Every seat in the audience was stained crimson. In the end, the once bustling Starry Theater was left with only her standing alone in the silent center of the stage that belonged to her alone. Crack. The music box let out a piercing, string-snapping noise, then fell silent. The puppet froze in an impossibly difficult reverse-jointed pose at center stage, as if time itself had stopped. After a few seconds, she slowly, stiffly lowered her wild arms, lifted her skirt, stained with invisible blood, and performed a perfect, spine-chilling curtain call. She raised her head slowly, her hollow eyes gazing at the immobilized group. This time that flat metallic voice was infused with an unforgettable venomous hatred like ancient ice wrapping boiling lava. Thank you for watching this revolting dance. Her voice paused briefly, then the next words were ice cold, announcing the end. Nostalgia, over. Now, it's hunting time. Mo Yin and his team finally broke free from the dungeon's mechanics, and the boss's information appeared before them. Despair Puppet Gold Tier. Level 25. HP 300000. Mana 30000. Physical Attack 4500. Physical Defense 2500. Magic Attack 4500. Magic Defense 2500. Speed 140. Skill. Starry Stage. The Despair Puppet is the sole performer of the Starry Stage. Seeing the lone vague skill description on the boss's status bar, everyone except Mo Yin, riding a lone ledger nightmare, Mu Cheng Sweet, and Monkey, was dumbfounded. A chill shot from the soles of their feet to the crowns of their heads. A gold tier boss. Only one skill. Starry Stage, sole performer. Monkey's voice was dry, trembling with incredulous shock. What the hell does that even mean? It says nothing. A crisp yet cold snap of fingers rang out like a spark igniting a fuse. The tattered music box in the magic doll's arms suddenly erupted with a fervent, twisted melody that seemed ready to ignite souls. The entire stage felt as if it had been thrown into a furnace, and with a loud roar an endless crimson sea of flames surged forth, instantly engulfing the field of vision. The scorching waves of heat rolled the air, distorted, and the black marble beneath groaned under the unbearable burden. The magic doll's white dress shattered and burned in the fierce flames, turning to ash. In its place was a deep red robe flowing with magma-like patterns, alive and pulsating. The music box in her hand vanished, replaced by a menacing staff embedded with a massive core of lava exuding an aura of destruction. Dirty minion of the Demon King. The hollow eyes of the magic doll filled with flames, and the staff pointed straight at Mo Yin and his companions. That metallic voice was filled with wrath that threatened to incinerate everything. I will eliminate you in the name of the stars. Despairing Magic Doll, Gold Grade Infernal Flame Domain. Level 25. Health 30000. Mana 30000. Physical Attack 4500. Physical Defense 2500. Spell Attack 4500. Spell Defense 2500. Speed 140. Skills. Earth Vein Eruption summons a violent fire pillar, 170 spell damage. Blessing of the Fire God increases the damage coefficient of all fire-based skills by 20 for 15 seconds. Explosive Lava Core fires a lava core containing destructive energy, 210 spell damage. Infernal Purification Flame releases a devastating flame covering a 10 by 10 yard area, 200 area spell damage. Touch of Annihilation casts a high-temperature ray on a single target, 220 spell damage. Infernal Flame Domain non-fire professions suffer 100 burn damage per second. Blessing of the Fire God. With the staff raised high, the magic doll hummed, and a layer of near-substantial liquid flame-like flame attire enveloped her. An astonishing heat wave radiated outward, causing even the air to crackle. Immediately she swept her staff. Infernal Purification Flame. Boom. A scorching wave of fire several meters high and resembling a lava waterfall surged toward the five with terrifying force. Before the flames even arrived, the ground was already cracked from the terrifying heat. Without needing words, the instinct for survival ignited in an instant. Mo Yin grasped the arm of Ju Chun, and with a flash of azure light beneath his feet, he glided out with the heavy protective charm like a ghost. The monkey let out a screech as he almost simultaneously grabbed Nightmare's wrist, bursting forth with extreme speed, transforming into a shadow racing to the side. Mu Chung remained the calmest, lightly tapping her toes, her form drifting back like willow fluff in the wind, seemingly retreating casually as the edge of the destructive flame wave roared past, leaving charred marks. At the moment the wave of flames swept by, Mu Chung moved. With her cloud dream boots, mist billowed, clouds soaring swallow. She transformed into a green lightning bolt skimming the ground. In mere moments, she closed the distance of dozens of yards. Her target was the magic doll at the center of the flames. The magic doll seemed to have predicted her advance, swiftly retreating to create distance while fiercely thrusting her staff into Mu Cheng's path. Earth Vein Eruption. Boom. A violent fire pillar over 2 meters in diameter, swirling with hot rocks and molten lava, shot up from less than 5 yards in front of Mu Cheng. The scorching tongue of fire almost licked her cheek. Mu Cheng's eyes sharpened like an eagle. Her momentum remained unabated. Just as she was about to collide with the fire pillar, step. She forcefully stomped on a raised blackened stone slab to her left, and her body made an unbelievable zaped line in the midst of high speed. The fire pillar shot skyward, grazing her back and sending a gust of hot wind that tousled her hair. She was unscathed. Her speed even increased further, racing like a meteor toward the retreating magic doll. Just as the magic doll was about to be approached by Mu Cheng, sizzle! A silver chain entwined with deathly silence burst forth from the void behind her like a venomous snake. Instantly wrapping around the magic doll's waist, and the arm holding the staff, it tightened fiercely. Void chain. 11,940. The magic doll's retreat was abruptly halted. Almost at the same millisecond, the chain wrapped around. A blue wind cone honed to perfection, silent, and with a devious trajectory, tore through the scorching air, accurately striking the exposed junction of the magic doll's chest and abdomen revealed by the chain's pull. Flowing wind stab. 26,268. Following that, a blue wind blade tearing through space and a highly compressed, vision-distorting, transparent air cannon followed in quick succession. Wind blade. 20,298. Air cannon. 16,716. At this moment, Mu Cheng's figure had already appeared, as if transported before the staggering magic doll bound by the chain. As soon as she stood firm, she sank into a horse stance, her right palm, like a mountain collapsing, carrying a heavy sound of breaking air, directly imprinting onto the magic doll's core. Mountain push palm. 4,762. Mu Cheng's eyes flashed with surprise. This was not a weak point. She reacted with lightning speed. With her palm still moving, her 5 fingers curled like hooks, transforming her palm into claws, creating a fierce wind as she lightning-fast struck toward the magic doll's delicate throat. Bone-splitting hand. 5,079. Still not it. Though the magic doll was bound by the chain, she could still wield her staff. At this moment, her hatred was focused on Mo Yin, but she had inadvertently included Mu Cheng in her attack trajectory. The lava core atop her staff suddenly blazed to its utmost brilliance. Touch of annihilation. A ray as sharp as a needle exuding a terrifying white-hot temperature shot toward Mu Cheng at close range, brushing against her own robe. This was meant to pierce through both of them. In a critical moment, Mu Cheng's gaze turned icy. Her footwork shifted mysteriously. Swallow 3 schemes water. Her body seemed to lose all weight, pivoting on her left foot, as if swept by a fierce wind, completing an astonishing, nearly ground-hugging spin at an impossible angle. The lethal white ray grazed her waist and passed by, instantly melting the ground behind into a glazed state. As she spun, she had already assumed the initial stance of the Bagua flowing body palm. A faint golden, slowly rotating Bagua phantom suddenly unfolded beneath her feet. Pop, 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 pop. 5 swift palms as fast as a storm, each with distinctly different force, struck accurately at 5 different joints and energy nodes of the magic doll's body. 2540 by 4. When the 4th palm landed in an extremely concealed connecting seam beneath the magic doll's right rear waist, a faint sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed. Mu Cheng's eyes lit up. The final palm, containing all her explosive force, slammed fiercely into that seam. 2540 by 2. Weak point hit. Found it. Immediately after, Mu Cheng's offensive surged like a storm. Chi force. Her palms struck in succession, a condensed chi force cannonball booming at the weak point. 4444 by 2. Willow fist. Her slender waist twisted, her right leg like a steel whip tore through the air, with a sharp howl striking fiercely at the same spot. 5714 by 2. Mo Yin witnessed all of this, and a hint of undeniable shock passed through his pupils. To avoid revealing his identity as a reborn, and to train his companions, he had never disclosed any information about the boss's weaknesses. In his previous life, this extremely tricky weakness of the magic doll's waist was built upon the blood and annihilation of countless top teams. Yet, Mu Cheng had managed to extract it solely through her combat instincts and terrifying observational skills in such a brief exchange. This was beyond what could be described as genius. It was an almost demonic battle instinct. Now's the time. Mo Yan's long-prepared left index finger had already condensed a deep, dark light that seemed to swallow light. Simultaneously, the silver light from his right-hand ring flashed. Desolation finger. Forced critical hit. With a sizzle. A thread-thin ray exuding the aura of annihilation disregarded the distance of space and arrived in an instant. 41791x2. Forced critical hit. Boom. The magic doll's nearly 800 health points evaporated in an instant. The entire lava robe shook violently, its radiance dimming. Crack. Almost simultaneously, the silver chain that bound her was shattered by the violent energy. 11,940. Escape damage, yet at this moment the magic doll was already at the end of her strength. Faced with Mu Cheng, who relentlessly targeted her weaknesses, she was utterly helpless. The following seconds became Mu Cheng's personal showcase. Though her skills were on cooldown, each punch, palm, finger, and kick landed with precision on that fatal weakness of the waist like the most precise of instruments. Every strike landed on flesh, and every palm cracked armor. Sparks and shattered energy shards flew everywhere. Another nearly 18,000 health points vanished amidst the storm of close-quarters attacks. Hiss! The monkey gasped, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg, his eyes nearly bulging out. He looked at himself equipped with a level 20 golden dagger, icebone dagger, barely reaching an attack power of 2748. Then he watched the shadows and terrifying numbers produced by Mu Cheng's punches and kicks, feeling like a child holding a toy knife. He suddenly turned his head, pointing at the figure on stage resembling a human-shaped beast, stammering, "To E nightmare, this. This. Mu Cheng." The monkey gestured wildly towards Mu Cheng. "No way. How is Mu Cheng so fierce? No, wait. Why didn't any of you three tell me when I challenged her to a duel back then?" E nightmare rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curve up in a smirk of schadenfreude. "Stop. Back then your tail was so high it nearly pierced the sky, looking down on others. How could you hear any advice? You arranged the duel yourself." She patted the monkey's stiff shoulder teasingly. "You have to finish the fight, even if it means shedding tears," ignoring the monkey's face that instantly fell into a bitter melon expression. "This stage has just begun." This lasted for 10 seconds since the beginning. The puppet suddenly snapped its fingers again. Whoom, crackle. The entire stage space emitted a deafening, unbearable sound of twisting, breaking metal. The crimson sea of flames vanished like an ebbing tide. In its place lay a scene of a cold, rusted, abandoned repair shop, filled with the stench of oil and metallic waste. Above there was no longer a false starry sky, but a steel dome covered in pipes and condensation. Beneath the puppet, a massive, complex magical array shimmering, with eerie blue energy patterns, suddenly flared to life. Her molten lava robe seemed to be stripped away by an invisible hand, dissolving into specks of light, revealing a sleek, form-fitting mecha combat suit, with a matte black finish accented by dangerous crimson glows. Boom! Accompanied by ear-shattering engine roars and metallic clashes, a steel giant 3 stories tall, with a menacing blackened paint job bearing massive cannons on its shoulders, and wielding a giant beam, sword rose from the magical array. The puppet's figure was seated steadily inside the cockpit at the giant's chest, which emitted a faint blue glow. Despair puppet gold grade, Steel Frenzy level 25 HP 6 481 230 0000 mana 30,000 physical attack 4500 5400 20 physical defense 2500 3000 20 magic attack 4500 magic defense 2500 speed 140 skills. Mecha armament summons the exclusive heavy mecha the Arbiter. Floating annihilation cannon fires homing energy beams from both shoulders, 240 physical damage. Matrix shield generates an energy shield with 30,000 HP 30-second cooldown. Hive missile randomly locks onto 3 targets and fires high explosive missiles, 120 physical damage per hit. Subsequent hits on the same target deal half damage. Ultimate Judgment Slash wields the giant beam sword for a devastating chop, 300 physical damage. Steel Domain Mecha's physical attack and defense increase by an additional 20. A cold, amplified metallic synthetic voice rang out from the mecha, carrying an icy resolve. Intruders. For the sake of this azure pure planet, fight to the end. Monkey's jaw nearly hit the floor. Pointing at the behemoth, he exclaimed, "Holy crap, is this boss playing dress-up?" No one paid Monkey's quip any mind. A sharp glint flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes as she recognized this mechanical creation akin to a divine mechanism grandmaster. Instead of retreating, she advanced. With a burst of power from her feet, she shot toward the colossal steel form like a cannonball. Whoom! The moment the blackened mecha the Arbiter appeared, the energy cores on its shoulders lit up. A thick shield composed of countless hexagonal blue energy blocks flowing with data streams instantly covered its body. Matrix shield. Simultaneously, several launch ports on the mecha's chest and shoulder armor popped open. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 missiles trailing white exhaust screamed through the air toward Mo, Yen, Mu Cheng, and Monkey. Hive missile. Midair facing the howling missiles, Mu Cheng used her forward momentum to kick off the mecha's icy knee armor with her left foot. Clang. A crisp sound. She used the force to perform a nimble midair somersault. The missile grazed beneath her tumbling form, exploding in a burst of fire in the distance. As she landed from the flip, her heavy fist imbued with inner energy slammed fiercely into the flowing blue shield. 2674. No weak point on the shield. Monkey let out a strange yell, accelerating to full speed and dodging the missile in a zaped blur. He didn't stop jabbering. "Damn. You really hold a grudge. I just made a joke. Was a missile really necessary?" Mo Yen, as if foreseeing the attack, had already sidestepped a few paces the moment the missile launched, easily avoiding it. At the same time, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. His left hand had already formed a primitive, profound seal. Burial. Boom. A massive bronze coffin entwined with bronze chains and radiating an aura of endless silence and crushing weight appeared out of thin air above the Arbiter mecha, crashing down with the force of a meteor. It pinned the colossal frame in place. 11,940. The immense pressure caused the matrix shield covering the mecha to ripple violently, its light visibly dimming. Mo Yin had held on to this powerful control skill precisely to counter the puppet's unknown form shifts. The Despair puppet, as the final boss of this dungeon, had many forms, strong stats, and massive health. Although its single skill damage coefficient was slightly lower than that of same-level bosses, its nearly flawless versatility and form shifts every 10 seconds over 20 in total were enough to give any team a splitting headache. At that moment, the silver ring on Mo Yan's left hand flashed with intense brilliance. Celestial Cascade. Splash. It was as if the Milky Way had burst. A vast river composed of countless dazzling silver star fragments surged forth from the void, carrying an aura of annihilation as it cascaded from the heavens, washing violently over the struggling steel giant. 23,880. The already faltering matrix shield shattered like fragile glass, vanishing without a trace. Almost the instant the shield broke, Mo Yin unleashed his skill. Wind Scar. A wind blade far thicker than before and swirling with countless metal shards slammed into the mecha's now enshielded chest like an enraged dragon. 20,298. At the same time, the secondary damage from Burial triggered. 11,940. The mecha's massive frame let out a pained groan of overstrain as its armor twisted and cracked, sparks flying wildly in all directions. Its HP instantly bottomed out, leaving only a final 18,732 points. A clear, crisp battle cry rang out. Mu Cheng had already scaled the mecha's battered body like a nimble monkey, leaping to the top of the cockpit in a few bounds. She clenched her right fist. The ring on her finger burst forth with 3 dazzling lights: fierce red, icy blue, and heavy yellow. 3 distinct energies converged and compressed wildly at her fist's edge. All or nothing. Her eyes were fixed solely on the cockpit hatch, which emitted a faint blue glow. Channeling every ounce of power from her core, her body arched like a drawn bow. Her right fist became a 3-colored meteor tearing through the air, carrying an unwavering resolve as it smashed fiercely toward the heart of the cockpit. Boom. Crackle. 1702-3x2. Weak point hit. The tough cockpit hatch crumpled and shattered like paper. The violent energy poured inside. Wail. A short, piercing electronic cry came from within the mecha, followed by a chain of internal explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The massive blackened mecha, the Arbiter, began to disintegrate from the inside. Its giant arms broke off and crashed down, its torso armor twisted and tore, spewing smoke and flames. Finally, in a thunderous explosion, it collapsed into a heap of burning scrap metal. Amidst the smoke and fire, the delicate yet cracked body of the Despair puppet tumbled from the wreckage of the cockpit like a broken marionette. Clutching the worn music box, her fingertips gently brushed across its dusty surface. Her hollow eyes seemed to gaze toward the fake purple starry sky, a faint, indescribable peace mixed with relief and boundless sorrow settling on her face. Finally, she collapsed in the center of this starry stage that had once been hers and had ultimately destroyed her. The music box let out a final off-key sigh, then fell completely silent. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Despair puppet beyond your level. Gained 17,199 experience points and 6 days of lifespan. Congratulations on reaching level 23. Gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations to Ichai Yenyun for triggering the undead sacrifice effect. Gained attribute point Constitution 4. Ding! Congratulations to players Ichai Yenyun, Ichi Juechen, Zhongmu Yiming, Mu Cheng Weitian, and Bisho Yudu for completing the level 20 hard mode dungeon. Rewarded with 2 free attribute points and 1 gold treasure chest. The colossal body of the Despair puppet crashed down, dissolving into specks of fluorescent light, leaving behind 2 pieces of equipment shimmering with different radiances floating silently in the air. One was a robe woven from countless delicate silver-gray threads, and the other a pair of light, eerily graceful leather boots. The puppeteer's mournful robe, gold grade. Equip slot chest. Equip level 25. Equip class Sacred Healer. Effect 1, I physical defense 6, 50 magical defense 700. Effect 2, vitality 45. Effect 3, silken vitality passive increases healing effect by 12. Effect 4, elegy resonance active emits a low mournful cry, range 20 yards, granting all friendly targets within range a shield that absorbs 500 1 of magic power damage for 8 seconds. Puppet dance boots, gold grade. Equip slot feet. Equip level 25. Equip class physical general. Effect 1, physical defense 2, 50 magical defense 240. Effect 2, agility 40. Effect 3, agile joints passive increases dodge rate by 3. Effect 4, dance evasion passive after successfully evading an attack increases the damage of the next physical attack by 15 for 5 seconds. Upon opening the chest, inside lay a box-shaped device forged from dark gold metal covered in intricate gears and levers. Puppet core control console, gold grade. Equip slot weapon. Equip level 25. Equip class divine machinery master. Effect 1, I physical attack, 700 magical attack, 700. Effect 2, strength, 47. Effect 3, core amplification passive increases the physical attack and physical defense of operated machinery by 10. Effect 4, a energy overload active forces a controlled machine into an overload state, increasing attack power by 20 and attack speed by 10, but losing 2 of max HP per second for 15 seconds, or until HP is depleted. Cooldown 10 minutes. Upon seeing the stats of puppet dance boots, both Mu Chung and Ichi Ju Chun unhesitatingly expressed their disinterest. Monkey cheerfully picked up the stylish boots, caressing the silver patterns on them with affection. But as he stroked them, his smile gradually froze, recalling the dual pact with Mu Chung. He scratched his head, awkwardly sidled up to Mu Chung, his voice dropping a few notches. Mu Chung about that sparring thing. His eyes wandered, unable to meet hers directly. Mu Chung was taken aback for a moment, then quickly caught on. Oh right, you're already over level 20. Want to spar now? I'm fine with it. She flexed her wrists, looking eager. No, not at all. Monkey waved his hands frantically. Mu Chung, assuming she understood Monkey's thoughts, nodded. All right, wait for me to reach level 25. Once I equip the reach fists, I'll spar with you. Monkey, deflated like a beaten eggplant, nodded weakly, lamenting inwardly. There's no escaping this duel. Yimeng, who had been watching the whole scene, was already covering her mouth, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter, almost bursting out at Monkey's predicament. But as she laughed, Yimeng's gaze swept over the spot where the puppet had vanished, and the tragic scene from earlier replayed in her mind. Her smile faded, and she let out a soft sigh, her voice tinged with melancholy. Hey, don't you think the stories in this dungeon feel so real? That puppet, when it was finally freed, I kind of felt sorry for it. Mo Yin was silent for a few seconds, his gaze growing profound as he spoke slowly. I always feel these dungeons might be more than just data. That despair and struggle felt too real. Perhaps they reflect some unknown reality. Anyway, from now on, everyone must stay fully alert in dungeons. Safety first. Hearing Mo Yan's words, Yimeng, Ju Chun, and the others nodded. Some dungeons are actually temporal spatial projections of myriad realms within the Holy Yuan continent. It was said that someone was once transported from a dungeon to one of those myriad realms where the power system was entirely different from the Holy Yuan world. Everyone could transform into monsters with terrifying strength. Fortunately, they eventually returned to the Holy Yuan world. After this news spread, everyone became more cautious in dungeons, fearing being sent to some strange realm. Since the first clear laurel for the level 20 dungeon had already been claimed by the God King team from the United States, Mo Yin and his team's completion of the hard mode did not trigger a global announcement. However, they did receive 2 attribute points for clearing the hard mode for the first time. But when they stepped out of the dungeon vortex, they were stunned by the sea of people at the entrance to the corrupted theater. They're out. Smoke God and the team are out. How was it? Cleared it right. Definitely cleared. Quick. Check the dungeon record. Look at the difficulty. Look at the time. The crowd surged like boiling water, swarming them with a barrage of questions. Without Mo Yin needing to answer, countless eyes were already fixed on the massive record stele beside the dungeon entrance. When the names Icha Yin Yun, Mu Chung Wei Tian, Ichi Ju Chun Zhang Mu Yimeng, and Bai Shou Yudu appeared with the clear display, difficulty hard, clear time 1 hour 24 minutes 5 seconds. Holy crap. Hard mode. Oh my god. 1 hour 24 minutes. That's over 3 minutes faster than the Americans clearing normal mode. Awesome. Smoke God is awesome. Dragon Kingdom is awesome. The crowd erupted instantly. The pent-up frustration and humiliation of the entire day transformed into sky-high cheers and pride. Countless people immediately screenshotted and swiftly posted this exhilarating achievement into the World Channel, instantly igniting a firestorm. Give me a grand finale. Dragon Kingdom, United States. See clearly. God King team's normal mode, Lonely Monastery, record 1 hour 27 minutes 11 seconds. Our Icha Yin Yun team's hard mode, Corrupted Theater, record 1 hour 24 minutes 5 seconds. Hard mode is 3 minutes faster than your normal mode. So does your face hurt? Who's the real boss? One shot of blood. Dragon Kingdom, haha. Americans sour yet. Still bragging about your dungeon difficulty. If you're bad, just practice more. Our Smoke God carries the team. Farming hard mode like it's normal. Who else? Clear Wind, Bright Moon. Dragon Kingdom, weren't some people saying Smoke God was a flash in the pan? Now your faces are swollen beyond recognition, right? Hard mode first, clear crushing, clear time. Do you submit? Lu Mao is not some Lu. Dragon Kingdom rises. Smoke God is mighty. Hard mode first, clear time, domination. United States, kneel and sing surrender. Dog face emoji. American players hit by this sudden data also erupted. Alvaro USA, Lonely Monastery, difficulty rating SSS. Your dungeon difficulty can be cleared by our God King with one hand. Jose USA, laughable. Getting desperate. We got the first clear a whole day ago. You just caught up and you're already bragging. Pathetic. Pedro USA, enjoy your 5 minutes of glory. CN. When the real challenge comes, well, see who laughs last. Tong Lushang Ju Hua. Dragon Kingdom, why don't you objectively admit that our hard mode time crushed yours? Luo Shi La Na of the Divine Seclusion Pavilion Dragon Kingdom, our hard mode is faster than your normal mode. Ao Gue C2 of the Blood Dragon Clan Dragon Kingdom, fight. Front row selling melon seeds, peanuts, and mineral water. Watching expression, but seriously smoke God's time is indeed impressive. The two sides went back and forth on the World Channel trading barbs. A cacophony of abbreviations, memes, and sarcasm filled the air, the argument heated, yet tinged with the fun of online trolling. Just as the battle was stalemated and the channel was scrolling too fast to read, ding. A cold, emotionless system notification sound like a thunderbolt from the nine heavens suddenly rang directly in the minds of every player worldwide, instantly drowning out all arguments. System announcement global: as 95 of players have reached the level 3 main city, the Blue Star Doomsday Judgment newbie protection period is hereby terminated. Welcome everyone to the official survival trial ground. Rule changes are as follows. 1. Pain synchronization rate adjustment: player pain perception will be increased from 20 to 100. Please note that real pain will test your will. The system is not responsible for any mental breakdowns caused by extreme pain. 2. Lifespan trading market opens. Lifespan points officially become a tradable currency. Killing other participants of Doomsday Judgment allows you to seize half of their lost lifespan value, i.e., 120 of the normal total lifespan. 3. Survival tax escalation starting from midnight tomorrow. The daily base lifespan deduction will increase from 1 day to 5 days. Thereafter, for every 10 natural days survived, the daily deduction will increase by an additional 1 day, i.e., days 11, 26 days daily, days 2,130, 7 days daily, and so on. 4. World exploration expansion: more ancient ruins, lost secret realms, and special territories will gradually appear in the Holy Yuan world where opportunity and death coexist. 5. Communication isolation: the world channel function is temporarily closed. Players from different nations can only communicate within their national regional channels. National achievement rankings will be settled independently. 6. National hero leaderboard: independent level leaderboards for each nation are now open. 7. Enhanced appraisal adjustment: appraisal returns to normal state. When used on wild monsters and bosses, it can only detect attributes and skill names, not the effects of skills. When used on natives and other players, it can only detect names and levels. This update takes effect immediately. Wishing you all survival in the apocalypse and a longer life. The moment the announcement ended, the entire entrance to the corrupted theater, and indeed every gathering place of online players worldwide, fell into a dead silence. The heated World Channel argument from moments ago was extinguished as if by an invisible giant hand. 100 pain, killing to plunder lifespan, ever-increasing survival tax, closed World Channel. A bone-chilling cold accompanied by the emotionless wishes in the announcement instantly swept through everyone's hearts. A greater chaos was about to begin. The chilling system announcement struck everyone's heart like an invisible hammer. In the moments following the announcement, the thunderous cheers at the entrance of the corruption theater seemed to freeze in an instant, leaving only a deathly silence. The air was so heavy it felt suffocating. Ichi-Ju Chun felt a chill surge from his feet straight to the crown of his head, the knuckles of his fingers gripping the shield turning slightly white from the strain. The words 100 pain sensation, killing, stealing lifespan, echoed repeatedly in his mind, bringing waves of dizziness. He instinctively glanced at his teammate beside him. E-Nightmare's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly. The excitement from the monkey earlier had vanished, replaced with suspicion and a hint of barely perceptible malice. Mu Cheng's brow was tightly furrowed, though she remained relatively calm. As the strongest support of the team, an unprecedented heavy pressure suddenly bore down on his shoulders. The difficulty of protecting his companions had escalated several levels. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The cold touch of the shield brought him a sliver of reality. The chaotic era had arrived, and only a harder shield could protect those behind him. The monkey felt a surge of malevolent fire rise within him, only to be doused by the phrase stealing lifespan from the announcement, leaving him chilled to the bone. He looked down at the demon doll dance boots he had just acquired, still warm from his grasp, feeling a mix of emotions. Damn, just got good gear, and now I'm told that getting hit will definitely hurt. Can killing still steal lifespan? He irritably ruffled his hair, the excitement from just completing a level 20 difficult dungeon now completely gone. E-Nightmare felt as if her heart was gripped by a cold hand. The words mental collapse and reality shock from the announcement sent chills down her spine. She unconsciously moved a bit closer to Ichi-Ju Chun, as if this could offer her some sense of safety. Thinking of the real despair experienced in the dungeon and recalling the potential for real death and pain in the future, her fingertips turned cold. She dared not think further, biting her lower lip, tightly struggling to calm the turmoil in her mind. Mu Cheng's expression was still as calm as ever, making it hard to tell what she was thinking. But her slightly clenched fists betrayed her inner unrest. Mo Yin appeared to be the calmest among them. He already knew all of this. However, at this moment, he was also surprised by something. The novice protection period had ended nearly half a month earlier than expected. What did that mean? It meant that the overall progress of players in this life on Blue Star had far surpassed the previous life. The flutter of a butterfly's wings had completely altered the trajectory of the storm. The future would be even more unpredictable than he knew. He quickly opened the lifespan shop. The items inside were no different from his memories of the previous life, and the price ranges for white bronze and silver gear confirmed his judgment. Currently, only white bronze and silver gear from levels 1 to 20 were available. A white piece required the sacrifice of 30,100 days of lifespan. Bronze cost 100,300 days, and silver ranged from 3,001,000 days. As his gaze swept over the Dragon Country's level leaderboard 1, Icha Yin Yun, level 23-2, Mu Chengwei Tian, level 22-3, Ichi Ju Chun, level 22-4, Zhang Mu E Nightmare, level 22-5, Dagger Yu Poison, level 21-6, Dragon Clan Golden Dragon, level 20. The top 100 were mostly elites from various major guilds. It seemed orderly, but Mo Yin knew well that turbulent undercurrents lay beneath the calm. The opening of lifespan trading was akin to unlocking Pandora's box. Those notorious lifespan hunters, guilds, and organizations from the previous life would soon rear their heads like venomous snakes. Even more terrifying was when people discovered that using lives to feed certain special outdoor bosses could spawn higher-grade gear. That would lead to a truly, utterly ruthless dark revelry. The slaughter among players would swiftly escalate into a brutal struggle for survival. At this moment, the Dragon Country channel had already exploded. The speed of information flooding the screen was so fast, it was hard to catch 100 pain sensation. How are we supposed to play? Getting hit by a monster will kill us. Lifespan can be traded. Can it be stolen? Are you crazy? This is encouraging murder. The survival tax is getting heavier. This leaves no way for people to live. The world channel is closed. Are we only allowed to talk to people domestically from now on? Panic, anger, confusion, despair. A myriad of emotions wildly erupted through the text. The slight sense of adaptation that had just begun to form toward this new world was instantly crushed by these cruel new rules. At that moment, a bold pinned and official message appeared at the top of the channel, like a stabilizing anchor. Dragon Clan official announcement. The Dragon Clan is a power stronghold constructed by the Dragon Country military and Holy Element world. Currently boasting a force of 15000 with order maintained and resources coordinated. All compatriots without organization can apply to join the Dragon Clan and receive unified management and protection. Guarding our homeland, overcoming difficulties together. As the news broke, the channel fell silent for a moment before erupting into a deafening uproar. The military. It's the military making a move. That's great. There's organization now. I'll apply right away. Following the country is better than fighting alone. Dragon Clan, take me. I'm a level 16 warrior. Countless players like drowning men clutching at a life raft immediately regarded the Dragon Clan's stronghold as a place of hope. The major guilds like Tang Dynasty Royal Clan and Immortal Alliance also reacted, offering generous conditions to attract manpower. Tang Dynasty Guild recruiting talents. Generous benefits, shared resources. Join Tang Dynasty, and together we shall forge glory. Royal Dynasty Guild Royal Dynasty Hegemony, inviting you to co-create. Core members enjoy priority in equipment distribution. Immortal Alliance, cultivating immortality and seeking the Tao, live freely. The Immortal Alliance family awaits your battle. Although their conditions were tempting, the heavy military background of the Dragon Clan undoubtedly won the trust and longing of more ordinary players at this moment of societal upheaval. Of course, there were also those who did not like being constrained by the military, choosing to join large guilds. Mo Yin watched this familiar yet strange scene filled with doubts. In the previous life, the Dragon Clan had not yet reached 8000 at this time. He and Ju Chun E Nightmare also joined the Dragon Clan at that time. How had they expanded so rapidly this time? 15000. Mo Yin did not know that it was precisely because of Dragon Clan Black Dragon relaying his words to the higher-ups that the Dragon Clan was able to lay out their plans earlier and more decisively, absorbing a large amount of power. E Nightmare looked at the chaotic yet hopeful messages in the channel, her voice trembling slightly as she softly asked, "Is this world really going to fall apart?" Ichi Ju Chun exhaled heavily, his gaze exceptionally resolute as he patted his shield. "No matter how things change outside, we can only make ourselves stronger. Strong enough to stand firm in this chaotic world to protect ourselves and those around us." His words were like a rock, conveying a reassuring strength. Mo Yan's gaze slowly swept over each teammate's face. Their expressions held uneasy confusion. His voice was steady, imbued with a piercing strength. "Ju Chun is right. Order collapsed the moment Judgment Day arrived. The only strength we can rely on is the power in our hands and the trustworthy companions by our side. And don't forget, this is only the beginning. The final trials await all of us in the future. Seize every opportunity to grow stronger. That is the way to victory." Just then, ding. Announcement from the Yuhui City area. A loud and urgent voice, not a system voice, more like the proclamation of the city guard commander, echoed in the ears of all players within the range of Yuhui City. Emergency military situation. The northern gate Void City is currently under siege by a massive gathering of orc tribes, their army advancing. The fall of the city is imminent. The Lord of Yuhui City is now issuing a blood recruitment order to all visitors from beyond. Respond to the recruitment and gather at Void City tomorrow night. Those who receive the blood recruitment order, successful city defenders, and all participants will be rewarded with silver or higher tier equipment. According to Team Battlefield Contribution rankings, the leading team will have all members receive an epic level piece of equipment. The 2nd to 100th teams will have all members receive a golden level piece of equipment. The remaining brave fighters will all be granted a silver level piece of equipment. However, all adventurers registered in Yuhui City who avoid the battle will face severe punishment. Bronze level 100 points of reputation deducted 1 year of lifespan forfeited. Silver level 200 points of reputation deducted 5 years of lifespan forfeited. Golden level 500 points of reputation deducted 10 years of lifespan forfeited. Epic level adventurers. Forced recruitment. Anyone who dares to resist. The voice suddenly turned cold, infused with a chilling sense of bloodshed, will be considered a traitor. Within Yuhui City, kill without mercy. A bounty will be placed to the death. The moment the announcement ended, the entire entrance of the corruption theater and even all of Yuhui City fell into a more complex silence than after the previous system announcement. Immediately following was an even fiercer uproar. Epic equipment, golden equipment, silver equipment. The generous rewards felt like a shot of adrenaline. But high rewards also meant high risks, with phrases like deducting reputation lifespan and kill without mercy, reminding everyone that this mission was anything but ordinary. The cold penalties hung over them like a sword of Damocles. Fear, greed, excitement, despair, responsibility, helplessness. A multitude of emotions wildly intertwined and collided within the crowd. The roar of orcs seemed to be faintly heard on the northern horizon. A storm sweeping all players in Yuhui City was already looming. The players swiftly split into 2 factions. The optimists rolled up their sleeves, excited whispers passing through the crowd, a guaranteed silver tier equipment. And even epic tier gear. That stuff hasn't even been seen yet. Yuhui City is bleeding itself dry to give out welfare. On the other hand, the pessimists wore grim expressions, their faces heavy with doubt. Not participating means losing lifespan. Free silver equipment. This quest is probably a bottomless pit of death. The 2 voices were evenly matched, countless eyes secretly watching the movements of the major guilds, the air thick with anxious anticipation. Mo Yin stared at the announcement, his brows furrowed. In his past life, the blood-colored conscription order had never possessed such forceful recruitment and astonishing rewards. Especially that line about compulsory conscription of epic tier adventurers. It seemed tailored for him. After all, in this life, he was the only epic tier adventurer. He understood the peril of this quest better than anyone. Even the lowest-ranking grunts of the orc tribes possessed strength comparable to level 20 players. In the world of Xingyuan, the human race had inherently weaker base attributes. At present, the players' levels and equipment were far from optimal. Defeating the orcs would be no easy feat. In his previous life, through the joint efforts of Yuhui City soldiers and the people of Dragon Nation, they had ultimately managed to repel the orc invasion. Even without the mandatory conscription, Mo Yin would have participated in the Void City defense battle. Slaying alien races and reaping merits. This was a rare opportunity. Those with high imperial merits could obtain official positions in the Tianxian Empire fiefdoms or even the legendary title of prince. Rumors even spoke of a chance to explore the treasures of the Imperial Vault. Even if one chose not to enter the Imperial bureaucracy, merits themselves served as a pass. 1 of 0 Imperial merits were equivalent to a Kiliarch granting certain authority. With merits in hand, one could easily acquire quests from low-ranking officials. If he had already been a major general back when he rescued Xuanyue, even if Lu Shuang had 10 times the nerve, he wouldn't have dared to frame them. Mo Yin glanced at the few people beside him. He wasn't worried about Mu Cheng's strength, and Yimeng as a healer would be relatively safe in the rear. But Juechen as a guardian would be in the most dangerous place. In such a large-scale battle, an individual's power was ultimately limited. There was also Monkey, whose only asset was speed, making him equally vulnerable on the battlefield. Just as Mo Yin was about to speak, Juechen cut in directly. Old Mo, we're coming with you. His gaze was resolute and undeniable. Monkey chuckled carefree. Exactly, Yanga, wherever you go, Monkey will follow. Orcs or whatever, let's just crush them. Mu Cheng and Yimeng didn't speak, but their eyes were equally filled with determination. Mo Yin smiled helplessly. All right then, let's go take a look together. Time rewound to the night before the announcement. In Yuhui City, the city lord's manor was lit with flickering lanterns. Lu Shuang clutched a secret report just flown in from the front lines. His steps hurried. City lord. 200,000 orc troops have gathered outside Void City in the north. On his sickbed, City Lord Bai listened to the report, silent for a long, While before slowly speaking, the southern front is tightly entangled by goblins. The main force can't move. There are only 67,000 soldiers left in the city. The northern border will be hard to hold. He coughed a few times, his voice hoarse. Old Lu contract the northern line, abandon Void Taiyang and Siu cities, and set up defenses relying on the Lai Mountain Pass. Take my writ and quickly request reinforcements from Songyue City. City Lord, I have another plan. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Shuang's eyes as he lowered his voice. There are tens of thousands of celestial visitors in the city. Why not drive them as shields to hold Void City for us? Create the illusion of a main force holding firm. Once the Orc army is bogged down by them, our elite troops can launch a surprise attack on their granaries. Orcs don't farm. If the granaries are destroyed, their morale will collapse. City Lord, by listen, the worry deepening on his brow, the rules of the Shenyuan world. How can we treat celestial visitors as cannon fodder? To issue a quest requires an equivalent exchange. Don't worry, City Lord. Lu Shuang was prepared and immediately bowed. Of course, I won't break the rules. The obsolete silver tier equipment from the military is piled up like a mountain. The Cyan clan can also contribute some golden tier equipment plus one epic tier piece as compensation. Seeing City Lord by still hesitating, Lu Shuang lowered his voice, further adding fuel to the fire. City Lord, those celestial visitors. Their lives are like grass. They can be reborn after death. But our soldiers, each one lost is gone for good. Trading a few pieces of iron for a few lives. They won't lose out either. City Lord by closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them again, a weary decisiveness in his gaze. Enough. I still have some reserves in my treasury. For this battle, the top-ranked team will each receive an epic tier equipment piece, ranks 2 to 100 golden tier, all other participants silver tier. And one more thing, he emphasized, make sure to set their resurrection point inside Taiyang City. If things go awry, they'll have a chance to escape. The City Lord waved his hand. This matter I leave entirely to you. Go now. Your subordinate understands. Lu Shuang bowed and withdrew, a faint, barely perceptible sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. The next evening in Void City, player teams that had accepted the blood-colored conscription order quest poured in like migrating ants, continuously flooding into this tense border town. In the end, the gathered people of Dragon Nation numbered as many as 160,000, nearly double the participants from the previous life. When someone recognized the 5 members of Yin Yinyun and Yikijwekin, many Dragon Nation people felt an inexplicable relief, as if they had found a backbone. After more than a day of leveling, Mo Yin finally reached level 24, but he was still a long way from level 25. The experience gap between each level was growing increasingly vast. So despite the small level difference between them and the 6th and 7th ranks, the actual gap was enormous. Shortly after arriving in Void City, they sensed something was amiss. Apart from the dense crowd of players, Yuhui City's own soldiers were sparse, numbering less than 10,000. Even stranger, the city's original inhabitants had already fled, leaving an eerie silence. This was a world apart from the scene in his previous life. The current situation was too abnormal. In the previous life, Yuhui City had deployed over 60,000 elite soldiers as the mainstay, supported by nearly 70 to 80,000 players. Relying on Void City's terrain and walls, they had held off the Orc tide until reinforcements from Songyue City arrived, finally breaking the enemy. Mo Yan's heart sank. Not just him. Juechen and Mu Chung also keenly sensed the dangerous atmosphere in the air. Yikijwekin looked around at the sparse garrison, his voice grave. Old Mo, where are Yuhui City's troops? Can we players alone hold off the Orc army? Mu Cheng's cool voice added with a hint of chill, it's not just the lack of soldiers. Look, the entire city's civilians have been evacuated. This isn't a plan to hold the city, it's clearly a dead city, a trap. Indeed, it's suspicious. Mo Yan's eyes sharpened. You all wait for me at the tavern. I'll go gather information. Before his words faded, his figure had melted into the shadows and silently departed. Mo Yan crept to the outskirts of the barracks. The night wind carried the smell of cheap ale and the coarse curses of soldiers. He targeted a lone grumbling patrol. Moments later, he produced the imitation mask, his form becoming identical to that soldier. He blended naturally into the ranks, chatting idly with those nearby in the soldier's tone. A few seemingly casual complaints and banter between comrades struck Mo Yan's mind like thunderclaps. All players who had accepted the conscription order had their resurrection points forcibly locked inside Void City. Yuhui City's troops planned to slip away under cover of darkness in the dead of night. The truth hit him like ice water. In an instant, all the pieces clicked into place for Mo Yan. Yuhui City had lured the Dragon Nation with sky-high bait. They were using them as expendable meat shields, trading players' lives and resurrection counts to wear down the Orc army. If they managed to hold out, a few pieces of equipment would suffice. If not, the quest would fail, and they wouldn't even need to hand out the gear. What a cunning scheme, what a cold, ruthless calculation. The relationship between Xingyuan's natives and Blue Star humans had always been one of mutual exploitation and wariness, with interest as the eternal bond. But if these 160,000 players in Void City truly became cannon fodder, what a devastating loss it would be for Dragon Nation. Mo Yin suppressed his emotions and hurried back to the tavern. When he laid out the information he had gathered, the air in the room instantly froze. Monkey slammed his fist onto the table, sending wood chips flying. Those old bastards in Yuhui City. Playing dirty, huh? Yanga, what do we do now? Should we charge out and slaughter those soldiers to vent our anger? Mu Chung said nothing, but her usually calm eyes now churned with an unprecedented, intense, killing intent, like tangible ice. A clay cup between her fingers shattered silently, powder falling in a soft cascade. If Mo Yin gave the nod, she would transform into the deadliest blade. Yikajwekin reacted swiftly, grabbing both the agitated monkey and the poised Mu Chung. Don't act rashly. Killing them won't help. The quest never stated they had to help us defend the city. If we kill them, we'll end up on Yuhui City's wanted list, cutting off our own escape route. Juechen is right. Mo Yan's voice was decisive. Our priority is to hold this city. Once the walls fall, the orcs will flood in and hundreds of thousands of players will be trapped at the resurrection point, lambs for the slaughter. Killed over and over until our lifespans hit zero. We must unite every force we can in Void City, and only then will we have a chance to survive. Under the lamplight, Mo Yin and Yikajwekin bent over the map, their expressions focused. Mo Yin spoke rapidly, his finger pointing precisely across the map, using memories from his past life to mark the orc attack routes and key defensive points. Juechen, drawing on his special forces background, had a clear mind, continuously supplementing and refining the plan, marking ambush points, retreat routes, and reserve positions. Many of the intricate cooperative tactics of the Dragon Clan's elite 2nd Squadron in the past life had emerged from such repeated discussions. The pen scratched across the paper, and a desperate high-stakes plan born in the midst of a dire situation gradually took shape through their efficient and intense debate. Mo Yin straightened up, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. He brought up the system interface, his fingers moving swiftly through the air. Ian Yinyun Void City. All participants in the Void City blood-colored conscription order gather urgently at the Void Plaza in 30 minutes. This concerns life and death. You must be present. The vast square had transformed into a seething ocean of noise. Nearly 1600 players were crammed into every inch of space, like sardines packed in a tin. Heads stretched as far as the eye could see, and the buzzing chatter was deafening, the air stifling and hard to breathe. All eyes were locked on the 5 figures at the center, waiting for Yicha Yinyun to speak. Mo Yin picked up the communication stone, which shimmered with a faint halo, its cold surface transmitting through his palm. Without pleasantries or preamble, his voice spread instantly through the magical stone, striking like a chunk of ice dropped into boiling oil, clear and ruthless, drilling into everyone's eardrums. Confirmed, tomorrow's defense battle will be fought by us alone. The soldiers of Yuhui City, not a single one will come. Boom! After a brief silence, an earth-shattering uproar erupted. Fear, fury, and disbelief instantly ignited the crowd. What a... just us. Are you kidding? Yicha Yinyun. Say that again, you bastard. Damn it. We've been sold out. Those scum from Yuhui City. Legend, is this news real? This is no joke. It's over. We're doomed. Panic spread like wildfire, and a shrill voice cut through. Who knows if he's telling the truth? Yicha Yinyun, are you trying to scare us off so you can hog those 5 epic pieces of equipment? The deafening roar nearly lifted the square off its foundations, chaos on the brink of explosion. At the front, the leaders of the major guilds had grim faces. Detangxing Xiong stepped forward with an imposing aura, and his men shouted in unison. Silence. The voice cut through the chaos like a blade. His eyes burned as he fixed them on Mo Yin, his tone laced with suppressed rage. Yicha Yinyun. Our 1600 lives hang in the balance. You'd better have solid proof. Otherwise you can't bear the consequences. Mo Yan's gaze remained unflinching as he calmly raised the mimic mask. Proof. Look at this city. The residents have already been evacuated. I used this to infiltrate their barracks. I heard with my own ears. They're pulling out tonight. And he paused, his voice growing colder. They've already set our respawn point inside the Void City. Those final words hit like a winter gale, chilling countless people to the bone. Surrounded, respawn point locked, isolated, and without aid. This meant once the city fell, it would be an endless slaughter at the respawn point. Until our lifespan runs out. Screw this. They'll take the life penalty, better than being camped to zero. Someone broke down desperately, trying to push their way out. Flee. Mo Yan's voice came through the communication stone, tinged with cruelty. The Beastman army has already encircled us. You can't even fly out. The quest is accepted and recorded in the system. Deserters will be hunted across Yuhui City. There's no way back. The chill of despair instantly froze every attempt to escape. The square fell into a suffocating silence, broken only by heavy breaths and stifled sobs. Just then, Dragon Clanching Long stepped forward, his steady voice cutting through the quiet. Yicha Yinyun, you didn't gather us just to deliver this hopeless news, did you? You have a plan. He often dealt with Black Dragon, who spoke highly of Yicha Yinyun. Mo Yin met his gaze. I do. A set of tactics. I can't promise certain victory, but it's our only chance. On one condition. He swept his gaze across the crowd sharp as a blade. Tomorrow, everyone must obey my commands without question. Bullshit. A shrill female voice cut him off. A fiery figure pushed through the crowd. Dragon Clan Bu Jihua's face was full of arrogance and disdain. Just because you're top level doesn't make you a war god. Dragon Clan is now the top guild in Dragon Nation. We have nearly 1,000 brothers here. Why should we take orders from a solo player like you? If anyone's commanding, it should be us, Dragon Clan. You'd better follow orders. She raised her chin provocatively, her gaze sweeping over the figures behind Yin, including Monkey. Monkey instantly exploded, his fists cracking as he glared with murderous intent. Say that again, you bitch. They'll send you back to the fountain to cool off right now. Before anyone could react, Mu Chung flashed out like a ghost, lunging straight at Dragon Clan Bu Jihua. Several Dragon Clan members instinctively tried to block her, but didn't even touch her clothes. Slap. A crisp sound rang out as Mu Chung retreated behind Yin with a mystical step. A clear handprint appeared on Dragon Clan Bu Jihua's face, and a crimson number floated above her head, 4,728. Seeing this, Monkey silently gave Mu Chung a huge thumbs up. Dragon Clan Bu Jihua, humiliated in front of the crowd, was both shocked and enraged. You're asking for it. She lunged forward. Stop. Dragon Clan Qinglong barked sharply. He hadn't expected a woman beside Yichai and Yun to be so skilled. Moving through them as if they were invisible, even he didn't know how she bypassed their interceptors, delivered the slap, and retreated. But with his guild member struck, he had to step up. Qinglong advanced, facing Yin with a questioning tone. Yichai and Yun attacking at the first disagreement. Isn't that too domineering? Is this your attitude toward cooperation? Yin met Qinglong's eyes. Cooperation? I think you've misunderstood. I said I'm offering you a chance to live. Under a siege of 2,000 beastmen, do you think your 1,000 have a better chance of breaking out alive, or do we 5 have a better shot at slipping away into chaos? This retort silenced Qinglong. Yin continued. And at such a critical meeting, anyone from Dragon Clan can interrupt at will. It seems Dragon Clan's management isn't that impressive. Qinglong's face turned pale with frustration. Dragon Clan was usually strict, but this Bu Jihua had only recently joined. Relying on her status as the child of a non-military leader and her high-damage hidden class, she had gathered many followers within Dragon Clan. With the recent influx of many solo players, management had indeed slipped. Royal Clan Star Emperor chuckled, a tone of amusement in his voice. Yichai Yin has a point. If you can't even control your own people, commanding an army might be a stretch. Our royal clan's 600 elites aren't about to entrust our lives to outsiders. The command falls on us. Datang Xingxiong added in a deep voice. Yichai and Yun, we trust your intel, but commanding over 1,000 in battle isn't child's play. Our Datang also needs to control our own actions. The stance of the two major guilds thrust the command dispute into the spotlight. Countless small guilds and solo players watched the leaders argue, their hearts sinking, still bickering over power at a time like this. Yin suddenly let out a cold sneer, his gaze sweeping over the leaders of the 3 major guilds with undisguised contempt. Command. I'm not interested. His tone shifted, carrying overwhelming pressure. Whoever has a plan, present it now. A plan to ensure we hold Void City tomorrow without it falling. Whoever can, I'll hand over command immediately. Now, speak. Silence. Absolute silence. The high-ranking members of the 3 guilds who had been aggressively vying for command seemed choked. Royal Clan Star Emperor's face flushed, his lips moving, but no words coming out. Datang Shengxiang's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes flickering in rapid thought, but ultimately, he let out a heavy sigh and slowly shook his head. Dragon Clan Bu Jihua tried to speak, but was silenced by Qinglong's dagger-like glare. The vast square was left with only the mournful howl of the night wind through the ruins. Tens of thousands of eyes focused on the guild leaders, the invisible pressure weighing down like a mountain. Dragon Clan Qinglong took a deep breath, the first to break the stifling silence, his voice clear and firm. Yichai Yin Yun, Dragon Clan's 1,000 brothers will follow your orders tomorrow. Give the command. He chose to trust, and also chose the only path to survival. Royal Clan Star Emperor and Datang Shengxiang's faces shifted. Finally, under Qinglong's lead and the silent pressure of tens of thousands of players, they nodded reluctantly. Royal Clan Datang will follow your command. With the 3 major guilds' concession, the other factions had no objections and echoed in agreement. Though some still harbored doubt or defiance, planning to slip away at night or fight independently tomorrow, Yin could no longer concern himself with them. Yin looked around, his clear voice echoing through every corner of the square. Let me be clear again, tomorrow's battle is for your own survival. If you want to live, listen carefully to the tactical arrangements. He spread out the map, standing side by side with Ichi Juchun, and laid out the strategy at a rapid yet organized pace. As the tactical details unfolded, the atmosphere of despair in the square subtly shifted. Players whose eyes had been vacant began to glimmer with faint light. The elites of the major guilds were especially focused. Dragon Clan Xinglong, de Tongxingxiong Royal Clan Star Emperor, and others listened their initial doubts, fading replaced by a hint of agreement. They began to converse quietly with Mo Yin, adding nuances. Under the night-covered void square, the heartbeats of over 1,000 people seemed to be slowly forging together into one. Yet the low sound of horns faintly echoing from the distant horizon heralded the approaching storm. Before dawn had fully torn through the veil of night, the edge of the Heartsteel Plain was already shrouded by a writhing, suffocating darkness. The Orc army had arrived. They did not march, rather it seemed as if the earth itself was surging and growing. A dull thunder of footsteps preceded them, shaking the gravel on the plain into restless leaps. Then the black tidal line rolled up from beneath the horizon, swiftly devouring every inch of land in sight. 200,000 of them blotting out the sky and filling the plain as if the heavens themselves were pressed down by the killing black. At the vanguard were 50,000 demon wolf cavalry. Each werewolf was as sturdy as a young calf, covered in bristles like steel needles, their maws exhaling hot white vapor, fangs gleaming with cold viscous saliva in the faint morning light. They pawed the ground restlessly, low, bloodthirsty growls rumbling in their throats. The riders on their backs, with bulging muscles and ferocious visages, gripped coldly gleaming long spears, the tips lowered toward Void City, forming a chilling forest of steel. No command was needed, the savage, devouring aura struck the face. Following close behind were 120,000 orc warriors like moving mountains. Their skin, weathered like blood-stained rock, was deep green or dark brown, rough enough to grind leather. Heavy breaths merged into a stifling, bloody roar. Dense battle axes and long swords rose like a forest of steel, their edges reflecting a faint, chilling light in the gloom. In every orc's eyes burned a primal, all-destroying flame of desire, and with each step the earth groaned in response. Bringing up the rear were 20,000 siege troops. Heavy siege stone carts were pushed and pulled by even larger orcs, their massive wooden wheels grinding deep, heart-stopping ruts into the hard ground. The boulders piled on the carts were each as large as millstones, with jagged edges exuding a heavy aura of death. Beside this torrent of steel and brute force, a small cluster of figures seemed out of place. The orc priestly order. They wore relatively intact leather robes adorned with eerie blood-red totems, clutching twisted bone staves or wands. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, silent as specters, save for the occasional ominous dark purple glow flickering at the tips of their bone staves, revealing the terrifying power they commanded. They were the tightly guarded core, the fangs beyond the orc's brute strength. At the center of the plain, the orc chieftain stood like a demon god descended. He rode a giant wolf nearly 10 feet at the shoulder, its fur like molten gold, the beast's size even surpassing that of an ordinary warhorse. The chieftain himself was inhumanly burly, his knotted muscles writhing like giant pythons beneath his bronze skin, each breath causing a terrifying rise and fall. In his hand was a massive spiked club, its head covered in pitch-black spikes, which whistled sharply with every casual swing. His scarlet Orcish eyes swept across his boundless army, finally fixing on the distant silhouette of Void City. Woo! Howl! A wolf howl tore through the sky from the golden wolf's throat, brimming with unmatched majesty and a thirst for slaughter. Attack! The chieftain's low, thunderous roar exploded. In an instant, the entire plain boiled like a black oil cauldron. 200,000 orcs let out a earth-shattering battle cry, converging into a destructive black torrent, carrying the momentum to crush everything surging toward Void City. When this torrent of destruction poured into the narrow throat of Lightfang Canyon, the golden wolf beneath the orc chieftain halted abruptly, emitting a wary growl. The army stopped in its tracks, well disciplined. Deep in the narrow canyon, an eerie silence reigned. Tens of thousands of figures draped in wide black cloaks covering their entire bodies stood like countless tombstones, silently blocking the path ahead. They were motionless, lifeless, blending into the rugged rocks on both sides of the canyon. The chieftain's scarlet Orcish eyes narrowed. He had already heard that Sunset City had issued the blood summons, summoning outsiders from the heavens to aid in defending the city. These outsiders, abandoning the advantage of the walls to die here. Foolish. Or a trap. He sneered. Whatever it was. In the face of absolute power, any trick was futile. He immediately ordered scouts to scale the cliffs on both sides, while the siege stone carts in the rear quickly moved into position. Woo boom. The massive throwing arm groaned painfully, and millstone-sized boulders tore through the air, shrieking with death as they crashed into the black human wall. Bang! Puff! After several volleys of stone rained, the black area visibly thinned and scattered, with many figures even fleeing in panic. Scouts reported both cliff faces were empty. Pathetic. The last trace of doubt vanished from the chieftain's eyes, replaced only by bloodthirsty contempt. He swung his spiked club forward sharply. Roar! The demon wolf cavalry, already restless, launched instantly. The demon wolves beneath them kicked up pale green wind vortices with their paws, their speed suddenly surging. 50,000 cavalry, like a green hurricane sweeping across the plain, thundered with hooves like thunder, and spears like a forest crashing into the remnants of the crumbling black defense line with a devastating berserk momentum. Charge. Like a red-hot knife into solidified fat, spears easily pierced the bodies beneath the cloaks, dealing at least 4,000 damage. The expected fierce resistance did not appear. Those pierced people moved sluggishly and stiffly, their counterattacks weak like marionettes. Ha! Kill them all. The orc cavalry laughed wildly, swinging their spears freely, the thrill of slaughter driving them further into frenzy. Rip! A spear casually flipped off a wide black cloak. What was revealed beneath was not a terrified human face, but a pale gray, withered, lifeless visage. In the hollow eye sockets, only two faint, ghostly green flames flickered. A zombie! An orc cavalryman cried out in shock, his voice filled with confusion and a primal disgust. That cry was like a drop of water into hot oil. More and more cloaks were torn and ripped off in the battle, revealing dense masses of zombie bodies varied in form, but equally withered and horrific. The entire canyon was instantly enveloped in a thick stench of rotting corpses. The Corpse Lord Sect Masters, Zombie Legion. Their attributes were low, but they were fearless, and their numbers were staggering. They also had a rather disgusting skill, Corpse Poison, dealing 5 points of fixed damage per second, stacking up to 3 layers, and reducing health recovery by 50 for 10 minutes. When the remaining 14,000 plus zombies were all provoked into bloodlust and released their corpse poison collectively, the front half of the canyon was instantly flooded with a thick, nauseating, sickly green toxic mist. This toxic mist rolled and spread like a living thing, swiftly engulfing most of the demon wolf cavalry at the forefront, deep in the zombie horde. Ugh, howl. Agonized screams and the wails of demon wolves rose and fell. Large patches of green pustules and festering sores rapidly appeared on the orcs and their fierce demon wolves. 10, 15, 15. Dense green damage numbers like clinging bone worms constantly emerged above their heads. The demon wolves twisted and bit in agony, their formation thrown into chaos. At the same time, as if receiving a silent command, the zombies descended into a frenzy. They ignored blades and spears, using their rotting teeth, withered claws, and even their bodies to lunge, tear, and bite. Under the relentless erosion of the corpse poison and the desperate, fearless assault of the zombies, over 1,000 of the formidable demon wolf cavalry were brutally torn apart. The orc chieftain gazed at the vanguard, shrouded in a ghastly green toxic mist, filled with sorrowful cries, enraged to the point of nearly bursting with anger, yet he had no choice but to order a halt to the offensive. More than half of the elite demon wolf cavalry had succumbed to this repulsive corpse poison, their combat strength severely diminished, necessitating a retreat to purge the toxins. After 10 minutes of rest, as the symptoms of poisoning subsided significantly, the army set off once more, but the nightmare was only just beginning. The latter part of the Guanya Canyon had become a veritable corridor of death traps. Suddenly the ground collapsed without warning, revealing a deep pit filled with venomous spikes. The rushing demon wolf cavalry were caught off guard, crying out as both men and wolves tumbled and instantly turned into a sieve. With a sharp sound, the nearly transparent, incredibly resilient pan, Si Qian Ji, suddenly tightened. The cavalry charging at high speed collided with an invisible noose, instantly being cut down and thrown into disarray. With a loud bang, the ground exploded, unleashing the searing Di Huiyong Lian that erupted forth, scorching flames licking at the orc's fur and armor, the air filling with the acrid stench of charred flesh. On both sides of the cliff, hidden Lian Huanji Nu emitted a hair-raising series of mechanical sounds as dense venomous crossbow bolts rained down like a swarm of locusts, targeting the gaps in their armor and the vulnerable joints of the demon wolves. Even more insidious were the self-exploding spiders, no larger than a finger and indistinguishable from the rocks, which crawled silently. Once they sensed vibrations, they would spring up, violently detonating beside the orc soldiers or beneath the bellies of the demon wolves. Although not powerful enough to be fatal, the splattering acidic liquid and tiny shrapnel could cause persistent agony and hinder movement. The deadly art meticulously set by the trap masters, the bizarre killing devices crafted by the mechanist, left the naturally irritable orcs in unbearable torment. Each explosion, each collapse, each piercing shriek of the crossbow bolts struck their nerves like whips. Roars and curses echoed through the canyon, yet could not dispel the pervasive threat of death looming over them. They had to move as if in a minefield, sending out squads of soldiers to carefully probe the path and dismantle traps, reducing their marching speed to an infuriating crawl. In the short span of a few kilometers, the orc tribe had spent over 3 hours. After suffering nearly 1,000 casualties, they emerged looking as if they had been flayed. However, the sight that met their blood-red eyes left all the orcs, including the furious chieftain, momentarily stunned. Outside the final exit of the canyon, 40,000, 50,000 players from the Dragon Kingdom stood in rigid formation. There was no noise, no commotion. Only a chilling, murderous silence prevailed, like a dam forged of steel, firmly blocking the orc horde's last path to the City of Void. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. After being toyed with by the zombie horde and tormented by insidious traps, the fury of the orc army had already boiled over like a suppressed volcano on the verge of eruption. At this moment, confirming that before them stood those damned humans, the eyes of all the orcs were instantly filled with frenzied bloodlust. Roar! The orc chieftain pointed forward with his massive wolf-tooth club, carrying terrifying power capable of splitting mountains. No further words were needed. That motion itself was the most frenzied charge signal. A woo! The long-restrained demon wolf cavalry erupted with a deafening, bloodthirsty roar. The demon wolves beneath them pounded the ground. The pale blue wind vortex became violently wild, moving faster than before. More than 40,000 demon wolf cavalry transformed into an even more frenzied, more savage torrent of blue steel, charging fiercely towards the steel line of defense formed by the Dragon Kingdom players with the intent to crush everything. Almost simultaneously, a chilling sound of mechanical gears came from behind. Woo boom! The massive siege stone cart struck again. The grinding stone tore through the air, producing a thunderous roar akin to a falling meteor crashing down onto the densely packed human camp. At the critical moment, Virum, 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 hundreds of dazzling blue magical circles suddenly lit up on the ground behind the Dragon Kingdom's ranks. Accompanied by the immense roar of metal friction and energy, charging enormous machines rose from the ground. The core of the divine machine maker, giant mechas. These iron giants stood 5 to 6 men tall, their bodies forged from thick alloy, steam hissing from their joints. As soon as they appeared, they became like moving steel fortresses, instantly raising a steel canopy above the Dragon Kingdom's ranks. Bang! The giant stones crashed violently against the alloy arms or broad steel shoulder plates of the mechas. The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out like a great bell, sparks flying. Some mechas had their arms twisted out of shape from the impact, emitting a piercing metallic groan. Others were driven to one knee by the tremendous force, plowing deep furrows into the ground. Yet they held firm. The massive mechanical arms swung with all their might, deflecting or blocking the majority of the deadly boulders, forcing them off course to crash into empty spaces, raising clouds of dust. For the few boulders that could not be deflected, the mechas braced themselves against them. Boom, crack! With a piercing metallic tearing sound, one mecha was struck directly in the chest by a boulder, its heavy armor instantly caving in and shattering. Countless metal fragments burst forth like lethal shrapnel. The mecha disintegrated in a cacophony of alarms, turning into a heap of burning scrap metal. A small figure silently fell from midair to the ground. But immediately another mecha roared, taking its place, using its battered body to continue guarding its comrades below. It was these fearless sacrifices of the Iron Giants that allowed the Dragon Kingdom's ranks to weather this wave of deadly stone rain. However, during this brief yet exhilarating exchange of boulder attacks, the torrent of blue demon wolves had already surged to within 100 yards of the Dragon Kingdom's line. The fierce killing intent on the faces of the cavalry and the foul-smelling drool spewing from the mouths of the demon wolves were clearly discernible. At that moment, the cavalry of the demon wolves charging at the forefront crashed into an invisible wall covered with sharp spikes. The damage numbers, dense and subtle, erupted from the charging demon wolves like a fountain. The wolf mounts the size of warhorses let out agonized howls, and their charge suddenly faltered, as if countless invisible fists were striking their legs and bellies. Some cavalrymen were caught off guard, their bodies violently pitching forward, nearly thrown off their wolves. Invisible rock, an experienced orc veteran shouted in horror. This was one of the signature skills of the Earth Barrier Master, instantly condensing a large amount of invisible, yet iron-hard energy rocks in a designated area. This area had been arranged like an invisible mountain of knives. Once the tide of the charge began, it could not be easily stopped. The following cavalry, unaware, continued to roar forward. Bang, bang, bang. Like waves crashing against rocks, the front cavalry was thrown into disarray by the invisible rocks, while the cavalry behind collided heavily into their blocked comrades. Although there was no collision damage in war mode, the once sharp formation of the demon wolf cavalry instantly became a chaotic mess, as if they had fallen into an invisible quagmire. Every demon wolf cavalry that passed through this area suffered at least 1,000 points of damage. The wails of the wolves and the roars of the cavalry echoed together. The time had come. Moment of smoke and clouds, Void City, Sand Flow Master Move. This was the first command issued by Mo Yin since the beginning of the battlefield. Considering the wartime situation, everyone had long switched the channel to Void City, and only Mo Yin was issuing commands in the entire channel. Hua! Over 1,000 Sand Flow Masters in the Dragon Kingdom camp roared in unison. They gripped their staves tightly, pounding the ground like warhammers. Drawing a prison on the ground. Buzz! In an instant, a large area in front of the battlefield twisted and rippled bizarrely. Countless dark yellow circles, each about a yard in diameter, and formed from flowing sand, arose from the ground, without warning, like the gaping maw of a demon. Thud, thud, thud. The demon wolf cavalry, disoriented and disorganized by the invisible rocks, had no time to react. As the front row wolves stepped into the sand circles, the flowing sand instantly transformed into a quagmire bursting with a powerful pulling force. The limbs of the demon wolves were as if weighed down by heavy lead blocks stuck in place like they were trapped in the stickiest pitch. No matter how wildly they struggled and roared, they could not break free. Sizzle, bang, boom. The cavalry behind, unable to slow down, crashed heavily into their immobilized comrades ahead. Although there was still no damage, the tremendous impact sent the immobilized demon wolf cavalry flying like bowling pins, crashing into the cavalry behind them. The entire demon wolf cavalry unit was thrown into utter chaos, losing their speed advantage and even trampling each other, creating mayhem. Tactical memo: in last night's tactical meeting, Mo Yin had originally designed a strategy using drawing a prison on the ground to counter the speed of the demon wolf cavalry. However, a solo player known as the Advanced Civil Engineer proposed a combination of invisible rock and drawing a prison on the ground. He keenly pointed out that the high-speed charging cavalry, when crossing the invisible rock area, would instinctively close their eyes or squint to withstand the impact sensation, significantly reducing their awareness of the sand circle trap beneath them, thus greatly increasing the hit rate of drawing a prison on the ground. This crucial suggestion was adopted by Mo Yin, and indeed it proved to be highly effective at this moment. There was no need for Mo Yin to issue further orders. The Dragon Kingdom's output professions, having been pent up for so long, erupted in a tidal wave of attacks. Sand Trap Prison. The staff of the Sand Flow Master danced, and the sand beneath the Demon Wolf cavalry, trapped in the circle, transformed into a vortex that devoured life, pulling fiercely. Dust to dust, the staff waved, and a dense annihilation-powered sandstorm swept through, scraping flesh from bones. Shattered rock, flying shards. Earthquake collapse. The Earth Barrier Master's staff struck the ground, causing the earth ahead to heave, as if a giant beast was turning over, terrifying cracks tearing open and swallowing the demon wolves and cavalry. Stone Spire Impale. Sharp, massive stone spikes erupted from the ground, instantly skewering the demon wolf cavalry like kebabs. Earth Dragon Turnover. More powerful shockwaves spread, further disrupting the chaotic cavalry formation. However, the most terrifying destructive flames came from the Flame Master Legion. Over 5,000 Flame Masters ignited fiercely brilliant illusory flames. This flame, like a deity's cloak, wrapped around their staves and bodies, activating the minor divine skill, Blessing of the Fire God. All fire-based skills had their power increased by 20. At this moment, they were no longer the fragile casters, but had transformed into humanoid generators of fiery storms. Earth Veins Eruption. Violent lava fire pillars shot up from the densest area of the demon wolf cavalry, instantly turning several riders and their wolves into charred remains. Explosive Lava Core. Compressed, brilliant white fireballs were thrown into the beast horde, erupting with thunderous explosions. The violent shockwaves swept through with streams of molten metal at thousands of degrees. World Purifying Flames. A large area of purifying flames swept through like a golden tide, causing the demon wolves to wail as their armor melted into molten iron. Raging Flames Spread. The crimson fire lines spread rapidly like spiritual snakes through the chaotic beast horde, igniting anything they touched, creating a vast sea of flames. At this moment, the Flame Masters seemed to have activated an unlimited firepower Gatling gun. Scorching fireballs, exploding lava, and all-consuming flames poured down like a torrential rain upon the demon wolf cavalry, who were pinned in place and huddled together. The brilliance of the skills nearly merged into one, and the explosive flames surged, turning that area into a hellish furnace. 5,428, 4,127, 4,741, 3889. A dense array of staggering damage numbers like a waterfall flooded the screen. This round of devastating saturation attack lasted a full 30 seconds. As the light of the skills gradually faded and the smoke and flames began to recede, the area that had been focused on was nearly turned to scorched earth. Over 14,000 demon wolf cavalry, along with their mounts, shattered weapons, and melted armor, were reduced to a dark mass of remains and foul-smelling ashes. Adding the previous losses in the canyon, the once 5,000-strong and fearsome demon wolf cavalry unit now had less than 34,000 remaining, all wounded and filled with terror. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom's camp, apart from some losses in the mech summoners, maintained a frontline formation as solid as rock, with not a single casualty. Even more uplifting was the massive experience points gained from killing numerous high-level demon wolves, causing many players to glow with the light of leveling up. Morale soared to its peak at this moment. However, the twisted face of the orc chieftain filled with rage, and the 12,000 orc elite warriors looming behind him like a silent mountain foreshadowed a more brutal and bloodier battle that was just beginning. A friend mentioned earlier that with so many professions there might not be enough space to showcase them, so this time a little more of the profession strategies were revealed. It is now August 14th, 1:54 a.m. Considering how hard I have worked, could everyone please give me a rating or urge me for more? This data is quite important for the new book. Thank you all. Seeing the front line under pressure, the orc chieftain's roar, powerful enough to tear through the air, resounded through the canyon like an ancient war drum. The visible crimson sound waves exploded outward from him, instantly engulfing the entire bloody battlefield. Under the bare skin of all orc soldiers, the veins bulged like coiling dragons, and their bloodshot eyes glowed red. A primal and violent power surged through their veins. The orc chieftain's command had taken effect. Attack power surged by 10. The roar seemed to ignite some kind of ritual. At the rear of the battlefield, the orc shaman legion, which had remained silent as a mountain, began to stir. Covered in strange totems, they stepped forward with heavy and wild strides, initiating a frenzied dance. The skeletal staff was waved frantically, and hoarse, piercing incantations gathered into a disquieting low hum reminiscent of countless venomous insects gnawing at the soul. Thick blood-like dark red energy spread from under their feet, precisely wrapping around the charging magic wolf cavalry at the forefront. In an instant, the magic wolves beneath the cavalry let out a howl intermingled with pain and excitement. The muscles of the cavalry bulged, nearly bursting through their rough leather armor. War frenzy. For each enemy killed or participated in killing, attack power increases by 5 points, capped at 500 points. With double buffs, the already fierce magic wolf cavalry transformed into a torrent of destruction, enveloped in a stench of blood and carnage. They urged their equally furious magic wolves forward, releasing deafening roars like molten lava breaching a dam, charging recklessly towards the human defenses. Even the ground trembled violently beneath their iron hooves. Facing this torrent of destruction was the first formidable defense, a steel barrier composed of Kuan Yuan giants resembling small mountains and various powerful contract beasts radiating immense energy. Kuan Yuan giants were shrouded in a heavy yellow-brown aura with runes swirling on their rock-like skin. They stood silently, great fists clenched. This was the core support of the Earth Elemental Master, offensive and defensive, fearless and undaunted. Beside them, the steel giant bear emitted a low, rumbling growl, each step causing the ground to crack. The bronze-skinned, iron-boned giant hippopotamus resembled a moving fortress, its tusks gleaming coldly. The porcupine, its body covered in sharp spikes like a thicket of steel needles, emitted a high-frequency, vibrating hum. Just as the front line of the magic wolf cavalry was about to collide with this wall of flesh and blood, an ominous gray-red energy storm suddenly swept across the battlefield. Fate-breaking talisman. A grayish-white talisman like a maggot fell upon the heads of the magic wolf cavalry. A faint golden aura dispersed from their foreheads, representing the enigmatic luck. On the battlefield, the risk of being hit by stray bullets or mysteriously struck at a weak point was ever present. Withering curse. A dark red curse ripple spread, causing the skin of the affected magic wolf cavalry to rapidly wither and dim, reducing their attack power by 10. Bonebreak spike. A sharp black energy spike whistled forth, ignoring part of the defense and brutally piercing into the target. 508. While their defense decreased by 10, lasting for 30 seconds. The nefarious tactics of the Seven Fiends Curse Masters had already been quietly enacted before contact. The furious momentum of the magic wolf cavalry visibly diminished, and their charge slightly faltered. However, when the two torrents finally collided violently, boom, the deafening sound of impact, the magic wolves' anguished howls, and the roars of the contract beasts intertwined into a cacophony. The explosion of skill effects, flying dust, splintered rocks, and energy residue filled the entire battlefield. Despite being heavily weakened, the magic wolf cavalry's hard power still overwhelmed the Dragon Kingdom players, who generally only ranged from level 15 to 18. The rock-like body of the Kuan Yuan giants shook violently under the ferocious impact, cracks spreading. The armor of the steel giant bear was torn with deep claw marks, sparks flying. The porcupine spikes were broken. One after another, they flickered brightly, only to extinguish with fallen comrades, outpacing the magic wolf cavalry's casualties. Yet it was not an outright rout. A giant bear covered in dazzling diamond-like armor stood out remarkably. It let out a thunderous roar, withstanding the encirclement of two magic wolf cavalry, its diamond armor sparking with blinding flashes as claws and curved blades struck. With each strike of its massive paws, it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, forcing its opponents to retreat repeatedly. This powerful contract beast shone with its own light on the battlefield. This is the strength of the Spirit Master. Although it requires a significant amount of time to find and train contract beasts, signing a powerful one can lead to an instant rise. The first line of defense, at the cost of nearly annihilating the Kuan Yuan giants and contract beasts, managed to take down nearly 8,000 magic wolf cavalry. The remaining torrent finally crashed into the true core of the Blue Star camp, a steel square formation made up of the Sky Shield and heavy gun guards. The Dragon Kingdom's Sky Shields and heavy gun guards formed 10 rows. The heavy tower shields resembled continuous mountain ranges, while the sharp, long spears jutted ominously from the gaps in the shields, blocking the passage of Guanya Canyon, forming a death wall glimmering with metallic cold light. As the Magic Wolf cavalry broke through the first line of defense, the foremost 5 rows of Sky Shield warriors suddenly broke away from the formation, all employing the skill unmoving as a mountain. Buzz. Their already robust bodies swelled further under the skill's enhancement muscles bulging, matching the ferocity of the enraged Magic Wolf cavalry in presence. They charged forward with their massive shields like human tanks. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shields colliding with beast bodies was thunderous. 400, 612, 789. The shields of the Sky Shield warriors slammed into the Magic Wolf cavalry, dealing damage of around 400 to 800. 1024, 1567, 1899. The claws and blades of the Magic Wolf cavalry struck against the heavy armor and shields of the Sky Shield warriors, inflicting significantly higher damage. The battlefield transformed into a meat grinder. Every second, the Sky Shield warriors faced attacks from all directions, with damage numbers cascading like a waterfall above their heads. However, swish, swish, swish. Just as the damage numbers shot up, beams of either holy white or vibrant green light precisely fell upon the injured warriors. 1200, 1455, 1688. Team 3 focus healing on left wing, area 3. Team 5 be cautious of the pressure point in the front row, pre-read rain of blessings. Team 7 the area you're covering is losing health, too quickly prepare to release Diamond Talisman. The cold and penetrating voice of Nightmare resonated from the healing formation in the back, like the most precise conductor. She stood at the core position among the healing masters, her eyes flashing through streams of data like a high-speed operating brain. The results of her all-night calculations were perfectly presented at this moment. Hundreds of healing masters were divided into dozens of highly efficient teams, weaving a healing network that covered the entire front line with almost no omissions. She occasionally raised her hand, casting a rejuvenation spell with green light, or a powerful single-target healing sacred prayer, accurately filling gaps. Under the mountain-like defense of the Sky Shields and the life network woven by the healing masters, this seemingly precarious line of defense miraculously held against wave after wave of frenzied assaults from the Magic Wolf cavalry. In the very center of this iron and life interwoven defense, a figure stood firm like a stabilizing anchor. He wore a prison armor flowing with dark golden hues engraved with fearsome prison runes, and held a diamond shield that shimmered with dazzling golden light. The claws and blades of the Magic Wolf cavalry struck against him, only eliciting a series of insignificant damage numbers 1, 15, 42, 98. He was indeed the one horse on the horizon who had broken through the threshold of 3,000 in physical defense. With every steady shield strike and every sweeping edge of his massive shield, he dealt striking damage to the enemies. 2,187, 2,456, 3,011. Wherever he stood became the most solid fortress. 30 seconds precise to the second. The front row of Sky Shields and the back row of heavy gun guards executed a flawless rotation like finely tuned gears. The rear 5 rows of heavy gun guards surged to the front. They wielded relatively lightweight one-handed shields, the defensive aura slightly thinner, but the long spears in their hands gleamed with lethal cold light. Their thrusts struck like venomous snakes, sweeping like fierce winds through leaves. Their attacks were swifter and more vicious, with each spear thrust resulting in higher damage numbers. The absolute defense of the Sky Shields and the fierce counterattacks of the heavy gun guards under the continuous healing radiance of the healing masters formed a perfect cycle of offense and defense. The DPS in the rear unleashed their firepower, and the number of Magic Wolf cavalry visibly dwindled. The scales of battle seemed to be tipping. In a short time, the Magic Wolf cavalry had fallen by thousands, while the Guardian Corps, thanks to their tight formation and powerful healing, suffered only a few hundred casualties. Just when everyone thought the rhythm of victory was firmly in their grasp, a critical delay appeared in the coordination between the Sky Shields and heavy gun guards. Swish! A narrow yet deadly gap was instantly torn open by the frenzied Magic Wolf cavalry. Dozens of Magic Wolf cavalry, as if sensing blood, surged into the rear of the human camp, carried by the stench of blood. Not good. Healers, quickly fill the gaps. Cries of alarm and screams instantly rang out. The unprepared ranged classes and healers were immediately taken down by over 20. The white light, representing fallen comrades, blinked rapidly. The rhythm of the entire healing chain was disrupted, and the pressure on the front line surged. At a critical moment, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted suddenly behind the human line. A massive azure wind blade approached in an instant. Wherever it passed, the ground seemed to be furrowed into a deep chasm. The dozens of Magic Wolf cavalry that were the first to breach the defense along with their mounted wolves could not even let out a scream. Upon contact with the wind blade, their bodies twisted and shattered like dolls thrown into a shredder, dissipating into pure data light points. 23,183, The wind blade's momentum remained unrelenting like the scythe of death, ruthlessly slicing through the crowded formation of magic wolf cavalry. Touch it and die. Whether it was hard armor or furious flesh under this absolute force, they were as fragile as paper. Swish. A long stretch of 45 yards formed purely of death, and dissipating light points starkly appeared in the center of the previously crowded battlefield. All sounds seemed to be drawn away at this moment, leaving only the humming of the residual wind blade and the countless gasps of disbelief. Ding! Congratulations to player 1 Moment of Smoke and Clouds for killing a magic wolf cavalry, gaining 671 experience. Congratulations player for gaining 3 merit points in the Tianxian Empire. Ding! Ding! A series of rapid system notification sounds rang in Mo Yan's ears, heralding the results of this earth-shattering strike. More than 50 magic wolf cavalry instantly evaporated, yielding over 30,000 experience. Over 160 merit points. The few remaining stragglers, still stunned by this earth-shattering spectacle, were precisely picked off by the wind blade and air cannon casually thrown by Mo Yan. This was Mo Yan's first strike in this battle. He stationed himself here to prevent such unexpected events. The most unbreakable line on the entire battlefield was the defense formed by the Yusho and the Qingnong Holy Hand. If more of the Demon Wolf cavalry had crossed the line just now, the Qingnong Holy Hand and various elementalists behind Yusho would have been torn apart in an instant. Sometimes a key rescue is more significant than killing hundreds or thousands of enemies. After a brief silence, it's the smoke god. So powerful. Brothers kill. Mo Yan's strike not only alleviated the pressure on the front lines, but also injected the human camp with a potent stimulant. Everyone was ignited with all the blood and fighting spirit in their hearts. The thunderous cheers and roars echoed through the sky. The disordered demon wolf cavalry, under the sudden eruption of the human players' counterattack, like a tidal wave, finally began to show signs of defeat, retreating step by step. Seeing that the Yusho group had stabilized their formation, a cold glint flashed in Mo Yan's eyes, and he held nothing back. Void Burial. He raised the mysterious talisman in his hand, and a terrifying pressure seemingly from the depths of the 9 netherworlds suddenly descended. In the center of the battlefield, in the area most densely populated by the demon wolf cavalry, the space suddenly collapsed inward. A bronze giant coffin inscribed with countless ancient runes and emanating a stench of decay and finality roared into existence. Its coverage area was alarmingly wide, reaching 24 yards. Boom! The giant coffin crashed down, and an irresistible, overwhelming power instantly enveloped this vast area. The demon wolf cavalry within the range of the giant coffin, along with their massive wolves, had no time to struggle before being tightly clenched and crushed by an invisible giant hand. Dazzling damage numbers soared, converging into a crimson sea of death. One strike, merely one strike. Where the giant coffin fell, a vacuum of absolute silence with a diameter of over 24 yards was forcefully created amidst the surging tide of beasts. Over 100 elite demon wolf cavalry, along with their frenzied mounts, instantly transformed into countless flying data points, completely vanishing. The humans had completely sounded the horn of counterattack. The orc chieftain, seeing this, hurriedly adjusted his tactical arrangements, urging the orc warrior group to speed up and quickly join the demon wolf cavalry. He ordered the siege troops to redirect their firepower and directly attack the Yusho formation. These arrangements immediately brought trouble to the human camp. The mechas primarily gathered above in the rear, leading to significant defensive vulnerabilities for the Yusho group. Raise shields. Above. Be careful of falling rocks. Shouts erupted, sparks flying. Yet several massive stones accurately crashed into the gaps of the formation. Boom. Boom. 7,856. 8,811. White lights representing fallen comrades suddenly lit up dozens in the crowd. The tightly packed shield wall was smashed open at several points, disrupting the rhythm. The demon wolf cavalry caught the scent of blood and immediately surged forward like hyenas smelling rotting flesh. Ugh! Hold the line. Quickly fill the gaps. Healers, over here. Casualties began to appear. The previously stable defense line suddenly became precarious. More critically, on the horizon, the orc warrior group, like a tide of black, was already very close to merging with the demon wolf cavalry. Once the two main forces converged, they could potentially tear through the Yusho defense. At this critical juncture, a calm, yet powerful voice echoed through the battlefield communication channel. Yuan Miao, Void City, second formation, move out. Before the words fell, countless dense beams of energy suddenly lit up on the seemingly desolate and jagged cliffs on both sides of the Light Fong Canyon. Like a venomous snake that had been lying in wait for a long time, it finally revealed its deadly fangs. It was indeed the Arrow Formation users, Water Spirit Masters, and other ranged attackers from the Blue Star camp that had not yet appeared, and the Divine Archers and Wind Manipulators that had previously appeared among the zombie troops, attracting aggro. This was the lethal move carefully planned by Mo Yin and the advisory group. The front battlefield retained only the essential control Sand Flow Master 7 Fiends, Curse Master Core Defense Earth Guard, and Area Burst Flame Master. Meanwhile, the large number of other ranged professions had quietly sneaked to the high ground on both sides of the canyon after the battle began. The special terrain of this canyon, higher in the center and lower on both sides, would allow for a sweeping strike on the center of the canyon. Fearing that the orc tribe might notice the peculiarities of this terrain, Mo Yan's side deliberately used the zombie troops and various mechanisms to create disturbances. This not only distracted the orcs, but also provoked their inherently irritable nature. The orc warrior group, the core strength of this tribe, was now completely exposed under the crossfire net formed by the high ground on both sides. They had charged too deep. When the torrent of skills rained down like a waterfall, it was already too late to retreat. Burial. Mo Yan's cold voice once again became the fuse to ignite the flames of war. The previous kills had already elevated him to level 25. After equipping the Wisdom Hat and Nature Necklace, his spell power directly soared to 16,441. A bronze giant coffin, even larger and inscribed with darker runes than before, with the might to destroy everything, crashed down in the most densely populated core area of the orc warrior group. Boom. 3 seconds later, the giant coffin dissipated, and over 200 elite orc warriors in the core area, along with their heavy armor, vanished, as if erased. What remained was a shocking massive pit. With no restraints, Mo Yan unleashed his full power, and on this battlefield full of enemies, his kill count and achievements soared rapidly. Experience also surged rapidly. Mo Yan's full-scale eruption completely opened the curtain for the total assault of the flanking forces. Brothers, kill all these bastards. Quick focus fire. On both sides of the canyon, the remote players who had been holding back for a long time went completely berserk. Countless skills erupted like dazzling and deadly fireworks, exploding in the narrow canyon bottom, weaving into a curtain of death. With nowhere to hide and unable to counterattack, even the orc warriors known for their bravery began to show signs of chaos and collapse under the relentless onslaught from above. The fire support from both sides greatly alleviated the pressure on the frontline Yusho. The Sky Shield and Heavy Guards were able to allocate more energy to blocking with their shields and maneuvering to avoid the boulders continuously falling from above. The pressure on healers drastically reduced, and the green healing light once again stably enveloped the front line. The scales of victory seemed to tilt once more towards the humans. The formation of the orc warrior group and the remaining demon wolf cavalry was on the verge of collapse under the dual strikes, unable to organize an effective counterattack. Hiss. The orc chieftain, witnessing this scene, took a sharp breath. He finally understood why humans would choose this damned narrow, suffocating Light Fong Canyon as the final battlefield. This elongated terrain was like a natural prison. It directly rendered the orcs' pride in their numerical superiority and group charge completely ineffective. Humans only needed to concentrate their most elite defensive and healing forces to firmly choke the throat like a stubborn rock. What frustrated him even more was that the siege stone vehicles, which should have been the key to breaking the formation, were now being held back by those thousands of fearless giant mechas. Moreover, he never expected that humans would find a terrain suitable for a pincer attack, completely countering the lack of ranged units in their orc forces. The orc chieftain had no idea why the opponents understood the configuration and tactics of his side so well. All arrangements almost perfectly countered the performance of his troops. The ever-changing battlefield did not allow the orc chieftain to think too much. He immediately made up his mind. He used a mysterious orc incantation to issue a command to the nearby orc priest group. Suddenly, the orc priest group, which had been silently casting spells at the back of the battlefield, changed their actions. They abandoned their previous wild battle dance and instead began to perform an extremely bizarre ritual dance filled with blasphemous meanings. The movements were twisted and slow, carrying a rhythm that sent shivers down one's soul. The withered bone staffs traced profound and dark trajectories in the air, and hushed raspy incantations seemingly emanating from the abyss coalesced into an invisible mental pollution. Players gazing at them felt dizzy and disoriented, with strange black shadows appearing at the edges of their vision. As the dance accelerated, their bodies seemed to ignite, emanating thick, ink-like black smoke. All the black smoke converged into a thick, towering black energy pillar piercing the sky. Buzz! The energy pillar shot upward, instantly swallowing the light above the canyon, and the entire battlefield seemed to be dragged into eternal night. At the top of that energy pillar, a terrifying phantom wearing a bone mask and towering several dozen feet tall slowly coalesced. It opened its mouth, seemingly capable of consuming stars, greedily sucking in the black energy, containing countless orc life essences and faith powers. After absorbing this black energy, the phantom seemed to grow even larger. Too little. A low whisper, seemingly composed of countless overlapping soul wails, resonated directly in everyone's minds. The phantom seemed unsatisfied. It casually waved its hand and dissipated. At this moment, a massive pillar entirely composed of dark red energy and intricately carved with 3 ferocious beast totems, bloodwing lion, splitmouth, giant worm, multi-eyed demon spider, crashed down like a meteor in the center of the orc priest group. Boom! The moment the pillar landed, the 3 beast totems seemed to come alive. The earth-shattering roar of the bloodwing lion, the piercing screech of the splitmouth giant worm, and the eerie whispers of the multi-eyed demon spider. Countless completely different, yet equally filled with madness and desire for destruction roars merged together, forming a visible dark red wave of terror that instantly swept across the entire battlefield. The sonic wave, like a tangible crimson tide, instantly engulfed the entire orc legion. Aside from the chieftain and the shaman, every orc warrior and wolf rider froze in place. Their eyeballs were utterly consumed by an impenetrable abyssal darkness resembling 2 burned-out coals. Muscle fibers emitted a grating sound of expansion and tearing beneath the skin. Black energy veins bulged and pulsed like living things, radiating a violent aura that warped the surrounding air with heat. New status: Beast God's Frenzied Sacrifice. Physical attack power surges by 30. Pain deprivation and mental lock-on. Annihilate all non-orc life within the field of vision. The last thread of reason snapped, completely reducing them to war puppets driven solely by destruction. Roar. They utterly ignored the arrows, fireballs, and curses raining upon them, trampling over the mangled corpses of fallen comrades, their eyes blazing with black energy flames as they locked unflinchingly onto the human metallic defense line. Like a torrential lava flood unleashed from a breached dam, swollen with annihilating black flame, it surged forward with overwhelming, irresistible fury, crashing violently into the Guardian formation. As if heralding the prelude to a symphony of destruction, the other pillar of the human defense, the divine mechanist Mechs, tirelessly intercepting siege rams, began emitting anguished groans. Gigantic iron frames erupted in cascading showers of sparks, core joints shrieked and splintered under unbearable torsion, one after another belching thick black smoke before collapsing like falling mountains. The skies above the ranged attackers and healers were now fully exposed to the siege forces. Boom, boom. Unhindered by any final barrier, colossal boulders descended once more, dense, relentless, grinning with the grimace of death as they slammed into the ranks. Ugh! And scatter! Now, and healers, save him! And blinding white flashes, signifying death, erupted wildly across the crowd like uncontrolled strobes. The once-ordered rear formation shattered instantly, plunging into chaos and panic. Ahead, the tide of annihilation had arrived. Damage numbers cascaded like crimson waterfalls across the towering shields of the Guardians. Even as the Guardians strained to hold the line, they were driven backward relentlessly, feet carving deep furrows in the earth by that raw, brutal, merciless force of destruction. Their heavy metal tower shields screamed in protest, spitting forth rainbows of molten sparks. The razor-sharp lances of the heavy guards pierced deep into the chests of the berserk orcs, yet the beasts remained oblivious, clamping bulging muscles around the shafts to immobilize them. The entire steel rampart buckled inward, visibly warping under pressure. Casualty figures skyrocketed like an unmoored chronometer. Zhu Chen stood alone at the vanguard, having activated Taunt, drawing every wolf-mounted cavalryman and orc warrior within a 5-yard radius toward himself. Dense blades and spears carved hundreds of points of damage across his body, draining his vitality at a terrifying pace. Yet this sacrifice dramatically eased the pressure on the entire sector. The Qingnong's sacred hands clenched their jaws until blood seeped, pouring forth sacred healing light with desperate fervor. Emerald rainbows interweaving frantically across the narrow battlefield. Nightmare first cast Holy Word Prayer, restoring Zhu Chen's health to a safe threshold. Calming the frantic nerves of the Qingnong's sacred hands, she re-established the rhythm of coordinated healing. Mo Yan's expression darkened grim as storm-racked clouds. Wind's wound. Tai Su returned to burial. Terrifying skills tore through the air, carving fleeting furrows of dissipating light through the berserk orc tide, each strike claiming dozens, sometimes hundreds, of digitized souls. Yet against this tens of thousands strong horde, utterly frenzied, heedless of loss, his individual might was but an ice shard cast into boiling magma, its ripple vanished in an instant, swallowed without trace by a darker, vaster, surging deluge. Such is the iron law of battle, the brilliance of the individual pales to insignificance before absolute numbers and unreasoning frenzy. And the Orcish ritualist core's desperate gambit widened the already yawning chasm between the two sides, plunging it into an abyss of despair. This was Mo Yan's deepest remembered terror. From his previous life, it was precisely this beast god's frenzied sacrifice that pierced the mighty gates of Suwu City like a red-hot blade through butter. Within moments, the city descended into a blood-soaked hellscape. Had not the Azure Moon reinforcements arrived in time, by now nearly half the Guardian formation had been erased outright by the savage assault. That steel bastion had thinned to the fragility of cicada wings, should it shatter completely the frontline first formation. The vulnerable cores of damage dealers and controllers would be slaughtered like lambs beneath the orcs' iron hooves. At the very instant the line teetered on total collapse, Mo Yan's private message channel flared violently. Without even glancing at the content, his fingers blurred across the command channel, issuing a single glacial order: in Shurcha, Yin Yun Su Wu City Unit 3, engage now. 1. Hold this wave. 2. Stand down. In command was Law. In the near-breaking Guardian Corps roared one last, most harrowing cry. From behind shields and defensive abilities bloomed across the Guardians' forms, solid golden radiance reinforcing the trembling shield wall, if only for a moment. At that moment, even 100 pain feedback seemed muted, drowned beneath the will to survive and the collective roar of defiance, as they braced with flesh and bone carving deep trenches into the earth beneath their feet. And astonishingly, they halted their retreat mid-rage, locking the Orcish flood in place. Almost simultaneously, one orc ritualist, whirling madly around the eerie blood-red pillar, froze mid-motion. A rotating starburst icon, signifying potent stun, materialized abruptly at the base of its skull. Before other ritualists could react, in bang. Bang, in-stun icons ignited like spectral flames across the densely packed ritualist ranks. One after another, shadowy figures, so faint they seemed woven from darkness itself, appeared beside them without warning. Icy daggers slashed through the air, tracing lethal arcs of cold light, each flash precisely whittling away the ritualist's fragile life force. At their head stood Detangxing Xiong, roaring in, annihilate them all, leave none alive. Indirecting this blade forged in shadow, he launched a ruthless surgical slaughter upon the unguarded ritualists. Of the full 10,000-strong Orcish ritualist corps, over one-third of its core members were ambushed, stunned, and assassinated within a single second, shattering the ritual beyond recovery. Upon the blood-red pillar, the three snarling, monstrous beast phantoms, previously roaring without cease, fell abruptly silent. As though severed from their source of power, their images rapidly dimmed and blurred, then froze motionless, slipping into an eternal slumber. Across the battlefield, the remaining orc warriors and cavalry, those untouched by the ambush, saw the dense abyssal darkness recede from their eyes like a retreating tide. The effect of Beast God's frenzied sacrifice vanished. Worse still, a profound wave of exhaustion swept through them, slashing their defenses by 15%. Shurcha Yin Yun Su Wu City Second Formation, engage. Mo Yan's command blared like a war horn. Instantly, the high ground flanking both sides of the gorge erupted in a tidal wave of raw energy. Arrows, firestorms, ice tempests, guided projectiles, divine retribution incarnate, poured down upon the orcs who had just regained clarity, only to find themselves weakened and disoriented. Ugh, and the orc tribes, freshly freed from madness yet dazed and enfeebled, were utterly stunned by this cataclysmic blow. What little remaining morale burst like a pricked balloon, vanishing utterly. They could no longer muster coherent formations. Instinctive retreat and fragmentation began spreading like wildfire. Seeing this, Mo Yan knew the front line was secured. In warfare, when one side loses its will to fight, resistance ceases to exist. Now the true turning point rested solely on whether the Orcish ritualist corps could forcibly reignite the terrifying Beast God's frenzied sacrifice, even in a diminished form, amidst the Shadow Reaper's blades. Orc siege troops, just recovering from stun and regaining partial lucidity, let out bestial wails and charged desperately toward the ritualist's position. Among orc tribes, protecting ritualists held far greater value than any siege objective, yet their clumsy, sluggish movements proved laughably futile before the ghost-like Shadow Reapers, posing no real threat whatsoever. Fragile orc ritualists fell like lambs before the Shadow Reaper's blades, unable even to mount meaningful resistance. A roar thick with fury and desperation shook the very air. Riding a magnificent golden wolf whose four hooves crackled with arcs of gold lightning, the orc chieftain tore through the chaos like a bolt of gilded thunder. His massive door-sized wolf-tooth mace swept sideways, trailing wind and thunder. And bang, bang, bang. And several Shadow Reapers caught off guard were smashed aside like ragdolls, vanishing in bursts of white light. His gaze, sharp as lightning, instantly grasped the front line's crumbling state. His sole hope for reversal lay in preserving the ritualists at all costs, even if only to trigger a weakened version of the Beast God's frenzied sacrifice. Just as the chieftain neared the ritualist's core, boom, a colossal bronze sarcophagus reeking of decay and finality crashed down like a meteor, landing squarely amid the densest cluster of ritualists. Over 200 ritualists vanished without a sound, scattering into dissolving datalight. Simultaneously, a chain composed of countless intricate silver runes shot forth from the void beside the chieftain, snaking around his waist and right arm, gripping the mace haft with serpentine precision. Its immense binding force jolted his charge to a violent halt. In 9441, chain bind damage NROR. The orc chieftain bellowed, a roar laced with shock and fury, as mountainous muscles swelled across his frame and raw explosive power detonated through his limbs. The resilient silver chain endured less than a second before shrieking in protest and snapping apart link by link. 9,441. Chain breaks secondary damage, and yet that fleeting pause was enough for the chieftain to see his assailant, the unassuming human clad in plain earthen yellow robes. Him. In that instant, battlefield memories flashed through the chieftain's mind, those devastating wind blades clearing swathes of orcs, that vacuum-inducing bronze sarcophagus, those area effect spells repeatedly carving gaps through the tide. He realized instantly this man must die, otherwise each successive spell would render the ritualists utterly indefensible. Sensing its master's murderous intent, the golden wolf let out a low, guttural growl, golden lightning crackling fiercely around its hooves. Its massive form became a golden streak, ripping across the battlefield, bearing down on Mo Yin with the unstoppable fury of a force destined to crush all in its path. Mo Yin moved like lightning, swiftly carrying the orc chieftain toward the outskirts of the battlefield. Without looking back, he flicked his left hand, and an invisible ripple instantly enveloped the chieftain, who was hot on his heels. Probing art. Level. Skills. Indeed, the level gap exceeded 10 tiers. Mo Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as his mind raced. Judging by the damage from that silver chain just now, he shouldn't have broken through the 3rd-tier threshold, likely around level 40. Most of his offensive skills were still on cooldown, and a peripheral glance caught the dark lights swirling on his left ring. Without hesitation, he flicked his finger. A thunderous boom. It was no thunderclap, but rather the heavens' silver river bursting its banks. A majestic silvery waterfall cascaded without warning from the void before the orc chieftain, forming a colossal silver wall. In an instant, it cut off the path with mist spreading and a formidable presence. Heavenly river cascade. A howl erupted from the golden giant wolf beneath the chieftain, not of fear, but wild excitement. The wolf's muscles bulged instantly, its paws striking the ground, with visible golden waves of energy, its speed surging by at least 15. Instead of slowing under the chieftain's precise command, it transformed into a golden lightning bolt hugging the ground. It swerved at an incredible acute angle, narrowly grazing the edge of the roaring waterfall. Not only did it perfectly evade this lethal interception, but it also closed the gap between them significantly. TCH. Mo Yan's pupils contracted, his reactions equally swift. A cyan glimmer flashed beneath his feet, instant casting of wind riding, and his body seemed weightless, his velocity skyrocketing to an astonishing degree. 389. One chased, one fled, their figures carving distinct trajectories across the battlefield. Mo Yan drifted like the wind, the chieftain raged like thunder, their speeds locked in a stalemate. Within a few breaths, they had left the clamor of the main battlefield far behind. Mo Yan appeared to float effortlessly ahead, but his right hand was not idle. With casual flicks, he pointed behind him, and talismans veiled in profound starlight, enhanced by the shared yin-yang path effect, shot like meteors piercing the night sky, striking the orc chieftain with precision and unyielding continuity. 3 talismans tore through the air. The orc chieftain displayed astonishing riding skill and battle instincts atop the wolf. Its massive frame dodged nimbly left and right. 2 talismans grazed its fur, while only one slammed into its thick shoulder armor, erupting in a blinding burst of starlight. A damage number floated up, 4,720, but for the tough-skinned chieftain, it was more like a provocation. Just then, a sudden change occurred on the distant main battlefield. A deafening roar surged like a tsunami, instantly drowning out all the clashing sounds on the battlefield. Mo Yin and the orc chieftain instinctively glanced that way. Beyond the canyon's horizon, a tide of dense figures poured forth, numbering a staggering 50 to 60,000. At the lead, a figure clad in azure dragon-patterned battle armor, wielding double-bladed battle axes. None other than Dragon Clan Azure Dragon. Brothers. Crush them. Azure Dragon's roar shook the heavens. Behind him, countless melee fighters erupted in earth-shattering war cries, surging like a torrent of steel crashing into the unprepared orc priest and siege regiments. Blood-rage berserkers, eyes blazing crimson, swung their axes with mountain-splitting force, clashing heat-in with the massive siege orcs. Even more terrifying as their health dropped, an increasingly intense blood-red aura rose around them, their strength visibly escalating, their assaults growing more frenzied. On another flank, a formation of thousands of gamblers was eerie and raucous. They shook their dice cups in unison, the clattering sound merging into a bizarre wave. In an instant, it transformed that corner of the battlefield into a surreal gambling den. Open! At the command, the cups flew open. In that moment, those who rolled triplets or straights erupted in ecstasy, their bodies glowing with buffs like critical strike, armor penetration, and knockback. Those with chaotic numbers grumbled in frustration as their attack power instantly waned. Then countless phantom dominoes danced and combined in the air. Double Linglong crossed like scissors, mixed 7, crashed like a heavy hammer, and Earth High 9 tore through with slicing gales. A barrage of bizarre combination skills rained down on the orc ranks. The most numerous were players of the 100 Arms class. Blades and swords dominated, but there were also figures wielding whips, steel forks, nine-pronged rakes, and other exotic weapons. Diverse and motley, yet carrying a rugged, unruly spirit. Azure Dragon himself was unstoppable, his twin axes whirling like two roaring dragons, single-handedly suppressing two siege orcs into retreating step by step. Yet the most dazzling light on the battlefield came not from Azure Dragon. An orange-eared figure moved like a ghost, weaving effortlessly through the encirclement of giant beasts, Mu Cheng. Her movements were so swift they left afterimages, and with a few flashes, she breached the defenses, ghosting into the heart of the orc priest formation. Mountain pushing palm. One palm strike caused the air to explode, sending an orc priest flying with a shattered sternum. Bone-splitting hand. Her fingers like lightning struck the joints of another priest who collapsed with a miserable shriek. 8 trigram wandering body palm. Her figure darted like a fish among several priests' palms, flashing each strike aimed at vital weak points. Hands rose and fell with clean precision. Within a few breaths, several orc priests dissolved into white light. Her terrifying kill efficiency made nearby players of other classes gasp in awe. Their minds reeled. So martial artists are this fierce? Meanwhile, in a corner of the battlefield, dozens of martial artists silently collaborated to take down a few siege orcs. As the least popular branch of the 100 Arms, the martial artist, due to low damage coefficients and high demands on eyesight and body control, it had the fewest members among the 19 branches. They watched Mu Cheng's agile figure, tears of excitement glistening in their eyes. So this is the true way to play a martial artist. This influx of fresh forces was like a red-hot brand pressed against the orc troops' weak spot. The orc priests were heavily targeted, the siege orcs were pinned down, and the orc numbers began to dwindle visibly. The orc chieftain's golden pupils contracted violently. It rained in the giant wolf, its massive frame pausing for the first time. It was caught in a true dilemma, turned back to rescue. That slippery sorcerer behind it would never miss the chance, and if he charged back into the main battlefield, the damage he could cause would far exceed dozens of ordinary players. Not turn back. This fellow had bizarre footwork and endless survival skills, taking him down quickly was impossible. Roar. A roar suppressing endless fury and agitation erupted from the chieftain's throat. It had finally made its decision. It raised its fearsome wolf-toothed club high, not to strike, but to slam it heavily against the void before it. A humming sound. A visible gray-white shockwave centered on the club spread outward like ripples in water. Where it passed, dust erupted in rings from the ground. Netherthorn. Mo Yin was prepared. A faint gleam flashed on his nether boots, and his entire form blurred into a phantom, teleporting 10 yards to the side and rear, narrowly evading the lethal shockwave. Simultaneously, his counterattack flowed seamlessly. His left hand pushed out an air cannon, a compressed air projectile shooting forth, while his right hand followed with a starlight basic attack. Boom. 13,217. Sizzle. 4,720. Both strikes landed solidly. Howl. Just as Mo Yin thought he had created a safe distance, the golden giant wolf beneath him raised its head, unleashing a piercing, soul-rending shriek. Mo Yin felt his body sink as if bound by invisible shackles, his feet rooted to the ground, immobilized. A perfect opportunity. The orc chieftain's eyes blazed with murderous intent, and it squeezed the wolf's flanks. The golden giant wolf became a golden thread tearing through the air, its massive frame carrying a terrifying wind pressure, instantly closing the short distance. The blood-drenched giant wolf-tooth club, radiating an aura of annihilation, descended upon the immobilized Mo Yin. Before the club even struck, the turbulent airflow pressed Mo Yin's robes flat, stealing his breath. Purify. Mo Yin muttered inwardly, and a soft white light instantly dispelled the shackles at his feet. Yet the massive shadow of the club already loomed overhead, leaving almost no room or time to dodge. A moment of utmost peril. Vine control. Mo Yin activated the power of his nature necklace without hesitation. An emerald light surged from the necklace, and 5 vines shimmering with jade luster, seemingly delicate, yet possessing astonishing resilience, shot out like spirit serpents. Strangely, Mo Yin felt these 5 vines become extensions of his limbs. Wherever his mind directed, the vines followed. Weave. Mo Yin's will turned swiftly. The 5 vines did not simply block in front, but instantly intertwined and wove, forming a layered, life-resilient emerald vine net above his head. Boom. The wolf-tooth club, carrying immense force, smashed heavily into the vine net. Crack. The first vine snapped, its green light scattering. Crack. The second followed, fragments flying. Crack. 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 2,000 by 5. Irresistible. The 5 resilient vines against absolute power held only for an instant before shattering, completely dissolving into drifting green motes. But that instant of resistance greatly drained the club's momentum and force. Thud. The weakened club still struck Mo Yin's crossed arms. 5,355. A colossal force surged through him, sending Mo Yin flying backward like a broken kite. Yet a glint flashed in his eyes. He used the momentum. Midair Yin controlled his form-flicking talismans several times. Windblade. A condensed azure windblade shrieked toward the orc chieftain. Thorn burst. Almost simultaneously the ground beside the golden giant wolf beneath the chieftain exploded. Countless poisonous thorns gleaming with eerie green light and barbed burst from the earth, like claws from hell stabbing deep into the wolf's relatively soft belly and legs. 14,161. 16,049. The golden giant wolf let out a pained howl, the green poison spreading rapidly through its wounds. Its once majestic form instantly wilted, its running speed visibly decreasing. Speed 10. The balance of speed shifted. After landing, Yin rolled lightly to steady himself. Watching the slowed wolf and the slightly flustered chieftain on its injured mount, a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He no longer fled in haste, but began to circle like the most patient hunter, unleashing skills with precision and cunning. Air cannon. 13,217. Windblade. 16,049. Talismans streamed continuously. Damage numbers danced above the orc chieftain's head. Its wounds multiplied and the wolf beneath it grew more labored in its breathing. The regal dignity in its golden pupils was being rapidly consumed by raging fury and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Its patience was finally exhausted by this elusive bug. A deep guttural roar escaped the orc chieftain's throat as it slapped the golden wolf's head. A glint of resolve flashed in the wolf's eyes, and it howled in response. This time the howl was filled with the pain of power being drained. A dazzling golden pillar as solid as substance shot up from the golden wolf's body, precisely infusing into the orc chieftain's massive frame. After the pillar faded, the golden wolf seemed drained of immense energy, instantly wilting, its eyes dim, clearly paying a heavy price. But the orc chieftain, enveloped in golden light, erupted like a volcano. Golden energy swirled around it, muscles bulged, and even its fur stood on end, radiating a chilling pressure. Even more terrifying, on the massive wolf-tooth club in its hand, a thick aura of bloodlust gathered, frenziedly condensing into a faint, ferocious phantom of a green-faced, fanged monster roaring without cease. The phantom coiled around the club, emitting a destructive energy wave. This strike would surely be earth-shattering. The orc chieftain assumed a bizarre and power-laden starting stance, its arm muscles bulging like dragons, raising the monster-entwined club high above its head, as if gathering the power to split heaven and earth. An invisible, suffocating pressure locked onto Yin like a solid force. Yin's hair stood on end instantly. It was a primal warning from the depths of his soul, inescapable. No matter where he dodged, this strike would surely hit. The next second time seemed to compress. The orc chieftain's form blurred and vanished on the spot. It was not high-speed movement, but a true spatial leap-like teleportation. It reappeared directly in front of Yin. The club, entwined with the green-faced, fanged monster phantom, as if about to shatter space itself, descended with a tearing, ear-splitting shriek, crashing down upon Yin's head with the force of a mountain. The space around the club seemed to moan and warp. Yin's pupils shrank to pinpricks. He instinctively tried to move, but was horrified to find his feet were firmly gripped by two massive hands made of pure shadow energy emerging from the ground's darkness. Cold and solid, they pinned him to the ground. The green-faced, fanged monster phantom roared savagely atop the club, the aura of destruction washing over him. Just as the club, capable of shattering anything, was less than a foot from Yin's crown, his figure vanished without any warning, completely gone from the spot. In the same instant, the ancient three lives ring on Mu Cheng's left hand suddenly erupted with a blazing tricolored radiance, red, blue, gold, stirring a violent storm of blood and chaos among the orc priesthood. The space slightly distorted as Yin's figure materialized from the brilliance, appearing precisely beside Mu Cheng. As he stood firm, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes, returned to the grave. Wind's Wrath. Two terrifying area skills accurately covered the most densely packed core area of the orc priesthood. Boom. Sizzle. The blinding white light flashed wildly. Over 300 orc priests who were trying to re-establish communication with the blood-red pillars and chant incantations were instantly reduced to scattered data dust, unable to even scream. A massive gap was forcibly torn open in the formation of the priesthood. On the other side of the battlefield, the orc chieftain's determined blow came crashing down, but it only shattered the air and the ground. The violent force created a deep pit in the ground with smoke and dust swirling. Roar. The orc chieftain restrained the golden wolf, astonished disbelief filling his golden pupils. Where is he? That slippery human mage. He was clearly locked onto. The man and beast anxiously circled in place, the golden wolf's nose twitching continuously, trying to catch that familiar scent, but to no avail. They expanded their search radius, the golden figure flitting about the edge of the battlefield like a headless fly, wasting precious seconds. Woo. The golden wolf seemed to sense something, suddenly letting out a low growl towards the main battlefield. The orc chieftain suddenly raised his head, following the direction indicated by the golden wolf. There the accursed yellow-robed mage appeared like a ghost in the core area of the priesthood, slaughtering alongside other humans. Roar! Extreme rage instantly shattered the orc chieftain's reason. He felt he was being toyed with. The golden fur bristled in fury, and the golden wolf beneath him sensed its master's wrath, letting out a thunderous roar. He turned the wolf's head, transforming into a golden streak, recklessly charging towards the priesthood. When he finally broke through the chaotic battlefield and reached the vicinity of the priesthood, the scene before him made his eyes burn with rage. The once proud orc priesthood of 10,000 had now suffered nearly half of its losses. The remaining priests, under the combined slaughter led by Mo Yin, Mu Cheng, and Qing Long, fell back like a candle in the wind, utterly incapable of reorganizing an effective defense or counter-ritual. The siege forces were also entangled by blood fury berserkers, gamblers, and hundred arms unable to protect themselves. Mo Yin and Mu Cheng sensed the violent intent the moment the chieftain roared and charged, with Mo Yin swiftly retreating while tapping his staff. Air cannon, wind blade, flowing wind stab. A series of skills accurately bombarded the rapidly moving chieftain, not seeking severe injury, but aiming to disrupt his charging rhythm and attract his hatred. 13,217. Air cannon 16049. Wind blade 20770. Flowing wind stab 4720. Normal attack. Mu Cheng charged towards the man and beast. Be careful of his teleportation skill, Mo Yin shouted. Mu Cheng's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, she lightly tapped her toes and surged against the golden torrent of destruction. As the distance rapidly closed to about 30 yards, the orc chieftain's eyes glinted with murderous intent, employing the same tactic again. He suddenly slammed his wolf-toothed club, and his figure along with the golden wolf beneath him vanished, as if teleporting. In the next second, the massive wolf-toothed club, enveloped in terrifying wind pressure, appeared behind Mu Cheng, crashing down towards her slender waist. This was the same spatial ambush he used against Mo Yin. However, it seemed Mu Cheng had eyes in the back of her head. Just as the wolf-toothed club was about to strike, she executed a mysterious twist with her foot, her waist bending with an incredible flexibility to evade the blow. At that moment, the golden wolf let out another wild howl, activating the previous confinement skill. The mist shadow shoes on Mu Cheng's feet glimmered slightly as wispy streams of vapor surrounded her. Puff, puff. Two nearly identical projections of Mu Cheng appeared before and behind the orc chieftain. The wolf-toothed club, infused with immense force, struck one of the Mu Chengs. But it was as if it hit a phantom, directly passing through and dispersing into a cloud of white smoke, dividing tendons and dislocating bones. The other Mu Cheng called out, her slender but powerful hand moving like lightning, accurately brushing against the elbow joint of the orc chieftain's club-holding right arm. Crack! A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out, and a crimson damage number popped up, 483, by 2 weak-point critical hit. At the same time, a dislocated negative status icon appeared on the orc chieftain's arm, lasting 10 seconds. This status would severely affect his attack speed and power transmission. Such high physical defense. Mu Cheng's heart trembled. She realized that instead of wasting time entangling with the orc chieftain, it would be more cost-effective to take down the priesthood. Without hesitation, she glided like a butterfly through flowers. Using the momentum, she slipped out of the chieftain's attack range and rejoined the army, slaughtering the priests. Though affected by the dislocated status, the orc chieftain's movements were slightly delayed, but his rage burned even hotter. He witnessed this woman's efficiency in slaughtering priests, seeing her as a threat second only to that yellow-robed mage. How could he let her escape easily? Enduring the sharp pain in his elbow, he gripped the massive wolf-tooth club with one hand, pivoting his waist to unleash incredible brute strength, sweeping horizontally to smash into Mu Cheng's retreat path. The thickness of the wolf-tooth club was equivalent to 2 of Mu Cheng's waists. Lock! At this critical moment, a cold voice rang out. A shimmering silver rune chain shot forth from the side, like a spirit snake, precisely wrapping around the orc chieftain's waist and right arm. 9,441. Chain binding damage. The powerful binding force caused the chieftain's deadly strike to come to an instant halt. Roar! The orc chieftain roared, his muscles bulging as he shattered the chain. 9,441. Chain break damage. He abruptly turned his head, his golden pupils burning with endless fury, locking onto Mo Yin in the distance. You again. The chieftain realized that unless he dealt with this troublesome mage first, he couldn't focus on the others. Mo Yin, having landed a hit, did not linger, immediately creating distance, while continuing to use skills with shorter cooldowns like Wind Blade and Air Cannon to apply ranged harassment. His goal was clear: to stall the chieftain and prevent him from interfering with Mu Cheng and the others as they exterminated the priesthood and siege forces. The orc chieftain pursued in a fit of rage, but the golden wolf beneath him had previously used power projection, consuming a great deal of energy, and the thorn poison's slowing debuff had yet to clear, making it difficult to catch up. Moreover, the dislocated state on his right arm also affected the continuity of his attacks. He had to suppress his fury chasing Mo Yin while secretly waiting for the Golden Wolf to recover and prepare for a thunderous strike. Time passed in the tense standoff. The wind control effect on Mo Yin dissipated slightly, reducing his speed. Meanwhile, after a brief respite, the Golden Wolf's lethargic breath clearly revived its golden arcs of electricity, becoming active once more. Now, a sharp glint flashed in the Orc chieftain's eyes as he was about to urge the Golden Wolf to charge with all its might. Whoosh! A grayish energy exuding an ominous aura decay curse silently struck his back like a venomous snake. Decay curse attack power reduced by 10. Immediately after whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fire charm ice spike arrows. A torrent of attacks poured out from the rubble and dirt slope ahead, instantly enveloping the Orc chieftain and the Golden Wolf. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Although none could break through his defenses, they forcibly deducted 1 health point, but the sheer number was overwhelming. In an instant, the Orc chieftain's health bar was ground down by several hundred points. An ambush. The Orc chieftain was filled with shock and anger, finally realizing. In the process of chasing Mo Yin, he had unwittingly been lured to a relatively isolated position near the human front. This place was far from the core of the priesthood and the chaotic siege battlefield, with a complex terrain surrounding it, making it an ideal ambush spot. Mo Yin paused, a smile finally gracing his lips for the first time today. The victory is assured. Since that's the case, why not gang up on him rather than duel? As he issued orders in the channel, he had already secretly arranged for an elite team of hundreds of players to ambush here. Damn, this chieftain is too tough, right? Both physical and magical defenses are so high. Every hit only deals 1 point of force damage. Someone in the ambushing group exclaimed. Don't panic. Follow the orders. The calm voice of Ju Chun rang out. Control group, prepare armor-breaking and defense-reducing skills. Range group, maintain pressure and wear down his health. Heal the front line's guardian's health. Bone-breaking spike. Go. Several Chi Sha curse masters unleashed several waves of dark energy. Bone-breaking spike, physical defense decreases by 10. Sunder armor roar. A berserker roared as he swung his battle axe. Sunder armor, physical defense decreases by 10. Corrosion spell. The summoning energy coiled around the Golden Wolf. Under the stacking of various debuffs, the Orc chieftain's despairing double defenses were finally pried open. 15, 42, 23, 37. Although the damage numbers were still pitiful, they finally began to stabilize and consistently appear above the chieftain and the Golden Wolf. The elite guardians, led by Ju Chun, quickly moved to the front, forming a sturdy shield formation to firmly block the Orc chieftain's furious counterattacks. Under the siege of hundreds, the chieftain's massive health bar began to slowly but surely decline. When the Orc chieftain's health was ground down to about 10 Mo Yin keenly noticed a subtle change in the frequency and strength of damage output. Mo Yin observed the situation closely, not without amusement. "And playing tricks with the Orc, and you're trying to outsmart me." The boss nearing death meant rich experience and huge merit. Some players began to secretly hold back, keeping their ultimate moves and burst skills ready, eagerly watching the health bar, trying to snatch that final blow at the last moment. The speed at which the chieftain was losing health had clearly slowed. Mo Yin remained composed, maintaining a steady output rhythm alternating between wind blade and air cannon. His gaze was like that of a hawk, keenly locking onto the last nearly invisible gap in the chieftain's health bar. Now, as the Orc chieftain's health bar hit the bottom, Mo Yin's hand pointed forward with a sudden burst. Flowing wind stab. A perfectly condensed green wine spear tore through the air and shot forth first. At the same time, a barely perceptible dark glow suddenly illuminated the 3 lives on his right hand. A precharged silencing finger shot out almost simultaneously from his left fingertip. 24,927. Flowing wind stab 39656x2. Forced critical hit. The 2 damage numbers nearly overlapped. Particularly that terrifying critical hit number nearing 80,000 was like a blood-red exclamation mark, forcefully smashing into the retinas of all observing players. The Orc chieftain's massive body suddenly stiffened, his golden pupils filled with unwillingness and disbelief before he collapsed with a thunderous crash. Along with the Golden Wolf beneath him, they transformed into a dazzling array of data lights, slowly dissipating. Ding! A clear, pleasant system prompt sounded in Mo Yan's ears. System announcement: congratulations to player Yikianyan for successfully killing the regional boss, Orc chieftain Golden Mane. Gained 1,000,000 experience points. Merit 1,000. Congratulations, the player's level has risen to level 28. Gained 5 free attribute points. In this war, Mo Yin was unaware of how many enemies he had slain, yet he unexpectedly leveled up to level 28 without realizing it. What the hell? I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. 80,000. Smoke God is incredible. This damage, Smoke God. Just admit you're cheating, so I can give up. Everyone was shocked by that terrifying finishing damage. In a situation where everyone else could only deal dozens of points of damage, Yikiyanyan's nearly 80,000 output was like a miracle. With the fall of the Orc chieftain, the two battlefields in the Guangyao Gorge completely lost their last will to resist. The scales of victory had irreversibly tilted in favor of humanity. A line of clear golden system text materialized in the vision of all Void City players. Ding, congratulations on completing the Blood Summoning Order. Rewards will be tallied and distributed by Twilight City. A brief silence enveloped the Light Fong Canyon, as if time had frozen for an instant. Then a tentative, incredulous query shattered the stillness. Did we win? Did we win? Are we truly victorious? Confirmation arose swiftly, coalescing into a wave of relieved cheers. Ha! We won. The deafening roar like a long-accumulated flood burst through its dam and swept across the canyon, diluting the lingering smoke and stench of blood in the air. This cheer was not merely a celebration of the immediate victory, but a cathartic release from the despair of yesterday, when they had believed death was certain. Facing a siege of 200,000 Orc soldiers, they, at a disadvantage in strength, had ultimately paid the price of nearly 20,000 deaths and annihilated the entire enemy force. Given such a feat, no one could expect them to have done better. It was nothing short of a miracle. At the heart of this miracle stood a figure in a simple yellow robe positioned at the front of the crowd. Someone shouted first, "Smoke God." Then the cry of "Smoke God! Smoke God!" rose like waves, layer upon layer, converging into a torrent that swept through the canyon, brimming with heartfelt respect for the commander. Hearing the thunderous acclaim, the taut corners of Yan's mouth finally relaxed, curling upward into a rare relieved smile. From the moment he had seen through Twilight City's trap yesterday, immense pressure had weighed heavily on his heart, like a boulder. This pressure was not only about the survival of the 160 Dragon Kingdom players, but also stemmed from a vague suspicion within him. Could this upheaval be related to Lu Xuan? Otherwise, why had the tens of thousands of Twilight City soldiers from his past life not come again? And the mandatory summons targeting epic-level adventurers seemed written solely for him. If so, had these 16000 people suffered an undeserved calamity? As for the Orc chieftain's little episode, that was merely an enemy on the battlefield, not his personal prey. After this battle, they would go their separate ways, having met as strangers. In this cruel world of Xingyuan, who wasn't struggling to survive and striving to climb higher. As the cheers gradually subsided, the core figures of several major guilds approached Yan. Royal Star spoke first, raising a hand to lightly brush the dust from his exquisite robes, sleeve, his tone filled with sincere admiration. "One smoke cloud, this battle today has truly earned my heartfelt respect." His gaze swept across the battlefield with a hint of lingering fear. "If you hadn't made that decisive move yesterday and laid out today's brilliant tactics, we might have been trapped in Void City, worn down to the last." He paused, looking at Yan with earnest eyes. "He'll remember this debt." Tang's sacred hero followed his burly frame, steady, his piercing gaze fixed on Yan. "One smoke cloud, with your ability and boldness, our leader would surely welcome you as an honored guest." He stepped forward, his voice low and forceful. "The doors of the Tang Guild are always open to you. If you agree, the position of vice leader awaits. How about it? Care to consider?" Yan met sacred hero's sharp gaze, his expression calm, shaking his head with a gentle yet unwavering firmness. "Thank you, brother sacred hero, and your guild for the kind offer. However, I have my own plans and intentions for now." Sacred hero studied Yan for a few seconds, as if trying to detect a hint of wavering beneath his composed facade. Finally, he laughed heartily, no longer pressing, and waved a hand. "All right, each has their own path. Then if the opportunity arises, let's cooperate with sincerity." "Certainly," Yan nodded in agreement. Just then a baby-faced youth emerged from behind Star Emperor, looking young with a lively, impish air. He rubbed his hands together, a bright, ingratiating smile on his face, and nimbly squeezed forward. "Smoke God. Smoke God. Royal spirit." His eyes sparkled. "Since we fought side by side, bathed in blood, how about adding me as a friend? From now on, except for anything against the Tang Guild, they'll be your #1 supporter." Hearing this, Monkey grew agitated, immediately stepping forward to block Spirit, his neck stiff. "Scram, scram. Go cool off somewhere else. Want to be the boss, most loyal fan. Have you asked me, Monkey? In the bona fide founding #1 fan. Get in line." Monkey's declaration of fan seniority drew helpless, amused expressions from Yan, Zhu Chun, Mu Chung, and Yi Meng. Zhu Chun subtly nudged Monkey's ankle with the edge of his shield, signaling him to rein it in. The other guild leaders exchanged glances, their eyes holding a mix of amusement and novelty, since when did being a fan require seniority? Star Emperor felt a headache coming on. Spirit was a new recruit the guild had recently taken in. Immense potential, but a flighty personality. He hadn't expected that after one great battle, Spirit would become a fervent devotee of One Smoke Cloud. With so many major guilds present, a member of the royal clan declaring themselves a fan of One Smoke Cloud, what was left of Royal's dignity? Quick as a flash, he grabbed Spirit by the shoulder and yanked him behind, lowering his voice with a hint of gritted teeth. Spirit, when will you ever cure that habit of spouting nonsense when you skip your meds? Did you forget to take them again today? You're such a handful. Spirit opened his mouth to retort, I don't have any such habit. But when he looked up and met Star Emperor's warning, almost blazing eyes, his neck instinctively shrank, his bravado instantly deflating. He muttered under his breath, oh, yeah, I forgot to take them, and stepped back obediently, shutting up. At that moment, Dragon Azure approached with the familiar fiery figure My Shiranui. Azure glanced sideways at my, his eyes gentle as he motioned for her to speak. But my only pressed her lips tighter, turning her head away stubbornly, avoiding everyone's gaze. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, the knuckles whitening from the strain, clearly still embarrassed by yesterday's argument. Azure let out a silent sigh, turned to Mo Yin, and clasped his fists solemnly. Brother Smoke Cloud. His voice was resonant and forthright. Today's great victory is all due to your calm command and skillful coordination. Our Dragon Clan is utterly convinced. Yesterday's matter was us judging a gentleman's heart with a petty mind. His gaze was sincere. He'll remember this favor. If there's ever anything you need, just say the word. With that, he straightforwardly sent Mo Yin a friend request. Mo Yin looked into Azure's candid eyes, recalling his bravery on the battlefield and his precise interventions at critical moments. Truly a trustworthy ally. He nodded and promptly accepted the request. Hey, Azure, that's not fair. You jumped the line to add him. Spirit, hiding behind Star Emperor's tall frame, poked his head out again to shout, drawing a round of good-natured laughter. A faint smile touched Mo Yan's lips, and he took the initiative to send friend requests to Star Emperor's sacred hero Azure and the eager Spirit. After adding each other and exchanging a few pleasantries, they turned to gather their weary but exhilarated members, beginning to sort through the equipment dropped by the fallen, preparing to withdraw from the canyon battlefield freshly baptized in blood and fire. The clamor of victory gradually faded, leaving only the peculiar smoke-tinged tranquility that follows a battle. The clatter of hooves and swirling dust filled the air. Lu Shuang led an elite squad from Yuhui City, stealthily traversing the treacherous path leading to the Orc's rear granary. Just then a swift wind horse galloped from behind its scout, dismounting in haste, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Deputy City Lord. Urgent news from Void City. A great victory. An immense triumph. Lu Shuang reined in his horse, his brow furrowing. He had been closely monitoring the frontline situation, but where did this talk of a great victory come from? Speak clearly, he commanded in a low voice. The scout gasped for breath, his words tumbling out rapidly. It's those celestial visitors. In the Light Fawn Canyon, with a mere 160,000 troops, they annihilated the entire 200,000-strong army of the Golden Mane tribe. Their own casualties, reportedly less than 30,000. The Orcs were completely wiped out. What a... Lu Shuang's pupils contracted sharply, his hand unconsciously tightening on the reins until his knuckles turned white. Even a seasoned veteran like him was stunned by the unbelievable outcome. 160,000 against 200,000. Total annihilation, with only 30,000 losses. Are you certain the intelligence is accurate? His voice carried a hoarse note of disbelief. Absolutely. Frontline scouts witnessed it firsthand, and scattered Orc remnants are being mopped up. The scout nodded emphatically. How? How did they manage it? Did they hold fast in Void City? Lu Shuang pressed, his mind racing through possibilities. No, they didn't defend the city. The scout's eyes sparkled with excitement. They chose the battlefield at Light Fawn Canyon. Light Fawn Canyon. Lu Shuang's gaze sharpened, then he slowly nodded, the tension in his jaw easing slightly. Indeed, that's an excellent location. Commanding a vital pass, easy to defend and hard to assault, and it restricts the Orc cavalry's charge and deployment. The brute force of the Golden Mane tribe can barely exert its full potential there. It seems among these celestial visitors, there's someone who knows their craft. His tone carried a rare hint of almost appreciative acknowledgement. The scout immediately recounted the tactical details he had gathered, how they lured the enemy, divided them, and used the terrain and class coordination for layered defenses. Lu Shuang listened with intense focus, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the saddle. A sharp light flickered in his eyes as he nodded occasionally, clearly analyzing the brilliance of each maneuver. Who commanded this battle? Lu Shuang finally asked the pivotal question. It was Yicha Yinyun. Him. A nearly imperceptible twitch crossed Lu Shuang's face, his expression a whirlwind of shock and bewilderment. A faint, elusive shadow of gloom flickered past, ultimately settling into an obscure, unfathomable depth. He fell silent for a moment, the surrounding air seeming to thicken. Then he raised a hand to summon his most trusted captain of the guards, his voice dropping to a whisper audible only to the two of them. Go to Void City at once and do this. After a brief exchange of hushed instructions, the captain nodded solemnly, turned his mount, and galloped away. Within the city lord's manor, a long, absent, hearty laugh echoed. As Lu Shuang stepped into the study, he saw a city lord seated on a soft couch by the window, his complexion far rosier than in previous days. Joy was unmistakable in his brows and eyes, a cup of hot tea in his hand, its steam curling gently. Old Lu. Perfect timing. City Lord by waved enthusiastically, come sit. Haha, your plan of using guests as shields has worked wonders. Who would have thought that Void City not only held, but also uprooted the Golden Mane tribe, that persistent threat? What a relief. What immense relief. He set down his teacup, rubbing his hands excitedly. Now the northern tribes will be busy squabbling over the Golden Mane's territory.